Chapter 84, A Visit to Bella. Fudge, true to his political nature, lavished extravagant praise upon Kane, employing a cascade of flowery language. Kane, still somewhat bashful, did not fully align himself with the politician, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Alas, he had become nothing more than a pawn in Fudge's theatrical display. How disheartening. The resurgence of the Slytherin lineage is nothing short of a tonic for the British magical community, invigorating the populace. Fudge clung tightly to Kane's hand, unwilling to let go. Dumbledore, are you merely going to stand by and observe? Perhaps Kane's overt expression of discomfort was too palpable, prompting Dumbledore to finally interject. Let us dine first, Cornelius. The students are watching. Dumbledore was indeed correct. The entire faculty and student body were keenly observing Fudge's performance. Ditto, right? We shall discuss this after the meal. Kane, do take a seat beside me. Fudge firmly guided Kane into the chair next to him. Kane's assessment of Fudge's antics was akin to sitting on pins and needles, a most uncomfortable experience. Dumbledore's office. Kane, allow me to introduce you to the two goblins I've brought from Gringotts, Griphook and Ragnarok. Fudge turned to Kane. The purpose of my visit today is twofold. He paused momentarily. Since you have reclaimed the Slytherin surname, it seems you will need to relinquish the inheritance of the Lestrange family. Very well. However, I would like to see my mother first. Kane did not hesitate regarding the Lestrange inheritance. He had already secured what was rightfully his from the Lestrange estate in Gringotts. Fudge was taken aback by how effortlessly the first matter had been resolved, his smile now tinged with genuine sincerity. Of course, I will arrange for you to meet with Mrs. Lestrange at the earliest opportunity. The other matter can be addressed by Griphook. Fudge noticed Griphook's attempts to interject and, with a polite cough, ceded the floor. Indeed, Mr. Slytherin, Griphook began, your ancestor, Salazar Slytherin, once made an agreement with the goblins to safeguard certain possessions. Although Gringotts had yet to be established, the goblins chose to honor that commitment. Griphook's demeanor exuded the goblins' commitment to integrity that, if circumstances allowed, Kane would have liked to retort, bah, how shameless. Is there anyone unaware of the goblins' innate greed? They had even dared to covet the sword forged for Gryffindor. What, pray tell, would they not desire? It was highly probable that Slytherin had cast powerful enchantments or imposed stringent conditions upon his bequest, thereby dissuading the goblins from their usual avarice. Thus, I require you to accompany me to Gringotts for verification. Griphook looked at Kane with an air of inquiry. I shall make the trip, but not at this moment. I am far more eager to reunite with my mother first. Griphook was about to say more when Fudge silenced him with a mere glance. Kenton felt a sense of unease. Gringotts was not under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic, so it was perplexing to see the likes of Fudge at the forefront. Upon further reflection, it seemed evident that the two parties had likely reached some form of agreement. One wielded power while the other controlled wealth, an alliance that was not surprising. However, Kenton had an inkling that this accord was likely connected to him, or more specifically, to Slytherin. There's truly no rush to visit Gringotts. The holiday has only just begun, has it not? I imagine you are eager to enjoy your break, Fudge remarked, adopting the demeanor of a benevolent elder as he smiled at Kenton. Indeed, I can't hardly wait, Kenton responded with genuine sincerity. How about in 3 days? I shall send someone to escort you to Azkaban. Oh, Fudge, is it entirely appropriate to send a child alone to Azkaban? After all, that place. Kenton had yet to voice his concerns when Dumbledore interjected. What scheme was old Dumbledore concocting now? Perhaps it would be prudent to allow Lucius to accompany Kenton, Fudge suggested after a moment of contemplation. Cornelius, do not forget that Malfoy and Lestrange. Dumbledore's words were vague, yet the others present comprehended his implication. The most alarming commonality between Malfoy and Lestrange was their past affiliation as Death Eaters. Despite Malfoy's insistence during the trial that he had been under the Imperius curse, those present understood that Lucius had merely bought his way out of trouble, having generously filled the coffers of various ministry officials. Moreover, the tumultuous political climate at the time had led the former Minister of Magic to avoid further conflict, thereby sparing several pure-blood families. Otherwise, Kenton and his companions would have all begun their journeys as orphans. That I can manage alone, Kenton asserted, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications as he simply sought to resolve his own thoughts. That would be unwise. It is better to have someone accompany you. Dumbledore paused. Why not allow Professor Snape to accompany you? I am confident he will ensure your safety. That is a commendable suggestion. Fudge immediately concurred with Dumbledore's proposal, casting a questioning glance toward Kenton. Then it shall be settled. After all, when he met Bella, he would first ensure that Snape was sent away. Since old Dumbledore wished for someone to accompany him, so it was a minor matter, and it could serve to temporarily soothe Dumbledore's sensitive heart. All parties present nodded in agreement, including Fudge. The thought of the substantial wealth amassed by Slytherin flowing out of Gringotts pained him. A day's delay was a day gained. It would be best if it could languish within Gringotts for as long as possible. Odette? Just as Kenton returned to the common room to pack his belongings, Odette appeared before him. "It is I," she replied softly. "Please wait a moment." Kane produced his wand and uttered, "Reveal your true name." Above Odave's head, her name materialized, Odette Rogier. There was no doubt about her identity. "What brings you to me?" Kane inquired directly. "Lady Lestrange has sent you a letter. In your absence, I took the liberty of receiving it." Odette refrained from reproaching Kane for his earlier actions and handed the letter to him. Kane paused in silence for a moment before perusing the letter. "Lady Lestrange insists on inviting me to France? Is she not aware that I am no longer associated with Lestrange?" This seemed implausible. Odette would not have concealed such information. She is aware, yet she remains insistent. Odette bit her lip, hesitant to continue. "I shall contemplate it," Kane replied. This summer, he was determined to visit France, regardless of the circumstances. After all, the Philosopher's Stone had been destroyed, and it was imperative for him to pay a visit to the Nichols. As for Lestrange, he would consider that matter further. "Let us first pack our belongings. The train is about to depart." With that, Kane brushed past Odette and walked away. Odette was left standing alone, silently gazing at Kane's retreating figure for a long, long while. Chapter 85. The final farewell. The gentle breeze of June enveloped the air, rendering those who felt it languid and lethargic. By this time, the month was drawing to a close, and the temperature steadily climbed. Kane and his companions arrived in an unfamiliar, remote waterway through the use of a key. This place seemed like a realm detached from the world, an expanse of desolate blackness shrouded in thick fog. Even the oppressive warmth could not bestow a modicum of comfort upon this desolate land. Instinctively, the group huddled together, shivering at the penetrating chill. Kane surveyed the surroundings silently. His thoughts wandering, he pondered what the prison known as Nurmengard might resemble. "We must traverse this open space. There are Dementors stationed ahead," Kingsley Shacklebolt announced in a deep, measured voice. Though he hailed from one of the 28 pure-blood families, he had always perceived himself as distinct from those aristocrats, harboring a disdain for the unspeakable. Sordid dealings among the elite. Therefore, when Fudge instructed him to escort the much-discussed descendant of Slytherin to Azkaban, his immediate reaction was one of refusal. "Consider how your salary is dispersed," Fudge had retorted. Confronted with the reality of his situation, he had no choice but to yield to the lure of gold. After all, since reaching adulthood, he had not once sought assistance from his family. "If you feel afraid later, you may hide behind me," Kingsley reassured the group, his gaze inadvertently flickering towards Kane. "Ah, the delicate young master. I wonder if he can bear the weight of the Slytherin name?" The group fell into a heavy silence as they moved forward. This place seemed to possess the ability to siphon joy from the human spirit. Standing upon this ground, a sense of melancholy settled upon their hearts. Kane cast a cold glance at Snape, whose expression had darkened further. Before long, a structure resembling a colossal black pillar loomed before them, surrounded by a swarm of Dementors. A single glance sent chills down their spines. A second glance threatened to invoke a bout of claustrophobia. Perhaps sensing the presence of the living, a throng of Dementors drifted closer to the group. "Leave us be," Kingsley commanded, raising the ministry's decree impatiently to shoo away the cloaked specters. Although, on some level, they could be considered colleagues, Kingsley harbored a deep-seated aversion to these ghastly beings. "Look, here come the fools again," one remarked. "This time, it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 5 fools." "I see 4, another interjected. "Enough. It's 3, a third insisted. To the onlookers' astonishment, the Dementors suddenly seemed to engage in a dispute, jostling one another. Kane's expression shifted, sensing something unusual. He discreetly scanned the surroundings, confirming that none of his companions were speaking. Though it was absurd, Kane had to admit he had somehow tapped into the bizarre communication network of the Dementors. How was it that he could comprehend this interdimensional language? "Brother, why do you linger among these simpletons? Why have you not donned our uniform? Why do you not take flight? Is it out of reluctance?" The Dementors, having discovered one of their own behaving oddly amidst the fools, were perplexed. Yet, to the onlookers, it appeared that the Dementors were in a fit of madness, disregarding the directives of the Ministry of Magic. How foolish it was to economize by employing Dementors as guardians. Those imbeciles simply refused to comply. Kingsley raised his wand, summoning a shimmering lynx to notify the Ministry that the Dementors were in revolt. The lynx, displaying remarkable understanding, nodded before vanishing. "We must depart." As the Dementors drew near, the group found their breaths growing shallow, their very souls trembling. In light of this, Kingsley decisively raised his wand in warning while pulling Kane towards the location of the portkey. The wind howled ferociously. Kane, however, was unwilling to squander time. He also sought to test his mettle. Seizing the Ministry's directive from Kingsley's grasp, he charged directly at the Dementors. "Stand aside." Upon hearing Kane's command, the Dementors hesitated momentarily before scattering in retreat. How terrifying! They fled Kane, oblivious to the thoughts of the Dementors, felt a sense of satisfaction at their compliance. You seek death. Snape's already sour expression soured further, nearly reaching an unbearable degree. One ought not to presume that lineage grants one the license to act without restraint. Kane yearned to retort that he, as a descendant of Slytherin, could indeed do as he pleased. Furthermore, he had not forgotten that Snape was a subordinate of his less than favorable father, and such treatment of the young master was audacious indeed. You dare. Kingsley was taken aback by Kane's unexpected bravery, leading to a shift in his perception of him. We should hasten, Kane urged. Noting that the Dementors showed no intention of regrouping, Kingsley once more dispatched the Lynx to inform the Ministry, lifting the alert. I wish to see my mother in private. Kingsley led Kane to the vicinity of Bella's prison chamber, to which Kane spoke. Are you certain? Kingsley raised an eyebrow. Before departing, Fudge had insisted that Kane's desires be prioritized, yet he could not resist inquiring. In Kingsley's words, Fudge seemed intent on showcasing the heir of Slytherin. Perhaps out of some debt owed to Kane. Of course, Kane replied nonchalantly. Professor, I merely wish to visit my mother. You need not accompany me. Mr. Slytherin, feel free. Snape scoffed, stepping aside. If Dumbledore wished him to act as a caretaker, it would depend on his willingness to comply. He had no desire to encounter those old acquaintances within Azkaban. Kane stood alone before the iron bars that imprisoned Bella, surveying the unfamiliar woman before him. Over a decade of incarceration had ravaged her beauty. Her hair was disheveled, and she huddled in the corner, murmuring to herself. Someone will come to rescue me. Ha ha ha. He will surely slay you all. Ha ha ha. Bella, true to her nature, still exhibited her characteristic madness. Who? Sensing the gaze upon her, Bella abruptly lifted her head. Upon seeing Kane, she froze for a moment, then, disregarding all restraint, lunged toward the bars, desperately trying to grasp him. Master, master. Her face was alight with ecstasy. Her savior had come. Look closely, I am not him, I am Kane. Kane ruthlessly shattered her illusions, his heart a tumult of emotions. You are my son. The spark in Bella's eyes extinguished in an instant, her outstretched arms falling limply. Why are you not the master? In the next moment, Bella gripped the bars tightly, her features contorted, and she shouted hoarsely, I am your son. Kane closed his eyes briefly before calmly responding, Yes, you are of my blood. I once believed you to be a gift from the master, hoping you would earn his favor. Yet, what a disappointment you have proved to be. The master deemed you merely an accident. He does not care for you at all. Why do you not just die, you worthless wretch? Bella unleashed her pent-up malice upon Kane, her gaze imbued with venom. After a moment of silence, Kane managed a bitter smile. Indeed, his birth was merely an accident. Before bidding farewell to the Lestrange name, he felt an inexplicable urge to see Bella, perhaps a lingering attachment to the blood ties of his birth mother. He should have harbored no expectations. By the way, I have reclaimed the Slytherin name, while your master will never earn the recognition of Slytherin. Kane spoke with a composed tone, delivering the most piercing words. You are unworthy. Only the master, only the master. Kane no longer wished to hear her words, turning away from Bella's cries. Henceforth, he would solely identify as Slytherin, destined to rise in strength. Chapter 86. The exchange of interests leaving now? We welcome your return next time. Brother, stay with us. A group of patrolling Dementors encircled Kane, fervently urging him to remain. The heaviness in Kane's heart shattered the resolve of the Dementors. Seizing a moment of solitude, Kane halted. Why do you believe I am one of your kind? The mark upon you is quite enticing. Upon learning the answer, Kane found himself at a loss for words. What was this? Were these Dementors akin to dogs? Mark? One Dementor scratched its scabbed hand against the concealed head beneath its cloak, attempting to convey its meaning through an intangible wisdom. Indeed, it is precisely like us, yet distinctly different from the foolish. The other Dementors nodded in agreement, affirming that this was indeed the case. Kane pondered thoughtfully. Dementors bear no resemblance to ghosts or female specters. They are a peculiar entity straddling the realms of the living and the dead. Having experienced death and returned to the mortal plane through a pact with the Grim Reaper, he is, in a sense, kin to the Dementors. How bizarre it is, who among protagonists in fan fiction could possibly be a Dementor? Yet, from another perspective, he could seize the opportunity to lurk around the Ministry of Magic. Let us engage in a playful guessing game. Under what circumstances would you choose to follow me? Kane resembled a sinister figure enticing innocent children with a lollipop. Joy. An abundance of joy. One Dementor attempted to draw near to Kane, only to be forcefully pushed away by him. How rude. Though he did not feel the icy chill, he was not inclined to entertain such advances. Beyond joy, what else is there? Kane, undeterred, mused if there could be other pursuits. Beyond joy, still joy, he chuckled softly. Kane was taken aback. Even a Dementor could grasp humor. There was also liberation. It was unclear which Dementor uttered the words that momentarily froze the others in place. In the next instant, they fled in a panic, as if pursued by some monstrous flood. Liberation? Legends tell that Dementors are the cruel creations of the despicable who must not be named. having slaughtered countless innocents and tormented their souls with dark magic. How, then, could such tormented souls find relief? Setting that aside for now, he was not yet capable of providing the vast joy the Dementors craved, nor could he assist in their liberation. For the moment, he should return to claim the legacy of Slytherin. Upon seeing Kane emerge, Kingsley let out a sigh of relief. Let us proceed. Kingsley led Kane to Gringotts, where Fudge awaited him in the VIP lounge. Kane, come try this. It is a delightful brew imported from the East, Fudge beckoned, inviting Kane to sample the tea brewed from the ring pull. Indeed, it was delicious, reminiscent of pre-rain Longjing tea. As he savored the beverage, Kane contemplated quietly. Although he was a scion of Slytherin, Fudge, a man of considerable responsibility, had no need to constantly attend to him. There could only be one explanation. The ministry had a hand in the treasures left behind by Slytherin. Realizing Fudge's intentions, Kane remained composed as he sipped his tea. He would not allow them to take his belongings without consequence. Ring pull, let us depart, Kane declared, setting down his teacup, ready to claim his inheritance. Wait, Kane. Fudge's belly quivered with his movements. Is something amiss, Minister Fudge? Kane feigned ignorance, curious about Fudge's ulterior motives. Alas, it is a difficult path. Ever since I became Minister of Magic, I have laid bare my heart and soul, solely for the happiness of the wizarding community in Britain. Minister Fudge is truly devoted to the people, La Juan hastily flattered. However, Fudge, while sighing, discreetly cast a glance at Kane. Kane remained composed and polite, maintaining a gentle smile. Observing Kane's lack of engagement, Fudge hesitated for a moment before continuing his soliloquy. The employees of the Ministry of Magic are indeed diligent. However, they also have families to support. You may have heard that the magical community has faced recent turmoil, which has exacerbated the already precarious situation of the ministry. Kane raised an eyebrow, still refraining from responding. Fudge shot La Juan a pointed look, signaling that it was his turn to contribute. Indeed, they have sacrificed so much for the British magical community. How can we stand idly by while they bleed and weep? If I had spare funds, I would undoubtedly donate to the ministry, if only to express my sentiments. La Juan's face radiated admiration, devoid of any semblance of pretense. Kane took a sip of tea, forcefully suppressing a smile. I believe that with the wealth of Gringotts, even a mere fraction could significantly enhance the welfare of the ministry's employees. Upon hearing this, La Juan's already pronounced features became somewhat rigid. What a person, taking politeness at face value. It is true, Kane. Long ago, when the ministry was first established, it faced financial difficulties. To elevate the living standards of the residents of the British magical community, the ministry undertook the construction of Diagon Alley, a landmark. The results, as you can see, have led to their flourishing lives. Fudge was still beating around the bush, and Kane, growing impatient, spoke plainly. Minister Fudge Wooden Tea suggests that the ministry occupies the very land bequeathed by the ancestor Salazar, would he? Ha ha, ha ha, truly a worthy descendant of Slytherin. Fudge appeared oddly gratified. Those in politics, indeed, possess an unparalleled audacity. So, the rent accrued over these several centuries has been appropriated by both the ministry and Gringotts. I presume. Diagon Alley is the largest economic entity within the British magical community, generating considerable annual rental income. I find it hard to believe that either party is entirely innocent. The populace of the British magical community will surely express gratitude for Slytherin's contributions, haha. Fudge still adhered to his grandiloquent rhetoric. Kane remained silent, casting a knowing glance at Fudge. La Juan, you may step outside for a moment. Fudge understood immediately and ushered La Juan out. Minister Fudge, I am willing to overlook the matters of the past few centuries. Kane stated his position. But I have one request. Only that which is within your capacity. Fudge pondered the funds already secured and eventually relented. Each year, grant me 10 positions in the ministry, and they must not be marginal departments. Impossible, at most 3. Then it seems we need not continue this discussion. Kane turned to leave. Wait, Kane. You know that although I am the Minister of Magic, I am often constrained by circumstances. At most 5, that is my bottom line. Agreed. Kane had never anticipated that Fudge would acquiesce all at once. Securing 5 votes was already commendable. To expand his business empire, the Ministry of Magic was an indispensable component, and he needed to carefully consider the candidates for nomination. By the way, Minister Fudge, your tireless efforts have not gone unnoticed. Henceforth, I shall allocate 20% of the income from Diagon Alley each year as a private patronage for you. Ha ha. Kane, I appreciate your contributions to the Ministry of Magic. Fudge's previously grim countenance brightened instantly. Having faced a shortage of resources, what he received was far less than the promised 20%. Rang. I believe we must expedite our efforts. Fudge urged Rang outside, preempting Kane's words. You may proceed with verification. I have official matters to attend to and shall return to the ministry. Having obtained the answers he desired, Fudge disregarded Gringotts and opted to head home directly. Let us depart, Mr. Rang. Mr. Slytherin, you may inquire directly with Minister Fudge. Now, do not make me question the efficiency of Gringotts. Very well, This way, please. Rang wished to say more, but upon noticing Kane's lack of cooperation, he restrained his words. Perhaps he could seize an opportunity to question Fudge, as they were indeed in the same boat. This way, please. Rang invited Kane to board a small carriage, and the two gradually ventured deeper along the light rail. Chapter 87. Arrangements before departure. At this moment, dusk was upon them, with brilliant orange and red hues adorning the sky. A somewhat sultry breeze caressed the roadside mouse grass, tousling the dark hair of a nearby youth. Kane quietly surveyed the renowned Godric's Hollow, as a few frolicking boys swiftly darted past him. Big brother, are you here to find someone? A little girl with a ponytail inquired, her finger in her mouth, gazing at Kane with curiosity. I am not searching for anyone. I reside here, Kane gently replied, bending down to her level. Then why haven't I seen you before? The little girl asked, puzzled. I just moved here. You will see me often from now on, Kane explained with a smile, playfully tapping the girl's nose. Yay, big brother, my name is Gloria. What is yours? Kane. Kane Slytherin. Then we are acquainted. The little girl's cheeks flushed as she admired the handsome young man before her. Since we are acquainted, may I gift you a token of our meeting? Kane said, extending his right hand, as a delicate purple trumpet flower trembled and bloomed in his palm. Wow, that is amazing. Big brother, your magic is incredible. The little girl clapped her hands excitedly, bouncing with joy. I'm glad you like it. Kane tucked the trumpet flower behind the girl's ear. I have other matters to attend to, so shall we meet again another day? Goodbye, big brother. The little girl waved her hand reluctantly, yet understandingly. Kane chuckled softly and bid farewell to Gloria. When the surroundings were devoid of any presence, Kane strode directly to an exceptionally lush ginkgo tree. This tree appeared so vast that it would require the embrace of 4 or 5 individuals to encircle it, and even the elders of the village could not ascertain its true age. All they knew was that this ginkgo tree had stood since their childhood. Without hesitation, Kane collided with the ginkgo. He seemed to plunge into a realm of chaos, where dense fog enveloped him, obscuring all sense of direction. Slytherin descendant confirmed. A faint ethereal voice whispered in Kane's ear, eliciting an involuntary gasp from him. Upon glancing down, he noticed blood seeping from the tip of his right index finger. With such prowess, even a 21st century Muggle paternity test would pale in comparison, Kane mused. The thick mist that had enveloped him vanished in an instant, causing Kane to blink in astonishment. Before him stood a mysterious Gothic castle, its summit adorned with the emblem of Slytherin, gleaming with an otherworldly radiance. The castle in Godric's Hollow was indeed one of the legacies left by Slytherin. It must be said, Slytherin and Gryffindor were quite the pair of companions. Despite Slytherin's usual disdain for Gryffindor, they still chose to dwell in close proximity. In addition to the castle, Slytherin had bequeathed to Kane numerous land deeds, including those for Diagon Alley and Godric's Hollow. As for other possessions, Kane surmised that the most significant items were likely contained within this ancient fortress, for Slytherin would not fully trust those cunning goblins. Kane pushed open the long-sealed door, and to his surprise, the interior was remarkably clean. Elements of Slytherin's aesthetic were evident throughout the castle, with serpentine motifs gracing even the stained glass windows. The castle comprised 6 levels, each replete with numerous chambers. On the second floor, there existed a private library, filled with tomes collected by Slytherin from various realms, encompassing spells, transfigurations, and potions. The 5th and 6th floors each housed a treasure chamber, overflowing with mithril, gemstones, gold, and other precious materials. As he ventured into the basement, Kane was momentarily dazzled by the array of glass bottles, far surpassing the opulence of Snape's potions classroom. Here, a complete dragon carcass was hardly a rarity. Instinctively, Kane felt that he must not allow Snape to glimpse the basement. Otherwise, Snape would surely transform into a thief by nightfall. The only disappointment for Kane was the absence of a portrait of Slytherin himself. His hopes of encountering the venerable ancestors seemed dashed. Master. 3 diminutive house elves appeared with a pop, the leader's ears stuffed with white fluff. Are you the house elves left by Slytherin's ancestors? We are the descendants of the original house elves left by Lord Slytherin. My name is Loya, and these are my sons Roya and my grandson Maya. Loya and the others appeared somewhat anxious, yet they refrained from the erratic behavior typical of other house elves, demonstrating a semblance of dignity. Master, we lack your magical essence to sustain our vitality, which compels us to fall into slumber every decade. Thus we could not sense your arrival in a timely manner. No matter, Loya will take Maya to prepare. I shall entertain our guests shortly. Zoya, please keep an eye on the entrance. Should anyone mention my name, admit them promptly. Indeed, master. The 3 little fairies dutifully set about their tasks without further ado. Ah, this is indeed the castle of Lord Slytherin. It is truly extraordinary. Pansy, upon entering, began to survey her surroundings with great excitement. Of course, Slytherin is always the best. For once, Blaise did not oppose Pansy's enthusiasm. Cousin, may I reside here frequently in the future? Draco had already begun to search for his preferred chamber, although the others remained silent. The glimmer of anticipation in their eyes was unmistakable. While I am here, you may choose any room on the first, third, or fourth floors. Kane had initially intended to reserve accommodations for them. Now, let us not rush into room selection. There are matters of importance to discuss. The group proceeded into the reception hall, where Gemma, Bob, Oaxis, and Cassandra took their seats on the left, while Draco, Theodore, Blaze, and Pansy occupied the right. The purpose of summoning you all is to deliberate on a significant matter. I have reached an agreement with Fudge to recommend 5 candidates annually to the Ministry of Magic. You were the first to come to my mind, Bob. Kane turned his gaze toward the left side. A flicker of emotion crossed Bob's typically stoic face. Boss, I understand you have had issues with your father. However, this is an excellent opportunity for you to showcase your talents, and I urge you to contemplate it earnestly. I still wish to follow the boss. Naturally, do you think I would let you off so easily? Even if you join the ministry, you will still work for me. My galleons shall not be squandered. Kane, aware of Bob's concerns, spoke with feigned seriousness. Rest assured, boss, your galleons will not be wasted. Bob's eyes glistened with determination. He vowed to make a name for himself. Then you shall join the Department of Law Enforcement. It is undoubtedly suited for you. Kane, satisfied with his arrangement, glanced at Bob's expression, confident that Bob was destined for this path. So, Oaxis, do you wish to return to the ministry? Boss, I think I shall pass. My security work is still needed. Oaxis scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The conditions here are favorable, and he had no desire to return to the cutthroat environment of the ministry. Very well. Kane did not press further and nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 88. Arrangements before departure continued. Theodore, as a recent addition to the group, do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Kane inquired, looking to the right. I do have 2 recommendations. Both are recent graduates. One is Rolla Macmillan, a half-blood who is quite unassuming yet astute, not extreme in his views, and embodies a neutral stance. He is related to Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff, correct? The 2 individuals are cousins. Upon hearing this, Kane nodded in acknowledgement. And the other one? He inquired. The other belongs to the Selwyn family. Theodore hesitated momentarily before casting a discreet glance at Bob. Do not concern yourself with me. I hold no grievances against the Selwyns, Bob replied, shaking his head. He was acutely aware that the architect of his mother's tragedy was his father, and he bore no ill will toward others. Robert Selwyn, a pureblood, is from a branch of the Selwyn family. He possesses considerable prowess in practical spellcasting and is also a neutral party. Kane nodded appreciatively at Theodore, recognizing his understanding. Very well. One shall go to the International Magical Cooperation Department, and the other to the Aurors. I have 2 candidates in mind. Would you care to consider them? Cassandra, sitting to the left, tossed her flowing golden hair and spoke with a gentle smile. Oh, I am quite curious about those you would recommend, Kane responded. One is Dorothy, the daughter of the Flea family. She has graduated for 2 years. Though she is a pureblood, she is undervalued and, like myself, is being maneuvered into an arranged marriage. If you assist her in securing a position within the Ministry of Magic, she will undoubtedly be devoted to you. A faction of the Flea family that disapproves of her father's actions would also gravitate towards you. And the other? Kane inquired. The other is from the Longbottom family. The Longbottom family? Kane straightened in his seat. Indeed, the most promising member, Frank, has fallen into unfortunate circumstances, as you are aware. Cassandra, mindful of Kane, refrained from being too explicit. The Longbottom family has significantly declined and is not well off. Any assistance would be greatly appreciated. Very well. But I do not recall any other children from their family. Kane thought of Bella's past actions towards the Longbottoms, feeling a desire to make amends. Neville Longbottom's uncle, Algie, has a daughter named Alice. For reasons unknown, she possesses very little magical ability and has never attended Hogwarts. This fact is not widely known, but it does not preclude her from performing clerical work. This represents an excellent opportunity to extend goodwill towards the Longbottom family. Cassandra spoke confidently, seeking Kane's approval. It is feasible, but presenting it abruptly may elicit an unfavorable reaction from the Longbottom family, Kane contemplated. The others are acceptable, but Alice Longbottom is a reclusive individual. An unexpected approach might yield counterproductive results. Fear not, I shall handle it. We girls have our own channels of communication, Cassandra assured, tapping her chest to alleviate Kane's concerns. Very well, I entrust this to you. If no one else has any objections, we shall finalize these 5. Kane surveyed the room, finding no dissent. Excellent, it is settled. Cassandra, you shall be responsible for communication while keeping a vigilant eye on the family dynamics. I must remain informed of their developments. After this incident, Kane realized the necessity of having a dedicated individual to manage the intricate affairs among the nobility, and Cassandra was more than willing to take on the responsibility. It is my honor, she declared, rising to perform a noble bow, having achieved her objective for the day. I may require additional assistance. Will you organize it yourself? I shall handle it on my own. Naturally, I will report to you in advance. The final decision rests with the boss, Cassandra replied thoughtfully. Very well. Kane nodded in agreement. By the way, you will be in 7th grade this September. Do you have a chance at the position of student council president? No one can rival Shafiq, Cassandra stated with unwavering confidence. Of course, except for the boss. Kane silently acknowledged this, knowing that Slytherin had consistently excelled in seizing opportunities. In the next 2 months, I will be traveling to France. Theodore, the selection for the club cannot be paused. You may combine your efforts with the intelligence from Cassandra. Ox, you need to keep a close eye on the security work in Diagon Alley. Gemma, spend more time learning about business planning from Bob. As for the rest of you, don't go overboard at home. The summer break is a prime opportunity for advancement. Everyone except Draco, Pansy, and Blaze nodded in agreement. Kane felt a twinge of headache. Although Draco, a top student, was among them, it was well known that bad influences could overshadow good. Leave it to me. I will keep an eye on them. It's a perfect chance for the three of them to gain some experience. Cassandra proactively offered to supervise the trio. These three, like herself, hailed from prestigious pureblood families and were familiar with the intelligence networks among the nobility, making them well suited for the task. Then it is settled. Kane was uncertain whether the trio was pleased, but he felt invigorated. The three widened their eyes in an attempt to persuade Kane to retract this harsh decision. Kane turned away, feigning ignorance. Kane, Draco, you're back. Narcissa promptly called Dobby to serve the young masters some shaved ice to cool off. Why must you go out to play on such a hot day? Aunt, there are others present, Kane said, appreciating Narcissa's concern, yet remaining mindful of his image in front of outsiders. All right. You are grown children now, Narcissa chuckled softly, careful to maintain her children's dignity. Odette, what brings you here? Kane was surprised to see Odette at this location. I came to ask how you've been considering the matter we discussed last time. Oh, what matter is that? Is it a secret that must be shared between two people? Narcissa eagerly set down her cup, her inquisitive gaze darting between the two. The daughter of the Rogier family in France, though not quite on par with Slytherin, belongs to one of the esteemed families and is considered a suitable match. Audra's cheeks flushed instantly. Kane, however, found himself at a loss for words. What on earth was this? He was still a child. His focus should be on diligent study and self-improvement. Regarding the trip to France, as I mentioned earlier, I intend to visit my teacher, and Audra, being from France, happens to be along the way. Very well. When shall we depart? Narcissa inquired, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Tomorrow, Kane replied, having already arranged matters in England, allowing for a worry-free journey to France. So soon. The earlier we go, the earlier we return, Kane reassured her. Dora, don't slack off. Hurry and help the young master pack. Aunt Narcissa urged promptly. Feeling out of place, Kane chose to silently enjoy his shaved ice. Fragile, pitiful, yet still in need of sustenance. Volume 2, 2nd year. Chapter 1, Journey to France. Kane, here is the exit permit issued by the Ministry of Magic. Do keep it safe. Lucius called Kane into his study, earnestly advising him. Thank you, Uncle, for taking the trouble to arrange this. Kane expressed his gratitude. Upon learning of Kane's trip to France, Lucius had gone to the Ministry of Magic early that morning to make inquiries. As expected, the efficiency of the Ministry's review process had dramatically improved, and the permit was swiftly granted. It is advantageous to have connections in high places. I heard from Narcissa that you are visiting your teacher, Lucius probed. Indeed, Kane nodded. Is there anything else? Perhaps a reunion with someone you haven't seen in a long time? There is another matter. Kane hesitated, noticing Lucius's right hand suddenly tighten around the emerald-studded serpent-headed staff. I plan to establish the next market for little communication in France. This research is essential. Very well. But as a family, do inform me if you require assistance. Lucius appeared relieved, yet still somewhat uneasy. Rest assured, I will, Kane promised, his gaze darkening as he verbally affirmed. Let us depart. Kane waved to Audra. A black Aston Martin quietly awaited by the roadside, ready for its owner's arrival. This time, Kane decided to take a Muggle airplane to France. He felt a sense of nostalgia for the majestic clouds and thought it would be refreshing to view the splendid landscapes from a different perspective. Draco, do not forget the task I entrusted to you. Just before leaving, Kane patted Draco's shoulder. Concerning the notebook left by Voldemort, Kane intended for Draco to search for it during the summer. No one was more suited for this than he. The car slowly started, distancing itself from the reluctant farewells of loved ones. Kane withdrew his gaze, quietly immersing himself in the bustling flow of traffic. At this moment, if anyone were to glance inside the vehicle, they would surely believe they had encountered a ghost. The driver's seat was inexplicably vacant, yet the car continued to race forward at high speed. Did Lady Lestrange truly not inform you why it was imperative for me to go? This, I genuinely do not know. Observing the expression on Odette's face, Kane refrained from saying more. He reached out to touch the resurrection herb seeds nestled within his ring. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to make the journey. Did the esteemed Elder Vita mention anything regarding me? Kane pondered the battle with Vita, seeking to extract information from Odette through indirect means. She remarked, you truly are a descendant of Slytherin. Are you aware of the prophecy? Odette paused thoughtfully before nodding. My great-grandmother may still harbor plans against you. You must be cautious. Odette, acutely aware of her great-grandmother's methods, instinctively bit her lip. I shall be. Kane was taken aback by Odette's candor, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. The tumultuous uprising of Hogwarts spirits was orchestrated by the elder Vita, was it not? Indeed. However, that matter should have been my responsibility. Odette hesitated before confessing. It was due to the crystal ball, as the saints commanded you to do so. Kane had anticipated this, merely seeking confirmation from Odette. Have you heard of rhinoceros incense? Rhinoceros incense? Odette elaborated. It originates from the east. According to their lore, the living horn cannot be burned. For when ignited, it emits a unique fragrance, permeating garments, allowing one to commune with spirits. I see, Kane realized. Thus, through rhinoceros incense, the spirits temporarily attained corporeality. His curiosity about the mysterious powers of the East intensified. When might he return to glimpse his homeland once more? Furthermore, Vita's great-grandmother employed a confounding array, which would amplify their obsessions, clouding their minds. A hint of guilt crossed Odette's face. Regardless, this matter arose from my actions. You are not to blame. Kane reassured her. Subsequently, the two fell into silence, gazing quietly at the clouds outside as they arrived in Paris, France. They emerged from the airport, blending into the bustling crowd. The distinct charm of France enveloping them. Are you Miss Rogier and Mr. Slytherin? A middle-aged man of average build, sporting a pair of small mustaches, approached them. I am Male Dut, sent by Lady Lestrange to escort you. Lady Lestrange mentioned this individual. There is no mistake, Odette whispered to Kane. Then let us proceed. Male guided them to a secluded area, where they apparat to the wizarding realm. Please, step into the vehicle. Male opened the car door for them, gesturing for them to enter. A spacious black four-wheeled carriage stood quietly upon the smooth street, drawn by 4 emaciated knight steeds. This was Montmartre Square, as Odette softly introduced. Kane surveyed his surroundings. In contrast to the tightly packed Diagon Alley in England, the French locale appeared far more expansive. 2 rows of tall, elegant buildings flanked either side, exhibiting a cohesive architectural style that resembled a more muggle-friendly street layout. There would be an opportunity to explore the vicinity of Faustenberg Square, where the entrance to the French Ministry of Magic was located. Moreover, a plethora of diverse shops thrived there, creating a bustling atmosphere perfect for leisure. Streets such as Osmond Boulevard and Girardin Street also beckoned for exploration. Observing Kane's keen interest in the surroundings, Odette eagerly recommended places to him. Wishing to share the charm of France with him, Kane nodded, considering Faustenberg Square as one of the sites for a potential investigation by the Little Owl. The two conversed. Time slipping by quietly. We have arrived, Mile reminded them. A grand black iron gate swung open automatically, and the carriage proceeded inside, revealing a manor of elegant and luxurious design. Ah, you have finally arrived, Lady Lestrange greeted, having gathered a group on the lawn in anticipation of their arrival. It is indeed an honor to have Lady Lestrange personally welcome us, Kane remarked as he alighted from the carriage, performing a courteous gesture. A faint smile crossed Lady Lestrange's stern visage. Truly, she was a descendant of Slytherin. It is a pity that our family has missed out on such an exceptional youth. You flatter me, Kane replied, noticing a subtle change in the expressions of those standing behind Lady Lestrange. It seemed that this family was not without its own turbulence. After all, if harmony prevailed, the heir of the Lestrange family would not have met such an inexplicable demise. Please, do come in, Lady Lestrange urged, showing no intention of introducing the individuals behind her, and Kane chose not to press the matter. Upon entering the drawing room, Kane discovered an elderly gentleman with silver hair, amusing himself with a bowtruckle nestled between his fingers. Instantly, he was reminded of someone. You are Mr. Scamander? Chapter 2. Newt Scamander, the elderly gentleman, startled by the voice, was momentarily taken aback, having been engrossed in his interaction with the bowtruckle. You must be Kane, frequently mentioned by Dumbledore, Newt warmly greeted, discreetly tucking the bowtruckle into his pocket. The surprise now belonged to Kane. Dumbledore mentioning him often was not necessarily a good sign. I am Kane. It is a privilege to meet you. Kane approached Newt, shaking his hand, feeling a genuine fondness towards him. I never expected that you two were acquainted. It seems that exceptional individuals are indeed drawn to one another. Madame Lestrange's lips curled into a faint smile, yet her eyes betrayed no warmth. Ah, perhaps. Newt awkwardly averted his gaze from Madame Lestrange. Kane, however, found himself perplexed. It seemed there was something amiss between the two. Please, everyone, take a seat and sample the delicacies from the Lestrange family, she continued. Mr. Slytherin, I have arranged a banquet this evening to welcome you and Mr. Scamander. Madame Lestrange stirred her cup with a delicate golden spoon as she spoke. You are too gracious, Madame Lestrange. Kane had initially intended to meet with her, clarify matters, and depart without delay. Indeed, there is no need for such formality. Newt shifted slightly, echoing Kane's sentiment. That simply cannot be. Both of you are esteemed guests from afar, and I cannot miss the opportunity to extend my hospitality. Madame Lestrange insisted on hosting a banquet for the two. Kane and Newt exchanged glances, uncertain of her intentions, and could only acquiesce for the time being. During the banquet, it seemed as though Madame Lestrange's focus was solely on Newt and Kane, rendering the other guests mere shadows. Even Odette received no acknowledgement from her. The entire affair concluded amidst an atmosphere of discomfort and strangeness. Madame Lestrange later invited Newt and Kane into a private sitting room. "Mr. Scamander, Mr. Slytherin, I shall not beat about the bush any longer. I have consumed quite a bit of wine this evening," she said, her eyes slightly reddened. "I have summoned you both to uncover the truth behind my son's demise. Upon success, the Lestrange family will provide a reward that meets your satisfaction." After speaking, she poured herself another glass of red wine, gazing at the two with a tipsy allure. Kane glanced at Newt, noticing his unease, yet for reasons unknown. He refrained from declining. "Madame Lestrange, I fear I cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. The Lestrange family has yet to uncover the truth after all this time. I do not believe I can resolve matters upon my arrival." Kane frowned as he spoke. "That is because they do not wish for me to discover it." Madame Lestrange raised her voice suddenly. "Regrettably, I have still unearthed some clues. I trust no one from the Lestrange family. Mr. Scamander, you cannot refuse my plea. Mr. Slytherin, I implore you to reconsider, bearing in mind a mother's anguish." Newt hesitated, murmuring, "Lisa, I am merely a researcher of magical creatures. My son perished in the Western Forest. You know, a haven for many magical beings. Apart from you, I cannot think of anyone else who could traverse the Western Forest unscathed. Mr. Scamander, my son had a profound love for magical creatures and expressed a desire to become a magizoologist like you. You cannot turn your back on me." Lady Lestrange spoke with a quivering voice. "Very well, I shall assist you." Newt felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, it was the Lestrange family. Perhaps it was best to offer his help. "Kane, I have often heard Professor Dumbledore speak of you. I understand you are an exceptionally talented student. Would you care to accompany me on this venture?" Newt regarded Kane with curiosity, for Dumbledore had remarked that Kane surpassed even Voldemort in prowess during their time. "Mr. Scamander, you may not be aware, but while you are greatly favored by magical creatures, I find myself in stark contrast. They shy away from my presence," Kane remarked, arching an eyebrow. "Oh, how unwelcome are you? I mean, I possess some experience with magical creatures, so you need not worry," Newt instinctively inquired, only to realize the impropriety of his question, hastily retracting it. If Tina were present, she would surely twist his ear and reprimand him for his lack of decorum. "Kane, I implore you," Lady Lestrange began, lowering herself to kneel. "Do not do that. I shall agree," Kane quickly interjected, preventing her from bowing. "I promise to reward both of you handsomely afterward," Lady Lestrange insisted once more. She would not hesitate to deplete the Lestrange family's resources, for her dear Lyle was already gone. "By the way, Lady Lestrange, regarding the supplies you provided," Kane began, but was interrupted by her. "That is of no consequence. Even without me, the Slytherin family lacks for nothing." Kane found amusement in her response. The supplies were indeed trivial, merely seeds of the resurrection plant, though he was unsure if Lady Lestrange was aware of their significance. However, with Newt present, Kane felt it inappropriate to be forthright. Since Lady Lestrange seemed to regard these items with indifference, she likely did not comprehend the true nature of the seeds. Otherwise, she would have already sought ways for her son to utilize them. Kane released a quiet sigh of relief. "This is the key to the Western Forest, Mr. Scamander. Please keep it safe. In the coming days, I shall publicly announce that you both will be guests under the pretense of visiting my sister. I entrust the investigation to you. Even if it yields no results, I will not hold you accountable," Lady Lestrange said, her eyes reddening as she bowed once more. "We shall do our utmost," Kane and Newt replied in unison. The scorching sun cast its radiant light, yet it could not penetrate the depths of this ancient and vast forest. Occasionally, the melodious calls of birds echoed within, presenting a facade of tranquility to outsiders. Little did they know, this forest concealed a multitude of perilous magical creatures. Kane and Newt stood at the forest's edge, exchanging glances. "Mr. Scamander, you may simply call me Newt." "Very well, Newt. I am quite curious as to why you chose to assist Lady Lestrange." "Indeed, I have certain connections with the Lestrange family," Newt remarked, his demeanor betraying a hint of unease. Upon witnessing Newt's evasive manner, Kane chose not to press further. Lady Lestrange mentioned that the unique talisman belonging to the heir, Lyle, was not found on the corpse, and it is presumed to be hidden within some corner of this forest. However, given the forest's notorious reputation as a haven for magical creatures, danger is inevitable. Where shall we commence our search? Kane sought the opinions of experts based on the clues provided by Lady Lestrange. "We ought to inquire with the magical creatures residing within the forest." Newt was taken aback by Kane's suggestion, blinking in confusion. Kane sighed, recognizing the innate confidence of one born to the magical creature lineage. Such invisible arrogance can be perilous. Chapter 3. The ambush. As they ventured into the vast western forest, dense underbrush surrounded them, the ground carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves. Each step they took elicited a rustling sound. startling the vibrant red fire ants into a hasty retreat. Kane, spray this on yourself, Newt urged, handing him a bottle of dark green potion, indicating he should apply it. This concoction contained substances that could significantly deter pests. It is worth noting that the forest's fame is intrinsically linked to its perilous nature, beyond the dangerous magical creatures. There are also insidious, unidentified toxic plants that have led many wizards to their demise. Let us proceed, they said, preparing themselves before delving deeper into the western forest. Newt's companion, Pickett, caught the scent of the forest, unwilling to be left behind. He climbed out of Newt's pocket and found a comfortable spot on Newt's shoulder, contentedly swinging his tiny feet. Pickett, Newt said, with a hint of exasperation, as he affectionately retrieved a mealworm to feed his companion, demonstrating his gratitude. Pickett generously offered to share the mealworm with Newt. No, you enjoy it yourself, Pickett, Newt replied, gently patting the little leaves atop Pickett's head to decline the offer. Kane found the harmonious interaction between Newt and his pet quite amusing. However, in the next moment, the smile faded from Kane's face. Pickett cast a wary glance at Kane, as if fearing he might snatch away his food, and quickly turned to devour the mealworm with his back to Kane. Careful, Newt cautioned with a hint of tension. Sensing a gust of wind rushing past his ear, Kane swiftly tilted his head to the right, narrowly avoiding the rapid approach of a billywig. That was close. A bite from that blue-bodied, black-striped creature would likely send Kane floating away. Ahead lay the territory of the banshee, whose song could drive listeners to madness. Newt glanced at the faint feathers emerging between the tree shadows, affirming his observation. Kane brandished his wand and swiftly transformed the 2 green leaves atop the nearby bush. 2 pairs of white earmuffs appeared in Kane's hands as he turned to offer one to Newt. Your transfiguration skills are undoubtedly impressive, Newt exclaimed as he accepted the earmuffs. It's a trivial matter, Kane replied with calm acceptance of the compliment. I've simply grown accustomed to it. As they approached, they could see the dragon fruit-colored erumpent birds preening each other's feathers. Suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded. A green curse shot toward them from the front right. The erumpent bird caught in the line of fire lost several feathers and began to screech frantically. Be careful. The curse ultimately struck a tree, creating a coin-sized hole. Kane and Newt immediately stood back to back, alert to their surroundings. In the next moment, a barrage of curses surged toward them. Armored protection. Stupefy. Kane and Newt simultaneously countered, facing different enemies. They seek our lives. A flash of fierce resolve flickered in Kane's eyes. Explosions erupted. Kane intended to hold nothing back, as the forest echoed with a cacophony of blasts. Kane, do not destroy the erumpent's habitat. Newt, true to his character, was forever concerned for magical creatures. Then let us split up and advance. Kane deflected a curse, moving toward the left front. Shadow mist. Kane suddenly transformed into a wisp of black fog, swiftly locating the adversary and catching him off guard. A rotund man's face turned to one of terror as he unleashed several curses. The spells passed through the fog, striking the nearby bushes. Disarm. Kane deftly knocked the rotund man's wand away, pointing his own wand at the man's head. If you wish to live, you'd best speak honestly. Who sent you? It was Stupefy. Kane snapped his fingers with his left hand, casting a silent spell that incapacitated another would-be assailant from behind. The rotund man's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated Kane could dispatch his companion so effortlessly. Now, he truly was in a precarious position. It was Augustus Lestrange who sent us. The rotund man, desperate to save his own life, readily betrayed his superior. Augustus? A gaunt figure with a defiant expression surfaced in Kane's mind. Previously, Mrs. Lestrange had asked him to write a letter to Kane. Additionally, at the soirée, this man had attempted to engage Kane in conversation, only to be hastily dismissed by Mrs. Lestrange. How many of you are there? There are 5 of us. Augustus insisted that we eliminate you. Kane frowned at this revelation. However, upon reflection, he realized there was no need to worry about Newt. The magical creatures in his suitcase were no mere ornaments. Do you comprehend Augustus's intentions? Is he the mastermind behind the murder of the Lestrange heir? No, I am unaware. We merely act for remuneration. Cold sweat trickled down the round forehead, apprehensive that Kane might be displeased and dismiss him. With a relentless determination, Kane plunged into the expansive mind of the rotund figure before him, perusing his memories without restraint. There it was, the memory of Augusta conversing with the rotund man. I no longer wish to witness them. Standing beside Augusta was his son, John, one of the prospective heirs to the Lestrange legacy. Augusta was the brother of the former patriarch of the Lestrange family. Following the patriarch's demise, he was the most likely candidate for inheritance after Lyle. Though the formidable Lestrange matriarch posed a significant obstacle, had Kane's surname not been restored this summer, he would have been vying for the position of Lestrange heir alongside John and Ivan. Ivan, in turn, was the son of Camille, the former Lestrange patriarch's sister. After her husband's passing, she returned to the Lestrange household with her son. At her earnest pleading, the former patriarch, moved by his sister's plight, consented to Ivan adopting the Lestrange name. Kane, are you all right? Newt's voice broke through, tinged with urgency. The assailants were ruthless, and Newt feared for Kane's safety. Despite always hearing Dumbledore speak of Kane's remarkable nature. I am fine. Kane cast a stunning spell on the rotund man and proceeded towards Newt. In Newt's presence, Kane had no intention of delivering lethal blows. He did not wish to earn a reputation for ruthlessness. Newt was Dumbledore's cherished confidant, and Kane was reluctant to heighten Dumbledore's vigilance, as it would yield more harm than good. They are agents of the Lestrange family, Kane informed Newt. This truly is. Newt's words trailed off. He wished to remark on the chaotic nature of their circle, but given Kane's status as a pure blood, some sentiments remained unspoken. As Newt approached the two unconscious figures, assessing their condition, he discovered they had merely succumbed to unconsciousness and proceeded to bind them securely. No opportunity for a second assault could be afforded. As Newt worked, he imparted lessons on the art of delivering a coup de grace to Kane. The latter raised an eyebrow in private amusement. This was hardly the demeanor of a typical Hufflepuff, who asserts that Hufflepuffs are all virtuous. Who says so? Chapter 4. The werewolf Newt expended considerable effort to soothe several startled bowtruckle creatures. Upon meticulous examination, he found two seriously injured and in dire need of immediate treatment. A look of consternation crossed his face. The healing supplies were stowed within his suitcase, necessitating a trip to retrieve them. However, Kane remained present. Never mind. Treating the bowtruckle is of utmost importance. Besides, he is a student of Nico. I have faith. Newt, cradling the bowtruckle, cast an inquiring glance towards Kane. Upon witnessing the injured vile bird, Kane immediately reacted. A suitcase? Indeed. The vile bird urgently requires treatment. I must attend to this matter. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Kane expressed a keen interest in the renowned suitcase, subtly hinting to Newt that he was willing to help. Yes, and please bring in another vile bird. Newt gestured towards the smaller, despondent vile bird perched on a tree branch. No problem. Kane extended his arms and embraced the vile bird, which instinctively resisted and opened its beak to call out. Yet, Kane, swift as the wind and lightning fast, executed a precise maneuver to stifle its impending cry. Amidst Newt's somewhat peculiar gaze, the vile bird, cheeks puffed, seemed to relinquish its avian aspirations. Ahem, let us proceed. Newt cleared his throat and, finding a secluded spot, switched the suitcase to its magical mode, stepping inside first. Kane followed closely, climbing in via the wooden ladder. Upon entry, they were greeted by several palm-sized nifflers, playfully tumbling amidst a heap of glimmering treasures within a wicker cage, utterly adorable. Oh dear, realizing the cage door was wide open, Newt inferred that more nifflers had escaped in his moment of distraction. Please, have a seat, Kane. Newt indicated a stool in the small room and began tending to the vile bird's wounds. The two vile birds gazed at Newt with trust, remaining quiet and even nuzzling against him affectionately. Kane observed with a twinge of jealousy. Who could resist such fluffiness? Dee, good child, relax, it will be over soon. Newt gently administered medicine to the two vile birds. In this brief moment, he had even learned their names. Truly, he was a natural with magical creatures. Not content to simply remain seated, Kane approached the niffler's cage, playfully engaging with the adorable little beings. Little ones, don't miss out on this charming young man before you. He could easily care for you for a lifetime. As anticipated, upon noticing Kane's sparkling brooch, opulent rings, and jeweled attire, the nifflers eagerly clambered onto him, hoping to sustain themselves. Oh, little one, you can't have that ring, Kane chuckled, lifting a small, black, fluffy creature. You must be vigilant. These little ones are particularly fond of shiny objects. Newt glanced at Kane, offering a friendly warning. It's fine, as long as they enjoy it, Kane replied. Already captivated by the little creatures, unconcerned by the potential mischief. Unexpectedly, he realized that, aside from dragons and serpents, there were indeed exceptions among magical creatures. In that moment, Kane grasped the true power of Bruce Wayne's wealth. Would you like to take a tour? Newt suggested, having settled the vile birds, a light smile gracing his lips. It would be my utmost honor. Carrying a few nifflers, Kane followed Newt as they began their exploration. They encountered a variety of magical creatures, the grass-munching erumpent, the adorably wide-eyed mooncalf, the fleeting billywig, the elusive demiguise, and the tentacled bowtruckle, among others. Kane was utterly astonished, exclaiming how marvelous it all was. Indeed, visitors often expressed the same sentiment. Newt graciously acknowledged, proud of his extraordinary friends. However, we have lingered too long. It is time to proceed. With their belongings in order, the duo continued onward. After navigating the territories of the mooncalf and the venomous tentacula, they entered the realm of the Thunderbird. Newt gestured for Kane to stand a little farther back, cautiously approaching the Thunderbird to convey his benign intentions. Before long, Kane heard Newt mimicking the sounds of the Thunderbird, clearly indicating that a dialogue had commenced between the man and the creature. Puffskein mentioned that it had seen younglings nearby some time ago, Newt relayed. Kane's spirits lifted. It seemed their pursuit was indeed on the right track. The Thunderbird lacked a precise concept of time. Yet Puffskein was willing to guide them to where the offspring had been spotted. However, Newt noted that Puffskein had initially intended to go alone. After much persuasion, Puffskein agreed to allow Kane to join, albeit at a distance. Newt understood just how unwelcomed Kane was by magical creatures. Under Puffskein's guidance, they soon arrived at the location where the young had been seen. Look here, Kane pointed out the deep claw marks left on a tree. These are the marks of a werewolf. Newt sniffed the air, his expression turning grave. Werewolf. Kane did not doubt Newt's conclusion, but pondered whether the werewolves were implicated in the murder of the Lestrange heir. If true, it suggested a certain ruthlessness among some individuals. We must proceed with caution. Werewolves are formidable adversaries. Newt instructed Kane to walk behind him, heightening his vigilance. Puffskein, thank you for your guidance, Newt said, gently patting the Thunderbird's wing before allowing it to return. They also discovered werewolf tracks on the ground. As they ventured deeper, Kane's keen eyes noticed similar prints on the moss. They must be nearby. Newt signaled for Kane to raise his wand, and together they concealed themselves behind thick underbrush. Moving slowly. Hey, when are we going to snatch a few more kids for fun? Tender and succulent, they look quite delectable. A scarred man with a fierce demeanor licked his lips, nostalgia evident on his face. Behave yourself. The ministry is currently hunting for us, retorted a muscular bald man, fiddling with a pocket watch-like object, casting a stern glance at the scarred man. It's a pity there's no money in killing anymore, otherwise we could have enjoyed a few more good meals. The scarred man reminisced about the days of paid work. Silence, do not stir trouble. The bald man rose, casting a warning glare at the scarred individual. Kane tugged at Newt, signaling him to observe the object the bald man was toying with, which prominently bore the emblem of the Lestrange family. Madame Lestrange had previously shown them an image of a talisman identical to the one in the bald man's possession. Newt nodded, confirming it was indeed the same item. Kane and Newt exchanged a glance, deciding to remain motionless for the time being. They were but two and needed to ascertain the number of werewolves present. Chapter 5. The Fantastic Beasts Rally. As evening approached, the oppressive heat of the air began to dissipate, revealing a pale, round moon that appeared intermittently in the sky. The free-spirited wind whirled through the western forest, stirring a cascade of fallen leaves. Kane delicately brushed away the leaves that had settled on his forehead, refocusing his gaze on the gathering of werewolves. Newt. Night is upon us shortly. Tonight is the full moon, Kane remarked, his unspoken thoughts clear to Newt. The full moon signifies the brightest phase of the lunar cycle, during which werewolves inevitably succumb to their primal instincts, transforming into irrational beasts. Once they lose their sanity, their ferocity would multiply exponentially. During their period of inaction, several werewolves began to return, a development that greatly surprised both men. They had initially assumed these were the fugitive werewolves. Yet the scene before them suggested this was more likely a tribe. The leader had returned. A massive black-brown wolf, Frank, sprinted forward, clutching a boy of about 5 or 6 years in its jaws. With a thud, Frank dropped the child onto the ground amidst the cheers of the crowd. Leader, may I have a taste of this child? The scarred man eagerly approached Frank, his eyes glistening with greed at the sight of the tender boy. If you wish to perish, you may certainly try, Frank retorted, shaking his mane menacingly. Frank, who is this boy? Inquired the muscular man, gazing at the faintly breathing child on the ground with a hint of confusion. They were currently being pursued by the entire French Ministry of Magic, and Frank had previously advised them to maintain a low profile. This is the only son of the Auror office director, Francis. Huh, how dare his father relentlessly pursue us? I shall repay him in kind, demonstrating to those arrogant wizards our true might, Frank replied, his expression twisted with malice as he regarded the boy, devoid of any compassion. Will they trace us to our location? The muscular man, equipped with both brawn and intellect, voiced his concern regarding the ministry's potential for a decisive and thorough assault. Rest assured, those inept wizards would not dare to venture into the renowned western forest, Frank scoffed, doubting that the office dwellers could muster the resolve, as those wizards were particularly averse to risking their lives. By the way, has anything significant occurred today? Frank stealthily prowled for a day to confront Francis's son. No fool dared to challenge us, the werewolves. The muscular man confidently patted his chest and declared, excellent. I am famished, bring me food. Frank lounged with an air of arrogance, instructing his underling to fetch him sustenance from the tent. Meanwhile, Kane and Newt observed the return of the dark brown werewolf, exchanging glances before directing their attention towards the boy lying on the ground, teetering between life and death. Kane's expression grew somber. They had initially intended to ascertain the werewolf's numbers before taking action. If the count proved overwhelming, they would return another day with reinforcements. However, with the boy's predicament at hand, Kane felt compelled to intervene. His heart was not callous enough to witness the demise of an innocent child. From Kane's assessment, the wolf pack numbered around 100. With only the two of them, ensuring the boy's safety while executing a secure retreat was untenable. Kane subtly gestured towards Newt's crate. Newt, equally concerned for the child's well-being, recognized Kane's cue and swiftly rotated the brass knob, switching back to magical mode. There can be no hesitation. Twilight approaches. Now is the moment. In an instant, the elder and the youth reached a silent accord and dashed out. One left and one right. Kane surged from the left, catching the nearest werewolf off guard. The spell struck the creature, causing it to stagger back, yet it remained upright, refusing to succumb. This was rather awkward. The werewolf was remarkably resilient. Time seemed to freeze for Kane, Newt, and the pack of werewolves. Each party caught in a moment of stillness. Suddenly, Frank discarded the roasted chicken he had been voraciously devouring, transforming once more into the imposing dark brown wolf. With a powerful leap, he lunged at Kane, baring his formidable teeth toward the vulnerable neck of his target. Kane could even detect the nauseating stench emanating from the werewolf's maw. In a fleeting moment, he became a wisp of mist, evading Frank's ferocious assault. As Newt contended with other werewolves, he tossed the opened crate amidst the approaching foes. Friends, emerge and meet them. A werewolf with a tuft of red fur curiously peered into the crate. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was sent soaring through the air, soaring high above. A thestral emerged, shaking its head, followed by a procession of various magical creatures. A deadly screech from a harpy rang out, incapacitating the menacing werewolves, who began to levitate. A swooping snidget grasped the suspended werewolves and ascended into the sky, only to release them from great heights. A majestic stag, adorned with a cunning expression, used its antlers to send the fallen werewolves flying once more, delivering a secondary blow. The final blow was delivered by the nimble Sniffles, who weaved through the werewolves, brandishing shimmering silver spears to jab at their eyes. Other magical creatures also showcased their unique abilities, engaging in a fierce battle with the werewolves. The magical menagerie rallied. Huzzah! While Newt experienced a favorable turn of events, Kane found himself in perilous straits. The pack of werewolves, upon noticing the tender, delicate Kane daring to provoke them, had their primal bloodlust ignited, relentlessly pursuing him. Shadows danced with the wind. Thunderous explosions erupted. A series of powerful spells were unleashed by Kane, striking the werewolves. With their leader, Frank, already bloodied and battered. Little brat, today marks your end. Frank, tormented by pain, was driven to madness, his eyes turning a deep crimson. Oh really? Taste this. Kane swiftly altered his strategy, casting a dance spell that compelled the werewolves to uncontrollably twirl. Howls of agony echoed as the pack collided with one another. You'll pay for this. Howl Frank glared at Kane with a murderous intent, yet he could not escape the chaotic collisions with his fellow werewolves. Kane, the child is safe. We must leave at once. Newt temporarily placed the child in a box. Once all the magical creatures returned, he urged Kane to retreat. Incoming. Flames roared as Kane responded, igniting one final fire before their departure. After all, a bonfire and dance complement each other splendidly. With a wolf's howl, the pack responded in unison, a cacophony of howls erupting. Kane instinctively glanced at the sky, where a full moon had unknowingly risen high against the night. This is bad. Chapter 6. A fire in summer beneath the moonlight. The previously fallen werewolves seemed to rise anew, as if rejuvenated. Their eyes glowed crimson, rancid drool pooling on the ground. Their sights were fixated solely on Kane and Newt. Slaughter! Slaughter! The primal ferocity within them swelled, and under Frank's command, they charged once more at the two. Run! Without hesitation, Kane transformed into a plume of black mist, quickly distancing himself from the pack. Only when the howls faded did he come to a halt. Kane turned to find that Newt had not followed. Oh no! He remembered that Newt's box contained flying magical creatures. Had the previous battle exhausted them beyond the ability to assist further? Kane's gaze darkened with uncertainty. Whether to save or not was a dilemma. In the next moment, he transformed back into black mist and rushed back. As he suspected, Newt was now surrounded by werewolves, in grave danger. Thunderous explosions erupted as Kane sent several werewolves flying. You shouldn't have returned. Newt's face was etched with anxiety. Kane, a child capable of escape, had once again plunged into danger for the sake of this old man. Those who came together must depart together. Kane and Newt resumed their back-to-back stance, vigilantly observing the encroaching werewolves. Did the magical creatures still possess the strength to fight? Kane could not help but inquire loudly. They were already thoroughly exhausted. The sheer number of werewolves was overwhelming. Newt, equally helpless, found the quantity of werewolves far beyond their expectations. There was no alternative but to face it. Gazing at the numerous cracks in his armor, Kane resolved himself. Just then, with a resounding crash, the armor shattered completely. Frank opened his toothy maw wide and unhesitatingly lunged for Kane's head. A fire shield emerged. Blue flames ignited around Kane and Newt, creating a barrier that isolated the werewolves. How? How can you do this? Newt exclaimed, astonished, as he turned abruptly to face Kane. It just happened that way, Kane replied, his gaze flickering. Previously, He had coaxed the system into granting him Grindelwald's specialized skills, but had yet to find an opportunity to utilize them. It was not until he had checked in at the iconic scene of Harry and Voldemort's confrontation over the Philosopher's Stone that the system had bestowed this skill upon him. Oh, the werewolves attempting to breach the blue flames could only emit a final, anguished cry before disintegrating into nothingness. The scene before Newt left him with no time for further inquiries. The blue flames ruthlessly harvested lives, evoking memories from years gone by. It was in Paris, also connected to Lestrange, where the blue flames nearly obliterated the entire city. The howls of the werewolves momentarily restored a semblance of sanity to their chaotic ranks. They watched the blue tongues of flame transform into dragons and instinctively recoiled. Alas, the moon seemed to disapprove of the werewolves' malevolence, shining ever more brilliantly in the sky. Awoo, the primal urge for slaughter once again prevailed, and they recklessly leaped into the embrace of the blue flames. Kane could not help but cover his eyes. It was too horrific, far too horrific. Could this be considered a magical rendition of the moon exterminates you? Doge emoji. Kane, we must stop the flames from spreading. There are too many magical creatures here. We cannot allow them to lose their home. Newt, witnessing the intensifying blue flames, could no longer restrain himself. What shall we do? Kane tossed the resolution back to Newt. He had only learned how to ignite fires, not extinguish them. Newt paused momentarily, as if incredulous that the fire he had started must be extinguished by another. With all spells end, follow my lead and plant your wand in the ground. All spells end. All spells end. In unison, the two thrust their wands into the earth, halting the soaring flames from spreading further. Phew. After considerable effort, the two finally extinguished the blue flames completely. Gazing around, they beheld over 30 werewolves lying motionless, their fates uncertain. The forest in their vicinity had been reduced to ashes, presenting a scene of utter desolation. This sight felt oddly familiar to Kane, who recalled the forbidden forest consumed by a fierce fire. Embarrassed, he sheepishly touched his nose, realizing he could no longer claim to be merely a naive arsonist. Lay down your wands. Merlin, where is my child? The French aurors, clad in casual attire, raised their wands toward the pair. It appeared that both the French and British aurors shared a common trait. They arrived only after the crisis had subsided. Perhaps all aurors across the globe were the same? Mr. Scamander, spoke a serious-looking blond man, his voice hoarse with disbelief as he recognized Newt. What brings you here? Well, it's a long story, Newt replied, opening his mouth but unsure where to begin. Captain Francis, it's confirmed. This is indeed the werewolf pack we are pursuing. They must have fled from the south to arrive here, said a young auror with silver hair, excitement gleaming in his eyes. These notorious werewolves had finally been apprehended. Yet, the thought of the captain's son, whose fate remained unknown, swiftly extinguished any exhilaration. It must be Mr. Scamander who vanquished this pack of werewolves, Captain Francis said, tears welling in his eyes. Thank you. Thank you for avenging my poor child. In truth, it was Kane who had eliminated the werewolves. Newt gestured towards Kane, who stood silently beside him. What? How is that possible? Francis's sorrow was eclipsed by overwhelming shock. The other aurors turned their incredulous gazes upon Kane. Disbelief etched on their faces. I merely assisted. Mr. Scamander is the true hero in vanquishing the werewolves, Kane explained calmly, unfazed by their intense scrutiny. The crowd seemed to share a collective understanding. An obvious minor could not possibly have eradicated an entire pack of werewolves. It was simply inconceivable. Newt wished to say more, but Kane's imploring gaze silenced him. Aware that discretion was paramount, Kane preferred not to reveal himself too soon. Both of you are deserving of great commendation. I shall certainly petition the minister to award you both the Order of Merlin, Captain Francis declared, mustering his strength, assuring that the French Ministry of Magic would not forget those who served valiantly. By the way, are you searching for a child? Yes. My son Franz was abducted by the vile Frank. Captain Francis's spirits lifted instantly, hope igniting in his eyes as he looked at Newt. Indeed, Kane and I have encountered that child. Where is he? Francis followed Newt's gaze toward the box. In that instant, realization dawned upon him. It is important to note that Newt's suitcase is a subject of keen scrutiny by the magical ministries of various nations, and the secrets contained within it are an unspoken understanding among these ministries. Come, there may be suspicious individuals over there. Let us investigate, he suggested. The other aurors, understanding the implications, hastily concocted excuses to vacate the area. As for the suitcase, we did not see anything. Chapter 7. There are always regrets. Newt returned to the confines of his suitcase with Kane and Francis. How are you, my son? Upon seeing his son lying unconscious on the small bed, Francis felt as though his heart was being tightly gripped, leaving him breathless with anguish. Francis, I have administered preliminary treatment to Franz. His condition has stabilized, Newt informed him. After a brief pause, he added, however, there is something for which you must prepare yourself. Approaching the bedside, Newt gently lifted Franz's hair, revealing 2 bleeding puncture wounds on the nape of his neck. Francis collapsed onto the floor, his foreboding thoughts now a grim reality. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, the actual event was too much to bear. Kane looked upon the sorrowful father with a profound sense of sympathy. Though Franz was a victim of a werewolf's bite, he would inevitably face prejudice from wizards in the future. At merely 5 or 6 years of age, one could only wonder if he would withstand such a transformation. Those werewolves shall pay dearly for their actions. I swear it by Merlin, Francis declared, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he trembled and slowly embraced Franz. Do not fear, your father will always protect you. Newt and Kane watched the poignant scene unfold in silence, feeling powerless to intervene. Captain Francis, there is a matter I must entrust to you. Kane removed a unique talisman from a muscular werewolf and handed it to Francis. Newt and I have been commissioned by Mrs. Lestrange to investigate the truth behind the death of her heir, Lyle. This, indeed, belongs to Lyle. Therefore, should the Aurors uncover any information from the werewolves, I kindly request that you inform us. Francis examined the talisman before agreeing to the task. Will you accompany us back? He inquired. Not at this time. I must conduct a patrol of the western forest to soothe the frightened magical creatures. Newt declined with a wave of his hand. Very well, then. We shall take our leave, Francis replied, not pressing the matter further. He gestured for his subordinates to secure the werewolves and carried Franz back home. Let us depart. After an entire night of diligent effort, Newt and Kane confirmed no magical creatures were harmed by the devastating fire, and they resolved to return to their quarters. You have finally returned. Were you successful in your search? Mrs. Lestrange approached them immediately, a blend of trepidation and hope illuminating her expression as she sought the truth. We shall not disappoint you. Kane entrusted the amulet to Mrs. Lestrange. The moment Mrs. Lestrange laid eyes on the talisman, she became choked with emotion. Liza Newt hesitated, uncertain how to console her, instinctively casting a glance towards Kane. The events that had transpired thus far had illuminated for Newt that Kane was indeed extraordinary, transcending the perception of a mere child. Kane shook his head. He was not adept at offering comfort. Fortunately, Mrs. Lestrange soon regained her composure. Her eyes reddened as she gazed at the two. Who has slain my child? She cried out. We found this in the hands of a werewolf. Werewolf? Mrs. Lestrange's pupils dilated in disbelief, filled with incredulity. How dare they? Although she had suspected that the perpetrator was someone from within, she could hardly fathom that they would summon the infamous werewolf to harm her child. Furthermore, we were ambushed in the western forest. After interrogation, it was revealed that it was the doing of Auguste Lestrange. Kane provided Mrs. Lestrange with another lead. Have you gleaned anything from the werewolf? She inquired. The werewolf has been taken by an Auror from the Ministry of Magic. I have already conferred with the Aurors, and they will inform us if there are any developments. Understood. I shall seek the truth from the Ministry of Magic. Additionally, I have a request that I hope you both will honor. As this matter is not yet fully resolved, I wish for the details regarding Auguste to remain undisclosed for the time being. Mrs. Lestrange's tone was remarkably calm, yet her eyes concealed a depth of madness. Kane sensed that this was far from over. Mrs. Lestrange would undoubtedly seek frenzied retribution. He and Newt nodded in agreement, signaling their commitment to secrecy. The Lestrange family would offer 500,000 galleons from Gringotts as compensation for the two of you. I hope this is satisfactory. Kane was astounded by Mrs. Lestrange's generous offer. He was uncertain of the wealth of the French Lestrange family, but he knew that the British branch must possess at least 300,000 galleons in Gringotts, even after the setbacks caused by Bella and her husband supporting Voldemort. As for the original lineage in France, their wealth was likely even more substantial. Let us consider the figures. The salaries of the Ministry of Magic employees are among the highest in the wizarding world, yet their average monthly pay barely exceeds 100 galleons, totaling around 1,000 annually, and just over 10,000 in a decade. That is an exorbitant sum. Kane and Newt both shook their heads in disbelief. Regardless, my Lyle is no longer here. This sum is better bestowed upon you than squandered on those ungrateful wretches. It's not excessive. Let's say 200,000 each. Kane silently commended Mrs. Lestrange. He had always admired women of such lavish generosity. With a playful smirk, Kane requested that his share be directly transferred to his private account at Gringotts in the UK. No longer hesitating, he resolved to accept the reward he rightfully earned through his labor, feeling no shame in doing so. This decision was final. Mrs. Lestrange patted Kane on the shoulder, and upon seeing Kane's agreement, Newt promptly acquiesced. With this sum, he could expand the scope of his magical creature rescue efforts, and Tina would cease her incessant nagging. Mrs. Lestrange, we shall not impose further, Kane declared, intent on conducting research near Fostenburg now that matters were settled. Just as Mrs. Lestrange was about to respond, a black long-tailed owl swooped in, clutching a letter. After delivering the missive to Mrs. Lestrange, the owl cocked its head, its large eyes fixated on Kane. Coo, annoying humans. Hurry and feed me, it seemed to convey. What could that possibly mean? Kane glanced at Newt, who was stifling a laugh. Newt said nothing, instead pulling some nuts from his pocket and handing them directly to Kane. Momentarily taken aback, Kane soon understood and dutifully fed the owl, Clearly, Clara has made your acquaintance. Newt remarked. After all, it brought you a letter, do you remember? Of course. Kane nodded vigorously, though in truth, he did not recall at all. Did not all owls of the same species look alike? Nevertheless, it mattered not. He was a man of resourcefulness. Mrs. Lestrange closed the letter she had read. You cannot depart just yet, she announced. Chapter 8. The intricacies of the aristocracy. Kane's first reaction was disbelief. Surely Mrs. Lestrange was not about to change her mind and seek to take advantage of them. Degas Campbell, my brother-in-law and the Minister of Magic for France, invites you both to visit the ministry, she clarified. Fear not. This is merely to honor your contributions to the French magical community. Noticing Newt's expression, Mrs. Lestrange continued. Rest assured, it is not related to the suitcase. Thus, I must request that you both remain here for a few days. Degas has invited journalists from across France, and you are required to attend the ministry in 3 days. Could he not go alone? Kane and Newt chorused, pointing at one another. That is not an option. Degas insists that both of you attend, Mrs. Lestrange replied, perplexed by their reluctance. This is a splendid opportunity for recognition. To which Kane felt compelled to retort. Would you care to take this boon for yourself? What are your plans for the next few days? She inquired. I intend to visit Faustenberg Square, Kane responded. Oh, are you finally planning to introduce your ingenious invention to France? Kane was taken aback, realizing that Odette had evidently spoken to her. Mrs. Lestrange nodded. Her gaze ardent as she regarded Kane. Odette is a wonderful girl. Kane blinked. Was she flaunting her discerning eye for choosing a daughter-in-law? What is a little spirit? Ignored by the two, Newt boldly sought to join the conversation. This is what it is. Let me enlighten you. Mrs. Lestrange produced an extravagant version of the little spirit from her ring, eager to broaden Newt's horizons. By the way, bring Odette along with you. I have several shops. Just tell Odette which one you fancy, and it's yours. Kane, caught by Mrs. Lestrange's irresistible gaze, reluctantly acquiesced. Go find Odette. Mrs. Lestrange waved her hand dismissively. Newt nudged Kane with a smirk, his face alight with mischief. What's wrong? Has Newt taken a turn for the bizarre? Kane, bewildered, decided to seek out Odette. Adjusting his butterfly tie, Kane gazed at Odette with a hint of exasperation. Is it truly necessary to be this formal? Of course. There will be a banquet following the interview. At that moment, Odette, clad in a little black dress, had her usually loose hair intricately styled into a princess bun, exuding elegance and refinement. Let us go. Newt is waiting for us. Kane, no longer willing to delay, stepped out first, dressed in a white uniform. His sharply defined features became more pronounced as he strode confidently, his form resembling that of a stately pine, strikingly handsome. As they entered, they captivated Newt and Mrs. Lestrange, who were awaiting them in the drawing room. Wow, you're almost as dashing as my Lyle. Mrs. Lestrange adjusted Kane's attire, her eyes revealing a myriad of emotions. Upon entering the French Ministry of Magic, the towering glass dome immediately caught their attention. Adorned with France's most iconic magical creatures, the immense spherical crystal chandeliers illuminated every corner of the hall. On either side of the circular corridor on the second floor stood statues of goddesses with outstretched wings, while elegantly dressed witches and wizards bustled back and forth. Mrs. Lestrange, Minister Campbell has kept me waiting here for quite some time. A blonde wizard in a blue robe approached them directly. Anthony, it's been a while. Mrs. Lestrange greeted Anthony warmly. I presume this is the illustrious Mr. Scamander and Mr. Slytherin? A pleasure to meet you, and of course, this lovely young lady. Anthony acknowledged each of them with courteous attention. Please, follow me to the 5th floor reception room for a moment. The group enjoyed tea and snacks in peaceful anticipation. Before long, Anthony re-entered the reception room. Mr. Scamander, Mr. Slytherin. Please follow me to the 2nd floor. The minister and the reporters are waiting. The Ministry of Magic vowed to leave no stone unturned in combating evil, ensuring peace for the French wizards. Kane and Newt were led to a behind-the-scenes position on the 2nd floor, where they immediately heard a lengthy discourse from Graves. Minister Gross prepared a surprise for the two gentlemen, and I shall reveal a hint of it here. Anthony lowered his voice as he spoke to Kane and Newt. Truly, they are politicians who possess an astute understanding of human sentiment. Henceforth, the Aurors shall persist in their diligent efforts. Now, let us welcome the two heroes who collaborated with the Aurors to vanquish the werewolves, Newt Scamander and Kane Slytherin. Amidst a resounding applause, Kane and Newt appeared before a multitude of journalists. As they stepped onto the stage, they were nearly blinded by the flashes of cameras. Look here, Mr. Slytherin. Change your angle. Yes, don't move. A throng of reporters erupted with excitement, directing their cameras towards Kane. This freshly minted Slytherin arrived with the topic of werewolf eradication, and the anticipation was palpable. They had to seize the opportunity to capture several shots. It appears our two heroes are quite favored, Gross teased, eliciting knowing laughter from the journalists, and the atmosphere brightened considerably. To commend their valiant deeds, I shall bestow upon them the French Order of Courage. Gross raised his hand to quell the jubilant cheers, adding, moreover, I shall nominate them for the third-class Merlin Medal in recognition of their achievements. The applause surged once more, as the journalists trained their lenses on Kane, poised to witness the emergence of the youngest recipient of the Merlin Medal. Quickly now, take a few more shots. Gross personally awarded the Order of Courage to the three. Yes, three. Francis stood slightly embarrassed to the side, visibly uneasy. He had not wished to attend. However, Gross insisted that if the French wizards learned that the werewolf crisis was resolved by 2 British wizards, their pride would be wounded. Thus, the French Aurors had to have a place in this matter. The award ceremony concluded amidst a flurry of applause. My apologies, Francis said, approaching Kane and Newt with a goblet in hand. We have witnessed the toil of the Aurors. Let us toast to the heroes. Newt, lacking prowess in grandiloquent speech, left Kane to articulate their sentiments. To the heroes. Francis felt a sense of relief as he raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. By the way, regarding what you mentioned earlier, the werewolf confessed yesterday. Francis spoke in a lowered voice. Madam, there has been an incident. Mile rushed into the banquet, perspiring profusely. What has transpired? This is the Ministry of Magic. There is no need for such outbursts. Mrs. Lestrange's gaze was accusatory. Auguste and Camille have been murdered by dark wizards who broke into the estate. An immediate uproar ensued. Minister Grasse's expression darkened. He had just been praising the safety of France, only to be struck with a harsh reality. Francis, a thorough investigation is imperative, Grasse commanded with utmost seriousness. Francis and Kane exchanged a glance before hastily making their way to the scene. Kane silently twirled his cup, unable to suppress his admiration for the ruthless nature of Mrs. Lestrange. As Francis had just revealed, it was indeed Camille, the sister of the newly appointed clan leader, who had orchestrated the assassination of Lyle by a werewolf. Naturally, the shadow of Auguste was also cast over this affair. Kane found it hard to believe that events had unfolded with such eerie coincidence. The truth was conveniently known. They just happened to attend the banquet, and calamity struck at the same moment. Clearly, Newt, standing nearby, had also begun to deduce the truth behind the assassination of the 2 men. After a prolonged silence, Newt could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Your circle is truly chaotic." Chapter 9. Meeting Nico with the matter of Lyle concluded, Kane and Newt resolved to visit the safe house where Nicolette resided. Odette, we have other matters to attend to. We must part ways here. Have a delightful time, they said, turning to head in different directions. The fervent breeze lifted Odette's skirt as if attempting to retain her steps, prompting her to pause. When she turned around, the figure she sought had vanished. Once Kane and Newt reached a secluded spot, Kane produced a black card that Nico had sent in advance. It bore the familiar formula. The moment Newt glimpsed the card, his eyes sparkled with a nostalgic smile. Let us go, Kane said, activating the coordinates inscribed on the card, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Purnell, Kane and Newt are on their way. I saw them in the crystal ball, Nico announced, dashing to share the good news with his wife. Wonderful. I shall prepare some refreshments at once, Purnell replied, equally exhilarated, and hurried off. Ah, this dizzying sensation, Kane remarked, feeling as though he had been tossed into a washing machine, momentarily nauseous. You'll get used to it, Newt shrugged, having endured the same ordeal. Hello, old friend. Nico greeted Newt with cheerful little steps. Nico. Newt quickly approached and embraced him. Oh, be gentle, my old bones. Nico feigned a complaint. Little Kane. Before Kane could greet Nico, he was enveloped in the warm embrace of Purnell, who rushed in upon hearing the news. Mother. Kane gently reciprocated Purnell's embrace. Come with me. I have prepared plenty of food for you. Hi, Newt. Purnell tugged Kane toward the living room, suddenly recalling another presence and offering a perfunctory greeting. Upon seeing Kane, Purnell's focus shifted entirely. Nico quietly began to grumble to Newt. Old man, what are you mumbling about? Hurry and invite Newt over. Purnell shot Nico a stern glance. Teacher. Having arrived first, Kane rose from his seat to greet the 2 visitors. Welcome, please take a seat. Upon hearing Kane address him as teacher, Nico's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Newt, how did you end up with Kane? Nico inquired slowly while picking at a muffin. His curiosity piqued. Well, it all began with a youthful indiscretion, Newt recounted, explaining the origins of the situation. Oh, so it was due to the romantic entanglements of your youth, Nico teased with a knowing grin. Coughing discreetly, Newt nearly choked on his drink at Nico's bold remark. Mind your words in front of Kane. There's no need to speak so freely. Not at all. Please continue. I find it utterly delightful, Kane interjected eagerly, his eyes sparkling with interest in the gossip from the previous generation. Indeed, as expected from my apprentice. Allow me to share, Nico said, undeterred by Newt's slight discomfort. As he animatedly began recounting tales from Newt's younger days. Even Albus and Grindelwald in their youth. I'm well aware of their stories. Nico. Perhaps it's best to focus on your muffin, Peregrine interjected, attempting to curtail Nico's spiraling narrative, as discussions of Dumbledore and Grindelwald were not to be taken lightly. Very well. Nico conceded, though his expression suggested he was far from finished. Kane, don't mind that old fellow. He simply enjoys reminiscing about trivial matters. Peregrine, upon glancing at Kane, swiftly transformed his demeanor into one of warmth. By the way, you mentioned wanting to upgrade the little communicator to video mode. How is that progressing? Nico, eager to engage, sought answers. We have made preliminary advancements toward video capability, though the image clarity remains subpar and requires further refinement, Newt responded. Perfect. Stay with me a few more days, and we can delve into it together, Kane suggested, both he and Nico sharing a satisfied smile. I'll head off to tidy up little Kane's room. You all continue your conversation, Peregrine declared, his excitement palpable at the prospect of Kane extending his stay. Thank you, teacher, Kane replied. Not a bother at all. Peregrine responded with a playful pinch to Kane's handsome cheek. Humph, it has been ages since my wife has smiled at me, Nico remarked. A hint of jealousy in his tone. And Tina as well, her eyes filled with just the children, Newt lamented, finally finding a kindred spirit to voice his grievances. In my youth, I was quite the catch, far surpassing little Kane by a long shot. Nico raised his teacup, reminiscing about the past. Indeed, decades ago. I too was the belle of Hufflepuff, Newt echoed, caught up in nostalgia. From Kane's perspective, the two were so engrossed in their reminiscence that it nearly brought tears to their eyes. It seems both you and Professor Newt still possess an undeniable charm. Evident in your flowing white hair, Kane observed. Both of you bear the marks of time at the corners of your eyes, which is what true handsomeness is all about. Kane's lips are constantly flapping, exuding an air of mischief. Ha ha. The three exchanged knowing smiles. Teacher, I have already visited Faustenberg Square and am prepared to establish a shop for the little Ling Tong there in France. It's a splendid location. I possess numerous deeds for that area. Should you fancy any particular spot, I shall secure it for you directly. You are a step too late. Someone has already offered a place to your precious apprentice. This time, it was Newt's turn to tease. Who might that be? It wouldn't be Lestrange, would it? Nico hesitated momentarily before realizing something. I suppose they have a discerning eye. He noticed Kane nodding, reluctantly muttering a response. By the way, during this period, if you wish, you could also meander about at Ilvermorny. I assure you, there are plenty of treasures to discover there. But I am a student at Hogwarts. Would that not pose a problem? Nico is the primary stakeholder at Ilvermorny, so it certainly won't, Newt interjected. Indeed, I shall inform Madame Maxime in advance. Very well. I would be delighted to go. Kane nodded, his anticipation for the journey to Ilvermorny growing. Teacher, there is something I wish to apologize to you for. Kane, recalling the original purpose of this trip, looked at Nico with sincerity. You are referring to the Philosopher's Stone, I presume. No need for concern. I have previously set aside ample Philosopher's Stone powder, so death shall not come knocking just yet. Moreover, death is but a grand adventure, is it not? His life was a tapestry woven with both tumultuous storms and gentle streams. His only prior regret was not finding a suitable heir. With Kane now by his side, that last regret had vanished. Even if death were to arrive at this very moment, he would face it with equanimity. To death. Nico raised his glass. To death. Kane and Newt joined him in a toast. Though peril may abound, I shall remain steadfast. Chapter 10. Fleur Delacour on a sweltering summer day. Kane nestled in Nico's sanctuary, wholly absorbed in the immersive study of alchemy. When engrossed in his work, time flew by remarkably quickly. Kane, you have been here for a month. It is time for you to venture out. Perinaire could no longer bear to watch. The youth should exhibit more vigor. A piercing gaze fell upon Nico, who instantly felt the pressure. It is of no concern to me. He chooses not to go out. Nico steadfastly refused to admit that he too relished the teaching and learning process, especially since Kane was the type to grasp concepts with ease. This allowed him to truly experience the joy of education intertwined with amusement. Kane, Perinaire is correct. You should not remain cooped up. Under Perinaire's scrutinizing gaze, Nico swiftly changed his stance. I have already spoken with Madame Maxime. She arranged for a guide at Beauxbatons. You should go now, as they are already waiting for you. Nico gave a slight wave of his hand, prompting Kane to disappear swiftly. Very well. Kane set down the half-finished alchemical doll, and, for the sake of his mentor's blissful life, he acquiesced. The living room contained a one-way fireplace leading to Beauxbatons. You may proceed directly through there. Kane obediently nodded, grasped a handful of Fleur powder, and tossed it into the fireplace, where green flames erupted fiercely. Beauxbatons. In an instant, Kane vanished. After a dizzying spin, Kane landed safely. Ahem. The first thing Kane did upon emerging was to refresh himself. This fireplace had evidently been in use for quite some time, covered in dust. How very untidy. A voice laced with sarcasm remarked. Kane turned at the sound to see a tall, slender girl, her features obscured by the light behind her, scrutinizing him. Who are you? I am Fleur Delacour, sent here at the behest of Madame Maxime. The girl stepped forward from the shadows, her true visage emerging unmistakably. Before him stood a young woman with exquisitely sculpted features, her bright, pale blue eyes seemingly imbued with life, cascading silver hair flowing around her, adding an air of enchantment. I am Kane Slytherin. A pleasure to meet you, Kane replied politely, gazing at Fleur. Noticing Kane's calm demeanor, Fleur felt somewhat surprised. She had encountered many boys who gazed at her in a daze, but rarely had she seen one like Kane, which diminished her initial feelings of disdain and irritation. She had intended to spend quality time with her sister Gabrielle during the summer, yet Madame Maxime insisted on her guiding a visitor around Beauxbatons, which she found rather bothersome. Moreover, Madame Maxime's tone suggested that this visitor was of considerable importance, further fueling Fleur's sense of indignation. "Come, I shall show you around," Fleur, as the hostess, initiated the conversation. "My apologies." Kane perceived Fleur's reluctance, her words tinged with coldness. If possible, he would have preferred to explore on his own. However, as one of the 3 prestigious schools in Europe, Beauxbatons surely had its own safeguards. It was wiser to comply. Beauxbatons is nestled in the Pyrenees, surrounded by vast expanses of magical lawns and stunning mountain vistas. If fortunate, one might even glimpse forest fairies dancing joyously and singing throughout the campus. During the tour, Fleur proudly introduced her alma mater, then abruptly shifted the conversation. "And what of Hogwarts?" "Hogwarts is a magnificent castle, bordered by expansive forests and the boundless Black Lake." Kane gazed at Beauxbatons, yet his thoughts drifted back to Hogwarts. In his eyes, no school could rival the beauty of Hogwarts. "Sounds delightful." As Kane spoke of Hogwarts with a tender smile, Furong felt a flicker of longing for the esteemed institution. "Hogwarts is indeed remarkable," Kane asserted without hesitation, championing his beloved school. "I must respectfully disagree, sir. Beauxbatons is truly the finest," Furong countered, tossing her gleaming hair defiantly. "Shall we visit the library?" Kane suggested, deftly shifting the conversation toward the highlight of their excursion. He understood that a debate over which school was superior would yield no resolution, as he would steadfastly maintain that Hogwarts was unparalleled. "You are quite the bookworm," Furong remarked, shaking her head as she led Kane to the library. As one of the 3 grand magical schools of Europe, Beauxbatons boasted a profound legacy, evident from the seemingly endless rows of books within its library. Kane felt utterly at home here. After selectively choosing a few volumes, he quickly immersed himself in their contents. Furong also picked a book, unwilling to be outdone by someone a few years her junior. After approximately 2 hours, however, she found herself unable to continue. The mere thought of it being summer only heightened her restlessness. Stealing a glance at Kane, who was oblivious to the world outside, Furong quietly slipped away. Kane noticed her departure in his peripheral vision but paid it no mind, remaining engrossed in his studies. His knowledge of spells had reached a significant level. It was time to delve deeper, and Beauxbatons' library was the perfect place for that. "Furong, how is that boy?" Madame Maxim inquired eagerly upon seeing her most prized student. "He is quite the bookworm, staying in the library after touring the school," Furong complained from her perch on a pink sofa. "Is there anything else about him that sets him apart?" "Well, aside from being slightly more handsome than most, I have yet to discover anything else," Furong replied, feeling relaxed in Madame Maxim's presence. "He is a student of Nicholm," Madame Maxim informed Furong. "What? How is that possible? You have mentioned me to Master Lemay numerous times, yet he never agreed to take me on as a pupil," Furong exclaimed in indignation. "What credentials does he possess?" "Take a look at this," Madame Maxim said, handing Furong a newspaper featuring a report on Kane's triumph over a pack of werewolves. "He defeated a whole pack of werewolves? Is this for real?" Furong's beautiful face was etched with astonishment. She had been so preoccupied with leisure that she had missed such significant news. "You'll know if you seize the opportunity," Madame Maxim suggested, contemplating her own strategies. "I shall certainly treat him with the utmost hospitality," Furong declared through gritted teeth. "Do not underestimate him," Madame Maxim cautioned, observing the fierce determination in her student's expression. She was keen to ascertain whether this sudden emergence of Slytherin was founded on genuine substance or merely a fade. "Worry not, for I shall handle it all." Fleur resolved to teach Kane a lesson. Chapter 11. If apologies held any weight, why would we need horrors? On a day in mid to late August, within the confines of the Beauxbatons library, Kane's wand unexpectedly illuminated with a sphere of light the size of a fist. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the sphere detached itself from the tip of the wand, floating gracefully in the air. In the next moment, the sphere spontaneously divided into 4 slightly smaller orbs. A new spell, born from the combination of the levitation charm and the splitting charm, had now reached a stage where he could control their stable classification. Should the effects of a thunderous explosion charm be incorporated, it would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable new spell of mass destruction. However, the complexity of crafting new spells would certainly be magnified compared to previous endeavors. Kane unconsciously directed the orbs as they floated, wholly engrossed in the development of this new incantation, murmuring to himself. Beside him, Fleur tossed her hair and cast an irritated glance at Kane. "Here we go again. How could anyone remain in the library for so long without growing weary? Truly a bookworm." Fleur puffed her cheeks, frustrated that Kane had been ensconced in the library for over half a month, leaving her at a loss for any excuse to reprimand him. Thud! Fleur picked up a book and slammed it onto the table. What's the matter? Kane's focus snapped back, unsure of what had vexed this young lady now. You say that. Yet I've sacrificed my time with Gabrielle just to entertain you. Fleur frowned, her brows knitted together in discontent. My apologies. I could very well occupy myself here. I assure you I won't wander off to other parts of Beauxbatons. Kane rubbed his forehead, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. If apologies were effective, why would we need orders? Fleur retorted defiantly, tilting her chin. What then do you propose? Kane set aside the book, regarding Fleur with a calm demeanor. Accompany me on a shopping excursion. And of course, we must bring Gabrielle along. Fleur's eyes sparkled as she swiftly made her demand. Very well, let us proceed, Kane mused, recognizing that he had not taken a break since arriving in France. Perhaps this outing with Fleur would be a welcome diversion. At least you're being sensible. Fleur beamed with a refreshing smile akin to a flower after rain, feeling a sudden sense of equilibrium. Kane seemed less intolerable now. I shall fetch Gabrielle first, and we will meet on Boulevard Osmond, where wizards from all corners of the globe gather in lively camaraderie. After agreeing on their plans, Fleur dashed home excitedly. Kane shook his head and, unhurried, resumed his reading. He recalled that under his aunt's insistence, he had accompanied her on several shopping trips, each time promising to depart at 10 a.m., yet it was often 2 p.m. by the time they actually set out. Therefore, he had a profound understanding of the extent of a girl's shopping endurance, showing no urgency to set off. Gabrielle, come, sister will take you shopping, Fleur exclaimed as she hurried back home, lifting her dear sister into her arms. Hee, sister, that tickles. Gabrielle giggled, trying to evade her sister's playful teasing. Fleur, when will you ever learn to temper your exuberance? Madame Delacour shook her head, gently chiding her eldest daughter. While her daughter excelled in every regard, it was this very exuberance that was perplexing. She maintained an air of aloof sophistication in public, but would revert to her true self at home, indulging in playful antics and delightful mischief. Had Madame Delacour known the term kawaii gap, she would have surely remarked how it was tailor-made for Fleur. You mentioned taking Gabrielle shopping? Didn't Headmaster Maxime say you were to host guests from Hogwarts? It's all right, Mother. I'll bring her along to experience the beauty of France. Fleur reassured. Very well, just ensure you keep your sister safe. Madame Delacour expressed her concerns. Rest assured, Mother, your daughter is quite capable, Fleur declared, waving her wand with an air of confidence. Amused by her daughter's demeanor, Madame Delacour waved her off. Go on, return early. At your command, Mother. Gabrielle, let us be off. We on Osmond Street. Kane indulged in the icy delight of a local ice cream shop, relishing its coolness and flavor while observing the throngs of wizards passing by. Glancing at the time once more, Kane shook his head in exasperation. Despite his efforts to delay his departure, he had yet to catch a glimpse of Fleur. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as onlookers became entranced by a stunning young lady with silver hair and blue eyes radiating charm, their gazes following her every move. Fleur, accustomed to being the center of attention, navigated through the crowd with an indifferent expression. Kane, over here. The smile of the Ice Queen blossomed like a snow lotus as Fleur unabashedly waved at Kane. Wow. All eyes turned towards Kane. This lad hardly resembled the sunny, cheerful boy he was known to be, yet he seemed to attract the admiration of such beauty. However, something about him felt oddly familiar. Kane suspected Fleur might be doing this intentionally, though he lacked any proof. Big brother, I am Gabrielle. The sight of the soft, fluffy little bundle melted Kane's heart instantly. Would you like some ice cream? I'll buy you some. I want a Neapolitan ice cream. Thank you, big brother. Gabrielle exclaimed with delight, quickly planting a kiss on Kane's cheek before shyly retreating behind Fleur. In that moment, Kane resolved that one day, he must have a daughter as sweet and endearing as Gabrielle. Even if he remained a bachelor forever, he would surely win Draco's daughter over. Humph. Fleur shot a fierce glare at Kane. No need to be jealous. I'll get you one too, she retorted. Kane mischievously teased. Who would be jealous of you? Noticing the curious gazes of those around them, Florong's face flushed crimson. She was clearly upset by Gabrielle's closeness to Kane. No, actually, she was irked by Kane's proximity to Gabrielle. Yet that didn't quite capture her feelings either. Sigh. After all, she was Gabrielle's beloved older sister. Gabrielle looked at Kane, then at her sister, beaming like a little sun while clutching her ice cream. Shall we go? Didn't we say we would go shopping? Kane, observing Florong's nearly explosive expression, wisely decided to temper his teasing. Did you need to say that? Florong seized Gabrielle's hand and stormed out, flinging aside the beaded curtain. Young man, I advise you to cherish those around you, remarked a senior gentleman with a cane, his words laden with meaning. Kane sighed. Sir, I am merely 12 years old. The old man winked conspiratorially. Ah, perhaps a tad young, but this is the romantic land of France. Kane rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore the spectators as he hurried after Gabrielle. Chapter 12. The disappearance of Gabrielle. Seeing the Delacours, the elder and younger sisters, contentedly licking their ice creams beneath the sycamore tree, Kane found the sight quite pleasing. You truly take your time, Florong remarked, ice cream in hand, not forgetting to jab at Kane. Giggles erupted from Gabrielle, who covered her mouth. Big brother is being scolded by sister. Where would you two young ladies like to explore first? Kane gestured invitingly. The pet store. Gabrielle exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Kane. No problem. Let's go. Though Kane had no particular desire to visit a pet shop, how could one refuse such an adorable silver-haired little girl? Welcome. The owner of the exotic pets shop, a middle-aged, balding man with a sizable belly, greeted the Delacour sisters warmly. As for Kane, unfortunately, he went unnoticed. I want a kitty, Gabrielle exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she scanned the surroundings. Just in time. We've just acquired several purebred cat raccoons from those Greek fellows. Right this way. Look, sister. Big brother. There's a white kitty here. Gabrielle's eyes sparkled as she approached the white cat raccoon, gently petting it. This young lady has quite the discerning eye. A white cat raccoon of this breed is a rare find indeed. Sister. Big brother. Gabrielle looked expectantly at Furong and Kane. How much is this one? Furong hesitated, unsure if she had brought enough money for the day. Not expensive at all. Only 800 galleons. The bald owner said with a broad smile, extending 8 stout fingers. Furong was taken aback, wondering why he didn't just rob her. She had only brought 50 galleons, which she thought was quite a sum. However, who would have thought that a mere cat would cost even more than the latest flying broomstick? Absurd. I will buy it. Kane directly tossed a pouch of coins to the balding proprietor. It's too expensive, Furong murmured, reluctant to trouble Kane. It's nothing. Consider it a gift for Gabrielle, Kane said, playfully scratching Gabrielle's delicate little nose, eliciting a laugh from her. This, Furong persisted. All right, it is decided then. Boss, there are 1,000 galleons in the pouch. Count it at your leisure. Thank you, big brother, Gabrielle said, nuzzling the soft fur of the white cat, her face radiating satisfaction. Whatever Gabrielle likes. I can buy for you. Before Kane could respond, a tall, blond young man entered with 4 others. Furong, I never imagined you would be generous enough to come out today. Osmond Street shines because of you. The young man approached Furong with a smug smile. As for Kane, this marked the second time he was overlooked that day. Bruce, Furong greeted coolly. Gabrielle, is there anything else you fancy? I will buy it all for you. Bruce leaned closer to Gabrielle, but she darted behind Kane, saying, no thanks, my brother Kane has already bought me something. Bruce's smile vanished in an instant. His gaze now filled with defiance as if he had just noticed Kane. Oh, so there's a little shrimp standing behind Furong. Bruce's companions burst into laughter upon hearing this. If you require it, I can gift you a pair of alchemical glasses. They will surely help you see clearly. Kane replied with a smirk, unperturbed. What a ridiculous fellow, targeting him for no reason. Do you know who he is? How dare you speak like that? One of Bruce's lackeys became anxious upon seeing Bruce's grim expression. What? Is he your father? Kane retorted, his handsome face adorned with a mix of sarcasm and disdain. You. The lackey stammered, his face turning crimson. Kane shook his head inwardly, thinking, is this all there is? My father is de Gascamble, Bruce sneered, casting a condescending glance at Kane. Ah, the son of the French Minister of Magic. But what of it? It doesn't concern Kane. So, Kane countered once more. I have heard that Mr. Slytherin eradicated a pack of werewolves. I wonder if it is true. Bruce scrutinized Kane with skepticism. Ask your father when you return. Kane replied dismissively, his skill at changing the subject rather unimpressive. Furong could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Bruce's once handsome face darkened completely. Perhaps we should invite Mr. Slytherin to demonstrate for us. Not interested, Kane flatly refused. Are you perhaps feeling intimidated? Bruce, maintaining the demeanor of a nobleman, attempted to provoke. Ah, indeed, Kane quickly nodded in agreement. But, how could one not adhere to the conventional rules? Why not engage in a contest? Furong suggested from the sidelines. She had intentionally shared this information with Bruce to gauge Kane's capabilities. Upon realizing that Furong was aligned with him, Bruce puffed out his chest with newfound confidence. Very well. Kane's gaze flickered between Furong and Bruce, deciding to indulge them in their little game. In the center of the street stood a dueling platform. The bald proprietor, who had been lurking nearby, abruptly leapt forth. Haha, this promises to be entertaining. Come quickly, someone is about to duel. The bald proprietor shouted excitedly into the street. The crowd erupted in enthusiasm, abandoning any sense of decorum as they gathered to witness the unfolding drama. To save time, why don't you all join forces? Kane stood atop the platform, beckoning to Bruce and his 5 companions, along with Furong. Arrogant, Bruce was resolute in his intention to teach Kane a lesson. Though Furong remained silent, her gaze sharpened with determination. Her pride would not allow her to suffer such humiliation. She would unleash her full potential. The 6 of them ascended the platform together. Do you find that arrogant youth somewhat familiar? Wait. Isn't he the hero who vanquished the stray werewolves as reported in the newspapers? No wonder he exudes such confidence. This should be quite the spectacle. However, those opponents appear to have aged at least 7 years. Regardless, let us simply enjoy the show. The crowd buzzed with chatter, reveling in the unfolding excitement. Please, Kane. Calm as ever, declared, 16. Disarm your weapons. Observing Kane's nonchalance, Bruce could no longer contain his impatience. Kane remained motionless, effortlessly deflecting the spell. Bruce's attack seemed to serve as a signal, prompting Furong and the others to join in without hesitation. Their spells launched like a barrage. Yet, Kane remained unfazed. The wand in his grasp transformed into a conductor's baton, gracefully orchestrating the rhythm of the incoming spells, producing a captivating symphony. Elegant, truly elegant. What was even more remarkable was that Kane did not move an inch. Is it my turn now? Kane remarked politely, noticing his opponents were already panting lightly. In the next moment, the spells from the 6 hands were released in succession. Did you see that? He even employed a silent spell. One onlooker gasped in astonishment. Indeed, this young man bears a striking resemblance to my former self. The onlookers, with a sense of disbelief, observed as one remarked, "How shameless," while another, filled with frustration, wished to hurl the watermelon rind at him. "I concede," said Furong, feeling utterly humiliated, yet simultaneously acknowledging Kane's undeniable prowess. "Let us wait and see," Bruce declared, dismissing the whispers of the crowd as he strode away with his 4 companions. "Now, let's find Gabrielle," Kane thought, unwilling to let this trivial matter disrupt his rare moment of leisure. "Mr. Slytherin, I knew I was right about you. Consider this a 50 discount." The bald proprietor beamed with pride. "Where's Gabrielle?" Furong inquired, having entrusted her sister to the bald man's care before taking the stage. "She was just beside me." The proprietor stammered, suddenly flustered, beads of sweat forming on his brow as his hands fidgeted with his pockets. He hesitated, pulling out a card from his pocket. "I had nothing in my pockets before." Kane instinctively sensed a connection between Gabrielle's disappearance and this card. "Gabrielle is with me. If anything happens to her, come find me alone." Read the black card. 2 lines of text gradually materializing. Chapter 13. The Saints in action upon seeing the message on the card. Furong's heart raced, her eyes betraying a palpable panic. "Stay calm. Gabrielle will be fine," Kane reassured her, pausing momentarily. "You should visit the Aurors at the Ministry of Magic. I'll investigate further." "Where will I find you?" Kane murmured, taking the black card from the bald proprietor's hands. The card abruptly morphed into a black glove, fingers spread wide toward Kane. "Rest assured, I will bring Gabrielle back safely," Kane told the teary-eyed Furong. "I'm coming with you," she insisted, unable to wait another moment. "The mastermind clearly targets me. Your presence would only be a burden. You must promise me to ensure Gabrielle's safety," Furong urged, forcing herself to remain composed as Gabrielle awaited her. "I will," Kane nodded, turning to grasp the black glove. It felt as if a hook had caught at his navel, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Kane found himself landing softly on a plush carpet indoors. "Long time no see, Kane Slytherin," Vita greeted elegantly, setting aside a silver tea set. "Since when did the Saints engage in abduction?" Kane, concerned for Gabrielle, spoke without courtesy. "Rest assured, the little girl is perfectly fine. Odalvi is playing with her," Vita replied, raising an eyebrow. "You lured me here for a reason. What is your purpose?" Kane inquired, his heart sinking at the mention of Odalvi. "I wish to introduce you to a remarkable individual." As Vita spoke, a sudden fervor seemed to infuse her calm gaze, transforming it into one of zeal. "You wish to take me to meet Grindelwald?" Kane felt a surge of unease. He truly desired to avoid entanglements with the Saints. "You ought to refer to him as the Pioneer," Vita remarked, somewhat displeased by Kane's direct mention of Grindelwald. "And what if I refuse?" Kane countered. To which Vita responded with a teasing shake of her head. "Well, I cannot guarantee the safety of that little girl. Furthermore," she added, "do not entertain thoughts of escape. All here, my people. Return Gabrielle, and I will accompany you." Kane resigned himself, understanding that escape was no longer an option, and prioritizing Gabrielle's safety instead. "Very well." Vita clapped her hands, and the door swung open. "Brother Kane," Gabrielle exclaimed, breaking free from Odette's grasp and darting into his embrace like a small cannonball. "It's all right now, Gabrielle." Kane gently stroked her hair, whispering words of comfort. "She has not been harmed." Odette, casting a glance at Kane, lowered her head, biting her lip in silence. Ignoring her, Kane continued to soothe Gabrielle. "I will ensure Gabrielle is returned to her original place," Vita remarked, casting a glance at Odette, who was engulfed in self-reproach. "Brother Kane, you must take me and Little White with you," Gabrielle insisted, snuggling closer to him. "Be good, Gabrielle, you go ahead. I will find you once I have dealt with this matter," Kane promised, pinching her cheek reassuringly. "You must come quickly to find me," she urged. "I promise," Kane affirmed. Sealing their pact, Vita, intrigued, thought to herself how much more there was to this young man that she had yet to discover. "Then let us be on our way," she said. With the meeting with Grindelwald now inevitable, Kane chose to embrace the unfolding circumstances. What might the first Dark Lord, who swept across Europe, be like? The undulating mountains rose and fell, devoid of any signs of life as far as the eye could see. Although it was daytime, the area remained shrouded in darkness, the surroundings cloaked in gloom. A chilling wind howled, startling a flock of roosting crows, their cacophonous cries echoing through the air. As Kane surveyed the area, he found it reminiscent of Azkaban. The once mighty Dark Lord now faced a destiny of confinement in his later years, and Kane was filled with a sense of reflection. Leaf, take him to see the leader, Vita commanded with a snap of her fingers, summoning her house elf to escort Kane to Grindelwald. Leaf bowed respectfully, gesturing for Kane to take its hand. Once Kane had vanished from sight, Vita beckoned Odette to follow her. Joseph scratched his head, puzzled by the intentions of the two, and decided to pull Paul and the others a bit further away. Vita led Audrey to a towering tree, its branches gnarled and barren. A venomous serpent, startled from the underbrush, hissed a warning at the two. With a flick of her hand, Vita dismissed the snake, reducing it to naught but ash. You felt a pang of guilt. Vita's gaze pierced through Audrey like a dagger, causing her discomfort. Audrey's thoughts were a tumult, caught between her remorse for Kane and her wavering stance. Do you have feelings for him? Vita pressed further. No, I don't, I merely. Audrey vehemently denied it, but found herself at a loss for words. Observing Audrey's internal struggle, Vita's heart softened in the young girl. She saw a reflection of her own past. Audrey, what do you truly mean to Kane? Are you aware? You must recognize that he is not an ordinary man. Do you truly believe he would care for your affections? Vita locked eyes with Audrey, urging her to contemplate what he truly needs. He is unlike the rest. He is the prophesied child of destiny, destined to shine. If he is meant to be the radiant moon in the sky, then I would gladly be a star. He requires support, and I shall carve a path for him. Under the great tree, Audrey pondered silently for a while, ultimately resolute in her decision. Very well. Vita's eyes flickered with approval as she gazed at Audrey, her thoughts known only to herself. Clearly, Kane wished to avoid entanglement with the saints. Yet the saints would not remain dormant indefinitely. He could not escape his fate. Meanwhile, on Kane's end, Lays brought him to an empty chamber, furnished solely with a bed, a table, and a stool. The room was stifling, with only a small window allowing a sliver of light to filter through. An emaciated elder, steeped in shadows, intently observed the dancing motes of dust illuminated by the light. You have arrived. A slightly hoarse voice emanated from the old man as he slowly turned his head. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Grindelwald. The same to you, Mr. Slytherin. The eyes of the elder and the youth met in mutual scrutiny. You do not appear to be a student of Dumbledore. Grindelwald's mismatched eyes appraised Kane quietly. Nor do you resemble the Dark Lord of legend. Kane retorted, maintaining his composure. Chapter 14. Is Kane to become the third Dark Lord? Oh, how am I perceived in those tales? The rumors suggest you regard human life as inconsequential, acting with reckless abandon, instilling dread in all. Is that so? It seems I have disappointed you, Grindelwald remarked, gazing at the white strands in his hair, his demeanor undisturbed. Indeed, a hint of disappointment laced Kane's tone as he observed the somber Grindelwald, who nodded gravely. Had I been born a few decades earlier, I might have joined your ranks. Ah, so you believe I am correct in my actions? A flicker of intrigue danced in Grindelwald's peculiar eyes. Surely you have long perceived the threat that muggles pose to wizards, have you not? We have long since transcended the era of primitive subsistence. The muggle world is evolving at an unprecedented pace. It is we, the select few wizards, who ought to be genuinely concerned about how to survive after our existence is revealed. Kane, undeterred by Grindelwald's formidable aura, spoke with unrestrained candor. Increasingly, I find it perplexing that you remain a student of Dumbledore. You are correct. Magic flourishes only in the veins of a select few, and wizards are meant to be born noble. Yet, in reality, we cower in obscurity, living in self-deception. How lamentable. Grindelwald is no longer the despondent elder in Kane's eyes. The once mighty figure now seems to awaken anew. Dumbledore, had he not betrayed our shared ideal, the magical realm would have undergone a transformation long ago. The notion of wizards ruling over the muggle world is now utterly unattainable, as their firearms are far from mere ornaments. Moreover, the magical community is rife with internal strife. How can we withstand the muggle world's counteroffensive? Kane pointed directly to the crux of the issue. After years at Nemontgard, I have become acutely aware of the magical world's shortcomings. What insights do you possess, O prophesied child of destiny? A fleeting glimmer illuminated Grindelwald's pale blue eyes. The times have changed, dear sir. The muggle world is unfamiliar to many wizards, whose perceptions of muggles remain rooted in the distant past, viewing them as feeble beings in need of protection. But what if we could instill in every wizard the awareness of the muggle world's rapid advancements? What might transpire? Wizards would actively champion reform within our realm, coalescing into a formidable tide that could overthrow this antiquated epoch. Thus, the disparity of information is the essence of it all. Kane sensed that the wizarding community remained excessively insular. Grindelwald murmured to himself, disparity of information? For instance, muggles possess a device known as a television, ubiquitous in every household. Events occurring anywhere can be witnessed instantaneously on their screens, rendering them aware of the world without stepping outside. With a flick of his wand, Kane conjured an image of a television before Grindelwald. How intriguing. Grindelwald, captivated by the sight of the square box, was eager to delve into the mysteries of this television. Have you ever contemplated that Muggle electronics are of no use in the magical realm? Indeed. Which is why I seek to recruit as many talented alchemists as possible to create a television unique to our world, to dismantle the information barriers within the wizarding community and potentially export our culture in the future. Ever since the creation of the small communicator, this idea has taken root in my mind. I have numerous skilled alchemists at my disposal. It is merely a matter of whether you dare to employ them. The more, the better. I desire them all. Kane was not shy in his dealings with Grindelwald, for in the pursuit of transforming the magical realm, Grindelwald was indeed a pioneer. Perhaps we should strike a bargain. Grindelwald crossed his arms, a hint of turbulence in his tone. You mentioned that the concept of informatization is indeed intriguing. But do not forget that power reigns supreme in the magical realm. Without power, all your assumptions will dissipate into nothingness. Kane nodded, fully aware of the significance of power. However, in comparison to Grindelwald, he felt rather insignificant at that moment. I can instruct you, and I can also recruit the saints to your side. But there is one condition. Kane was taken aback. Was Grindelwald truly playing such a grand game? Kill Dumbledore. What? You heard me correctly. Kane wished fervently that he had misheard. Was there not an unspoken secret between Dumbledore and Grindelwald? How could it escalate to the point of murder? I don't think I can do that, Kane hesitated to say. Oh, you believe you cannot? Or is it that you simply do not wish to? Grindelwald's gaze felt as if it could dissect Kane's very soul. At this moment, I cannot. But more so, I do not wish to. Dumbledore's existence had largely deterred certain extremist factions, maintaining peace in the wizarding world, a fact that was indisputable. Such as Voldemort? Grindelwald chuckled nonchalantly. You now resemble Dumbledore's student. Soft-hearted and merciful. Kane longed to assert that he was not soft-hearted. He merely had his principles. Then it is settled. Given that you are not entirely foolish, I shall personally teach you magic. Grindelwald's thumb and forefinger pinched together, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his face. No, you haven't agreed to anything yet. I look forward to the changes you will bring to the magical community. That is my sole request. What are you standing there for? Come forth and be my apprentice. So, was that merely a test from Grindelwald? Had he intended to make a grand return all along? This old man truly harbored a profound affection for Dumbledore. Master. Kane approached respectfully. He had initially been a naive youth longing to transform the British magical community. Yet, upon encountering Grindelwald, he was compelled to change the world. What could he do? If the saints join my ranks, will they be considered your followers or mine? It was imperative to clarify such fundamental issues beforehand. Grindelwald observed Kane's meticulousness and nodded. Ah, this is befitting of my disciple. My old companions have grown weary. They are reluctant to leave my side. Yet, their descendants are ripe for use. They are not saints, and must not languish in silence due to our age. I will allow you to recruit them under the guise of my disciple. Whether you can persuade them to serve you is your own endeavor. I shall. Thank you, Master. Kane understood that merely by virtue of being a disciple of Grindelwald, he could sway those around him. As for their loyalty, Kane would ensure it was willingly offered. By the way, my teacher, I wish to inquire about the prophecy. Do you seek to know the full prophecy? I desire to understand what my fate will be. Regarding the transformation of the entire magical realm, Kane was uncertain if he could indeed accomplish it. I do not know. What? The prophecy is incomplete. Your destiny is shrouded in layers of mist, obscuring the truth. Grindelwald scrutinized Kane, his pale blue eyes gradually shifting to a silvery hue. Is it possible that Dumbledore is aware of this prophecy's existence? Sybil Trelawney, who resides beside Dumbledore, possesses the gift of foresight. Kane pondered Grindelwald's words quietly, inferring that Dumbledore might also have knowledge of the prophecy. Then, could it be that Dumbledore has already set his suspicions upon Kane? Chapter 15. The contest of master and apprentice with idle time on his hands. Come, let me stretch my old bones. Grindelwald rose and twisted his neck, a hint of restlessness in his hands. Master, you do not possess a wand. A fleeting shadow crossed Kane's eyes. Upon hearing this, Grindelwald extended his right hand, quietly assessing the calluses on his thumb and forefinger, a momentary flicker of nostalgia passing across his face. It is currently in someone else's possession. Kane understood. It appeared that the Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows, still resided with Dumbledore, which posed a challenge. Very well, let us not linger. I wish to see if your prowess is as grand as your bravado. Grindelwald beckoned with a finger, a devilish smile gracing his lips. The mist swirled ethereally. Kane struck first, conjuring a cloud of smoke to obscure Grindelwald's vision. Thunderous explosions followed as Kane unleashed a series of spells. He realized that the explosive sounds that should have accompanied the spells were conspicuously absent. Is this all? Grindelwald waved his hand, his sight once again becoming clear. Kane felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He recognized that familiar expression on Grindelwald's face, one of playful mockery akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Shattered to pieces, Kane steeled himself. Even after years of imprisonment, Grindelwald was not to be underestimated. Is this all? Grindelwald gestured dismissively at the dust raised by the spell striking the wall, appearing somewhat disinterested. This old wizard, he is merely a child. Has he not noticed that half the wall has already collapsed? A blunder has emerged. The mire deepens. Kane summoned the power of his bloodline, withholding nothing. A colossal silver serpent suddenly filled the room, baring its fangs and lunging towards Grindelwald. Simultaneously, Grindelwald found himself ensnared in the quagmire, unable to move an inch. This is quite intriguing. Grindelwald lifted his right index finger gracefully, and a blue butterfly danced elegantly, swiftly heading towards the colossal serpent. The giant serpent emitted a hiss, and in the blink of an eye, it was reduced to ashes, scattering into the mire. Simultaneously, Grindelwald's magic gently urged the swamp's mud to transform back into a solid floor. Master, is this the fire shield charm? Kane's eyes sparkled with excitement, astonished by Grindelwald's meticulous command of magic. Ah, you possess some discernment, young one, Grindelwald replied, somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the fire shield charm. With a flick of his wand, Kane conjured a surge of blue flames. However, he was still far from achieving Grindelwald's effortless prowess. How did you come to know the fire shield charm? This is a spell I devised myself, Grindelwald exclaimed, astonished at the boy's talent. I learned it from you. Kane refrained from mentioning the system that had facilitated his learning. Huh, Dumbledore, my apprentice is destined to surpass yours. Grindelwald suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh. Well done, lad. You do show some promise. After your performance, it is my turn as your teacher to return the favor. Thunderous might. Upon sensing that Grindelwald was about to unleash his magic, Kane hastily enveloped himself in layers of defense, perhaps 20 or so. Crack, crack. Layer after layer of his defenses shattered, leaving only a fragmented final layer struggling to withstand the onslaught. Crack. The last layer crumbled as well. How does it feel? Grindelwald chuckled. The audacity of this old wizard was infuriating. Thanks to his master's favor, Kane felt utterly incapacitated, overwhelmed by a tingling sensation that was quite literal in its physicality. Meanwhile, in another realm, the ominous sky darkened as storm clouds swiftly gathered, with bright flashes of lightning flickering within, stirring a sense of unease. Crack. Lightning cleaved through the clouds, illuminating the somber sky. Veda and his companions gazed at the dazzling lightning, their emotions a tumultuous blend. Our leader, he is returning. Joseph, the stalwart, wept openly, collapsing onto Paul in heartfelt sobs. Our leader is coming back. A pang of sorrow pierced Veda's throat. Their leader had confined himself for years, shunning all contact. Fully aware that he was in self-imposed exile, the darkness near Numengard mirrored Grindelwald's own melancholic state. Grindelwald, may you once more emerge to rescue this era. The banner of the saints shall again flutter across the skies of Europe. Master, your methods are rather harsh. Principal Dumbledore would never resort to such measures. Kane finally mustered the strength to retort after a prolonged pause. Silver lightning crackled at Grindelwald's fingertips. However, I prefer the straightforwardness of a teacher. Kane is indeed a discerning individual who understands the times. Your foundation in spellcasting is satisfactory, yet it remains too conventional. You are still far from delving into deeper intricacies. Grindelwald remarked with a discerning eye. Yet, secretly, he harbored a sense of satisfaction towards Kane. After all, Kane was merely 12 years old. He could afford to wait. You are correct. I have begun exploring spells tailored to my own style. Kane nodded. Having started to depart from the conventional forms of magic and attempting to seek the essence hidden beneath them. Well then, as your teacher, let me impart some essential skills for navigating the world. Grindelwald eagerly anticipated the joy of imparting knowledge akin to that of Dumbledore. What will you teach me? Kane's heart raced with excitement. The human transfiguration, Grindelwald replied slowly. Teacher, I am ready. Please proceed. Kane was well aware of the renowned human transfiguration, which was far more convenient than the polyjuice potion, serving as an excellent companion for subterfuge. Watch closely. In an instant, Grindelwald transformed before Kane into the likeness of Joseph. Kane leaned in for a closer look, finding no flaws. Without the discerning eyes of the Phoenix, one might easily be deceived by a counterfeit Joseph. Start with partial transformations. Antonio, Grindelwald advised, then softly called upon his small pet. Before them entered a creature resembling a lizard, with the face of a live crab and an extremely unsightly pattern on its body, which stealthily climbed onto Grindelwald's shoulder. He petted the obsequious little creature and said, What are you staring at? Practice on your own. Such is the nature of an amateur teacher. Teacher, I wish to send a message outside. My other teacher may inform Dumbledore of my absence, Kane expressed. Nicholas, that raucous fellow is still alive. Grindelwald scoffed, yet did not oppose Kane's suggestion. Kane mentioned he was visiting a friend for a few days, assuring me there was no need for concern. Nicholas turned gently, gazing at Dumbledore within the crystal ball. It seems Kane's journey to France is quite fruitful. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses. Indeed, he is young. Such experiences are to be expected. Chapter 16. I Have a Dream, Kane. Odette entered the room arranged for Kane by Veda, adjacent to Grindelwald's. What's the matter? Kane withdrew from his immersive practice of human transfiguration to look at Odette. I'm sorry. I couldn't prevent them from targeting you. Odette's cold eyes reflected a sense of regret. It is not your fault, Odette. You had warned me before. I was merely careless. Kane shook his head. Odette had done all that was within her power. I can achieve more. Mr. Slytherin, I wish to follow you. May I be granted permission? Odette performed a respectful bow. Her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Kane. Are you not a saint? I am not. I am unlike my grandmother, Vidas. Then, welcome to join us. Kane extended his hand towards Odette. Digging into Grindelwald's corner, Kane was earnest. Your will is my mission. Odette's eyes brimmed with determination. She aspired to be the one who could never be replaced, much like her grandmother was to Grindelwald. The teacher mentioned to me a few days ago that a group of young individuals wish to engage in some activities. Do you know who they are? Many of them are still in a state of observation. Odette paused, noting that Uncle Joseph's grandson, Leo, had already arrived near Numengard. Would you like to meet him? Let us meet. Kane nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall make arrangements. How about tomorrow morning? Odette inquired. That works. Kane had no objections. Then, I shall take my leave. Wait, take this. Kane called back the already turned Odette, tossing her the badge. It is a beautiful badge. Without hesitation, Odette affixed the badge to her attire. From this moment forth, she and Kane were comrades. Pansy, let us see if you dare to show off in front of me now. Leo, do you truly wish to follow him? He is only entering his second year. The tall boy with gray hair, Osterray Yelikin, hesitated. He is the leader's disciple. My grandfather holds him in high regard. I do not wish to remain obscure. The composed Leo Woolrich pondered for a moment. I too do not desire to be a lifelong schemer within the Ministry of Magic. I yearn to accomplish something greater. The round-faced, plump Barry Schmidt remarked to Osterray. Very well, let us see if the leader's disciple is worthy of our allegiance. Osterray puffed his cheeks. Ultimately deciding to meet Kane before making a judgment, his friends awaited the outcome of this meeting. Are we all here? Dressed in a trench coat, Grindelwald entered. His presence imposing. The leader. The three were taken aback, questioning whether their eyesight had failed them. Had not their elders stated that the leader would meet no one? Surprised? Grindelwald strode directly to the seat of honor, leaning forward to survey the assembly. We do not dare. The three hastily bowed, their eyes averted. I was merely jesting. Please, take a seat. The figure in the seat of honor vanished, replaced by Kane. Young master? Barry was astonished, stumbling over his words. No, I am an ally. I harbor a dream. I yearn for a splendid tomorrow in the magical realm. I hope that one day in the future, as we stroll through the streets, we may proudly proclaim our identities as wizards without the need for concealment. I firmly believe that the magical world belongs to Grindelwald and his ilk, but more so, it is ours. The transformation of the magical realm rests upon our generation. I implore you to assist me in this grand endeavor, for the future of the magical world and for our own sakes. The leader, Leo, was fervently inspired by Kane's words, bowing deeply, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. His grandfather had once informed him that Kane had only recently been invited to Numengard, yet had already mastered the leader's exclusive skills, which was nothing short of astonishing. Truly, he was a being recognized by the leader and deserving of his Slytherin heritage. If not now, when? Had Kane been privy to Leo's thoughts, he would have surely exclaimed that his carefully orchestrated entrance was not in vain. In pursuit of a dramatic entrance, Kane willingly subjected himself to Grindelwald's scathing critiques, enduring considerable strain before managing to maintain a full-body transformation for a mere minute. Nevertheless, witnessing Leo's reaction rendered it all worthwhile. The other two, though slightly slower, did not hesitate to follow Leo's lead in addressing Kane as their leader. You must be Leo, Kane remarked, descending from the platform and grasping Leo's hand with assurance. Indeed, Leo replied, somewhat exhilarated that Kane knew him. Your grandfather is quite capable. I expect no less from you. I shall not disappoint, Leo responded, his body trembling with excitement, striving to suppress the surging emotions as he gazed resolutely at Kane. You are Ostari, and you are Barry, Kane said, patting each of their shoulders. I too eagerly anticipate your performances. Your will is our mission, the two declared, their chests swelling with determination. Excellent. Today marks our first encounter. Do not be anxious. Let us engage in a brief conversation, Kane suggested, casting a glance at the newly arrived Odette, indicating for her to take a seat nearby. Meanwhile, several saints, oblivious to the notion of privacy, employed their means to observe the entire scene, now animatedly discussing it. Although their commentary was rather rudimentary, it sufficed for dealing with the youth. Veda nodded in agreement. While far from possessing the leader's persuasive prowess, it was adequate for the time being. This boy speaks so eloquently that my grandson has divulged our family address, Joseph remarked, his face turning various shades of color. Wishing to drag his grandson out for a thorough reprimand for revealing everything, lamenting the loss of his supposed composure. Indeed, One must consider whose apprentice he is. Of course, the leader's. Joseph found himself breathless, gazing at the unfamiliar yet familiar figure before him in a state of astonishment. The leader stood before several silver-haired saints, their eyes brimming with tears, still unable to believe that he was truly willing to meet them. How old they had all become. Grindelwald patted each person present on the shoulder. What of Abernathy? He inquired. He has been dead for a decade, my lord, came the somber reply. Grindelwald fell silent, recognizing the loss of a like-minded companion who had always longed for his return. Veda, suppressing her sorrow, lifted her chin defiantly, her voice still infused with determination. Grindelwald could almost see the vibrant Veda from decades past, still radiating brilliance. I have returned. Bookworm, claiming to visit friends while concealing the truth from me and Madame Maxim. Gabrielle mused, recalling her return in a daze, unable to remember what had transpired. Just wait. If you do not provide me with an explanation, humph. Fleur, pouting, rested her chin on her left hand, while her right subconsciously plucked the petals of a rose. My dear daughter, what has this flower done to anger you? You are nearly stripping it bare, lamented Monsieur Delacour, witnessing the destruction of his beloved rose. Oh, I'm so sorry, father. I didn't mean to, Fleur exclaimed, startled into awareness by her father's voice. Humph, it's all that bookworm's fault. Just wait. Chapter 17. The eve of return, teacher. The school term is about to commence. I must return, Kane said, peeling the white threads from a tangerine. Understood, Grindelwald nodded. Make sure to peel it thoroughly. May I contact you again afterwards? Kane asked, having cleaned the tangerine and offered it to Grindelwald, who might have had a touch of obsessive compulsiveness. Stay well, and do not disturb my peaceful days. If there is a need, I will reach out, Grindelwald replied, popping a segment into his mouth. Quite sweet. Remember to study what I've taught you diligently. Do not bring me shame. I will, teacher. My lord, I have already seen to the departure of Kane, Odette, and the other alchemists, Veda gently informed Grindelwald. Approaching his side. After all these years, I have spent enough time here. Grindelwald gazed complexly at the place of his self-imposed exile, finally letting out a sigh. It is time to see the world beyond. Are we leaving now? Veda asked, her gaze fixed adoringly on the man before her, memories of their youth flashing vividly in her mind. Now, Grindelwald asserted, shaking his hand. Nurmengard stood quietly as it had for decades, with no one aware that its inhabitants had vanished. You still remember to come back, Fleur exclaimed with delight, racing towards Kane, her silvery hair dancing in the air with her movements. Who is she? Upon noticing the unfamiliar girl beside Kane, Furong's expression swiftly transformed, concealing her earlier delight. What brings you here? Kane had just organized the alchemists under Grindelwald when Furong approached with the swiftness of a gust of wind. This place isn't yours, so why can't I be here? Furong retorted defiantly, unwilling to admit that she had been coming here daily in hopes of encountering a certain someone. You haven't mentioned who she is yet. Did you perhaps visit her home? Furong insisted on getting to the bottom of it. Hello, I am Odette Rocaire. A classmate of Kane, Odette introduced herself, stepping past Kane. Greetings, I am Furong Delacour, she replied, regarding Odette with keen interest. Quite a beauty. It's no wonder someone would forsake Gabrielle for her. Shall we take a seat at Emma's ice cream parlor? Kane suggested. Noticing the attention of onlookers gravitating toward the three of them, he had no desire to be the center of unwarranted scrutiny. Oh, this time you've brought along another lovely girl, the plump proprietress teased Kane. 3 triple scoop ice creams, please. Kane shot a glare at the proprietress, exasperated. How many times must I say it? I'm still just a child. Why must the minds of adults be so corrupt? By the way, is Gabrielle all right? Kane settled into a corner booth with Furong and Odette. She returned unconscious. My father rushed her to the hospital, but fortunately, it was merely exhaustion. After a good rest, she was fine. Furong paused, pondering what had transpired, as Gabrielle claimed to remember nothing. It was all because of me. A childhood friend, envious of my closeness with Kane, sought to teach him a lesson, inadvertently involving Gabrielle. I am truly sorry. Before Kane could clarify, Odette interjected, weaving a narrative of events. Furong did not doubt Odette's account. It was not uncommon for boys to act impulsively. Moreover, being a few years older than Kane and the others, she felt it would be unfair to place blame on Odette. Kane, perhaps you should attract less romantic attention, Furong remarked pointedly, recalling the predicament that had befallen Gabrielle. Kane gazed out at the harsh sunlight. It was August, and snow should soon fall. He resolved to make the entire magical community aware of his unjust plight. Exchanging glances, Furong and Odette shared a smile at Kane's bewildered expression. Odette, how wonderful it would be if you were at Beauxbatons. We would undoubtedly become close friends. After indulging in ice cream, the two girls began to converse animatedly. Indeed, I would love to be your friend, Odette said, grasping Furong's hand. Meanwhile, Kane had been relegated to the role of mere backdrop, perplexed by the rapid development of camaraderie among the girls. Odette originally possessed a rather aloof demeanor, exhibiting a certain coolness towards Pansy, Hermione, and even Cassandra, almost bordering on guardedness. However, her approach to Fleur was markedly different, as she took the initiative and engaged in delightful conversation with her. Never mind, it was beyond her comprehension. Do ensure you write to me. Fleur, upon hearing that the two were returning to England, earnestly urged Odette not to forget to keep in touch. I will gift you a communication device. That way we can remain in contact at all times, Odette said as she produced her own device for Fleur. The establishment of the communication device shop in France was imminent, located at Furstenberg Square, aptly named Meow Meow's cottage. At this, Kane seized the opportunity to promote the shop. Pay no heed to him. I shall present you with a customized one, Odette remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Kane, who appeared to be enamored with monetary gain. You truly are the best, unlike certain individuals, Fleur said, casting a discerning glance at Kane, her disapproval evident. Kane shrugged. After all, he was merely providing an opportunity for the two young ladies to deepen their bond. How about we let Odette stay with you for a night, while I bid farewell to the teacher? Kane suggested, noticing the rapport developing between the two. Certainly. I will introduce you to Gabrielle. You are bound to adore her, Fleur replied with enthusiasm. That would be splendid. However, I wish to bring a gift for Gabrielle. Shall we first indulge in some shopping? Odette thought of the fright Gabrielle had endured due to the saint's visit and felt compelled to make amends. Excellent idea. Let us proceed. Madame Margot has just received a new shipment. Let us go and take a look, Fleur exclaimed as she pulled Odette along, neglecting to bid Kane farewell. Kane shook his head. It seemed that once the girls were in high spirits, he was rendered irrelevant. He opted to seek out his beloved Gabaki. Teacher, I have returned. Kane once again found himself at Nico's side. Kane. Perina was the first to react, grasping Kane firmly. Did you see that? Someone actually cherishes him. He even deigned to return, Gabaki remarked with a glare directed at Kane. What do you think the child is doing? Do you intend to have Kane, at such a young age, become a recluse like you? The arbiter Perina unhesitatingly retorted at Nico. How could I dare? Nico's bravado was swiftly extinguished as he cast a mournful glance at Kane. Kane felt a sense of refreshing clarity. Teacher, I have come to bid you farewell. Chapter 18. Individual Gain's cousin. You have finally returned. Draco exclaimed, eagerly awaiting Kane's arrival. You have grown taller. Kane set down his luggage and measured himself against Draco's height. Indeed, it was not merely an illusion. It is true, Draco asserted, puffing out his chest like a proud peacock, recognizing himself as a budding adult. Dobby, do hurry and assist Master Kane with his belongings. Narcissa observed the affectionate interaction between the two boys with great satisfaction. Regardless of whose child Kane may be, the bloodline connection with Draco remains eternally steadfast. Dobby. Narcissa furrowed her brow, wondering why the house elf had yet to appear. Mistress, Dobby. Dobby, the flustered elf, wrapped in an old pillowcase, finally materialized, eager to explain. Silence. Go and organize Master Kane's belongings at once. Narcissa snapped, her impatience evident. Yes. Dobby will do so right away. Kane cast a glance at Dobby and instructed with a nonchalant tone, leave the box on the left. Dobby dared not linger, swiftly taking Kane's luggage and vanishing. This Dobby was becoming increasingly inept. Kane pondered as he recalled Narcissa's words. It appeared that Dobby continued to have unauthorized contact with Harry Potter, just as in the original narrative. Aunt, I have brought you gifts. I hope you will find them to your liking. Kane presented Narcissa with several exquisite outfits and jewelry from a fashionable French wizarding boutique, while Draco received an entire set of dragon models. How lovely. Thank you, my dear, Narcissa exclaimed, kissing Kane's cherubic face upon seeing the elegant yet splendid garments and jewels. Thank you, brother, Draco said, equally pleased. Witnessing his family's joy filled Kane's heart with happiness, and for a fleeting moment, tranquility enveloped them. Draco, how have you fared with the tasks I entrusted you over the summer? Kane gently inquired as he led Draco back to their room. Rest assured, once I set my mind to it, success is within reach, Draco replied as he retrieved a black notebook from his bedside compartment. Here, take a look. Kane examined it and confirmed, indeed, this is the notebook belonging to Voldemort from my memories. Have you placed the substitute inside? Do not worry, Kane. I have already inserted an identical one, Draco assured him. Well done, Kane praised, patting Draco on the shoulder. However, is there anything different about this notebook? Draco queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. Within it resides a malevolent soul, Kane replied cryptically. What? It's not a female ghost, is it? Draco instinctively recoiled, for he harbored a profound fear of such apparitions. It was all Kane's fault for sharing tales of cursed rings and haunted villages that had left a lasting scar on his youthful psyche. Just keep your distance. Also, do not speak of this to anyone, including aunt and uncle, Kane solemnly instructed. Rest assured, I shall not, Draco replied, sensing that something was amiss, but wisely choosing to remain silent. What could possibly be of such significance that his father would conceal it in the study's secret compartment? He trusted that Kane would not endanger them. Beyond that, he was not inclined to inquire further. By the way, how are things on Cassandra's side? With the assistance of Blaze and Pansy, Cassandra has commenced the recruitment of individuals from various industries, thereby establishing a preliminary network of connections. However, the core circle of influential figures requires gradual infiltration. Draco paused thoughtfully and remarked, "It is already quite commendable. The remainder will take time." Kane, fully aware of the complexities, responded, "Infiltrating the magical community is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight." He then inquired, "What about Theodore?" Draco, with an air of excitement, suggested, "Theodore is rather enigmatic. I do not possess extensive knowledge about him. Perhaps we should approach him directly." Kane nodded in agreement, as he also had matters to discuss with Theodore. "Where's Theodore?" Kane asked as they traversed through the fireplace to the Knot residence. "The young master is in the greenhouse," replied the house elf with deference. "And where is Uncle Knot?" Kane further inquired. "The master has gone out." "Has Uncle Knot gone out for drinks again?" Kane frowned. The house elf hesitated to respond. "Very well, lead us to the greenhouse," Kane decided, not wishing to dwell on Cantankerous Knot's penchant for excessive drinking. "Right this way, young masters," the house elf hurriedly guided them. "Theodore, look who has arrived," Draco exclaimed eagerly upon entering the greenhouse. "Kane, you have returned." Theodore's strikingly pale and elegant visage brightened with a smile as he hastily set aside his watering can. The dashing youth, with his dark hair and blue eyes, navigated through the clusters of yellow daffodils towards his two friends. "Why is it only Kane that you notice? Am I not here as well?" Draco retorted, nearly placing his hands on his hips. Yes, I see you, Draco. Quick, Chi-Chi. Prepare Draco's favorite cream puffs and brew a pot of rose tea," Theodore instructed the house elf. "Come, let us go to my room," Theodore said, exhibiting a rare exuberance. "I have brought you a gift," Kane declared as he retrieved a delicate music box shaped like a ballerina from his ring, gently winding the mechanism. The enchanting melody of a lullaby filled the air. Theodore paused, his eyes glistening with emotion. "I truly love it," he responded, touched. Kane placed a reassuring hand on Theodore's shoulder, allowing him to savor the moment in silence, enveloped by the music. The yellow daffodils were a cherished flower of Theodore's mother during her lifetime, and the lullaby represented Theodore's most profound memory of her, details Kane had carefully remembered. "By the way, how is the recruitment for the club progressing?" Draco inquired, taking a bite of a cream puff. "Aside from the 7 of us, we have recruited 4 from the 3rd year, 3 from the 4th, 3 from the 5th, and 2 from the 6th. As for the 7th year, Cassandra is currently the only one, though I have compiled the list. When shall we hold the vote for their admission?" Theodore asked Kane. "Perhaps after the term commences," Kane suggested. "Additionally, Audrey has also joined," Kane remarked, which elicited Draco's gleeful comment. "Pansy certainly cannot take pride in that, haha." Theodore, bearing the weight of the conversation, was informed of another matter. "Previously, you contributed the alchemical method for the Knot family's dual-sided mirror, and the video version has now been produced. As the school season approaches, Bob has begun to stock the metallic version of the video communicator. I shall give you 40% of the profits. No refusals. The Knot family's technology is worth this price." Kane waved his hand, silencing Theodore's impending remarks, and thus it was settled. Understanding Kane's disposition, Theodore refrained from further discussion, silently committing the details to memory. "Tomorrow, we shall visit Diagon Alley to explore the sales situation and purchase second-year textbooks," Kane suggested, glancing at the two. Draco and Theodore had no objections. "By the way, Gilderoy Lockhart will be holding a signing event at Diagon Alley tomorrow. Pansy has been incessantly mentioning him. I truly wonder what is so special about him," Draco questioned candidly. "It seems tomorrow will be entertaining." Kane raised an eyebrow, sipping his floral tea. Chapter 19. Returned to Diagon Alley the next day. Diagon Alley buzzed with activity as the school season approached, once again teeming with life. However, unlike previous years, 2 long queues had formed, one in front of the magical menagerie and another outside Flourish and Blots. The trio, enduring the disdainful gazes of the wizards, finally squeezed their way to the entrance. They were presumed to be queue jumpers, adding to the general discontent with the standards of the magical community. "Hey, you lot. Go to the back of the line," a righteous wizard declared, stepping in to uphold the honor of the magical realm. "You misunderstand. This is our boss," Oaks exclaimed, spotting Kane amidst the crowd, and promptly ushered the trio away with the assistance of security. The indignant wizard flushed, wishing he had been informed sooner. "Boss, you've arrived." Bob, sweating profusely, greeted them, his hands busily attending to various tasks. "No need to rush, take it one at a time." Bob wiped his brow and directly pushed Kane to the forefront. "This side can also queue, as our boss will personally handle the reception." Thus, Kane was thrust into the spotlight. He was compelled to don a perfect service industry smile, addressing the inquiries of the esteemed wizards. "Indeed, we are currently offering a promotion. Purchase 3 video communicators and receive a 20% discount, along with a beautifully crafted set of cards, the Wizard Duel cards, allowing you to enjoy delightful moments with your family during leisure time. This remarkable offer for the school season is available only this once. Don't miss out as you pass by." Observing the wizard's gleaming eyes, Kane felt overwhelmed. Adhering to the traditional virtue of brotherhood, which dictates that one must stab their brother twice, Theodore and Draco were commandeered without reservation. The trio of handsome youths standing in a row was indeed a sight to behold, captivating the attention of many young witches whose eyes sparkled with admiration. With every voting slip in hand, the magical realm was poised for its unprecedented inaugural contest. Come, cast your vote for your beloved idol. Your vote, my vote. And that night, Kane shall debut. Before the quaint little house, George nudged Fred with his elbow, filled with yearning. Fred, will our future theater be as bustling as this? Trust me, brother, it will be popular, though perhaps not to this extent, Fred replied, observing Kane's face, which appeared frozen in a grin. George glanced at his brother's expression and recognized that, on this front, they had already lost. What a nuisance, remarked a blonde girl nearby, waving her hand as if to shoo something away. The Weasley brothers exchanged bewildered glances upon noticing the girl with peculiar carrot-shaped earplugs acting oddly. You mentioned a nuisance? Fred inquired, scanning the area. Aside from the throngs of people, there was nothing amiss. Indeed, listen closely. They are buzzing, the girl insisted earnestly, her eyes wide open. All right. George rubbed his goosebumps, deciding to maintain his distance from her. Hey, George, are you here to buy books with me? Kane waved at the two, as if he had spotted a savior. Bob, did you notice? We still haven't purchased our books. Kane feigned a troubled expression, raising his hands in exasperation. All right then. Let us go? Bob's lifeless eyes had already seen through the charade. After all, someone was excessively exuberant. Quite the handful indeed. You all have worked hard these past few days. Your bonuses will be doubled at the end of the month. Observing the surging crowd, capitalist Kane felt a pang of conscience. Thank you, boss. Bob attempted to muster a semblance of a smile on his otherwise expressionless face. Stop, don't smile. It's quite terrifying. Kane quickly interjected, noticing the twitching muscles on Bob's face. All right, boss. Goodbye, boss. Bob promptly reverted to his stoic demeanor, breathing a sigh of relief. Smiling was indeed a challenge. You certainly have a plethora of nuisances surrounding you. After much effort, Kane had finally squeezed through the crowd, only to be met with a remark from the girl. A nuisance? Kane paused, scrutinizing her closely. Perhaps it was due to overthinking and excessive worries that the nuisances found their way to me. The Weasley brothers widened their eyes in astonishment. Someone is speaking nonsense. Where are the Aurors? Quickly, take him away. You can see them as well? The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. I cannot, Kane replied, ever the honest child. Hee. The girl emitted a melodious laugh. Indeed, you are quite an intriguing individual. I am Luna, Luna Lovegood. Luna extended her hand. Kane Slytherin. At the very first glance, Kane's recognized Luna, the ethereal girl from the original tale. Oh, my father has always wanted to interview you. He went to buy me a cauldron. Luna curiously scrutinized Kane's, eager to discern how Slytherins differ from others. We are also in search of books. Shall we explore together? Absolutely, let us go. Luna cheerfully agreed, linking her arm with Kane's. Onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. Even the most composed, Theodore, nearly faltered in maintaining his icy demeanor. Shall we proceed? The Weasley brothers swiftly followed, convinced that accompanying Kane's would lead to amusement. At the leaky cauldron, indeed, there was much to behold. A balding middle-aged man and a man with golden hair were locked in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. The surrounding crowd fervently debated who would emerge victorious. Father! Draco exclaimed, rushing to assist his parent. To his astonishment, the two combatants were none other than Lucius and Arthur. The next day's headline in the Daily Prophet was assured. One was the patriarch of the pure-blood Malfoy family, while the other was from the Weasley family, branded as pure-blood traitors. Why were these two middle-aged men brawling in the street? The Daily Prophet would exclusively unveil the truth, so stay tuned. Meanwhile, the Weasley brothers cheered and whistled. Dad. Kick him. Tug his hair. Kane's, you have arrived. Already present, Odette approached Kane's, her gaze lingering momentarily on Luna's arm entwined with his. What is happening here? Just as Kane's began to speak, the situation escalated. Draco and Ron rushed to support their father. Lucius aside, Kane's could not bear to see Draco suffer before his very eyes. Cease this at once. Kane stepped forward, wand raised. The combatants, caught up in their fervor, suddenly felt as though great hands were forcibly pulling them apart. Is everything well? Kane's inquired as he positioned himself among them. All is well. Each individual felt as though Kane's addressed them personally, nodding like quails. Arthur. Mrs. Weasley was fuming, her face flushed with indignation. To brawl in front of one's idol was utterly disgraceful. What would Lockhart think? First, let us tend to the wounds, Kane suggested. This time, in light of Kane's presence, I shall let you off the hook. Take your books, girl. Lucius roughly shoved the books into Ginny's cauldron. He then cast a furtive glance at Kane's before turning away with Draco in tow. Kane dared to wager that Lucius was feeling guilty, undoubtedly having slipped the altered notebook into Ginny's book. Chapter 20. The Foolhardy Lockhart Kane. It's been a while. Harry finally seized the opportunity to greet Kane. albeit with a hint of awkwardness on his face. Indeed, it has been a while, Harry. Did you receive your birthday gift? Kane inquired in his usual tone. Oh, I was just looking for a moment to discuss that with you. Harry sighed in relief, only for a surge of anger to follow. Observing the lingering crowd around them, he realized it was not an appropriate setting for conversation. Let's talk later. Kane nodded in agreement without objection. Thank you, dear boy, Mrs. Weasley first scolded Arthur, then approached Kane to express her gratitude. Not at all, Kane replied with a slight nod, indicating it was of no concern. Noticing the lingering hint of embarrassment on Mrs. Weasley's face, Kane tactfully suggested his departure, as he was not well acquainted with the rest of the Weasley family. You must be Kane. May I call you that? Lockhart, dressed flamboyantly like a peacock, seized Kane's arm, unabashedly displaying his dazzling smile. The middle-aged witches surrounding them swooned at Lockhart's smile, and Mrs. Weasley was no exception. Kane subtly shook off Lockhart's grasp. Please, do not associate with me. You've arrived at an inopportune time, Lockhart remarked, his grin widening at the gasps of admiration from his female admirers. Kane silently scoffed, wondering if the world had become a stage for such foolishness. Did his presence compel Lockhart to depart, to prevent Flourish and Blots from being too lively, thus avoiding an overwhelming dullness? Who among them wasn't he a critic of romance literature? Ha, you truly possess a sense of humor. Lockhart attempted to initiate physical contact once more, only to be deftly evaded by Kane. Indeed, Kane is quite the amusing individual, Luna remarked, completely unfazed by the crowd's scrutiny, nodding in agreement. Kane felt a wave of frustration. How could one be so oblivious to the situation? I have some delightful news to share with you, Lockhart continued, though I have already announced it. However, I am certain Mr. Slytherin is eager to know what surprise I have in store. With a swift motion, Lockhart placed his elbow on Kane's shoulder. I am thrilled to fulfill the wishes of my fans. Kane, I shall be your defense against the dark arts professor in your second year. Please, do not boast to others. I hope you all can learn to remain modest like me. The middle-aged witches erupted into applause, some even wiping away tears of sentiment. Kane's expression darkened. He had never encountered someone so brazen. Harry looked at Kane with sympathy, understanding the turmoil within him. He too had felt an urge to vanish into the ground moments ago. Hurry, Harry, come here. Do not attempt to vie for the teacher's attention. I shall treat every student equally. Lockhart, noticing Harry standing aside, once again pulled him over. The humiliation was palpable. Was one instance not enough? A significant shadow lingered in Harry's tender heart. The surrounding journalists quickly seized the opportunity, capturing the precious moment of the trio together. Today, Diagon Alley was truly alive. A perfect spectacle of one act concluding as another commenced, with the events of the upcoming week seemingly completed in advance. Kane was nearly laughing in disbelief. Who did Lockhart think he was? With a deft twist, he freed himself from Lockhart's grasp, and Kane's first act was to grant himself a freshening charm. Furthermore, Kane audibly recited the incantation. Lockhart's perfect smile faltered. Meanwhile, Harry gazed at Kane with admiration, having longed to do the very same. In fact, in an instant, he indeed did. Kane, could you possibly grant me a freshening charm as well? Harry's face flushed with excitement as he finally vented his frustrations. It was a trivial matter. Kane, ever considerate, fulfilled Harry's small wish. This time, the onlookers at Flourish and Blots were left astonished. Publicly slapping someone in the face, Lockhart could barely maintain his facade of geniality. The only ones seemingly invigorated were the throngs of journalists, their cameras clicking incessantly, nearly smoking from overuse. This month's bonus would surely multiply. What joy! Hermione tightened her expression, feeling that Kane and Harry were showing too much disrespect toward their future professor. Kane, Harry, you cannot be impolite to the professor. It's all right, I do not blame them. They must simply be too thin-skinned to engage with me, Lockhart interjected, attempting to save face. Hermione, hearing this, felt her cheeks flush. Professor Lockhart was indeed very magnanimous. However, Kane and Harry found themselves thoroughly disgusted. How could someone be so brazenly shameless? Stay away, we are not acquainted. Kane's voice was like a sharp blade, piercing directly into Lockhart's heart. Hermione furrowed her brow, wanting to say more. Hermione, your admiration for him is your own affair. Do not impose your standards upon me. Kane, thoroughly repulsed by Lockhart, had lost all patience with Hermione, who had been defending him. Let us go. Kane had no desire to linger for another moment. Harry glanced at Hermione, whose eyes brimmed with tears, before hastily pursuing Kane. I'm sorry, Hermione, but this time I stand with Kane. At the Leaky Cauldron, the atmosphere was utterly refreshing. Kane downed his chilled grape juice in one gulp. Good to see you again, my friend. Cassandra, entering from outside, took a seat at Kane's table alongside Gemma. Before I congratulate you on becoming the head of Slytherin, Tom, could you please serve them both a drink? Kane called out to Tom, who was busy polishing glasses at the front. 2 mugs of butterbeer, please. Cassandra spoke without formality. Coming right up. Old Tom personally approached with the butterbeer. Mr. Slytherin, I have refreshed your chilled grape juice. When did you start offering that? Cassandra inquired, puzzled. If Mr. Slytherin wishes for it, "We shall have it," replied old Tom, his walnut-like face radiating sincerity. "It seems to be thanks to you, my friend, that we enjoy such privileges." Cassandra raised an eyebrow. "This piece of land where the broken cauldron resides belongs to my family." Kane gestured to the ground beneath them. "Old Tom, another round, please." Cassandra decided to indulge herself today. "By the way, why is Diagon Alley abuzz with talk of you and Lockhart?" On their shopping trip, Cassandra and Gemma had overheard numerous discussions. "He intends to ride on the coattails of the publicity I share with Harry." Kane reflected on Lockhart's antics, still feeling a pang of irritation. Harry, nearby, nodded in agreement, recalling it with unease. "He's stepping on the toes of the wrong person." Cassandra felt a twinge of sympathy for the future Lockhart, realizing he had provoked the formidable Kane. "In that case, when school starts, I shall present him with a grand gift on behalf of my boss." Kane raised his glass to clink with Cassandra's. "I eagerly await it." Chapter 21. 2 matters. On the eve of the last day before school commenced, Kane walked quietly, hooded, toward the old, gaunt mansion in Godric's Hollow. On his way, he passed Little Hangleton, the birthplace of Voldemort. "Take me to the church," Kane hissed, commanding a small green snake coiled around an oak tree. "Sir, please follow me." The little serpent responded eagerly, flicking its tongue and leading the way. Soon, a modest church came into view. The stained glass had begun to peel, its walls entwined with wisteria, with a few solitary roses blooming in desolation. In Kane's eyes, the place held no signs of life, save for an elderly night watchman. Avoiding the watchman's gaze, Kane made his way to the churchyard, intent on locating the remains of Voldemort's father. Father's bones, servant's flesh, enemy's blood, these three are essential for resurrecting Voldemort. Kane resolved to address the issue at its source, planning to relocate old Tom Riddle's bones, allowing Voldemort to linger as a mere specter. Bone-seeking, a spell he had discovered in the ancient tomes left by Salazar, echoed in his mind. The witch hunt fervor during the Middle Ages left countless families of sorcerers shattered. An ancient Greek wizard, in his quest to retrieve the remains of his deceased mother amidst the turmoil, devised a spell. A shimmering wisp of firefly essence emerged from his wand, lingering momentarily before settling upon the second tombstone on the left in the third row. As Kane approached, he discerned the name of old Tom Riddle etched upon it. This was indeed the correct resting place. However, he refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to stand silently before the gravestone in mourning, for this was his ancestral grandfather. Before the gravestone, Kane could not help but reflect on the tribulations faced by old Tom. His striking handsomeness had drawn the attention of Malapagath, who, disregarding the existence of his fiancée, compelled Tom to consume a love potion. Thus, Tom forsook his original betrothed and ultimately united with Malapagath. In the end, once the potion's effects waned, Tom callously abandoned the heavily pregnant Malapagath. She perished during childbirth, leaving Voldemort an orphan. Kane, too, thought of his own plight, feeling unloved by both parents. The sole fortune he possessed over Voldemort was the affection of his dear Aunt Narcissa. Shaking his head, Kane dispelled the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. What had transpired was irrevocable, and dwelling upon it served no purpose. With a flick of his wisteria wand, the tomb chamber opened, and Kane entered, carefully retrieving the bones and temporarily placing them within the confines of his ring, intending to find a proper burial site later. Restoring the tomb to its original state, Kane departed quietly, having drawn no attention, just as he had arrived. The first task of his journey was complete. Kane proceeded directly toward the dilapidated Gunter estate, located a few kilometers away. Soon, obscured by trees, an old wooden house came into view. Many tiles had fallen from the roof, and the walls were encrusted with moss. Dense, stinging nettles surrounded the property, and a dead snake, emblematic of Slytherin, was nailed to the front door. Observing the Gunter estate, Kane felt an unavoidable sense of sorrow for its former glory. Once a renowned family, the Gunters had faded into obscurity, much like the decrepit dwelling itself, their lineage extinguished. With a wave of his hand, the door creaked open, sending dust swirling into the air. A sudden gust swept through, clearing the haze, revealing the interior furnishings of the Gunter estate to Kane's gaze. Yet, he hesitated to act recklessly. Even in plain sight, he discerned several concealed magical arrays hidden within. It was only natural, for Voldemort would not neglect to safeguard the location containing the Resurrection Stone. Kane's second objective was to seek out the Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. The other 2 were the Invisibility Cloak and the Elder Wand, one held by Harry Potter and the other by Dumbledore. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Kane, as if he had grasped a vital revelation. The Elder Wand, as is well known, has remained in Dumbledore's possession ever since he triumphed over Grindelwald. The Invisibility Cloak, too, has lingered in Dumbledore's hands for an extended period, largely due to James Potter's influence. In the forthcoming times, Dumbledore will come here to retrieve the Resurrection Stone. Thus, it can be said that Dumbledore alone possesses all 3 Deathly Hallows. In the original narrative, Dumbledore frequently alludes to death as another grand adventure. Moreover, after his demise, he even encounters Harry Potter. Contemplating the Grim Reaper's commission only adds to Kane's suspicions. What hidden secrets do the Deathly Hallows conceal? This world, diverging from the original tale, is becoming increasingly intriguing. Kane cautiously navigated around traps and eventually discovered the Resurrection Stone in a secluded corner. Come here. Take me with you. As he approached the Resurrection Stone, a tide of voices surged into Kane's mind. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him: to grasp the Resurrection Stone before him and don it. Kane's hand reached towards the stone, drawing ever closer. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, he jolted back. Ouch! It's so hot. Hastily, he retrieved the seed of the resurrection herb from his pocket, feeling a wave of anxiety. Had it not been for the sudden intense heat of the seed, he would have touched the stone. What a close call. It is well known that even Dumbledore was swayed by the allure of the Resurrection Stone. In the original narrative, upon wearing the stone, Dumbledore immediately fell victim to its curse, placing his life in peril. But what connection exists between the Resurrection Herb and the Resurrection Stone? With a spirit of experimentation, Kane cautiously brought the Resurrection Herb's seed closer to the stone. Suddenly, dark liquid began to ooze from the ring of the Resurrection Stone, eroding everything it touched. My goodness, its efficacy rivals that of Aqua Regia. Kane stepped back until the black liquid ceased to flow, then approached the stone once more. Was it merely Kane's imagination, or had the initially malevolent aura of the stone dissipated? Curiously, Kane seized an unfortunate little bird that was about to flit past the window and tossed it towards the stone. To his surprise, nothing happened. The bird remained lively and unscathed. The curse of the Resurrection Stone had vanished. Still wary, Kane levitated the ornate gold ring set with the Resurrection Stone for a closer examination. Would Voldemort's soul fragment also disappear? There had been no screams, so perhaps all was well. He resolved to procure some basilisk venom another day to let Voldemort's fragment experience its effects. With a firm decision, Kane placed the ring into a silver square box. This ancient alchemical artifact could isolate anything contained within it. Even if there are still undiscovered curses on the Resurrection Stone, they will not affect Kane. Chapter 22. An unexpected visitor in the brilliantly lit hall. Kane sat languidly at the Slytherin long table, engaging in idle chatter with his friends. On this very day last year, he, along with Draco and a few others, were still considered newcomers in the eyes of many. Yet, this year, they had transformed into mere spectators, poised to welcome new members into their fold. Last night, Kane had immersed himself in the study of the Resurrection Stone, opting to bypass the Hogwarts Express as usual, and instead made his way directly from Hogsmeade to the school. What has transpired? Draco, noticing the hurried entrance of Filch, nudged Kane with curiosity. Filch strode straight to Snape, whispering something in his ear. Kane observed as Snape's expression darkened. Amidst the inquisitive gazes of others, Snape abruptly stood, the chair scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. A sudden realization struck Kane. The second-year kickoff. Harry Potter becomes a member of the Flying Car Brigade. Indeed, it was Dobby's interference that had prevented Harry from catching the Hogwarts Express. The clever Ron had then devised a plan involving the Weasley family's enchanted car, whisking Harry away into a thrilling aerial escapade. It seemed Snape was likely heading off to find Harry. Otherwise, his reaction would not have been so animated. Harry Potter was absent. Theodore's gaze immediately shifted to the Gryffindor table. Where's Potter? Draco followed Theodore's line of sight and confirmed Harry's absence. Troublemaker. Pansy rolled her eyes. At that moment, amidst their banter, Hermione approached Kane with a look of panic. Unbeknownst to her, the attention of the Slytherin table had converged upon this interaction. What is the matter, Hermione? Can we speak privately? Hermione surveyed the surroundings, biting her lip. All right, what has happened? Kane led Hermione outside the hall. It's Harry and Ron. I can't find them on the Hogwarts Express. Have you notified a professor? Kane inquired. No, it slipped my mind, Hermione confessed, her head drooping in shame. How could she overlook such an obvious plea for help? They won't be expelled, will they? Hermione's complexion turned pale. I think you need not worry about them. Kane gestured for Hermione to glance back. Snape was approaching, accompanied by a disheveled Harry and Ron. Harry, Ron, Hermione exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and urgency in her voice. Hermione. The two boys, looking dejected, seemed to have found their savior. It was a touching scene. Snape, witnessing this long-awaited reunion, offered a perfunctory applause, his expression tinged with disapproval as he scrutinized the trio. Mr. Slytherin, I believe you ought to be in the Great Hall at this moment, Snape intoned with a prolonged emphasis. Headmaster, what has happened to Harry and Ron? Kane inquired with a look of concern on his face. There was no choice but to feign ignorance. The two had piloted a flying car without permission, attracting the attention of muggles along the way, and had even damaged the school's soul-whomping Willow. To Kane's astonishment, Snape had indeed revealed the truth. Take a good look now. After today, you shall no longer see them. Snape's eyes glimmered with malevolence. Professor, you cannot. Hermione weakly protested, her complexion ashen. Harry and Ron mirrored her expression, utterly dumbfounded. Snape tossed his hair aside and, like a gust of wind, ushered the two soulless beings toward his office. He was eager to witness James Potter's son pack his bags and depart. Kane, what should we do? Hermione glanced at Kane, as if he were a lifeline. You should inform Professor McGonagall first. Rest assured, Harry and Ron will not be expelled, Kane advised Hermione, opting not to involve himself further. After all, as long as Dumbledore was present, the possibility of Harry and Ron being driven out was non-existent. What on earth happened? Draco inquired impatiently upon Kane's return. The others ceased their discussions, pretending to be engrossed in their plates, yet their ears were perked up with keen interest. Kane found the Slytherins amusing. They were merely reveling in the misfortunes of others. Without attempting to modulate his voice, he recounted the entire sequence of events. A collective gasp resonated from the Slytherin table. What can one expect from Gryffindor? How audacious of them. They are surely going to be expelled, Draco lamented. They deserve it, Pansy murmured with malicious glee. Not necessarily. Theodore calmly interjected with his perspective. Kane paid no mind to their animated debates, preferring to listen quietly, curious to see the limits of their imaginations. After an interminable wait, just as impatience began to ripple through the crowd, the doors swung open once more. Professor McGonagall entered, leading a procession of young wizards. Kane noticed that Dumbledore had also timely appeared at the staff table. The sorting ceremony was about to commence. First, the sorting hat made its grand entrance. The patched hat sang a tune that differed from the previous year, garnering a round of enthusiastic applause. Very well, those whose names are called, please step forward. As the hat retired from the stage, Professor McGonagall swiftly proceeded to the next segment. Edward Bones, Hufflepuff, Colin Creevey, Gryffindor, Luna Lovegood. Upon hearing the sorting hat's decision, Luna did not immediately stride towards the Ravenclaw table. Instead, she first waved at Kane. Subsequently, Kane watched as Luna skipped joyfully towards Ravenclaw, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. She was indeed unlike anyone else. William Smith. As the last student was sorted into Slytherin, the sorting ceremony approached its conclusion. Kane surveyed the first-year students now belonging to Slytherin, pleased to note that their number surpassed that of his own year. Children, another year of enrollment has commenced. Dumbledore, wearing a broad smile, gazed upon the future of the magical world, poised to deliver a speech, only to be interrupted by an unexpected visitor. With a creak, the door swung open once more. The storm outside surged in, and a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the two figures at the entrance. Fudge. Kane was taken aback to see the current Minister of Magic standing at the door, accompanied by a slender girl with dark hair. Dumbledore. This child also requires sorting. Fudge, undeterred by the rain soaking him, strode into the hall with the girl. The assembly within turned curious, their eyes fixated on these uninvited guests. We shall proceed. Dumbledore appraised the dark-haired girl and addressed Fudge. Minerva, this is entrusted to you. Having conferred with Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore led Fudge and the girl further inside, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Chapter 23 and a Prince. Connolly, who is this child? Dumbledore's expression grew serious. There was something peculiar about the girl. This morning, the Ministry detected magical fluctuations in the Muggle world, and the Aurors discovered this girl on sight. Fudge hesitated. She experienced a magical outburst. What? Dumbledore's heart sank. The sensation he felt emanating from the girl was no mere illusion. Child, how old are you? 12. The girl's gaze seemed unfocused, and after glancing at Dumbledore, she replied, her mother has passed away. It is likely that this trauma triggered her magical awakening, Fudge added. Very well, child, do not be afraid. Dumbledore first reassured the girl before inquiring, would you like to attend Hogwarts? I have no home now, do I? A flicker of pain crossed the girl's eyes, soon replaced by a calm detachment. Hogwarts will become your home, I believe. Dumbledore's blue eyes reflected the girl as another figure flashed through his mind. What is your name, child? Anna Prince, the girl murmured. Prince? Dumbledore pondered the surname, glancing at Fudge. She possesses mementos left by her mother, which bear the emblem of the Prince family. Fudge understood precisely what Dumbledore sought to uncover. Simultaneously, they both recognized the significance of the surname Prince within the magical realm. However, this was not the moment for such discussions. Child, proceed to the sorting ceremony. Your future companions await you. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore transformed Anna's Muggle attire into a plain, black wizard's robe. Anna gazed at her altered appearance with curiosity, her eyes now reflecting a hint of wonder. Cornelius, I must return to the Ministry to deliberate on the issues plaguing Nocturne Alley, he stated, for it was indeed the surname that had prompted Cornelius to undertake this visit. Come along, child. Dumbledore escorted Anna back to the Great Hall. The students regarded Anna with intrigue, speculating about the identity of this unexpected guest. Even the professors discreetly scrutinized the girl. Minerva, we have another child in need of sorting, Dumbledore remarked, directing his gaze toward Professor McGonagall. Although taken aback, she refrained from further inquiry and asked, what is the name of this young girl? Anna Prince. Upon hearing the surname, Kane's mind instantly recalled something significant. At the staff table, Snape immediately assessed the girl upon hearing her surname, disbelief evident in his gaze. In the next moment, he turned his attention to Dumbledore, who nodded slightly, affirming Snape's suspicions. Snape fixed his gaze upon the girl, and for the first time in years, a flicker of moisture appeared in his usually hollow eyes. Professor McGonagall observed the silent exchange between the two, aware to some extent of Snape's past. Perhaps this child was a pivotal opportunity. Anna, come here. Professor McGonagall beckoned her from beside the stool. Anna approached with a stoic expression and donned the sorting hat. Slytherin. The hat barely touched Anna's hair before swiftly rendering its decision. The Slytherins exchanged glances, uncertain whether to welcome this unexpected arrival. An eerie silence enveloped the hall. Clapping his hands with a somewhat rigid smile, Snape was the first to break the stillness. The Slytherins were taken aback, questioning whether they were imagining things. Snape smiling? Was it a trick of their eyes? Kane found the situation amusing, as yet another character not present in the original narrative had emerged. Following suit, Kane joined in the applause. Observing Kane's approval, the Slytherins soon followed suit, clapping in unison. Come along, Anna. Snape descended to personally guide Anna to the Slytherin table. You may sit here. With a swift glance, Snape indicated to Pansy, who instinctively shifted to make space for Anna. Let us coexist harmoniously. Snape cast a fleeting glance at the assembled crowd, his gaze seemingly pausing momentarily on Kane. Kane, not oblivious to his surroundings, certainly felt the weight of Snape's attention and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in response. All right, children, dig in. You must all be famished. Dumbledore announced as he noticed Anna had taken her seat, gesturing with his hands. The students, already ravenous, set aside their gossip and transformed into voracious eaters. Among them, Ron Weasley stood out, showcasing his unique talent as he devoured a large chicken leg with impressive fervor. Clearly, the 50 points deducted from him and Harry moments ago had not diminished his appetite in the slightest. However, while the atmosphere buzzed with excitement at other tables, the Slytherin long table remained shrouded in silence as its occupants covertly scrutinized Kane and the girls seated across from him. Anna, eat, Kane said with an exasperated glance at his companions, whose expressions varied greatly. Kane, is that the prince? Draco leaned in, lowering his voice to inquire. Hasn't the prince family been extinguished? If you are asking whether I am the prince from your midst, I can affirm that, Anna replied, her gaze returning from her plate to meet Draco's with an expression devoid of emotion. Draco, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, thought he could almost excavate a 3-bedroom apartment from the awkwardness. So you are? Kane retorted. The others at the long table quieted their movements, eagerly awaiting Anna's response. I am. The one called Fudge informed me, Anna stated, her eyes locked onto Kane's without a hint of evasion. Then welcome to Slytherin, Kane expressed, finding himself increasingly intrigued by Anna Prince. Upon hearing her acknowledgement of her identity, various Slytherins began to approach her, each with their own intentions. Yet, regardless of who posed a question, Anna seemed to remain oblivious, simply lowering her head to quietly chew her food, deterring any further advances. Kane noticed out of the corner of his eye that Snape had been fixated on Anna. When he observed a few students approaching her, Snape shot them a fierce glare. So, this is how you protect her? Kane couldn't help but smile, realizing that Snape had acquired yet another vulnerability. As the banquet drew to a close, Dumbledore introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. Ah, children, you are fortunate to have a world-renowned figure and author, a recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, as your new professor. Do not let this inflate your pride, Lockhart proclaimed, parading around like a flamboyant peacock, scattering insincere smiles. The young witches below blushed, clapping enthusiastically. Chapter 24. Quietude. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Peeves the poltergeist made his presence known, dropping a large balloon squarely atop the self-satisfied Lockhart's head. With a resounding pop, the balloon burst, enveloping Lockhart in a cloud of white powder, rendering him akin to a figure sculpted from flour from a distance. Coughing violently, Lockhart sent dust flying, prompting the surrounding professors to swiftly retreat. Laughter erupted from the students, a chorus of applause and cheers ringing out. Well done, Peeves. Kane glanced questioningly at Cassandra, who raised an eyebrow at him, her smile laden with meaning. What do you think? Quite a performance, isn't it? Kane silently gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the success. Students, I arranged this delightful spectacle with Peeves to ensure you all begin the school year with joy. Lockhart attempted to salvage his dignity. However, as he spoke, more of the powder cascaded down, creating a comically absurd scene that only amplified the students' laughter. Silence. Dumbledore, unable to endure the chaos any longer, stood and gestured for quiet. After reiterating the newly imposed rules from Filch, the opening feast concluded splendidly. In the Slytherin common room, Cassandra stood at the center, with Gemma first reinforcing the Slytherin code before Cassandra took her turn, prompting the first years to elect their leader. Goodness, this year's newcomers are the most lackluster I've ever seen, she thought. The main spell they wielded was the minor jinx, largely ineffective yet significantly insulting. More often than not, it devolved into a brawl, where wands were discarded in favor of fists. Nonetheless, it provided some amusement for the older students. This year's lot is truly disappointing, far inferior to us, Draco remarked with enthusiasm. Theodore shot him a glance, refraining from pointing out the truth. Without Kane, their cohort wouldn't fare significantly better than these fledgling wizards. And who else? Henry Flint, sporting a bruised visage, raised his fist, a boulder of a hand, defiantly surveying the room. His cousin, Marcus Flint, looked on with pride, boasting to those nearby. Behold my cousin. Kane rubbed his temples, lamenting the Flint family's lack of intellect, a clan composed solely of muscle without wit. And me, the frail Anna stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. Kane, leaning back, was intrigued to see what she might contribute, as she seemed so delicate. Don't think you can bully me just because you look like a chick, Henry Flint sneered at Anna. Less chatter. Anna shot a cold glance at Flint. Where is your wand? Flint, taken aback by the icy intensity in Anna's gaze, involuntarily stepped back. Who says one cannot cause harm without a wand? Suddenly, Anna's eyes turned pitch black, devoid of any white, a faint aura of darkness swirling around her. Kane's expression grew serious. It seemed his intuition was not mistaken. Anna Prince. She resembled a silent specter, a ghostly figure. Henry, overwhelmed by terror, collapsed to the ground, oblivious to his own weakness, before scurrying away in a panic. Stop. Snape entered the room with a grim demeanor, his anxiety evident. Kane was certain that Snape had been present from the very beginning, only revealing himself upon witnessing Anna's transformation. Come with me, Snape instructed, observing Anna's return to her normal state. The head of first year will be re-elected. On what grounds? Anna stood her ground, defiantly locking her gaze onto Snape. Ah, has the brave Slytherin finally made an appearance? Snape mused, his irritation palpable. Kane watched as Snape instinctively prepared to unleash his venom. Yet upon seeing the girl's unwavering resolve, he restrained himself. Anna Prince is the head of first year. The rest of you may disperse. Snape flicked his robes in dismissal and led Anna away. Do those two share a connection? Henry Flint remarked, a mix of embarrassment and anger in his voice. All eyes turned towards him, the younger students cowering behind Marcus. All right, we also need to finalize the heads for other years. Cassandra clapped her hands, commanding attention. Ultimately, Kane retained his position as head of second year, with no changes among the other grades for the time being. I heard my father mention that Professor Snape's mother hails from the Prince family, so they truly are related? Draco pondered later in the dormitory. Does that mean I can't become Professor Snape's favorite student? Is that your main concern? Blaise, visiting the dormitory, appeared confused. What else could it be? For instance, there's a new first-year girl, a blonde beauty, proud and stunning. Blaise grinned knowingly. Surely you're not referring to Daphne Greengrass? Draco inquired. Indeed, that's her. I advise you to keep your distance. If not for her illness, she would be in our year, and she is quite close with Pansy, if you catch my drift. Theodore cautioned. What does that have to do with Pansy? Blaise scratched his curly hair. Getting close to Daphne would provoke Pansy's wrath. Kane remarked disdainfully at Blaise's obliviousness. From now on, keep your distance from Anna. She is likely a silent specter. Silent specter? The three echoed in unison. Isn't it said that such beings rarely survive past the age of 10? Theodore articulated the shared concern of the others. Yet, one cannot avoid the unexpected. Anna stands as a living testament to that truth before us. It is regrettable. I had hoped that the Peveril family would once again grace the British magical realm. The complexity of Blaise's tone was palpable. Once Draco had succumbed to slumber, Kane retrieved Voldemort's diary. Ever since he acquired the diary, Kane had pondered whether to destroy it outright or consider other options. At this moment, he reached a resolution. He intended to engage in conversation with young Tom, curious about the nature of Voldemort at the tender age of 16. Kane opened the diary and, wielding a quill, inscribed the inaugural sentence upon the blank parchment. Hello, Voldemort. A series of bold ellipses materialized on the pristine page. Hello, I am not Voldemort. You have mistaken your man. The chaotic handwriting betrayed Voldemort's emotional state. He was indeed not Voldemort, merely a simple diary, devoid of malevolent intent. I am Kane Slytherin, your future son. Without affording Voldemort a moment's respite, Kane unleashed another bombshell. What? The page was awash with erratic ink blots, and he was truly bewildered. He was merely 16. Was he to assume the role of a father? He could hardly contain himself. Calm your mind. Do not resist me. The 16-year-old Voldemort resolved to draw Kane into the realm of his memories. Eager to meet this prodigious offspring. Chapter 25. 2 generations in a haze. Kane was pulled into the memory space. Within an inky world, he immediately beheld the 16-year-old Tom Riddle. With hair as dark as obsidian and a tall, slender frame, he donned the Slytherin uniform, exuding an air of elegance and composure. As Kane appraised Riddle, Riddle reciprocated the scrutiny. After a brief moment, both arrived at an undeniable conclusion. You bear an uncanny resemblance. You are called Kane. Riddle articulated in Parseltongue. Indeed, Kane Slytherin, Kane replied in kind. Riddle's eyes sparkled with newfound interest as he approached Kane with haste. You are of my bloodline. Observing Riddle's excitement, Kane sensed that the 16-year-old Riddle might still harbor a flicker of hope regarding familial bonds. Biologically, this was indeed the case. Kane nodded in acknowledgement. Is the Dark Soul sending me to you, instructing me to guide you? Given Kane's youth, Riddle presumed that the Dark Soul intended for him to be Kane's mentor. Nay, the Dark Soul would not be so benevolent toward me. Kane replied with an indifferent expression. What do you mean? Riddle inquired, taken aback. He seeks to kill me. How could that be? You are of our lineage. Because he is desperate to resurrect himself. Resurrect? The Dark Soul has not yet unified the magical realm? This is impossible. Riddle's handsome visage contorted in disbelief. This is akin to declaring the fall of the Qing dynasty in front of those who sport braids. It is utterly impossible. Given the nature of the Dark Lord, do you truly believe he would permit your freedom if he unified the magical realm? Kane incisively highlighted the issue. As part of Voldemort, none would consider themselves inferior. One could not dismiss the possibility of a fragment of his soul attempting to usurp the master. Upon hearing this, Riddle regained his composure. He was acutely aware of his own inherent mistrust. Were he the master soul, he would not grant the fragments any liberty. How did he fail? Was it at the hands of Dumbledore? Observing Kane's silence, Riddle became increasingly agitated, convinced he was correct. That old man Dumbledore had never trusted me, never. It was not Dumbledore. You were defeated by an infant. Kane felt a twinge of sympathy for Riddle. Who could have anticipated that the mighty Voldemort's demise would be so abrupt? Riddle was momentarily stunned, as if time had frozen around him. Was it truly due to a prophecy? Kane disregarded the petrified Riddle and continued to elucidate the circumstances of Voldemort's downfall. So, the Master Soul was vanquished by a child named Harry Potter. Absurd. Riddle pondered whether the Master Soul had suffered from too many splits, resulting in a muddled mind. How could he have engaged a defenseless infant due to an elusive prophecy? With the strength of the Master Soul, consolidating control over the British magical community should have been merely a matter of time. What has become of the Master Soul now? Presumably, he is somewhere languishing in survival. Kane speculated that Voldemort had likely retreated to the forests of Romania to lie low. Are you safe now? Is Dumbledore monitoring you? Riddle placed his hands on Kane's shoulders, anxiously scrutinizing him. I am still a student at Hogwarts. Dumbledore cannot overtly act against me. A peculiar sensation flickered in Kane's heart, prompting him to instinctively avoid Riddle's gaze. He would rather confront Voldemort's icy stare than feel so bewildered in this moment. Let us discuss our future plans. Kane took the initiative to shift the topic. Meanwhile, in Snape's office, have you been well these past years? After a prolonged silence, Snape could no longer restrain himself from inquiring. What does that have to do with you? Anna responded with a hint of confusion, her tone flat. My mother was Eileen Prince. Upon seeing the guarded expression in Anna's eyes, Snape felt a momentary sting in his heart, long dormant. Prince? Anna lifted her head. Is this it? She produced a pendant bearing the Prince family crest, which was left to me by my mother. Snape hesitated momentarily, saying, wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, Severus Snape emerged cautiously, clutching an ancient tome. This was a cherished relic left to me by my mother. The cover bore the unmistakable insignia of the Prince family. Anna meticulously compared the pendant with the emblem on the book's cover, her mouth agape in astonishment. So you must be my... Anna inquired, a mix of anticipation and trepidation in her voice. Based on the lineage of the Prince family, I should be your great-uncle. My mother once shared tales of the Prince family with me. She spoke of her father, the previous head of the family, who had a daughter named Ivy Prince. Due to her latent magical abilities, she was sent to be raised in the Muggle world. Snape turned his gaze toward Anna. I know. My mother said my grandmother's name was Ivy. So, you truly are my uncle. Anna's voice quivered, tears glistening in her eyes, with a hint of unspoken resentment lurking beneath the surface. Why didn't you come find me sooner? If you had, perhaps my mother wouldn't have died. She wouldn't have. I'm sorry, Snape replied gently, his hand brushing the crown of Ivy's head. Uncle. Yet, Anna could no longer contain her emotions, throwing herself into Snape's embrace and weeping inconsolably. Do not fear. I am here. Your uncle is here. A pang of sorrow gripped Snape as he pondered why fate had never favored him. An alcoholic father, a submissive mother, and Lily, who was lost to the void. Finally discovering his blood relative in Anna, only to find her shrouded in silence. He vowed to rescue Anna. He could not bear to lose her as well. Uncle, look. This is a photograph of my mother. After weeping for a time, Anna wiped her tears and revealed a picture hidden within the pendant for Snape to see. She is beautiful. A wave of emotion surged within Snape. This cousin he had never met bore a striking resemblance to his mother. Meanwhile, on Kane's side, he announced, I must take my leave. I have classes tomorrow. After much deliberation, Kane decided it was time to go. Well, staying up late will hinder your growth. Riddle's eyes sparkled with paternal pride, sending chills down Kane's spine. Could it be that Riddle was truly embodying the role of a father? Before you depart, would you call me father? Riddle gazed at Kane, a hint of anxiety in his demeanor. Oh no, he was genuinely stepping into the role of a father. No, Kane coldly refused. Although they had forged a temporary alliance, he had no intention of calling a 16-year-old boy dad. Well, one day you will be willing. Riddle continued to fixate on Kane with affectionate eyes, determined to redeem himself in the eyes of his beloved son. Kane felt overwhelmed. He needed to escape. Chapter 26. A few matters regarding the herbology class in the hall. Kane, having enjoyed a refreshing nap, along with his companions, prepared to indulge in a delightful breakfast. Embarking on a new day, to his astonishment, there were steamed buns and fried dough sticks. Kane was utterly amazed to discover several varieties of traditional Chinese breakfast laid out before him. How about that? Quite impressive, isn't it? Cedric remarked, giving Kane a friendly pat on the shoulder after a long absence. Did you all manage to procure these? Kane inquired. Indeed. Ever since we experienced the exquisite cuisine of the mysterious East last school year, we reached out to our alumni who have graduated to connect with the Eastern magical community. They refer to themselves as Taoists from the East. We exchanged menus with our amicable friends from that region, resulting in the delightful offerings before you, Cedric explained nonchalantly. Cursed luck. They've truly outdone themselves, Kane mused. One might say this is the power of food enthusiasts at work. Thus, an unexpected and intimate cultural exchange unfolded between the East and West. Do try it, Cedric urged, pointing at the bun in Kane's hand. Kane complied eagerly, unable to resist taking a bite. Filled with chives and eggs, a classic indeed. Delicious. Kane couldn't help but express his admiration, giving a thumbs up. Huh. There will be even more culinary delights in the future, Cedric replied with a warm smile, gesturing toward the other long tables. I shall check on their feedback. All right then. Kane waved his hand, savoring his breakfast once more. This is truly delightful, Draco exclaimed after tasting a pork and cabbage bun, showering praises. Although others were less vocal, their rapid consumption revealed their satisfaction. Just as Kane was about to sip his porridge to cleanse his palate, a multitude of owls surged into the hall. He quickly waved his wand, creating a clean space for his porridge. Hoot! An owl with a distinctive appearance greeted Kane. Calmly, he wiped his hands and retrieved the letter from the owl's talon. The missive was from the French Ministry of Magic. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained an update on his application for the third-class Order of Merlin. The review by the Wisengamot had been successfully passed. It was merely a matter of time before he would receive the title of Merlin Knight. Congratulations, Kane. You will be the youngest recipient of the Merlin Medal, Draco exclaimed. His face flushed with excitement and pride for Kane. With a dramatic flair, the members of Slytherin turned their attention to Kane, whispering amongst themselves in hushed tones. It's nothing. I haven't received it yet. Kane shrugged, maintaining a calm demeanor. Oh no. Just as the Slytherins basked in their shared pride, a new spectacle emerged from Gryffindor. An envelope of crimson hue began to emit smoke. Upon witnessing the scene, Kane swiftly inserted earplugs into his ears. His decision proved to be sagacious, for in the next instant, a cacophonous roar reverberated throughout the auditorium, dislodging even the dust from the ceiling. Having stolen a car, if they were to expel you, I would be utterly unfazed, he thought, as he and Mrs. Weasley passionately criticized Comrade Ron Weasley with voices that soared like the wind. Kane noticed that Ron, much like an ostrich, buried himself in denial, pretending he was not the subject of the letter. Meanwhile, Harry, standing nearby, appeared equally embarrassed. His face flushed as he busied himself with nothing in particular, merely pretending to be occupied. Kane rubbed his forehead. These two were truly capable of conjuring new antics each year. Oh, Ginny, my dear, congratulations on your acceptance into Gryffindor. Mrs. Weasley's voice softened at the conclusion of her thunderous missive. However, Ginny did not share in the joy. She shyly lowered her head. Kane, my ears are about to ring, Draco remarked with a hint of melancholy in his gaze, as if to implore why he was not afforded the same earplugs. Next time. For sure, Kane replied with a perfunctory nod, lacking genuine sincerity. Our first class is herbology with Ravenclaw, Odette reminded, glancing at the schedule. Let us go? Having had his fill of entertainment, Kane felt quite content, and even the herbology class, in which he was not particularly adept, did not dampen his spirits. The group made their way to the greenhouse, where they found a portion of Ravenclaw already awaiting Professor Sprout. Why hasn't the professor arrived yet? Blaise inquired, a note of confusion in his voice. Typically, Professor Sprout would arrive early for herbology. I'll go check, Kane resolved, sensing something amiss, and strode purposefully towards the Whomping Willow. Before long, he beheld a scene that left him both amused and exasperated. The Whomping Willow, seemingly agitated by some unseen force, had ensnared both Professor Sprout and Lockhart, mercilessly thrashing them about. The two appeared to be engaged in an awkward dance, hopping about erratically. Ugh! Lockhart could no longer maintain his perfect smile, instead emitting a cacophony of shrieks. Petrificus totalis, Kane intoned, immobilizing the branches of the Whomping Willow that threatened Professor Sprout. Thank you, Kane. Had you not arrived in time, I cannot fathom the extent of my suffering. Professor Sprout exhaled a sigh of relief. Stumbling away from the tree's grasp, heels swiftly, Kane decided to extend his kindness. Professor, you should visit the infirmary shortly. Good lad. I truly appreciate your assistance. I feel much better now. Professor Sprout smiled warmly. Shall we depart, Professor? Wait, what about me? Lockhart exclaimed, realizing that neither of them seemed inclined to assist him any longer, and dropped the pretense of indifference, calling out in urgency. Originally, Kane intended to turn a deaf ear, but Lockhart's voice was simply too loud, leaving Kane feeling quite embarrassed. Professor Lockhart, why don't you come up with a solution yourself? Kane wore a faint smile on his face. My wand was knocked away by the Whomping Willow. Just as Lockhart was speaking, the Whomping Willow erupted violently once more, causing Lockhart to howl in distress. Coughing lightly to suppress his amusement, Kane covered his mouth. Coincidentally, Professor Sprout mirrored his actions. I could give it a try, but I cannot guarantee that I can immobilize the frenzied Whomping Willow again. After all, I am merely a second-year student, and my magical prowess is rather limited, Kane said, filled with self-reproach. It's all right. I believe in you, Lockhart exclaimed, his voice strained from enduring the Whomping Willow's relentless assault. In that case, I shall do my utmost. With his hands slightly raised, Kane gently waved his wand, instantly immobilizing the branches of the Whomping Willow. Professor Sprout was taken aback. Was that silent magic? Oh, thank goodness. The wretched Whomping Willow has finally ceased its antics. Before Lockhart could finish his sentence, the branches of the Whomping Willow swung down once more. Fortunately, in that brief moment of stillness, Lockhart had already dashed to the edge. Ultimately, he screamed as he scampered away. Kane and Professor Sprout could no longer contain themselves, bursting into laughter simultaneously. Chapter 27. Continuing with herbology lessons. Professor Sprout, what on earth just happened? Kane inquired. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley collided with the Whomping Willow. While I was tending to it, Lockhart approached. His insistence on showcasing a supposedly faster and better method of treating the Whomping Willow only drove it into a frenzy. Professor Sprout replied, her expression sour. Kane understood. Lockhart was a jack of all trades and master of none, always seeking to show off, yet consistently hindering others. By the way, Kane, you just saved the professor, so Slytherin earns 10 points, Professor Sprout said, her impression of Kane increasingly favorable. Now, let us proceed to class. Professor Sprout led Kane back to the front greenhouse. Children, today we shall have our lesson in Greenhouse 3, so follow me. Professor Sprout set off towards the third greenhouse. What happened? Lockhart just ran past like a dog chasing its tail, Draco inquired, curiosity piqued. Kane recounted the recent events to him. Huh. Serves him right for trying to show off, Draco chuckled, amused at Lockhart's misfortune. But he did look rather dashing while he was running, Pansy said, placing her hands over her heart, her eyes nearly transforming into heart shapes. I advise you to visit the infirmary promptly. The sooner you treat your eyes, the better. Blaze scoffed, unable to tolerate Pansy's infatuated demeanor. Silence, you are merely envious. Pansy did not indulge Blaze, launching into a tirade. All right, we are in class now, Kane remarked nonchalantly, noting how the Ravenclaws nearby were observing them. Humph. The two simultaneously huffed coldly, turning their heads away from one another. Professor Sprout stood behind a table in the greenhouse, upon which rested around 20 pairs of ear protection in various colors. Today, we shall learn how to repot the mandrake. Now, who can tell me the properties of the mandrake? Professor Sprout scanned the room full of students, ultimately fixing her gaze on Kane. The mandrake is a potent restorative agent capable of returning those who have been transformed or cursed to their original state, Kane answered with measured confidence. Although he was not particularly adept at herbology, his memory was exceptional, and recalling the properties of the mandrake was a trivial task. Excellent. Slytherin gains 10 points. Professor Sprout said, visibly pleased. However, it is also quite dangerous. Can anyone explain why? This time, Kane did not rise. Instead, he looked to Draco. Its cry can be lethal, Draco replied after a moment's hesitation. Absolutely correct. Slytherin earns another 10 points. Following this, Professor Sprout donned a pair of ear protectors, signaling for everyone to observe how she repotted the mandrake. With sleeves rolled up, Professor Sprout swiftly grasped the mandrake's leaves and yanked it from the pot. Ugh, how hideous, was Kane's immediate reaction. The mandrake's roots resembled an ugly, wailing infant, covered in a muddy hue and speckled with spots. Professor Sprout quickly placed it into a larger pot, topping it with damp, dark compost, which finally silenced its cries. When it was the students' turn, Professor Sprout instructed them to form groups of 4 to repot the mandrakes. Draco, Theodore, and Odette swiftly gathered beside Kane, forming an automatic group. Pansy, nearby, stamped her foot in frustration, cursing her own slow reaction as it left her with the insufferable Blaze. The 4 quickly divided their tasks. Kane was to pull, Odette would fetch the pot, while Theodore and Draco handled the compost. It truly is ugly, Draco's lips moved, though everyone could discern what he was communicating. Just as Odette turned to retrieve the pot, Draco suddenly thrust his hand into the mandrake's mouth. Ack! Draco cried out. Even with ear protection, Kane heard Draco's pained shout. The wailing mandrake seemed to relent in the face of Draco's shriek. This troublesome child, always seeking to court disaster. The tension dissipated. Kane gently patted the mandrake, causing it to lose its strength. Draco successfully extracted his hand from the mandrake's grasp and glanced at Kane with a guilty conscience. Kane shot him an irritated glare, signaling him to behave, as Professor Sprout was observing. The herbology class concluded without incident, and the group, weary from their efforts, made their way to the transfiguration classroom. In an instant, Kane felt rejuvenated. Transfiguration was a domain in which he excelled with ease. In this lesson, we were to learn how to transform a beetle into a button. Professor McGonagall's gaze lingered for a moment on several muddy-clad Ravenclaws. Working in pairs, we began our practice. Professor McGonagall indicated that each group should send one member to collect a beetle. Upon receiving his beetle, Kane did not hesitate to wave his wand. In the next moment, the beetle transformed into a golden circular button, adorned with intricate vintage patterns. Slytherin earned 5 points. Professor McGonagall was not surprised by Kane's speed. Come to my office after class, she instructed. Draco, you must first visualize the button in your mind. Draco's beetle indeed transformed into a button, but this button retained 4 legs and scuttled chaotically across the table. Draco, caught up in the moment, began to chase the button-shaped beetle around with his wand. Realizing the situation, Draco set aside his careless demeanor and commenced his struggle with the 4-legged creature. Professor, Kane knocked on McGonagall's office door. Come in. Kane noticed that McGonagall had conspicuously drawn one side of the curtain. Upon seeing the small furry figure peeking from behind the curtain, Kane understood. It was the luxurious cat tree he had gifted her last Christmas, indicating that she was quite fond of it. Ahem. Following Kane's gaze, McGonagall realized her slip and cleared her throat, attempting to cover up. Kane, your progress in transfiguration is evident. What you need to do now is to consolidate your understanding and develop a preliminary grasp of the essence of transformation. Professor McGonagall spoke earnestly. I am assigning you an individual project. The topic is how to more efficiently transform a beetle into a button. Kane, contemplating the practical applications of transfiguration, nodded in agreement. Chapter 28. Truly, a remarkable talent in the room of requirement, a serene space devoid of interruptions. Kane opened his journal, and Riddle's figure materialized on the page. How has your day been, young Kane? Not bad, Kane replied, still somewhat unaccustomed to Riddle's style, pausing briefly before continuing. What classes did you attend today? Riddle pressed on. Herbology and transfiguration, Kane succinctly replied. Who are your teachers? Do you like them? The herbology class is taught by Professor Sprout, while transfiguration is under the guidance of Professor McGonagall. Kane, somewhat inexplicably, continued along Riddle's line of thought. Pomona Sprout and Minerva McGonagall? Kane nodded. Indeed, it was they. They were, after all, my seniors. During my school days, I had heard much about their illustrious names. Riddle's face was practically inscribed with the words, Ask me, ask me. What about them? Kane, a person unable to bear the silence of others, simply could not help himself. I remember when I first enrolled, hearing tales of Pomona, who was always dragging house elves to procure sweets and herbs. On one occasion, she added geranium to our pudding, and many who consumed it found themselves so invigorated that they could not sleep for 3 days. Of course, I saw through her little trick at once. Riddle placed particular emphasis on this last remark. As for Minerva McGonagall, she acted with remarkable fervor. There was once a boy who spoke disrespectfully to her, and she gave him quite the lesson with her transfiguration skills, leading him to keep his distance thereafter. Many referred to her as the Lioness of Gryffindor. Kane was fortunate to hear such gossip about the professors in their youth, listening intently. And what of Professor Phileas Flitwick? Oh, he possesses the blood of fairies and is quite diminutive in stature. The two exchanged questions and answers, resembling close friends engaged in casual conversation. The following day, as Kane and his companions made their way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, a small, gray-haired boy held up a camera and looked eagerly at Harry. My name is Colin Creevey. I'm also in Gryffindor. May I take your picture? In the corridor, Harry encountered his admirer. Oh, how unfortunate to meet one of his followers. Draco did not bother to suppress his volume, even whistling at Harry. This rascal, always causing mischief. Harry's face flushed with embarrassment, and he shot Draco a glare, signaling him to behave. Excuse me, did you say you wanted to take a picture? Harry turned to Colin, still somewhat bewildered. This way. I can prove I met you. Colin exclaimed excitedly. I know everything about you. Everyone tells me how you escaped from the Dark Lord. Colin rambled on, unabashedly expressing his admiration for Harry in front of everyone. Why don't you mention that he deducted 50 points from Gryffindor right at the start of the term? A Gryffindor bystander chimed in, having long been displeased with Harry's propensity to dock points from their house. Harry's face reddened further, this time out of shame. Perhaps you could sign your name on the photograph? Colin, utterly oblivious to Harry's discomfort, continued to pursue his request relentlessly. I believe you have disrupted our class. Kane softly remarked as he approached the two, eager to leave the uncomfortable situation behind. Yes, I apologize, he added. Though Colin instinctively sensed that Kane was not one to be trifled with, and timidly took a step back. Harry visibly exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance towards Kane. Oh, children, are you taking photographs? Just as the crowd prepared to disperse, Lockhart suddenly emerged from seemingly nowhere, clad in a vibrant green robe. He strode confidently towards Kane and Harry, his broad smile revealing 8 gleaming teeth. How utterly embarrassing, Kane thought. Professor, you are mistaken. We were just about to attend your class, Kane managed to say with restrained awkwardness. Oh, I'm delighted that you enjoy my lessons. But come now, I know you wish to have a signed photograph of me, Lockhart exclaimed, spotting Colin with a camera and beckoning him eagerly. Colin was taken aback, wondering if Lockhart merely sought a signed photo of Harry Potter, preferably with Harry agreeing to pose with him. Was this middle-aged man slightly unhinged? Don't just stand there. Child, hurry and take the picture, Lockhart insisted, unconcernedly draping his arm around Harry's shoulders. As for Kane, Lockhart glanced at his expression and hesitated, fearing Kane might once again embarrass him. Better to pick on someone more vulnerable. Harry looked at Kane with pleading eyes, silently begging for intervention. Kane truly believed Lockhart was a remarkable specimen. His relentless pursuit of fame knew no bounds. With a swift motion, Kane brushed Lockhart's hand away and took Harry by the arm, leading him away. Let Lockhart entertain himself alone. Observing this, the others followed Kane's lead, arriving at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Kane promptly seated himself at the back. Harry closely followed, offering a sheepish smile to both Odette and Draco, who regarded him with discontent. Just this once, please, he silently pleaded. Odette and Draco exchanged bemused glances before reluctantly taking seats at the desk next to Kane. Hermione looked as if she wished to say something, but ultimately held her tongue, recalling the previous encounter and wishing to avoid further conflict between Kane and Lockhart. Ahem, Lockhart announced as he entered shortly after, theatrically clearing his throat. Students, I am Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin and 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award. He casually picked up Seamus's book, gesturing to the cover featuring his own image as he began his monologue. In truth, his lengthy discourse could be distilled to a simple warning. He was quite conceited. So please do not fall in love with him. Now, let us begin with a small test to assess your reading comprehension, Lockhart declared, pointing to his complete works. Which young lady can assist me in distributing the papers? Lockhart, displaying a modicum of self-awareness, refrained from mentioning the boys. Kane observed that many of the girls from Slytherin and Gryffindor had raised their hands, some even glancing his way before doing so. It was utterly perplexing. Kane, may I raise my hand? Pansy in the front row, blushing, timidly inquired. Kane furrowed his brow. Do as you wish. He had no habit of imposing his thoughts on others. Oh, Pansy seemed to have received a royal decree, raising her hand high. Excellent. Lockhart nodded in satisfaction, convinced of his enduring charm. As for Kane, he decided to be magnanimous, believing that Harry and his ilk were merely envious of his adult demeanor. And this young lady? Lockhart pointed to the quickest hand-raiser, Hermione. Hermione Granger, Professor, she responded, her face flushed, her voice barely audible. Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous glances, questioning if they had indeed heard correctly. And this young lady? Lockhart indicated the highest hand, belonging to Pansy. Pansy Parkinson, Professor, though Pansy did not blush. Her eyes gleamed with newfound brightness. Very well, I shall trouble you two lovely ladies to assist me in distributing the examination papers. Lockhart flashed them a perfect smile. He's insufferable, Blaise whispered to Kane during Pansy's absence to collect the papers. Harry nodded vigorously, fully agreeing. At that moment, Blaise and Harry exchanged knowing looks. Soulmates. Chapter 29, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Kane picked up the paper and glanced at it, noting the questions. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? Losing patience before even reaching the 3rd question, he tossed the paper onto the desk. He retrieved a thick book with a black cover, deciding to delve deeper into spell analysis. Harry glanced at Kane, then at the examination paper, opting to follow suit. Who could possibly discern Lockhart's true intentions? Kane, let me write for you. Pansy, noticing Kane's discontent, volunteered. Suit yourself, Kane replied apathetically, casting a glance her way. And mine, Blaise chimed in eagerly. Astoria and Draco promptly followed suit, openly passing their papers to Pansy. At that moment, Harry, caught in the serpentine nest, hesitated briefly but then resolutely extended his paper toward Pansy. Pansy, witnessing several papers thrust before her, rolled her eyes ungracefully. Yet, from the corner of her eye, she noticed Lockhart's gaze fixed upon them, hastily seizing the papers. Just this once, Pansy gritted her teeth and spoke in a hushed tone. Kane, who was engrossed in his book, couldn't help but smirk at the sight of her. Ah, it seems nearly no one remembers that my favorite color is lilac. After collecting the exam papers, Lockhart began his commentary. Only a few classmates were aware of my secret ambition to eradicate evil from the world. alongside marketing my own line of shampoos. Miss Hermione Granger, Miss Pansy Parkinson, Mr. Kane Slytherin, Mr. Harry Potter. Lockhart called out the names of these 6 students, each of whom received a perfect score. The expression on Lockhart's face was one of uncontainable pride. He was convinced that Kane and Harry held a deep admiration for him, albeit one they were too proud to admit. Upon seeing Lockhart's epiphany-like expression, Kane exchanged glances with Harry. Kane silently observed Pansy's cheeks flushed with excitement, yearning to express his gratitude. Even Hermione looked astounded, questioning the sincerity of their disdain for Lockhart. Gryffindor earns 20 points, Slytherin 40 points. Lockhart generously awarded points to his adoring fans. Kane's demeanor softened. In light of those 40 points, he resolved to forgive Lockhart this once. Now, I have decided to teach you how to defend against the most malevolent forces in this world. With a dramatic flourish of his cloak and a finger pointed skyward, Lockhart assumed his role. Witnessing his theatrics, Kane felt an itch in his teeth, longing to impart some wisdom to Lockhart. Remember, remain calm. With me, Gilderoy Lockhart, at your side, evil cannot harm you in the slightest. Lockhart's impassioned performance piqued the interest of the young wizards, who began speculating about what they were about to face. Could it be a boggart? Perhaps a manticore? The group buzzed with hushed conjectures. Silence. Children, open your eyes wide, Lockhart shushed, retrieving a large cage covered with a cloth from beneath the table. The answer was about to be revealed. In Kane's words, Lockhart certainly knew how to create an atmosphere. It was a pity he wasn't a wedding officiant. With a dramatic flourish, Lockhart yanked off the cover. The crowd momentarily froze before erupting in laughter. Inside the cage was a group of small, blue-skinned, pointy-faced Cornish pixies, their large ears flapping as they squabbled noisily and jumped about. Realizing that the pixies did not yield the dramatic effect he had hoped for, Lockhart reiterated just how malevolent these little creatures were. Do not underestimate them. They're destructive potential rivals, that of the most cunning demons. Come now, let me see how you will deal with them. With that, Lockhart flung open the cage, releasing the approximately 8-inch tall pixies. In that moment, the mischievous Cornish pixies descended upon the scene as if it were their playground, wreaking havoc with wild abandon. They tore apart Gilderoy Lockhart's entire collection of works, shrieking as they hurled the remnants out of the windows. Chaos erupted within the classroom as students were compelled to seek refuge beneath their desks, fearing the onslaught of errant backpacks that soared through the air. Even the portraits of Lockhart adorning the walls seemed to cower in fright, retreating from the pandemonium. Yet amidst the clamor and disorder that enveloped others, Kane found himself in serene tranquility. He had wisely encased himself in a protective shell and donned a set of earplugs, quietly engrossed in his book. His companions nestled within the shield, observing the tumultuous skies above with a sense of detachment. Stop, please stop. Lockhart's feeble cries were met only with the pixies' escalating mischief. They howled and even hoisted Neville up to the grand chandelier, leaving the poor boy pale-faced and trembling, swaying precariously from above. Neville, Harry exclaimed, glancing urgently at Kane. Watch this. Before Kane could make a move, Lockhart, determined to rescue the beleaguered, bellowed, Pesca Pixie Pesternemy. The pixies fell momentarily, but it was a ruse. They snatched the wand from Lockhart's grasp and flung it out of the window. Several pixies lunged at Lockhart's prized hair, and his emerald robe suffered the same fate. Get away. Lockhart swung his arms wildly, attempting to dash for the door. Yet, with a flick of his finger, Kane ensured the door remained steadfastly shut, no matter Lockhart's desperate efforts. Surrounded once more by the pixies, Lockhart found himself in peril again. With a wave of his wand, Kane gently guided Neville back to solid ground. Brilliant, Kane. Harry couldn't contain his admiration as he looked toward him. Kane, Hermione, who had been hiding beneath a desk for quite some time, called out, urging him to intervene. Kane feigned ignorance, relishing the spectacle of Lockhart's folly. At last, unable to bear the disorder any longer, Hermione emerged from her hiding place. The raucous pixies were instantly immobilized. Well done, Hermione. Lockhart exhaled in relief, flashing her his trademark smile. But Hermione was no longer the same person she had been 2 hours prior. She was no longer swayed by his charm. She rolled her eyes at him, having seen through his ineptitude. The remaining pixies are yours to handle, she declared, leaving Lockhart with a look of hopeful expectation. Hermione silently cursed under her breath. Ugh, what an insufferable man. Yet she stepped forward, eager to bring an end to the chaos. However, Kane had no such intentions. With a subtle snap of his fingers, the immobilized pixies sprang back to life, rushing towards Lockhart. At the same time, Kane graciously opened the door. Consequently, the students emerging from their lessons beheld an unforgettable scene. Lockhart was frantically fleeing, pursued by the cacophony of pixies. He found himself utterly trapped. The pixies quickly caught up to Lockhart, scattering his hair in wild disarray. Chapter 30. He is different. In the early hours of dawn, Kane glided through the darkness, his feet landing steadily upon the damp flagstones. This place remained unchanged. Riddle's silhouette appeared beside Kane, nostalgically surveying the surroundings. This once belonged to me, and now it is shared with you. I find joy in that. Riddle gazed gently at Kane, his gloomy aura softened considerably. The Slytherin chamber naturally belongs solely to us Slytherins. Kane turned his head away and spoke. His young master. As soon as she sensed Kane's presence, Shasha swiftly slithered over. Young master, you have finally come to see me. I have missed you dearly. The basilisk rolled its massive body, attempting to convey its grievances to Kane. Stop. Kane quickly stepped back a few paces to avoid being struck by the flying stones. How have you gained so much weight? Kane scrutinized the basilisk, and indeed, it appeared rounder than before. His Shasha has not gained weight. How could you say such a thing about a lady? It is impolite. Very impolite. The basilisk's body stiffened momentarily before it flopped onto the ground in a display of petulance. Stop. Kane rubbed his forehead, reluctant to acknowledge that the creature before him was the fearsome basilisk. It certainly seemed lively in your presence. Riddle observed the basilisk, questioning whether it had always been this way. It has indeed gained weight. Riddle stated a harsh truth with objective clarity. You are the Riddle who appeared before. The basilisk, hearing the unfamiliar hissing, paused for a moment, finally recalling something. Long time no see. Riddle raised an eyebrow, speaking nonchalantly. You are the young master's brother. Recognizing the familiar demeanor of the man before it, the basilisk concluded that he must be the young master's brother. After all, how could they resemble each other so closely? Haha, you also think we look alike, don't you? The corners of Riddle's mouth curved upward, eliciting a bemused expression from Kane. Is he truly this delighted? However, you are mistaken, Shasha. I am Kane's father. Riddle's somewhat translucent form swayed. Kane instinctively furrowed his brow, pondering the nature of his form. Are you worried about me, little Kane? Hey, have you missed the point? You're overthinking it. We merely agreed to confront the main soul together. I certainly do not wish for you to hinder my progress. Kane's expression grew increasingly impassive. Rest assured, I will prove to be quite useful. Riddle's eyes seemed to shimmer. Could this be the familial bond that Dumbledore spoke of? Surprisingly, Riddle found no aversion to this unfamiliar sensation. Sasha, are you hungry? Kane inquired of the basilisk. I just sneaked out to eat. The basilisk hissed halfway through, realizing it could not disclose to its young master that it had covertly indulged in a meal of small spiders. I am indeed hungry. Come. Let me take you hunting. Kane led the way toward an exit of the chamber, which lay within the forbidden forest. The pair made their way straight into the territory of the acromantula. Be quiet, Kane cautioned, allowing the basilisk to hunt freely nearby. Petrify them all. Kane immobilized a solitary acromantula and guided it toward the diary. Here, feet. He lowered his head, avoiding Riddle's gaze. For reasons unknown, he found it impossible to treat Riddle with tranquility. Perhaps he truly feared being impeded by him. Thank you, little Kane. Riddle himself was unaware of the brightness in his eyes at that moment. The moonlight was gentle as the white, vaporous substance began to appear on the acromantula, drifting slowly toward the diary. After absorbing the life force of more than 10 acromantula, Riddle's form became visibly more solid. You are not to venture into the forbidden forest alone again. Kane, who understood the harshness of betrayal, admonished the basilisk sternly. The creature was simply too large. A few excursions might be manageable, but repeated ventures would easily lead to exposure. Kane even sensed that the centaurs might have noticed something, for they were neighbors of the acromantula. Fortunately, they were not particularly close to wizards and would not proactively seek conflict. The basilisk lowered its head, appearing quite dejected. I am already in the process of developing a constrictor collar. Soon, you will be able to freely adjust your size. Kane offered a mix of reprimand and encouragement. Young master, please hurry. Sasha wishes to stay with you. The basilisk wagged its tail excitedly, creating a flurry of dust and debris. Now. Give me some of your venom. Kane produced a wide-mouthed crystal vial from his ring, instructing Sasha to deposit her venom inside. The following day, Kane, stop sleeping, wake up. Early in the morning, Draco arrived at Kane's bedside, shaking him. Draco, allow me to remind you that today is Saturday. Kane shifted slightly, bleary-eyed as he regarded Draco. It is already 10 o'clock. Today marks my first training session with the team. You must come to watch. Upon hearing this, Kane scrutinized Draco with keen interest. Oh, this lad has already donned his Quidditch training attire, and he looks rather dashing, just a shade less than myself. At the very least, let me have breakfast first. Observing his exuberant cousin, Kane found his resolve wavering. Very well, be quick about it. I shall go seek Theodore and the others nearby. Draco, shedding his usual airs, was eager to share his current joy with every friend. Kane shook his head, inhaling the lingering warmth of the blankets before springing up with a sudden motion. Never mind. Today marks Draco's inaugural training session as Seeker. He simply could not miss it. Lightning, King called softly. Master, Lightning is at your service. The house elf responded with a respectful bow. Kane nodded inwardly, pleased that Lightning had finally exhibited a semblance of normalcy, alleviating his concerns about spontaneous self-punishments. A few steamed buns, a bowl of millet and pumpkin porridge, and a plate of pickled vegetables, please. He succinctly arranged for his breakfast. silently expressing gratitude to Cedric and the others for their contributions to the reform of Hogwarts dining hall. Please hold on a moment, master. Lightning bowed once more. Kane did not linger, as he needed to hasten his morning routine. Let us go? By the time Kane emerged, having tidied himself, he found that Odette and a few others were already waiting in the common room. Chapter 31. A spectacle of naming the Slytherin Quidditch team was poised for action. Yet what captured everyone's gaze was the gleaming new brooms they each clutched, emblazoned with the words Nimbus 2001 in gold. What do you think? Draco, beaming with pride, held the broom up to Kane. Quite impressive, Kane nodded in approval. Lucius was indeed a doting father. Upon learning of Draco's induction into the Slytherin Quidditch team, he had generously waved his hand and acquired 7 of the latest Nimbus series brooms. As the group surrounded the Quidditch team made their way to the pitch, they discovered that the Gryffindor team had arrived first. Flint, this is our scheduled training time. Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, Wood, descended from his broom in a huff, followed closely by George and the others. This space is ample, Wood, Flint retorted, gazing defiantly at Wood. However, we have reserved the field. Do you understand what it means to have a reservation? Wood was tempted to knock on Flint's thick skull to ascertain what thoughts resided within. Nevertheless, I possess a special authorization from Professor Snape. It turned out Flint had been aware of Gryffindor's prior claim to the pitch, but that was of little consequence. Headmaster Snape would surely side with him. Flint proudly displayed the special authorization from Professor Snape before the members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Allow Slytherin to train their new seeker at the Quidditch pitch today. A seeker? Who is it? Wood's attention was immediately drawn to the new seeker. Flint gestured for him to look back. Draco pushed through his teammates and stepped forward. Draco? Harry was somewhat astonished. Indeed, it is I. Draco held his head high. Did you see? 7 of the latest Nimbus 2001, purchased by my father. Draco proudly presented the broomstick to Harry. Wow, cool. George rushed over, enamored as he caressed the newest Nimbus broom. Wood, restrained by the authority of his captaincy, suppressed the urge to touch it, his eyes glued to the Nimbus 2001. Kane sat in the stands, observing the unfolding scene in its entirety. This is quite unlike the original storyline. Isn't it? Why hasn't it started yet? Just as Kane pondered this, Snape unexpectedly appeared at the Quidditch pitch, accompanied by a small tail, Annabelle Prince. Headmaster, Gryffindor claims they have reserved the pitch. Flint turned his head and began to complain. Snape looked expressionlessly at Wood. It appeared that the professor's opinions held little weight before Mr. Wood. Wood's face flushed as he contemplated speaking, yet hesitated under the professor's imposing presence. Gryffindor arrived first. Hermione, undeterred by Snape's cold demeanor, stepped forward indignantly. Silence, Miss Granger. This is not a place for your voice, Snape said with a dark expression. Flint and his companions chuckled appreciatively. Tears welled in Hermione's eyes as the members of Gryffindor glared furiously at Flint. I believe there is ample space here, Kane thought, bemused. Snape truly possesses the ability to create an awkward atmosphere. How about this? Draco, as the new seeker, must surely desire to experience the thrill of competition. Why not organize a friendly match? How would that work? Draco expressed interest in Kane's proposal. Let us draw lots. Randomize the broomstick numbers for both sides to balance the teams and enhance the spectacle of the competition. Kane suggested after a moment of thought. Humph. You certainly know how to arrange things. Snape glanced at Anna and did not voice any objections. Very well, then. Kane surveyed both teams. None raised any objections. Hermione, could you kindly number the broomsticks? Kane remembered to soothe Hermione, the unfortunate bystander. Regarding the friction between Slytherin and Gryffindor, Kane's perspective had shifted considerably. Previously, when he felt weaker, he always sought to be cautious. As time spent at school lengthened, Kane increasingly discerned the fundamental differences between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Recognizing that there was no necessity for a forced amalgamation, he preferred to refrain from excessive involvement. Strengthening his own abilities remained paramount. As long as he was sufficiently formidable, there would always be room for negotiation. However, in situations like this, where both sides included friends of his, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Upon hearing Kane's words, Hermione wiped her tears and promptly took action. Observing this, Kane silently nodded, acknowledging her as the astute mind within the Gryffindor trio, truly perceptive. Why are you defending them? Anna inquired, lifting her gaze to Kane. They are all my friends, Kane replied softly, his eyelids lowering, casting delicate shadows with his thick lashes. Friends? Anna's dark pupils deepened with intensity. Everyone wishes to be a friend of Mr. Slytherin, Snape remarked with a bemused expression. Come, let us head to the stands. He added, gently diverting Anna's gaze from Kane, aware of the distractions around them. Luna had somehow arrived beside Kane. What brings you here? Kane asked with curiosity. Luna gestured toward the Quidditch players already engaged in the match, and then pointed to Ginny beside her. She wants to watch Harry Potter. Kane turned his attention to Ginny, whose face flushed crimson. No, I'm just here to watch my brother. They are the Gryffindor beaters. Ginny's head felt as if it were boiling. steam nearly rising from it. I see, Kane said with meaningful insight. Go, Draco, Pansy exclaimed, her fists clenched with excitement. At that moment, the golden snitch flickered in and out of view, with Draco and Harry fiercely pursuing it on their Firebolt 2001 brooms. Who do you think will win? Odette, seated on Kane's other side, fixated intently on the golden snitch. It's hard to say, Kane replied, shaking his head. He knew Draco well. He had loved Quidditch since childhood and had trained diligently at home. As for Harry, he had inherited his father's athletic prowess and trained rigorously. It was impossible to determine the outcome until the very last moment. Oh, a chorus of gasps erupted from the students observing the match from the stands. The golden snitch flew toward the stands, with Draco and Harry trailing closely behind like two shooting stars. With a thud, the golden snitch was caught. Yet, silence enveloped the scene. Both Draco and Harry had simultaneously seized the snitch, but due to their brooms being too low to the ground, they collided unexpectedly. Draco's entire body crashed into Harry. More absurdly, Draco's face collided with Harry's glasses, and the two of them found themselves entangled in an unexpected chapter. Chapter 32. Who is she, after all? Have you heard? Yesterday at the Quidditch pitch, Draco Malfoy shared a kiss with Harry Potter. It is rumored that they are a pair of lovers, merely too timid to confess their feelings. Is that true? Malfoy and Potter? Whispers spread like wildfire in the corridors, outside classrooms, and by the Black Lake. Since that day as Quidditch practice concluded, both Draco and Harry have refrained from showing themselves, for wherever they go. Discussions arise regarding the extraordinary bond between them, leaving them utterly distressed. It's all that wretched Potter's fault. Draco wrapped himself in a blanket, his pale face a canvas of shame and indignation. In a few days, this will all blow over. Kane found himself in a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Who could have anticipated such an improbable occurrence would create such a stir? Reflecting on Naruto's initial unexpected encounter, countless youths beyond the screen squealed and covered their faces. Thus, a commotion was inevitable. Nevertheless, students are notoriously forgetful of rumors, and in due time, this too shall settle. In Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore, you are aware of Anna's condition. Snape spoke with a furrowed brow. Recently, dark energy has been intermittently manifesting around her. I have already informed Newt, and he is on his way to Hogwarts. However, Severus, we cannot guarantee that Newt will successfully extract the entity from Anna. A flicker of sorrow passed through Dumbledore's azure eyes as he recalled Ariana. We must endeavor to try. I cannot bear to watch this child slip away from me. Snape felt as though his heart was being torn asunder. I understand, Severus. We must not concede until the final moment. Dumbledore's tone grew somber. Why do you not continue to obstruct them? Anna suddenly appeared in the corridor near the Quidditch pitch, colliding with a startled Hermione. What? Hermione exclaimed, her books scattering to the floor. Hey, what are you doing? Ron, accompanying her, cast an irritated glance at Anna. Why do you not stop them? Anna ignored Ron, fixating stubbornly on Hermione. What are you trying to say? Hermione, now somewhat vexed, found Anna's behavior bewildering. At the Quidditch pitch, why do you not continue to prevent Slytherin from entering? Anna pressed on. Did you not see? Kane has already proposed a mutually beneficial plan. Hermione retorted sharply. It is indeed him. It should not be this way. Anna murmured to herself, her head bowed. She seemed to be in a trance, attempting to walk past Hermione. Are you just going to leave like this? Do you even understand what an apology entails? Ron extended his arm to block Anna, who was attempting to flee. Step aside, she demanded, her pupils flickering with a shadowy glint. You must apologize to Hermione. Ron insisted firmly. Let her go, Ron, Hermione interjected, concerned that Ron might escalate the situation further upon seeing Anna's dazed expression. No, she collided with you. She must apologize. Ron retorted. Get away. Anna frowned and forcefully brushed Ron's arm aside. Ron, caught off guard, stumbled back, nearly losing his balance. Ron, are you all right? Hermione rushed to check on him, her face etched with worry. You. Ron's face flushed with anger as he drew his wand, pointing it at Anna. What? Do you intend to brandish that battered wand at me? Anna scoffed at the sight of Ron's tattered wand. Easily provoked, Ron's face turned crimson as he cast a spell at Anna. You should not aim your wand at me. A wisp of dark energy emanated from Anna as she swung her arm, causing the spell to rebound and strike Ron in the abdomen. Ugh, Ron groaned, clutching his stomach and curling up like a shrimp. Ron, how are you? Hermione hurried to support him, her expression filled with concern. Ron's chest heaved as he suddenly retched, spewing forth a few slimy creatures that nearly landed on Hermione. Upon seeing the wriggling, mucus-covered worms approaching her, Hermione lost her composure and heaved as well. Ugh, Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance, their retching intensifying. What is happening to you two? Kane asked, struggling to suppress his discomfort. He had been leisurely basking in the sun on a bench near the Quidditch pitch when a small snake rushed up to inform him that Anna Prince had clashed with Gryffindor, prompting his hasty arrival. Ron began, but was interrupted by another wave of nausea, resulting in a fresh eruption of worms. All clear now, Kane decided to first tidy up the mess in the corridor. "Stop right there," Kane commanded, pointing his wand at Ron. "Ah, it's over. I'm not vomiting anymore," Ron said, pale and patting his chest. "What on earth happened?" Kane urged the two to step aside, noticing that Anna had vanished. "You wouldn't believe it." Ron recounted the harrowing encounter in vivid detail, still shaken. Kane's heart raced at the revelation. Who exactly was Anna? Did she possess foreknowledge of future events? "Ron, Hermione. Are you all right?" Harry rushed towards them, having been too anxious to venture out for the past few days. He had just learned from others that Hermione and the others were in trouble and hurried over. "With Kane here, we're fine." Hermione quickly stepped aside. "That's a relief." Harry exhaled a sigh of relief. Kane, feeling slightly awkward, dared not meet Harry's gaze, for it was the cursed rumors that had brought about this predicament. "By the way, Harry, weren't you supposed to discuss your birthday gift with me?" Kane deftly shifted the topic to what had been mentioned last time in Diagon Alley. "Ah, about that. I must say it infuriates me to bring it up," Harry replied, clearly relieved, but anger swiftly replaced that relief. "I have no idea who intercepted my letters and belongings. My communicator was rendered useless in the Muggle world, leaving me utterly disconnected throughout the summer. A house elf, whose origins remain a mystery, invaded my bedroom and caused me to be locked in the cupboard under the stairs by Uncle Vernon, with the windows sealed shut." Ron chimed in, nodding in affirmation. "Fortunately, George, Fred, and I managed to reach Harry's residence in the Muggle world and rescued him." "A house elf?" Kane murmured thoughtfully. "Kane, do you have any means to trace the origins of that elf?" Hermione inquired eagerly. "We can only wait for its next appearance." "I doubt it will easily relinquish its hold on Harry," Kane speculated, fully aware that the house elf in question was Dobby. "Moreover, the entrance to Platform 9 has been inexplicably blocked, preventing Ron and me from entering, which is why." Harry elaborated on the reason for their flying car escapade. Chapter 33. Confessions. "Harry, may I speak with you privately?" Kane asked, seeking Harry's consent with a glance. "Of course." Harry nodded in agreement. Ron, curious about the two, shifted his gaze between them. "Just so happens that Ron and I have a few matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave." Hermione, seizing Ron, who wished to linger, tactfully suggested they depart. "Harry, there's something I wish to inquire about." Avoiding the eyes of others, Kane led Harry to a long-abandoned classroom. "What is it?" Harry noted Kane's rare hesitance. "That day, in the chamber where the Philosopher's Stone was stored, you heard it, didn't you? Voldemort claimed I am his son." Harry's expression momentarily stiffened, yet he nodded. "I heard. Then why do you still trust me? Why do you confide in me without reservation about what has transpired in your life?" Kane had longed to ask this question, yet various reasons had kept him silent. Perhaps he was also evading something. "Birth is not a choice we can make, is it? Upon learning that you are Voldemort's son, I too harbored thoughts of hatred towards you. If it weren't for Voldemort, I believe I could have had a happy childhood." Harry clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the anger within. "Do you know? I have lived in the cupboard under the stairs at my aunt's house, serving their family like a servant since childhood. From my childhood to the present, I have always donned the tattered garments of Dolly. No one has ever celebrated my birthday. And they have even gone so far as to prevent me from appearing in the neighborhood's view, lest others discover that I am an oddity. I apologize." Although Kane was aware of Harry's troubled life, it was the first time he truly grasped the extent of Harry's suffering. "It has nothing to do with you." Harry shook his head. "However, the last time I witnessed Voldemort's complete lack of paternal affection towards you, his sole intention being to exploit you, I found it impossible to harbor any resentment towards you. You, like me, are without parents. We are merely victims. I am sorry, Kane." Harry looked at Kane with equal sorrow, sensing he had touched upon Kane's painful memories. "There is no need to feel sorry, Harry. I still have Aunt Narcissa, Draco. And you." Kane's face was filled with relief. "I feel the same. Hogwarts is my home." Harry's eyes glistened as he exchanged a smile with Kane. "You know, Harry, sometimes I truly wish I were just an ordinary little wizard." Kane spoke earnestly. "Indeed, I share that sentiment. I never wished to bear the title of the Chosen One." Harry nodded in agreement. "You know, in my childhood, in that abandoned classroom, two boys opened their hearts and began to share their pasts. As I mentioned at the outset, the weight of societal norms and prejudices is rendered insignificant in the presence of a sincere heart. Then it is settled." Kane gazed intently at Harry. "It is settled." Kane and Harry exchanged a high five. Together, they would vanquish Voldemort and restore a clear sky to the British wizarding world. They shared a smile, and all grievances dissipated. In the years that followed, Kane became a legend within the wizarding community, renowned for his extraordinary deeds. Yet, what remained etched in Harry's memory was that boy who spoke so freely in the abandoned classroom. In the Room of Requirement, a space uniquely belonging to Kane, he retrieved the Hufflepuff cup. Before surrendering the keys of the Lestrange family, Kane took everything he was entitled to. Fudge and the Gringotts representatives feigned ignorance of Kane's actions. Otherwise, Kane would have had to engage them in a discussion about the rent of Diagon Alley over the centuries. "Can you consume the other fragments of Voldemort's soul?" Kane also procured the venom he had extracted from the basilisk. "You still have me." Riddle emerged from the diary, his voice hauntingly soft. What? Kane was somewhat perplexed, sensing the question was not directed at this matter. You still have me. I am also your family. A glimmer flickered in Riddle's eyes. He should be Kane's closest kin. Only the two of them shared the same blood. Just wait. He would ensure that Kane relied solely on him. Can you consume the other fragments of souls? Kane lowered his head, holding the Hufflepuff cup, and continued to inquire. Of course, that is not an issue, Riddle replied, albeit with a hint of hesitation. Let the cup steep in the venom for a few days before you consume it. Kane diluted the basilisk's venom and poured it into the cup. The soul fragment, being merely 16 years old, would inherently be weaker than the others. It would be wiser to wait until the fragment within the cup became feeble before devouring it. As for the other Horcruxes, Kane resolved to proceed with caution, step by step. I shall not hinder young Kane, Riddle thought, his gaze tender. He had also considered the vulnerability of his own soul fragment, but was too proud to reveal any weakness before Kane, unaware that Kane had already anticipated this. Truly, he was his son, remarkably endearing. Kane subtly evaded Riddle's gentle gaze and produced the paper Professor McGonagall had entrusted to him. In Dumbledore's office, Newt. It has been quite some time, Dumbledore remarked, observing the travel-worn Newt with a smile of reunion. Dumbledore, it has indeed been a while, Newt replied, nostalgically surveying the office, which remained unchanged. Indeed, time flies. We have both aged, Dumbledore noted, his gaze resting on Newt's now grizzled hair. Yes, in the blink of an eye. Rolf has already begun his schooling, Newt reflected, feeling a twinge of sentiment. I have already informed Severus. You shall meet the little girl shortly. After exchanging pleasantries, Dumbledore's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. What has caused the girl named Anna to become so withdrawn? Newt asked, his tone heavy with concern. Her father is merely an ordinary man, unable to accept the possibility that his daughter may be a monster. He has been harsh with Anna since her childhood. The mother and daughter have lived under the shadow cast by her father's disdain. Last month, Anna's mother also succumbed to illness. Dumbledore sighed, recognizing that the child, like Severus, bore the burden of an unfortunate childhood. At 12 years old, her condition is likely more challenging to manage, Newt implied, and both understood the unspoken weight of his words. Severus was aware as well, yet, one must endeavor. Dumbledore sighed once more. Both their hearts were heavy, for life is indeed fragile. Before long, Severus entered the office like a gust of wind, escorting Anna. This must be the child, Newt observed, scrutinizing the little girl beside Severus. Noticing Newt's gaze, Anna instinctively recoiled behind Severus. Do not be afraid, Severus reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Newt, I implore you, Severus said, addressing Newt earnestly. Do not be afraid, Anna. Let Newt assist you, Snape gently urged as he nudged Anna towards Newt. I am fine, Anna stubbornly retorted, her gaze fixed defiantly on Snape, unwilling to step forward. Child, do not fear, Newt said kindly. I told you I am fine. The darkness in Anna's eyes deepened. Anna, can you not feel the restless entity within you? Snape crouched beside her, patiently encouraging. You all know, don't you? Anna could not suppress a step backward. Anna, it is not your fault, Dumbledore whispered gently. I am fine. I want to leave. Anna's emotions surged, and dark tendrils began to emanate from her being. Anna, Snape's voice bore an undeniable sorrow. I refuse. It is a part of me. It protects me from harm. Anna's hair began to swirl in the air. It will kill you, Snape stated solemnly. I refuse. Suddenly, Anna transformed into a dense, ominous black mass, wreaking havoc in the headmaster's office. The once resting fox was startled into flight, his treasured tail feathers shedding in the chaos. Anna, stop, Snape shouted urgently. Dumbledore took decisive action, temporarily containing Anna. The manifestation of her turmoil crashed against the transparent barrier, producing dull thuds as it thrashed about. Fortunately, a flicker of rationality remained within her, otherwise, Hogwarts would have faced utter destruction. Dumbledore gazed at the ravaged office, unease welling within him as he looked at Anna. Should they truly keep Anna at the school? Her destructive potential was far too great. Anna, I know you can hear me. Let me take you outside, all right? Snape pressed against the barrier, his voice hoarse. The howling tempest momentarily stilled, and Anna's form reappeared before them. Really? The black mist continued to swirl in her eyes. Indeed. We shall leave now. Snape extended his hand towards Anna. Then let us hurry and depart from here. Anna temporarily calmed, grasping Snape's hand. As the two figures departed, Dumbledore fell into contemplation. It appeared Anna held a deep trust in the entity within her, resisting any attempt to sever their bond. A glimmer of compassion shone in Newt's eyes. In the Slytherin common room, Theodore approached Kane. When do you intend to admit the members who passed the assessment over the summer? This Friday, during the regular meeting, Kane pondered for a moment before responding. Odette, assist Theodore in having them sign the confidentiality agreements, Kane instructed. Of course. Adway nodded and proceeded to join Theodore in preparations, not mentioning it further. Truly, my Kane is already a step ahead, anticipating future needs. The diary beside Kane automatically displayed Riddle's words, Be discreet. Kane felt somewhat speechless. This fellow appeared far too frequently by his side. Rest assured, no one shall take notice. Riddle scribbled a smiley face in the diary. Ugh. It's simply unbearable to look at. Kane, do you have time this Saturday? Cedric halted Kane in the corridor. Nothing pressing at the moment. What is up? Kane followed Cedric to the side. This week, we Hufflepuffs are hosting the 458th culinary competition, and Professor Sprout has asked me to invite you as a judge. What do you say? Will you come? Cedric spoke with exuberance. Absolutely. I would be delighted, Kane replied without hesitation. Goodness, the 458th. Hufflepuff's passion for cuisine truly runs deep. Then it's settled, Saturday at 7 p.m. in the Hufflepuff common room. Cedric clapped Kane on the shoulder, promising an eye-opening experience. I look forward to it. Kane raised an eyebrow. As classes continued, time flew by, and before long, Friday arrived. This place is practically becoming your territory, Ravenclaw remarked with a hint of annoyance. Haha. One can only say he truly embodies Slytherin. Helena lay across Ravenclaw's lap, smiling at Kane. Helena was no longer the reclusive and melancholic Miss Grey. She had transformed into a lively girl who relied on her mother. Well, since you're just lounging around, might as well, Kane chuckled. Knowing that the usage of the room of requirement was surely not a secret to Ravenclaw, Kane hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire. What's the matter? Ravenclaw noticed Kane's expression. Nothing. It's fine. Kane decided to wait for now. I shall head out. They must be waiting for me. Go on, go on. Helena waved her hand in farewell. Ruby, lift your wrist first. See, just like this. Upon entering, Kane saw Gemma earnestly instructing the new members. Blaze, let us go again. This time I shall take you down with a Wulong maneuver. Kane glanced towards the inner room, where Draco and Blaze were dueling with their wands. Kane, you've arrived. At the back, Adway immediately spotted Kane and halted her discussion with others. The crowd gradually ceased their activities, turning their attention to Kane. A smile graced Kane's lips as he stepped forward in the spotlight. First and foremost, welcome to your new endeavor. Kane surveyed the surroundings and spoke aloud. The crowd erupted in applause, their eyes gleaming with admiration for him. By choosing to follow, you have chosen the path of glory. In the future, you shall take pride in the choices made today. After delivering an inspiring speech, he instructed Odette to recite the rights and obligations of the society. Shall we practice? Cassandra suggested, tossing her golden locks playfully. As you wish, Kane replied, fully aware of Cassandra's intentions to impress them with a display of strength. With a swift motion, Cassandra unleashed her magic. Kane, however, remained calm, donning his armor without haste, even refraining from drawing his wand, determined to uphold the facade. Cassandra, noticing his demeanor, smirked, intensifying her attacks with each spell. Jemima watched from the sidelines, mindful of not appearing too fragile. After exchanging several blows, Kane felt he had shown enough restraint. The performance had achieved its desired effect. With a snap of his fingers, he sent both Cassandra and her wand flying. Really, you have no sense of delicacy, he thought. As Cassandra feigned weakness in Jemima's embrace, Kane could hardly bear to watch, wishing to remark that it aligned perfectly with her character. Chapter 35. The 458th Culinary Championship time passed swiftly, and soon it was Saturday. Kane arrived early at the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room. Situated not far from the Hogwarts kitchens, standing before the entrance formed by a cluster of large wooden barrels, he hesitated, rubbing his forehead in contemplation. Kai, you're here. Just as his uncertainty lingered, Hannah Abbott, sporting her signature pigtails, emerged with a cheerful smile. I've been waiting for you. Come along. Our method of entering the common room is quite different from yours. Look, you must tap the second row of barrels in accordance with the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff. With pride, Hannah knocked on the barrels, causing the lids to spin open and reveal a passageway large enough for one to crawl through. But remember, do not knock incorrectly, or you might end up drenched in vinegar, she exclaimed with exuberance. Thank goodness for your guidance. I truly appreciate it, Kane replied, touched by her enthusiasm, which elicited a faint smile from him. Ah, it's nothing. Let us go. Hannah blushed and led the way into the common room, with Kane following closely behind. Quietly observing the Hufflepuff common room, which was a stark contrast to Slytherin's ambience. Lush greenery hung from the low ceiling, and at the center of the room stood a pumpkin-shaped table adorned with exquisite snacks and steaming jasmine tea. The corners of the room were imbued with a homely warmth, creating a welcoming atmosphere. Kane, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. Cedric spotted Kane and invited him to take a seat on the sofa to rest. Do you need any assistance? Kane inquired, noticing Cedric was preoccupied with decorating the lounge, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Of course, I would be delighted, Cedric replied, gesturing for him to proceed. Kane surveyed the arrangement of the lounge, raising his hand slightly. A colorful banner inscribed with the 458th Hufflepuff Culinary Competition gracefully hung from the ceiling, its ends adorned with fluttering balloons and a jubilant badger cradling flowers. While several birds flitted around the banner, singing melodiously. It is truly beautiful, Hannah remarked, her gaze fixed on the leaping badger. Encouraged, Kane conjured fluttering ribbons in the corners of the room, from which sparkling stars cascaded, creating a stunning spectacle. Absolutely lovely, he exclaimed. The industrious badgers paused their activities to admire the transformed lounge. Well done, mate. Cedric patted Kane on the shoulder. Look at this. He pointed to the floor where the beige carpet had transformed into a soft meadow dotted with white flowers. You're not too shabby yourself. Kane glanced at Cedric, choosing not to expose his competitive spirit. Simply magnificent, Professor Sprout exclaimed as she entered the lounge, her voice ringing with admiration. If this were a classroom, I would surely award you all an additional 50 points. Kane, welcome. She approached Kane and gave his shoulder a gentle pat. I am honored, Kane nodded in response. Take a seat. Professor Sprout waved her hand, and the original sofa morphed into 5 chairs. Let Cedric explain the rules to you. All right, Cedric began. The culinary competition is divided into 3 rounds. The preliminary, semi-final, and final. You are about to participate in the 458th final. For groups have advanced to the finals, the Eat Until You Can't group, the Desire to Catch Turtles group, the Mushroom Conference group, and the Evil Gardenia group. Cedric paused, casting a sheepish glance at Kane, feeling slightly embarrassed by the names he had just uttered. Quite amusing. Kane suppressed a chuckle and nodded solemnly. Ahem, there are 5 judges, the professor, you, me, Hannah, and Ernie. We will evaluate based on 4 criteria: appearance, aroma, taste, and creativity, each worth a maximum of 10 points. Upon finishing, Cedric glanced at Kane, silently inquiring if he had anything to add. Nothing more. Your explanation was thorough. Kane signaled for Cedric to sit beside him, as the other judges settled into their seats. The first group to present is the Eat Until You Can't group, and their signature dish is peach braised tofu. Cedric, acting as the host and judge, announced. Please begin your creative presentation. Our team's guiding philosophy is that high-quality ingredients require only simple preparation. The succulent sweetness of the peach, combined with the tender softness of the tofu, allows your palate to experience an explosion of flavor. We invite the esteemed judges to partake. Kane, after considerable mental preparation, reluctantly took a bite of the distinctly contrasting peach and tofu dish before him. Alas, it was predictably unpalatable. He awarded it a pity point. With a heavy conscience, Kane rated it 28 points, 8 for creativity, 8 for presentation, 7 for aroma, and 5 for taste. The second group, the crab-catching team, presented their signature dish, seafood soup. Our mission is to encapsulate the essence of the sea. First, we sear shrimp heads and fish bones until they yield a rich oil, then add onions, shrimp, and clams to let the flavor of the ocean bloom in your mouth. Kane examined the appearance of the seafood soup. It seemed satisfactory. After sipping the broth, he found it indeed quite fresh. He settled on a score of 36, 9 for creativity, 9 for presentation, 9 for aroma, and 9 for taste. The third group, the Mushroom Conference, showcased their creation, Mushroom Hot Pot. Our motto is that mushrooms are eternal gods. A medley of various mushroom types is simmered into a fragrant, sweet broth, promising a heavenly taste with every mouthful. Kane inhaled the enticing aroma. Upon tasting, he was delighted by its freshness. However, he felt slightly dizzy. Rummaging through the jar of mushrooms, he discovered a colorful assortment. A sip sent him soaring. He hastily consumed an antidote, and at last, the world stopped spinning. He awarded it 7 for creativity, 10 for presentation, 10 for aroma, and 10 for taste, totaling 37 points. The final group, the Evil Gardenia team, presented their dish of crab stew with green beans. Our philosophy is to celebrate the beauty of fusion. The richness of the crab harmonizes perfectly with the resilience of the green beans, leaving a lingering array of flavors. Kane cautiously bit into a green bean and remarked, "This bean is overripe." He gave it 9 for creativity, 8 for presentation, 10 for aroma, and 9 for taste, summing up to 36 points. After the collective evaluations of the 5 judges, the Mushroom Conference emerged victorious in the 458th Hufflepuff Culinary Championship. As for the potential toxicity of the dish, it was of little concern. As long as one did not perish, a remedy would allow continued enjoyment. The Hufflepuff 458 culinary competition concluded splendidly, leading us into the most anticipated segment. Professor Sprout raised her hands in excitement and declared. Kane was taken aback. Shouldn't this be the award ceremony? What other surprises did Hufflepuff have in store for him? Chapter 36, Cache Salt Lake, History of Magic Classroom. Fairy rebellions were quite prevalent in the 17th and 18th centuries. Professor Binns emitted a voice akin to that of a saw cutting through wood, causing discomfort among the listeners. I Haven T slept. Yet why does Professor Binns keep staring at me? Draco murmured, rubbing his eyes. Professor Binns' tone carried an air of melancholy. Indeed, Odette whispered softly, lowering her head. How did you discern a sense of sorrow from the sound of the saw cutting wood? Kane was genuinely tempted to inquire of Odette, but he restrained himself. For he was the very architect of Professor Binns' plight. Last academic year, Professor Binns had entrusted him with the task of locating the woman who had appeared in his mind. Yet Kane had faltered at the end of the term, causing a delay. This time, it must be accomplished. With a quill in hand, Kane inscribed a few words on parchment, quietly raising it for Professor Binns to see. The principal leaders of the fairy rebellion. Ah, Professor Binns' tone returned to normal, resuming its hypnotic rhythm. Oh, back to normal, Draco remarked, perking up his ears for clarity. Hurry and take notes, Kane urged, gently tapping Draco's head. On a dark and windy night, at the edge of the forbidden forest, near the Centaur tribe, a voice commanded, "Halt, ahead lies our territory." Upon arriving at the Centaur tribe, Kane was met with a friendly greeting in the form of a spear. "It is I, Kane Slytherin," he announced, stepping from the shadows to evade the projectile. Are you here to seek our leader, Bane?" inquired the short-bearded, robust centaur, Dylan. "Indeed, I am here to find Bane." Kane nodded. "Follow me." Dylan exchanged glances with his companions, signaling Kane to proceed. "Brother Wizard, you have arrived." As Kane approached the heart of the Centaur tribe, the previously encountered, platinum-haired young centaur joyfully approached him. "How are you, little one?" Kane bent down to pat the young one's head. "I am not little one. My name is Hyman," the young centaur retorted, batting his long eyelashes and pouting. "It was the brother's mistake, all right? I have brought you a gift." A gentle smile graced Kane's face. Innocent children always evoke a sense of joy. "What is it?" asked several other young centaurs who had gathered around. "You may see for yourselves." Kane retrieved various snacks from his ring. "These are treats from our wizards. Do give them a try. This is delicious." "What is it called?" Hyman inquired, his cheeks puffed out with delight. "That is a coconut milk cake." "And what about this one?" The little ones clamored around Kane. "All right, younglings. Time to return to your homes." Bane waved at the children. It turned out Dylan had seen Kane surrounded and had proactively sought out Bane. "Once your brother is done, he will come to play with you," Kane assured the young ones, noticing their reluctant expressions. "You have come this time to visit Lake Cache, have you not?" Bane asked directly. Kane nodded, affirming, "Yes, it is time to go." "Very well, I shall have Ferenz accompany you." Bane gestured for Ferenz to follow. "Let us proceed, Kane." "I shall carry you," said Ferenz, inviting Kane to mount his back. "Is this appropriate?" Kane hesitated, recalling that while it was one thing for Ferenz to carry him alone, doing so in front of the centaurs was quite another. The centaurs detest being ridden, after all. "No worries, let us continue." The Cache Salt Lake lies quite far from the Forbidden Forest, Ferenz reassured him once more. Kane glanced at Bane, who appeared calm and showed no signs of dissent. "Very well, it seems my participation in the last prayer ritual was not in vain." Once Kane was securely seated, Ferenz galloped toward the northwestern edge of the Forbidden Forest. Under the moonlight, Ferenz's platinum hair billowed gracefully in the wind. "How ridiculous!" Kane stifled a laugh, somewhat exasperated as he brushed aside the long locks that had flared across his face. As they ventured further northwest, the ground gradually became enveloped in mist, rendering the surroundings hazy from a distance. This place felt distinct from other areas of the Forbidden Forest. Kane's keen senses detected something amiss. This is the confluence of underground caverns, where the temperature is significantly lower than elsewhere. "We are nearly there." The mist thickened, and an eerie silence enveloped them. Kane inadvertently recalled the haunting scenes from the world of Uncle Geo. He quickly shook his head, reminding himself of their current reality. By now, the moon was high in the sky, and they had been traveling for nearly 2 hours. The cavern entrance lay just ahead. Ferenz slowed his pace and gestured toward a pile of dry grass. Following his lead, Kane stepped forward, carefully navigating around the thorns, and uncovered a dark entrance. Just as he was about to enter, he heard the sound of hooves approaching from behind. "I shall accompany you after all," Ferenz said, joining Kane at his side. Kane pondered for a moment before consenting. The centaur was evidently more familiar with this area, and Professor Binns' matters did not encroach upon Kane's privacy. Having an extra pair of hands could prove beneficial. "Then you shall lead the way." The entrance was quite narrow, and the two initially found it difficult to proceed. After approximately 10 minutes of navigating through the tight passage, they emerged into a vast cavern adorned with magnificent stalactites. "Continue along this path toward the Cache Salt Lake." Ferenz indicated toward the Azure River flowing beneath them. "Is this truly the Cache Salt Lake? How was this formation created?" Kane mused, attempting to rationalize the spectacle before him through scientific reasoning. "Fate has its own designs," Ferenz replied, his blue eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Ah, the universal answer, is it?" Kane chose not to dwell further on that question and continued deeper along the path of the Cache Salt Lake. Within the cavern, bizarre rock formations jutted out, and the sound of dripping water echoed in the profound silence, becoming increasingly pronounced as they advanced. The path, however, began to narrow once more. However, this time, the darkness was dispelled. Clusters of transparent crystals adorned the stone walls and the edges of the salt lake, emanating a gentle glow. The horseman statue that Bane gifted me last time must have been sculpted from these very crystals. Kane turned his gaze towards Ferenz. "Those are carved from the deeper crystals. The outer crystals are clear, but as one ventures further, their hues deepen. Furthermore, these crystals assist the horseman in perceiving the guidance of fate more easily." Ferenz stated without hesitation. "Is it all right to divulge this to me?" Kane couldn't help but inquire. After all, you have no use for it, Firenze replied nonchalantly. What Firenze did not mention was that those favored by fate are no longer permitted to glimpse its trajectory. Kane raised an eyebrow. He truly wished to inform Firenze that he was, indeed, a man holding the script. Although the current narrative may differ, perhaps significantly, from the original, it had grown colder. Kane sensed that if the temperature upon entry was 10 degrees, it was now plummeting to -20. They had traversed only halfway. The deeper they ventured, the colder it became. The horseman had yet to set foot in the domain of the dark crystal in Kane's possession. Firenze exhaled a puff of white breath as he spoke. Chapter 37. The female ghost. The color of the crystals on the stone walls deepened, nearing the hue of the dark crystal in Kane's hand. The fog thickened, rendering visibility near impossible. Firenze. The surrounding silence was unsettling, prompting Kane to call out to confirm Firenze's presence. Firenze. He called again, yet there was no response. Kane swiftly scanned his surroundings, but all that enveloped him was the dense fog and the biting cold. A whirlwind swept through, dispersing the fog momentarily, yet Firenze remained elusive. Creak, just as Kane strained to see, a door radiating golden light materialized amidst the fog. A voice echoed within him, beckoning Kane towards the door. Anning. A gentle female voice emanated from within, causing Kane's eyes to well with tears. He recognized that voice. It belonged to the director of the orphanage who had raised him in his previous life. Yes, Lin Ning had also been an orphan, growing up alone in the orphanage, where the tender care of Director He Li was his sole source of warmth. In this life as Kane, his greatest concern was for Mother He Li. He had yet to repay her kindness. Aware that what lay ahead might be a trap, Kane nonetheless felt compelled to step through the door. Anning, come quickly. I've made your favorite braised pork ribs. Mother He Li, donned in an apron, was setting the table and expressed her joy upon seeing Kane. What are you standing there for? Hurry. Mother He Li gazed at Kane, puzzled by his stillness. I'm coming. It's just that I haven't seen you in so long. I've missed you. Lin Ning approached He Li's mother, trembling as he enveloped her in a warm embrace. Allow him to simply be Lin Ning, unadorned, merely the son of He Li's mother. My dear child, how old are you now? He Li's mother chided playfully, yet her arms tightened around Lin Ning. No matter how old I am, I will always be your child, unless you choose to cast me aside, Lin Ning replied, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. How could I ever abandon you? You will forever remain my child, He Li's mother reassured him, gently patting his shoulder. Please, sit down, the dishes will grow cold. She served Lin Ning a generous bowl of rice, continually adding more dishes to his plate. His bowl, already filled to the brim, resembled a small mountain. That's enough. Truly enough, Lin Ning hastily protested against her overwhelming maternal affection. You must eat more. You are still growing, she insisted. Mother, I have already graduated from university. Am I still growing? He countered. Growing, indeed. Now, eat, she urged him. Lin Ning picked up a piece of braised pork rib, nearly moved to tears by the familiar taste that reminded him of his mother's cooking. He savored the meal quietly, wishing this moment could linger a little longer. Mother, have you been well since I left? He asked hoarsely after finishing his meal. He contemplated the potential dangers facing Fei Lunze. He could not remain idle, as further delays might lead to unforeseen calamities. What are you talking about, my child? Aren't you right here with me? He Li's mother's expression momentarily stiffened. Indeed, falsehoods are merely illusions. A dull ache pierced through Kyan's heart. He could no longer deceive himself. What is true or false? I am indeed your He Li's mother, she insisted, visibly flustered. I am sorry, mother. A tear escaped from Kyan's eye, trailing slowly to the corner of his mouth, bitter and salty, mirroring his current emotions. Reveal your true name. He Li's mother suddenly contorted, her form flickering like a malfunctioning image, frame by frame. Mother, farewell. With resolve, Kyan strode toward the door. Behind him, the warm imagery of modern life spontaneously ignited. Outside, the fog had mostly dissipated, and the silhouette of a fir tree was distinctly visible. Who could have imagined such a scene lay beyond the cave? You have escaped my illusion? A jarring sound, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, echoed in Kyan's ears. He focused his gaze, spotting a figure draped in long, pitch-black hair, clothed in a leaden gray hue, staring at him in shock. Kyan squinted. Perhaps she was not human. You trespass into my sanctuary. You shall pay dearly for this. A piercing shriek reverberated through Kyan's mind. Were it not for his unexpectedly formidable mental fortitude, he might have been rendered a fool by the ghostly wail. Indeed, Kane has ascertained the identity of the woman before him. Why are you unharmed? Upon witnessing Kane's clear gaze, the specter let out a piercing wail. Who exactly are you? I am here at the behest of another. Look at this. Do you recognize it? Kane cautiously produced a triangular obsidian crystal obtained from Professor Binns. It is he, Cuthbert Binns. The specter paused for a moment, then swiftly glided over and seized the crystal. The specter suddenly went into a frenzy, an invisible wave of energy radiating outward, severing the low shrubs in its wake. Why does he not come to find me? Perhaps it is because he has become a ghost? Kane hastily donned a pair of earplugs. The sound was far more potent than the screams of mandrakes, causing his head to thrum. A ghost? The spectre seemed momentarily stunned, frozen in place. Then who are you? Are you his descendant? Her dark nails began to elongate as she glared fiercely at Kane. Not at all. I am merely a student of Professor Binns, Kane quickly clarified, sensing that the spectre harbored an untold tale involving the professor. Would you care to share the story of your past? Kane suggested empathetically. Upon hearing this, the spectre gently caressed the obsidian crystal, lost in reminiscence. Centuries ago, I was but a 14-year-old girl, accompanying my teacher on a quest to gather the deceased. My master was a necromancer. Once, he informed me of a place to the south called Hogwarts, where many students possessed magical talents akin to mine. He claimed that the skeletons forged from the students at Hogwarts would undoubtedly be stronger than ordinary beings, and if fortunate, they might retain their magical abilities from life. As the spectre spoke, she scrutinized Kane from head to toe. Thus, my master brought me to the grounds of Hogwarts. Just as we were preparing to ambush the students venturing outside, we were discovered, and my teacher was slain on the spot by a professor from Hogwarts. The spectre shuddered, her leaden gray form quivering as though she could still see her mentor perish before her eyes. They spared me, seeing I was but a child, and allowed me to attend Hogwarts. It was during this time that I met Binns. He possessed lovely eyes and spoke so beautifully, causing my resistance to Hogwarts to wane. A radiant expression of joy graced the spectre's visage. Chapter 38. Farewell, Professor Binns. However, the spectre grew agitated once more. A shameless girl dared to compete with me for Cuthbert's affections. All I did was mar her face. And the school threatened to expel me and send me to Azkaban. Naturally, I had to flee. Yet before my departure, I left a fragment of my soul within the crystal, a gift for Cuthbert. I had made a promise with him. He had vowed to seek me out. Yet, I have waited for countless years, and despite becoming the person I am today, he has yet to appear. The female ghost has once again transformed into a wailing spectre. Kane could not help but rub his forehead, wondering how he could encounter such a glitch after several centuries. Truly, he had fallen into a misfortune of blood. He would rather become a phantom than come to find me. How amusing. The female ghost appeared deranged, shrieking, "You shall all perish! You shall all perish!" She lunged at Kane with claws emanating dark mist, piercing and excruciating. Kane swiftly sidestepped, evading her grasp. He retaliated with a spell, one that directly affected the soul, perfectly suited for dealing with a female ghost. The incantation repelled her, leaving her wailing against a fir tree. How unbearable! Silence yourself, he commanded, casting a binding spell. Instantly, the world transformed into a serene silence, and Kane felt the passage of time once more become tranquil. As the ghost continued her lamentations, the surrounding fog began to converge upon him once again. Do not employ that tactic. It will not work against me. If you can maintain your silence, nod your head. The ghost, seemingly understanding, promptly nodded, gesturing towards her throat. The spell ceased. Go perish. Yet, the ghost remained obstinate. As soon as Kane released the incantation, she lunged at him once more, fragmented and chaotic. Kane's pupils turned crimson, and he no longer held back. The ghost's form suddenly became ethereal, narrowly evading the spell he unleashed. As she howled, her soul seemingly dispersing, Kane's Fuso would wand struck the spectre hovering in midair directly. Her form shattered like a broken mirror, pieces cascading down. Before Casper could finish his sentence, the ghost disintegrated into dust, vanishing into thin air. Along with her demise, the mist in the forest also dissipated. Kane approached the spot where the ghost had vanished and picked up the dark crystal. "Friends, where are you?" he called out, his voice resonating. From the southeast, a rustling sound emerged. Kane transformed into a wisp of smoke and drifted toward it. "Friends?" He saw Ferenz with his back turned, leaves scattered across his body. "Are you unharmed?" "The centaur tribe has vanished. The centaur tribe has vanished," Ferenz murmured, his blue eyes clouded with shadows, lost in thought. The water was as clear as a spring. Seeing Ferenz still ensnared in his reverie, Kane opted for a direct approach to rouse him. The effect was immediate. Ferenz jolted awake, completely alert. "What on earth is this? We have encountered a female ghost. Her talent lies in stirring the deepest obsessions within one's heart, drawing people into illusions. Moreover, her wail can invade the mind, easily rendering one a fool. Let us embark on a journey to discover if the female spectre has left behind any remnants." Kane was the first to stride towards the direction from which the apparition had emerged. Ferenz gazed intently at Kane for a while, his eyes swirling with a myriad of emotions before eventually settling into calmness. Soon, the pair arrived at a shadowed lair, damp and chilling. "What is this?" Kane inquired, observing the black fragments strewn across the ground. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they were filled with a flowing liquid. "This is soul essence, a rare treasure found within black crystal, capable of nurturing souls," Ferenz elucidated. "Do you desire it?" Kane asked. Ferenz shook his head. "Very well then. The essence on the ground shall be mine. You may select from the rest, Kane declared, pocketing the essence into his ring and scrutinizing the other items left by the spectre. Kane uncovered numerous potions and antiquated alchemical artifacts, each imbued with a sinister aura, likely crafted through the sacrifice of lives. It would be prudent to refrain from taking these, Kane advised. Ultimately, Ferenz chose not to claim anything, stating that the Centaur tribe had no need for such items. Thus, all the treasures fell into Kane's possession. He thoroughly scoured the cave for anything of use, primarily an assortment of gemstones. It appeared the spectre had a fondness for beauty. On our way back, we might as well gather some black crystals. The centaurs have not ventured here due to the extreme cold, Ferenz remarked. Kane nodded in agreement, noting that with the spectre's demise, the magical array she had established was now rendered ineffective, and the temperature in the vicinity was gradually rising. In Professor Bin's office, Kane recounted the events as they transpired. He felt somewhat flustered, as what began as a quest to find someone had morphed into a mission of farewell. I just remembered. She was so close to me all along, Professor Binns remarked, his eyes appearing clearer than usual. He did not cast blame upon Kane, but continued speaking earnestly. When I first encountered Bernadette, she was like a prickly hedgehog, bristling with defensiveness towards everyone. I reached out to her, guiding her into the life of Hogwarts. As time passed, our souls became increasingly attuned to one another, and eventually, we fell in love. Flecks of light began to emerge around Professor Binns. Professor? Kane inquired, feeling somewhat at a loss. It is of no consequence. After centuries, I can finally share my tale, the professor replied. I once believed I could change her, but I was mistaken. Her obstinate nature was beyond alteration. If anyone provoked her, even slightly, she would yearn to turn them into a skeleton. In the end, she was expelled. To placate her, I promised to seek her out in the future. The glimmers surrounding Professor Binns grew more numerous. However, I ultimately broke my promise. I devoted my life to Hogwarts. Now, it is time for me to find her. Thank you, Kane. As the final words lingered in the air, Professor Binns completely vanished into the vast expanse of the sky. Kane silently gazed at the spot where Professor Binns had disappeared, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. The absence of the Hogwarts history of magic professor seemed unrelated to him, yet how would the other ghosts perceive him? After last year's incident with Helena, the spirits within the school had already begun to avoid him. Now, it felt as though he was irreparably mired in disgrace. Indeed, a fear once entertained had now materialized. With a sharp cry, Fawkes appeared before Kane, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his expressive eyes. Young one, you are in quite a predicament. Confess, and you shall be treated leniently. Resist and face the consequences, Kane sighed, feeling as though he had aged a decade in an instant. How could it be so difficult to simply seek tranquility while studying at Hogwarts? Chapter 39. The New History of Magic Professor in Dumbledore's Office. It appeared that we must recruit a new professor for the history of magic. After listening to Kane recount the events leading up to this moment, Dumbledore pondered for a moment before speaking. I had not anticipated that the person Professor Binns sought was indeed his own obsession. Kane lowered his head, feigning embarrassment. Everyone has their obsessions, do they not? Dumbledore's blue eyes scrutinized Kane through his half-moon spectacles. Come forth, Kane urged, tapping on Riddle's diary. Little Kane, you seem a bit different. Riddle hesitated before speaking. In what way am I different? Kane retorted. You appear more endearing, Riddle replied earnestly. What on earth had little Kane encountered? He seemed to have entirely relinquished some burden, no longer weighed down by heaviness. Damn it, lacking a physical form was exceedingly inconvenient. He could not ascertain immediately what had transpired with little Kane. Be serious, Kane said, rubbing his forehead. This period of interaction had made Kane realize that the 16-year-old Riddle was a figure entirely distinct from Voldemort. Here, disperse this into your memory space. Kane produced the crystal essence. I need little Kane to assist me with the scattering. Riddle's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this, instantly reminding Kane of a puppy drooling at the sight of a bone. Oh, Kane thought, shaking his head to dismiss the absurd notion. Aren't you curious about what this is? After all, little Kane would never harm me, he added. Upon hearing this, Kane's gaze darkened. Would he truly not? This is crystal essence, capable of nurturing the soul. You shall remain in the memory space for a time before absorbing the fragments of the soul within the golden cup. Kane explained as he scattered the crystal essence onto the diary, taking the initiative to clarify. I always knew that little Kane treated me the best. Riddle longed to envelop Kane in a fatherly embrace, only to be disdainfully evaded. I shall soon grow strong, ensuring that my dear Kane has no lingering worries. Riddle's eyes sparkled with determination. The magical realm need only one voice, Slytherin. The following day, Professor Binns had vanished. Draco's bun fell from his mouth in astonishment. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is earnestly seeking a history of magic instructor, offering generous remuneration. Please apply promptly. Odette furrowed her brow as she read the recruitment advertisement published in the Daily Prophet. Moreover, Theodore flipped the newspaper to its front page. Curse or human error. Hogwarts teaching staff faces yet another decline. Truly, The Daily Prophet seizes every opportunity to exploit Hogwarts. Pansy remarked disdainfully. So, does Professor Bin's disappearance have anything to do with you? Blaise took a bite of his bun, directly targeting Kane with suspicion. After all, Kane bore the title of the Ghost Slayer. Those at the Slytherin table had quietly perked up their ears. If I were to assert that it has nothing to do with me, would you believe it? Kane spread cranberry jam on his bread as he spoke. The surrounding individuals shook their heads in unison, expressing disbelief. Is trust between people so fragile? Kane took a bite of his bread and lamented. It must be because of you. Anna gritted her teeth, glaring at Kane with malice. The hushed whispers at the table abruptly ceased. Does it concern you, little one? Kane's gaze turned frigid. What right did she have to question him? Just because her surname was Prince? Are you bold enough to act, yet cowardly enough to deny it? Anna persisted relentlessly. Does it concern you? Odette spoke coldly. The expressions of those around Kane soured. What is happening here? Snape descended with a stern countenance. You should be asking what this prince intends to do. Kane wiped his hands and cast a cold glance at Snape. The esteemed Mr. Slytherin is quarreling with a mere girl, is he not? I am in my second year. She is in her first. Understand? A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Kane's lips. The diners at the other tables ceased their meals, eagerly watching the exchange between Kane and Snape. Oh, children, one must foster camaraderie among classmates. Lockhart, wearing a bothersome grin, stood beside Snape, attempting to mediate. The scent of chives from your mouth has wafted over to me. Kindly be silent. Snape narrowed his eyes, dismissively waving his hand to fan away the odor. Ah yes, Eastern cuisine is indeed delightful, but this aroma. Lockhart chuckled lightly, hastening his steps to distance himself from the realm of disputes before him. I shall continue my meal. Professor, feel free to attend to your own affairs. Kane turned back, resuming his meal, utterly unconcerned by Snape's dark demeanor. Anna, come here. Snape glared at the back of Kane's head for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Reluctantly, Anna rose to her feet, stealing a glance at Kane, who was engrossed in his food. How biased is this? Draco muttered indignantly. Is it not your turn to be favored? Kane raised an eyebrow. How can that be the same? Draco, quick-witted, handed Kane a custard bun, attempting to silence him. Do try it. It's a new release. A week passed quietly, and Kane and his companions welcomed a new professor of history of magic. What do you think the new history of magic professor will be like? Pansy asked with a hint of excitement. I hope he's a vampire. That would be incredibly handsome, she declared, cradling her hands over her heart. Uft. You only know how to swoon, Blaise scoffed. We'll find out soon enough, Kane said, casually flipping through 100 transformations of spells, indifferent. Classmates, close your worthless papers. Believe me, they are utterly ineffective. The door to the History of Magic classroom swung open and closed, revealing a tall figure before the students. He possessed flowing golden hair, deep blue eyes, and wore gold-rimmed glasses, a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of restraint. Wow, the students erupted in a chorus of gasps. This is too handsome. Pansy's face flushed instantly. Even Blaise could not refute Pansy's remark this time, for he too found the new teacher strikingly handsome. Shoo! The professor raised his right index finger and gently pressed it to his lips. Ah! The students grew even more animated. Kane found the noise overwhelming, his head buzzing. Silence. Upon detecting the chill in Kane's voice, the dopamine-fueled students swiftly calmed down. Thank you for maintaining classroom discipline. What is your name? Kane Slytherin. For some reason, Kane felt an innate sense of danger emanating from the man before him. He trusted his instincts. Chapter 40. Classroom Dynamic Students. I am your newly appointed professor of history of magic, Landon Blake. With a wave of his wand, golden letters floated in the air. Blake? Draco blinked in confusion. Glancing at Kane. It shouldn't be related to Aunt's family, Kane murmured. Of course, it has nothing to do with the renowned black family of the wizarding world, Blake quipped. Ha ha ha, the students below responded enthusiastically, applauding in unison. Who can tell me? To what chapter have you progressed in the history of magic, Mr. Slytherin? Although Professor Black directed his question to the entire class, his gaze was firmly fixed on Kane. Professor Binns is discussing the war between wizards and goblins. Kane replied as he stood. It is rather surprising that a candidate for a teaching position is unaware of our curriculum's progression. Excellent. 10 points to Slytherin, Professor Black nodded. Professor Black, that was merely a straightforward statement. There is no need to award points, Kane remarked, looking at him. No matter, consider it an advance credit. As I require your cooperation for a certain task. With a flick of his right hand, the students' desks began to stack themselves, revealing a circular open space. Very well, class. As I mentioned earlier, those scraps of paper are of no use. I will divide you into two groups, wizards and goblins. I need you to exert your utmost effort to experience the war firsthand through dueling. Adjusting his chain-rimmed glasses, Professor Black gestured to the left and right. The students immediately felt a force that separated them into clearly defined groups. Cool, Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape in admiration as he gazed at Professor Black. Kane, step forward. Professor Black called to Kane, who was standing between the two teams. Under the watchful eyes of his peers, Kane calmly approached Professor Black. Professor? Hermione timidly raised her hand. Please, miss, speak. Professor Black acknowledged her with a nod. Professor, I am Hermione Granger. I wish to inquire whether we are in History of Magic class rather than Charms class. Hermione's voice grew softer. The war between wizards and goblins ultimately hinges on strength. During the duel, I will supplement relevant knowledge. Thank you for your suggestion. Professor Black's smile deepened. I appreciate it, Professor, Hermione replied. Her cheeks flushed and her words slightly jumbled. All right, class, let me and Mr. Kane demonstrate first. Professor Black signaled Kane to step into the center, and the two faced each other in a dueling salute. Stupefy, Protego, Petrificus, Totalis, Expelliarmus. Both were restrained, exchanging spells with precision and grace. Now, class, find your opponents and begin. Kane, you shall assist me in guiding them. Before Kane could decline, Professor Black stepped into the fray between the dueling students. Raise your wand high. You are a wizard, not a baboon. Channel your magical energy. Excellent. Learn to combine your spells effectively. Professor Blake possessed a keen eye, offering insights on nearly every group he observed. The Fairy Rebellion of 1612 unfolded near Hogsmeade, where a quaint tavern served as the witches' headquarters. Another fairy uprising occurred in the 18th century. Throughout the lesson, Professor Blake seamlessly enriched the discourse with additional knowledge. Kane had to concede that the engaging atmosphere was far more effective than Professor Bin's hypnotic lectures. He truly was remarkable. The information resonated with me instantly. I twisted Simon's nose, and the students, gathered in small clusters, expressed their satisfaction with this history of magic class. What's the matter, Kane? Noticed the attentive Odette, as Kane appeared somewhat distracted. Nothing. I just feel. Kane shook his head, sensing a familiar essence emanating from the newly appointed history professor. Time flew by, and soon it was October. With the weather turning chilly, raindrops, resembling bullets, relentlessly pounded against the castle windows, continuing for days on end. This dreadful weather, Draco complained, casting a glance at the incessant downpour. Yet, despite the inclement conditions, the Slytherin Quidditch team was determined to practice. What Gryffindor can do, Slytherin can do better. Stop complaining and put it on, Kane said, handing Draco a silver wristband while lounging on the sofa. It's beautiful, Draco exclaimed, immediately requesting Kane to fasten it for him. This cannot be considered a Christmas gift, he suddenly recalled, looking at Kane with urgency. Of course it isn't a Christmas gift. That holiday is still far off, Kane replied, unable to suppress a sigh. This is for your training. It is waterproof and moisture-resistant. Kane, you are simply wonderful, Draco said, momentarily taken aback before bursting with excitement and racing out of the common room. I must try it. Several members of the Quidditch team followed suit. Indeed, the rain cannot touch me at all. As Draco stepped beneath the canopy, the wristband emitted a faint glow, enveloping him in a translucent shield that repelled the rain. Draco, with this, our chances of victory will undoubtedly increase. Flint grinned with enthusiasm. This was specially made for me by Kane. It has nothing to do with you. Draco replied with a smug expression. Think of Slytherin's honor, Flint advised, displaying a rare moment of intelligence. All right, I'll take charge, Draco assured, patting his chest confidently. Kane, the ghosts have invited me to the memorial party. Would you like to join me? Kane's small communicator lit up, revealing a message from Harry. Nevertheless, I reconsidered. Should I attend, their swore he would surely falter. Contemplating the ghost's aversion towards him, Kane declined without hesitation. Indeed, given the recent inclement weather, it would be prudent to partake in the school's festivities instead. By the way, Kane, do you possess anything that could facilitate our training? You know how the weather is. Harry articulated a myriad of thoughts, ultimately revealing his intentions. Kane couldn't suppress a chuckle. The boy's motives were exceedingly transparent. We have moisture-resistant wristbands, which are already available at the magical boutique. You may wish to try them. After Draco's earnest entreaties, Kane recognized the substantial market for these small items and instructed Odette to inform Bob to list the new products. To his surprise, they sold quite well. Very well. I understand. Harry, having received the desired answer, hastily uttered a parting remark. Kane shook his head, continuing to immerse himself in the innovative development of spells. Chapter 41. Is Halloween without incident? Kane, wait a moment. Hagrid's booming voice suddenly erupted, startling the birds perched upon the branches. What is it, Hagrid? Kane had just emerged from the Chamber of Secrets, having recently visited Riddle, who was currently ensnared in slumber after consuming the soul fragment of the goblet. These pumpkins. Dumbledore mentioned he wanted to decorate the Great Hall with them. I need your assistance. Hagrid pointed to the enormous pumpkins beside the hut. Did they consume a growth potion? Why are they so colossal? Kane's gaze fixated on a pumpkin nearly as tall as himself. Haha, I have my methods, Hagrid chuckled, scratching his head. Very well, do we need to carve them first? Kane gestured towards the pile of pumpkins. Indeed, Hagrid nodded vigorously, indicating they should be fashioned into lanterns. Then we must be swift. Kane raised his wand, swiftly transforming the pumpkins into the desired shapes. How about adding something extra? Without awaiting Hagrid's response, Kane waved his wand, and the jack-o'-lanterns erupted with eerie laughter. Splendid. Hagrid applauded with his large hands. Why not reach inside and see if there are more surprises? Kane gestured for Hagrid to plunge his hand into the mouth of the jack-o'-lantern. Oh, it bit me. Ha ha ha. Hagrid was thoroughly entertained. For the largest pumpkin, let us create something truly novel. Kane traced a circle with his wand, and the pumpkin vanished, replaced by a shimmering pumpkin carriage, identical to Cinderella's. Next, let us procure the horses. Kane pointed his wand at the two birds preening their feathers in the tree. Transform. Immediately, two magnificent white steeds appeared before the pumpkin carriage. Wow, perfect. Hagrid leaned closer to inspect the pumpkin carriage with great interest. Kane gazed contentedly at the pumpkin carriage before him, contemplating his reluctant role as the coachman. Regrettably, it was missing the princess adorned in glass slippers. Let us depart, he announced. Sitting atop the pumpkin carriage, he gestured towards a meticulously carved array of pumpkins, which promptly formed an orderly line behind the carriage. As anticipated, upon Kane's arrival at the hall, the students erupted like boiling water, eagerly crowding around. Ah, the pumpkin carriage. I must change into Cinderella's attire, which I have long been too timid to wear, exclaimed a round-faced girl, nearly fainting with excitement, before dashing back to her dormitory. Wait for me. Her actions served as a signal flare, prompting many other girls to scramble back in a frenzy to change their outfits. Humph. They think they can compete with me. Not a chance, Pansy declared, pushing through the throng to stand before Kane. Kane, quickly transform my outfit into the blue gown worn by Cinderella. I want to be the first to enter the carriage, she said, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm as she pointed at her vampire costume. How childish, Blaise scoffed, brushing aside his hair. Then you should step aside, Draco retorted, shoving the arrogant Blaise aside. Kane, allow me to be the first to enter the carriage. I wish to be the prince. Pansy's face flushed instantly. Could it be that Draco harbored feelings for her? You are all quite something, Kane sighed, rubbing his forehead. Just indulge them. What else is there to do? Please, step back a bit, he urged, signaling for the surging crowd to give way. Your fairy godfather has arrived. With a flick of his wand, a shimmering blue and white aura enveloped Pansy and Draco. Pansy's gown blossomed like a resplendent blue rose, layered and radiant. Draco's transformation, while less extravagant, resulted in a snug prince's uniform following a burst of white light. Wow, how stunning, gasped the onlookers, their eyes alight with admiration. Not quite perfect yet, Kane remarked, directing his wand once more at Draco and Pansy. Draco's signature slicked-back hairstyle re-emerged, while Pansy's hair was elegantly styled into a princess's updo. Is this not exquisite? Hermione, usually discreet about her prominent front teeth, revealed them in astonishment. Do you have a character you wish to embody? Kane inquired. I would like to be Snow White. Hermione replied shyly, lowering her gaze. And I too, Kane. Ginny and I wish to try as well, Luna chimed in, donning a pumpkin-shaped hat and dragging a blushing Ginny into the fray. One at a time, Kane said, relenting to their requests. You brought this upon yourselves. There's no turning back now. Please, ladies, he gestured gracefully as he stepped down from the carriage, inviting Draco and Pansy to proceed. I shall go first. Draco, with his exemplary physical prowess as a Quidditch player, boldly pushed past Pansy. She was momentarily pinned against the carriage shaft, seemingly petrified. Who am I? Where am I? She thought. You, Draco, shall not prevail. A surge of indignation welled within Pansy, and she resolved to deliver a small shock to the heartless Draco. Take that. With a sudden jolt, Pansy ultimately took her place in the carriage, using her voluminous skirt to corner Draco against the wall. Quick, let us capture this moment, Pansy exclaimed, striking a delightful pose. Kane stifled a laugh at the sight of Draco, fearful that he might burst into laughter. Nevertheless, it did not hinder his speed as he swiftly retrieved his Polaroid camera, snapping several pictures from various angles. He intended to send one to Aunt Narcissa, and another to Fleur. Next time, I must organize an unforgettable event for the children as well. Observing Kane basking in the limelight, Lockhart was nearly consumed by jealousy. The school forbade professors from disrupting the atmosphere within its walls. Professor McGonagall, who had initially been smiling, now wore a stern expression. How unfortunate. Does Lockhart thrive on causing chaos? Just as she was reveling in Kane's impressive transfiguration, she found herself exasperated. When will Lockhart finally leave Hogwarts? The children still craved some sweets. Landon adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and, with a flick of his wand, summoned a vibrant shower of candy from the ceiling. Wow. The students scrambled to seize the falling treats. Professor Black, your salary. McGonagall cast a disapproving glance at Landon. It's fine, as long as they are happy. Landon replied nonchalantly, relishing the lively atmosphere that had been absent for so long. A beautifully wrapped candy landed directly in Kane's hand. He glanced at Landon, who returned his gaze without a word, merely raising a hand to suggest he sample the confection. Kane lowered his eyes, unwrapping the tightly sealed candy to reveal hazelnut toffee, his favorite. As he popped the candy into his mouth, he savored the delightful flavors that danced on his tongue. What a splendid night, with nothing amiss. Chapter 42. An unexpected turn. After enjoying the performance of the skeleton band and indulging in a sumptuous feast, the Halloween festivities by the pumpkin carriage felt thoroughly fulfilling. "I'm so full," Draco exclaimed, rubbing his now bulging stomach contentedly. "Who told you to keep eating?" Odette chided gently, wiping her mouth while casting a pointed glance at Draco. "Kane, let us take a picture too, to share our joy with Fleur." Odette delicately tucked her dark hair behind her ear, her raven-like lashes fluttering softly. A faint, elusive scent of lily of the valley filled Kane's nostrils, prompting him to instinctively touch his nose, which felt slightly itchy. "Let's take a group photo after they have all departed," Kane suggested, glancing at the crowd that was gradually dispersing. "Indeed," nodded Odette. "Then we shall take our leave." Draco winked teasingly, pulling the stoic Theodore along with him. "What is wrong with Draco? Is he feeling unwell?" Kane pondered, turning his attention to Theodore. "Would you care to join me for a photograph?" he inquired, disregarding Draco's peculiar behavior. "It seems we have yet to capture a moment together." "Very well." Theodore's foot, poised to step forward, suddenly halted. "Ouch!" Draco, caught off guard by the sudden stop, collided headfirst into Theodore. "Why didn't you give a warning?" Draco complained, rubbing his head. "My apologies," Theodore replied, his tone remarkably calm. "All right then, I shall depart with Blaze and the others." Draco waved his hand dismissively. "Let us also be on our way." The trio made their way toward the pumpkin carriage. "Kane, are you all planning to take a picture?" Luna called out as she hurried towards the three. "We haven't taken a picture together yet, and I brought my pumpkin hat today," she said, pointing to the hat atop her head, "which would be perfect for a group photo." "Then let us do so," Kane agreed. "Odette and I shall go first." Kane and Odette positioned themselves beside the pumpkin carriage. Just as Kane was about to display his photo-ready smile, Odette unexpectedly linked her arm with his. Kane paused, momentarily speechless. Subsequently, he took individual photos with both Theodore and Luna. It was all about inclusivity. What is going on? Why are they all gathered upstairs and not moving? Theodore keenly sensed that something was amiss. Kane raised his eyes and felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This shouldn't be happening. Riddle is still dormant. What on earth is going on? Kane stepped forward. Fellow students hastily moved aside, creating a path for him. "The heir of Slytherin has arrived. Make way." The Weasley twins bowed, clearing the way for Kane. "Mr. Weasley, mind your phrasing. This is a grave accusation," Professor McGonagall said, her voice tinged with irritation. "Professor, what is happening?" Kane inquired as he approached her. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of those who oppose the heir." Kane read aloud the words inscribed on the wall. It was you who killed my Lady Loris." The presence of the professors seemed to embolden Filch, who glared menacingly at Kane and Harry. "Kane has remained in the Great Hall without leaving. Do not make unfounded accusations," Odette remarked, her brow furrowed in concern. "It must be him, the heir of Slytherin." Anna stepped forward, pointing at Kane. "Kane, have you heard of the Chamber of Secrets?" Dumbledore's blue eyes glimmered with scrutiny. "Of course I have. However, I believed it to be merely a fanciful legend." Kane feigned confusion in his response. "Perhaps so," Dumbledore replied noncommittally. "Filch, Madame Loris is not dead. She has merely been petrified. Come with me, Filch." Dumbledore turned, addressing Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger. "Mr. Slytherin, you too. Please join us." "Headmaster, may I inquire under what authority you require my presence?" Kane remained rooted to the spot, gazing intently at Dumbledore. He was reluctant to follow without clarity, unwilling to bear the weight of suspicion. "Regarding the Chamber of Slytherin, you might inadvertently possess some knowledge that could greatly assist us." "I regret to disappoint you, Headmaster. I am indeed oblivious to this matter. If there are no further issues, I would prefer to return to rest, as it is quite late." With that, Kane bypassed Dumbledore and strode toward the Slytherin common room. Following Kane's declaration, the Slytherins trailed behind him, save for Anna Prince. "Dumbledore, this is the consequence of your indulgence," Snape remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "I do not believe he has committed any wrongdoing." Landon adjusted his glasses, noting that he was indeed not present at the scene. Was he? "I failed to consider the implications." Dumbledore sighed. "Let us depart. My office is the nearest." "You may follow me," Lockhart suggested eagerly. "Thank you, Lockhart." Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. The silent crowd parted to allow their passage. "Now, heads of houses, ensure your students return to their dormitories," Professor McGonagall instructed before leaving. Kane, concerning the Chamber of Secrets, a few had gathered in Kane's dormitory. "It was not me." Kane shook his head. "Who could it be then?" Draco furrowed his brow. "No one is more qualified to be the heir than Kane. The mastermind must be targeting me. He will not strike just this once." A glint of coldness flashed in Kane's eyes. "Cassandra, be mindful of the sentiment within Slytherin. The more precarious the situation, the more caution is required." Kane feared that some extreme purebloods might seize the opportunity to incite trouble. "Rest assured, I will be vigilant." Cassandra recognized the complexity behind the chamber's emergence. "Have the club members cooperate with Cassandra," Kane instructed Theodore. "Very well, let us all retire. This is merely the beginning." As the crowd flowed like water towards virtue, each returned quietly without a word. At 3 in the morning, Kane stealthily emerged from the dormitory, determined to investigate the mysteries of the hidden chamber. Hiss, Sasa, come forth, he called, raising his wand in precaution. Hiss, master, what brings you here? Sasa quickly nestled against Kane. Hiss, has anyone else visited the chamber today? Hiss, no, master, Sasa has been alone here today. Kane furrowed his brow. Hiss, has Riddle awakened? Hiss, he remains deep within the chamber, still in slumber, replied the serpent, shaking its large head. Very well, you stay here, I shall venture further. Kane proceeded directly to the innermost chamber. The diary lay as he had left it, emanating a faint, dark glow. Riddle remained asleep, undisturbed. Kane felt as though a veil of mist obscured the truth before him. Chapter 43, Blood Alliance. Upon exiting Lockhart's office, the trio from Gryffindor remained enveloped in silence. Had they known, they would have abstained from attending the ill-fated soiree, now feeling both cold and famished. Ron patted his stomach, which rumbled ominously in protest. If only I could summon a house elf like Kane, I would have a grand platter of meat pies and a large jug of pumpkin juice at my disposal. The mere mention of Kane introduced a hint of hesitation into their previously quiet assembly. Do you think Kane could be the one to unlock the chamber? Ron ventured cautiously. Earlier, in Lockhart's office, they had gleaned from the professor's veiled discussions that the chamber might be linked to Slytherin. After all, Kane bore the surname of Slytherin, did he not? Yet, Kane is our friend. He has aided us countless times, Hermione pondered aloud. Harry nodded in agreement, affirming, Kane would never harm anyone without reason. The three exchanged glances. Quickly reaching a consensus, they believed Kane was not that type of person. Regarding Slytherin's chamber, their current knowledge was woefully insufficient. Let us return and rest, starting tomorrow. We must delve into the library to uncover more about the chamber, Hermione declared, her furrowed brow finally relaxing. We have to find books, Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape, as if his spirit had drifted far away. Harry sympathetically patted Ron's shoulder, reminiscent of the dread they felt while searching for Nicholas Flamel. It's insurmountable. We will never finish, Ron lamented. You wouldn't want Kane to be misjudged, would you? Hermione shot them a fierce glare. Consider this. Even Dumbledore cannot help but associate the chamber with Kane. What would others think of him? For Kane, for our friend. It is merely a matter of gathering information, so let us give it our all, Harry encouraged. Professor of Magical History's office. Knock, knock. Come in, came a languid voice. Professor Black. Kane entered through the door. Mr. Slytherin, what brings you to me? Professor Black inquired, leaning peacefully against the sunlit window, perusing a book. Kane's keen eyes quickly caught the title on the spine, Gulliver's Travels. Professor, is this book enjoyable? Without waiting for an invitation, Kane seated himself on the sofa and plucked a fresh, golden orange from a nearby fruit bowl. Quite so. Sometimes, viewing matters from a muggle's perspective can be rather intriguing. Professor Black replied, closing the book and pouring himself a cup of herbal tea while sitting opposite Kane. So, Mr. Slytherin, what is the matter? Here. I've peeled it for you. Would you like some? Kane offered the meticulously peeled orange segment to Professor Black. When did you recognize me? Professor Black accepted the plump segment, savoring its flavor with satisfaction. Perhaps it was upon our first meeting? A teacher with such presence is not easily forgotten, Kane flattered lightly. Consider yourself somewhat perceptive, Professor Black. No, Grindelwald narrowed his eyes suddenly. Rather tart. Even more so than Dumbledore, he remarked. Have you experienced it, Professor? Kane inquired instinctively. Matters of adults are best left to adults. Grindelwald quickly sipped his tea to mitigate the sourness in his mouth. Oh, so now you consider me a child? Kane boldly retorted. The tips of Grindelwald's fingers glimmered with flickering lightning. I am but an inexperienced second-year student. Kane quickly straightened up. Speak. Is your visit related to the chamber? Grindelwald asked with certainty. Yes, Kane recounted the events. What does your cheap father think? Does he believe he is a paramecium? Capable of asexual reproduction? Grindelwald's brow furrowed slightly. In his time since leaving Nurmengard, he has immersed himself in the muggle world. Does this young lad comprehend what I am saying? Professor, your biology is quite impressive, Kane silently commended Grindelwald. That elusive individual is not to be feared. Merely observe how he flits about, Grindelwald said with a nonchalant demeanor. I too feel that the puppet master will act once more. However, Kane paused, as the unusual gazes of his classmates left him somewhat disconcerted. In the past, Kane had been the center of attention, akin to a star surrounded by admirers. Now, however, the looks directed at him bore a hint of speculation. Is this all? Grindelwald glanced at Kane, for the first time gaining a clear understanding of his age, merely a trifle. Kane extended his pinky finger, illustrating its diminutive size akin to a fingernail. The singular matter you must ascertain is whether Riddle is truly worthy of trust. Grindelwald's previously nonchalant demeanor shifted. I trust him, but not entirely, Kane admitted candidly. It is precisely because he has not fully placed his trust in Riddle that he has disclosed no information about any Horcruxes besides the goblet. Test him when the opportunity arises. When the moment is right, a blood pact can be established with him. Grindelwald instinctively glanced at his right hand, now devoid of that familiar object. A blood pact? Kane found the term somewhat unfamiliar. After all, when he traversed into this world, the series of films Fantastic Beasts had yet to be released, and his understanding of the grievances of the previous generation was limited. It is an artifact. The blood of both parties serves as both a covenant and a restraint, binding the possessor from causing harm to the other. Grindelwald briefly explained to Kane, his tone tinged with a hint of disinterest. I will. Kane nodded, resolving to seek an opportunity to test Riddle. Teacher, tell me about yourself. What prompted you to come to Hogwarts as a professor? I simply came on a whim. There is no particular reason, Grindelwald replied, turning his head to avoid Kane's piercing gaze. Could it be? Kane contemplated teasing him. Do not overthink it. I merely possess a dream of educating the next generation. Grindelwald insisted, still avoiding Kane's gaze, dismissively waving his hand to halt Kane's wandering thoughts. Now, it was Kane who found himself at a loss for words. Why do both Dark Lords harbor a dream of becoming teachers? If only Dumbledore had consented to their teaching positions sooner. Might the turmoil in the wizarding world have been averted? Of course, this was merely a fanciful hypothesis from Kane's imaginative mind. And you? How is your practice with transfiguration progressing? Well, you shall see. Kane concentrated and transformed into Dumbledore, mimicking the headmaster's playful wink. It is utterly cringeworthy. Grindelwald was momentarily taken aback before his face contorted with disdain. How does that resemble him? Not in the slightest. Chapter 44. Testing on this day. The persistent rain finally ceased, and warm sunlight cascaded down. At last, it is not raining. Draco stretched lazily, feeling as though grass might sprout within his bones. Draco. Flint has informed us that practice is now underway at the Quidditch pitch. Miles Blanche knocked on the door of Kane and Draco's dormitory. Coming. Draco fluidly changed into his training attire. Kane, the Quidditch match is imminent. I shall undoubtedly vanquish Potter, Draco declared confidently, clutching his broomstick. You can certainly do it. Kane replied, still engrossed in the mysteries of magic unknown, offering a perfunctory nod. Kane, you have changed. You now merely indulge me. Draco covered Kane's book, prepared to enact a display of utmost despair. Aren't you anxious to head to practice? Kane lifted his gaze with resignation, expertly striking at Draco's vulnerability. All right, I must hasten to training. Draco smacked his forehead in realization. Would you care to watch my practice and bask in the sun? No, I have matters to attend to. What sort of matters? Draco scrutinized Kane with skepticism. Adult matters. Children should not concern themselves. Kane waved dismissively, pushing Draco out and shutting the door without hesitation. Lightning. Kane softly called. Master, Lightning bowed as customary. Prepare some food and place it in a basket, primarily desserts. Kane pondered a moment before adding. Shortly after, a crackle of sound echoed as Lightning appeared again, holding a large basket. Quite splendid. Kane surveyed the basket filled with a variety of confections, beautifully adorned with flowers. Hee. The master has praised me, Lightning exclaimed joyfully, bouncing in delight. Kane sent the jubilant Lightning on his way, changed into a comfortable outfit, and set off with the shrunken basket in hand. He had arranged to meet Luna by the Black Lake. Along the way, Kane encountered few individuals, as most were likely gathered at the Quidditch pitch to observe practice. Hi, Kane. Hannah waved from a distance upon spotting him. Hannah. Kane nodded in acknowledgement. Kane. I wanted to tell you that we all believe in you, Hannah and the witch beside her said with newfound courage. All right. We must head to the Quidditch pitch to watch practice. Farewell. Without waiting for Kane's response, Hannah pulled her companion away. Kane chuckled softly to himself. Recently, the topic of the heir of Slytherin had been fervently discussed, with Hermione even bringing up the Chamber of Secrets in class. However, unexpectedly, after the initial scrutiny, the ensuing public opinion was not as tumultuous as anticipated. Kane understood that this was the result of the collective efforts of his friends across different houses. They believed in him. Luna. As soon as Kane arrived at the edge of the Black Lake, he spotted a fleeting figure clad in blue. Kane, over here. Luna, dressed in a flowing blue dress, waved excitedly at him. From a distance, she resembled a delicate butterfly, full of grace and vitality. I brought Ginny along. Welcome, Kane replied with a smile, having anticipated Ginny's presence, which was why he had invited Luna for a picnic. How has your school life been lately? The trio selected a flat spot and began to unpack the contents of the basket. Gryffindor is just as I imagined. I truly enjoy life in Gryffindor. As long as Harry wasn't around, Ginny was always lively. I'm doing well too, Luna said, playfully adjusting the carrot-shaped earrings dangling from her ears. Not at all. You forgot that your roommate hid your slippers, leaving you barefoot. Ginny raised an eyebrow, defending her friend. Luna, are they bullying you? Kane furrowed his brow. They were just joking. Luna seemed oblivious to their malice. Don't frown. They'll only bother you more. Luna lightly tapped Kane on the forehead. If they go too far, just let me know. Kane had no intention of stepping in directly. He couldn't force others to befriend Luna. Luna nodded, taking a bite of Yorkshire pudding. Her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel. You really are, Ginny looked at Luna with a mix of exasperation and affection. You have to try this. It's delicious. Luna offered the pudding to Ginny's mouth. It's good. Ginny's expression instantly brightened. By the way, you both must have heard the recent buzz about the Chamber of Secrets. A glint flickered in Kane's eyes. The two food-loving sisters paused for a moment. Ginny, what do you think about the chamber? I just sit and watch. Ginny pointed to herself. Just kidding. I've heard my brothers mention it. We all believe in you. Besides, with the headmaster and the others handling such a significant matter, it's not something we need to worry about. Her demeanor was calm, her tone steady, and she genuinely thought that way. Kane secretly nodded. Having just used legilimency to probe Ginny's thoughts, confirming that no notion of the basilisk had crossed her mind. His greatest concern had been the possibility of history correcting itself, rendering all his efforts futile. However, that worry had now been alleviated. Next, he would focus on that individual. With his objectives achieved, Kane relaxed and joyfully joined the conversation. Lightning. Upon returning to the dormitory, Kane summoned the house elf once more. Master, Lightning is at your service. The tranquility has returned. It understands that you do not favor the typical house elf. Previously, you asked us to monitor Anna Prince for any unusual behavior. Kane inquired directly. Miss Prince spends most of her time in Professor Snape's office, except for her classes. By the way, during our shift, Coco mentioned seeing her visit Professor Lockhart's office. Lightning reported on Anna Prince's recent whereabouts. She sought out Lockhart. Kane's gaze darkened, sensing a hidden agenda. Keep a vigilant watch on her and Lockhart. Report anything unusual to me promptly, Kane commanded. As you wish, Master, Lightning replied, and Kane waved it away. Kane planned to return to the Chamber of Secrets late at night. It had been a while, and Riddle should be awakening. This is a tale for another time. Chapter 45. The Awakening of Riddle in the depths of the Slytherin chamber. Kane assessed the awakened Riddle. From his perspective, Riddle's essence had become more substantial. To the eye, he appeared indistinguishable from a living person. Moreover, he seemed, I feel splendid, invigorated by a long-lost power. Riddle closed his eyes, savoring the surge of magic within him. And you appear to have matured, Kane remarked, gently raising his hand, conjuring a mirror of water before Riddle. If Riddle was merely 16 before, now he resembled a man of nearly 20. Less youthful, his features sharper, exuding a regal melancholy, and his gaze was profoundly captivating. As the saying goes, a villain's allure can sway their principles. No wonder, in Kane's original world, so many young girls were enamored with Riddle. Little Kane, do you find me handsome? At that moment of Kane's distraction, Riddle had nearly closed the gap between their faces. Kane could almost feel his breath. Had he been capable of it? Keep your distance. Kane firmly placed a hand on Riddle's face, pushing him away without hesitation. Such coldness, Riddle feigned disappointment. How old are you? Can you act normally? Kane's forehead was adorned with dark lines, bemused by Riddle's theatrics. Let us discuss serious matters. Kane recounted recent events to Riddle. Fascinating. It appears we are not the only ones capable of controlling the basilisk, Riddle remarked, his voice laced with intrigue, though his eyes glinted with a cold light. He felt that his dignity as a Slytherin had been affronted. Do you have any suspects? Riddle assumed Kane had uncovered some clues during this time. Anna Prince is certainly worth suspicion. Due to previous events, Kane remained ever vigilant towards Prince, who was connected to Snape. Riddle's mind conjured the image of the somewhat youthful, pale young man. After absorbing the soul fragments of the golden cup, his knowledge had consequently expanded. She remained silently observant. Kane added, Huh. A gleam of derision danced across Riddle's face. Truly, it was characteristic of that old bee. Never let your guard down around the old bee, Kane, Riddle solemnly reminded him, placing a hand on Kane's shoulder. I am aware, Kane nodded, realizing from Dumbledore's instinctive reaction upon seeing the writing on the wall just how deeply Dumbledore harbored his suspicions towards Slytherin. My dear Kane is quite obedient. Riddle affectionately ruffled Kane's hair. Kane quickly stepped back, liberating his head from Riddle's grasp. He now reasonably questioned whether Riddle was suffering from some serious ailment. How much of your strength have you regained? Kane asked directly. Perhaps, less than 20%, Riddle replied with some frustration. He still felt excessively weak. Had he possessed the prowess of his prime, he would have long since eliminated those who harbored ill intentions towards Kane. Kane fell silent. It appeared that lacking a physical form had severely diminished his original strength beyond his expectations. Should he disclose the method for Riddle to regain his corporeal form? The thought flickered briefly in Kane's mind before being swiftly dismissed. Now was not the time. He had yet to fully trust Riddle. You should remain in the chamber for the time being. There may be unexpected discoveries in store. Kane estimated the time and realized he truly needed rest. Staying up late is detrimental to health. He certainly did not wish to remain short. Good night, little Kane. Riddle said nothing further, merely gazing at Kane with affection. Kane observed. He has grown quicker. Once Kane's figure vanished from sight, Riddle's expression darkened instantly. He had not revealed to Kane that during the process of devouring the golden cup's soul, he had nearly been consumed by the soul within the cup. At 16, he was still too weak. Nevertheless, he could still resolve some minor matters on Kane's behalf. With this thought, Riddle made his way towards the exit of the chamber. After several rounds of Quidditch matches, the final competition soon arrived. Once again, it was the age-old rivals, Slytherin and Gryffindor, who had reached the finals. Unfortunately, the weather was unkind, with a gentle drizzle falling from the sky. However, Kane glanced around, noticing that not everyone was without a wristband produced by the delightful little house. At least 8 or 9 out of 10 individuals sported one. It seemed that Bob and his colleagues would be receiving an even more generous year-end bonus. Kane, lost in thought, made his way to the seat reserved for him by the Slytherin contingent. What unexpected twist would this year's Quidditch season entail? Kane pondered slowly, as the passage of time in this world had begun to blur some of the finer details in his memory. The uncontrollable bludger. Not a significant concern. He settled comfortably into his seat, ready to observe the unfolding spectacle. Under Flint's leadership, Slytherin's style remained unapologetically ruthless, as long as they could score. The means were of little consequence. This rendered Slytherin's play somewhat unsportsmanlike. However, Kane was unbothered, for the referee had yet to voice any objections. Look, Theodore nudged Kane. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A bludger, buzzing with menace, hurtled toward Harry. Draco executed a swift maneuver, sending the relentless bludger careening away from Harry. Why does trouble always seem to find you? Draco questioned with a hint of exasperation. I wish I knew, Harry replied, irritation evident in his tone. No sooner had he spoken than the bludger returned, intent on making Harry its target once more. I need to step out for a moment, Kane announced to his companions, making his way back to the dormitory alone. Lightning, he commanded, as a flash of light illuminated the room. Fetch that little house elf named Dobby. Before long, Lightning and another house elf, Coco, arrived escorting Dobby. Master, we have captured the troublesome elf, Coco exclaimed eagerly, cutting off Lightning. He dreams of ending Lightning's reign as the favored house elf and becoming the first red elf by Master's side. Excellent. You may leave now, Kane nodded in acknowledgement. Master, he will escape. Lightning shot a fierce glare at Coco, asserting its superiority. It believed itself to be the most competent elf in Kane's service, destined to remain unrivaled as long as it lived. Fear not, he won to escape. The two house elves bowed once more before vanishing, casting a warning glare at the disheveled Dobby as they departed. Dobby, Kane addressed the trembling elf before him. Master Kane, Dobby stammered, casting a timid glance upward. Chapter 46. Following in Father's footsteps at this moment in the Quidditch stadium, the previously chaotic bludger had suddenly stilled. Theodore glanced toward the direction Kane had departed, deep in thought. The outcome of the match proved to be quite surprising. Although Harry had narrowly avoided being struck by the bludger during his pursuit of the golden snitch, he was inadvertently pushed against the stands by the chasing Draco, resulting in an injury to his arm. In the end, Harry managed to seize the golden snitch first. However, due to Slytherin's substantial lead over Gryffindor in the early stages, the final scores of both teams astonishingly ended in a tie. Within the confines of Kane's dormitory, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Speak, Dobby, Kane urged. Dobby, uncertain of what his master wished him to convey, hesitated momentarily. Why are you here? Kane pressed, massaging his temples, realizing that Dobby had adopted a cunning demeanor. Dobby stammered, perhaps I should let you speak. Who gave you the audacity to betray your master? Kane's tone was eerily calm. Dobby is a bad elf, he muttered. Dobby's eyes widened in shock, and in a frenzy, he began to bash his head against the wall. Stop, Dobby, Kane commanded, casting a glance at the blood now staining the wall, finding it quite bothersome. I will leave you to Draco's judgment. Ignoring Dobby's terrified and pleading expressions, Kane immobilized him on the spot. Moments later, an exuberant Draco burst into the room. Kane, haha, we won. But as soon as he spoke, his gaze fell upon the corner where the house elf stood like a statue. Dobby, how did you end up here? He inquired. You may ask him yourself, Kane replied, lifting the petrifying spell from Dobby. Dobby, do not lie to me, speak quickly. Seeing Kane's expression, Draco sensed that something was amiss. Dobby, unable to defy the command of his young master, trembled as he recounted the events that had transpired. Ah, so it was you who orchestrated that rogue bludger. Draco fumed, his face turning crimson. No wonder I received no replies to all the letters I sent to Potter during the summer. It was because of you. Kane raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unexpected revelations. It became clear why Draco had displayed such disdain towards Harry at the start of the academic year, an enmity born of unrequited affection. Now, you will return at once, he ordered. Dobby, fearing further delay, vanished with a crack. This is infuriating. I must message my father immediately. Draco pulled out a sleek version 30 communicator, its dazzling rose gold hue nearly blinding Kane. Goodness, when did he adorn it with diamonds? Well, didn't we just declare victory? Don't let this ruin your mood, Kane remarked as he awaited Draco's conversation with Lucius. Oh no, in my anger, I forgot to inform Mother that I won the Quidditch match. Draco hurriedly sent a message to his mother. Yes, we won, but alas, the golden snitch was still captured by Potter, Draco confessed, a hint of discontent in his voice. Nevertheless, Potter's arm is broken, and Gilderoy Lockhart has turned it into a rubber limb. Haha. Draco suddenly recalled something, and the pent-up frustration within him dissipated. In light of his pitiable state, I, the young master, shall reluctantly pay him a visit later. Observing Draco, who was rummaging through his belongings in search of the candies sent by Aunt Narcissa, Kane shook his head. His affection for Draco was undeniable. Kane, come to the Chamber of Secrets. As the clock approached midnight, Kane received a message from Riddle. Glancing at the empty bed across from him, he noted that Draco had yet to return. Considering Riddle's prolonged presence in the chamber, he felt no apprehension regarding Draco's safety. With a deft leap from his bed, Kane made his way to the chamber. Upon his arrival, Kane was greeted by the sight of Anna Prince, immobilized and glaring at him. Let me go, she commanded coldly. Mind your tone, Kane replied, as Riddle's smile upon seeing him vanished in an instant. The audacity of this little Kane to glare at him was intolerable. Riddle flicked his fingers, and Prince, as if jolted by electricity, contorted her face in agony. Go ahead and kill me, she spat, her pupils darkening to a swirling abyss. Prince was suddenly a whirlwind, rampaging through the chamber. The floor was carved with deep grooves, and the walls suffered severe damage. Avada Kedavra, Riddle declared, unchanged and forever fond of chaos. Avada Kedavra, Kane echoed, following closely behind. This was indeed a family legacy. The dense ink-like mass paused momentarily before charging at them once more. They exchanged glances and unleashed twin flames. The flames morphed into two dragons, encircling Prince within their fiery embrace. For a fleeting moment, her face appeared amidst the swirling darkness, glaring viciously at Kane, as the vortex around her grew ever larger. With all her might, she broke free from the fiery enclosure and surged forth. I'll go check outside, Kane said, leaving the aftermath to Riddle as he hastily exited. Why is it so quiet? Upon emerging from the chamber, Kane found no trace of the previously tumultuous struggle. Could there be others aiding Prince? He quickly returned to inform Riddle of the situation. What if I take care of this? It's time to meet an old friend, Riddle suggested candidly. Not wishing to keep anything from Kane, Kane fell silent, momentarily uncertain whether to acquiesce. Trust me, all right? Riddle leaned closer, his gaze fixed on Kane. Very well. I trust you, Kane ultimately conceded with a nod. This presented an excellent opportunity to test Riddle. He contemplated the skeletal remains of the old Riddle within his ring and the whereabouts of the other Horcruxes he was aware of, acknowledging that there was indeed an element of risk involved. Even if he misjudged Riddle, Grindelwald was watching, was he not? Children should not worry excessively, as it may hinder their growth. Riddle chuckled and ruffled Kane's hair, assuring him, you still have me. If you keep doing that, I truly won't grow taller, Kane replied, this time not shying away. For the first time, he hoped for a stroke of luck, wishing to win this round. Kane, where have you been? Draco abruptly sat up, yawning as he spoke. And what about you? When did you return? Kane replied with a playful retort. I've been back for quite some time, he clarified. Draco's eyes darted around. How is Harry? Kane inquired. Oh, Madame Pomfrey administered some Skeelgrow to him. You wouldn't believe how painful it looks. Draco shuddered at the thought of Harry's suffering. I delivered some sweets to Potter on your behalf, Draco boasted to Kane. You truly have aided me immensely, Kane responded, feigning gratitude. No need for thanks. I also encountered that boy Colin Creevy. I sent him away to avoid disturbing Potter. Well done. Kane silently gave him a thumbs up. Chapter 47. Reunion with an old friend in the dead of night at Malfoy Manor. Lucius, deep in slumber, was suddenly jolted awake by an intense heat on his right arm. What is it, Luke? Narcissa asked with concern, having heard the commotion. Cold sweat beaded on Lucius's forehead as he anxiously pushed aside the silk robe he wore. Luke, Narcissa's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? Do not worry, sissy. I shall investigate, Lucius said, suppressing his fear as he gently patted Narcissa's hand. Take the door key and hide here. If anything happens to me, you must flee with Draco. No, Luke. Narcissa's eyes glistened with tears. Think of our son. Lucius gazed deeply at Narcissa. I love you, sissy. With that, he resolutely stepped outside. Narcissa, she covered her face, silently shedding tears. In the living room, a shadow cloaked in a hood sat upon the sofa, its fingertips lightly tapping on its knee. Master. Upon seeing the figure that instilled profound fear within him, Lucius's legs weakened, and he dropped to his knees. Lucius. It has been a long time. You have all but forgotten my existence. Riddle spoke coolly, not even glancing at the kneeling Lucius. Master, I have been searching for you. Lucius crawled closer to Riddle, attempting to kiss the hem of his robe, only to be evaded. Lucius's complexion visibly paled. Searching for me? When I was living like a sewer rat in a place devoid of light, where were you? Ah, you were in the opulent Malfoy Manor, continuing your life of indulgence and excess. Riddle gestured towards the lavish decorations that still adorned the room. My master, I am guilty. Lucius's head bowed deeply, his eyes betraying an overwhelming fear. Rest assured, Luke, I have not returned to condemn you. Riddle lifted Lucius's chin with his hand. Look, within your eyes lies profound terror. but nothing else. Master, Lucius attempted to justify himself. No need for further words, Luke. I merely wish to inquire whether you are still willing to follow your once great master. Master, the Malfoy family will forever be your loyal vanguard. Lucius once again lowered his head deeply in submission. Excellent, my child. Your bond with me has always been unique. A fleeting image of Ub was conjured in Riddle's mind. Go, Luke, help me inform Nod. I require his assistance, Riddle commanded. At your service, master. The following day, early Sunday morning, Kane had finished breakfast and intended to check on Harry's condition. Wait, I will accompany you. Draco hurriedly swallowed the last bite of his bun, fearing Kane would leave him behind. Hold on, Kane, the headmaster is calling for you. Cassandra rushed into the hall, addressing Kane directly. What does the headmaster want with Kane? Draco inquired. I do not know, but the headmaster's expression does not bode well, Cassandra warned. Has he ever had a favorable expression? Kane retorted. Laughter erupted around them. Perhaps Snape truly never had a pleasant countenance. Wait for me. I will check, Kane said, wiping his mouth. Understood. Hurry back. Draco obediently nodded. Come in. A voice that sounded as though someone owed him a million galleons echoed. Kane opened the door to find Dumbledore present. Headmaster, Kane greeted, then stood quietly to the side. The atmosphere descended into an eerie silence. Kane, did you see Miss Prince yesterday? Dumbledore was the first to break the silence. I did not, Kane replied bluntly. You are lying. Snape moved swiftly to stand before Kane, and he could almost feel Snape's hair billowing. Indeed, it was no illusion. Snape was nearly in his face. His first reaction was that Snape was far inferior in appearance compared to Riddle. Director, I did not place a noose around Miss Princess' neck. How could I possibly know where she might appear? Kane stepped back significantly. One must maintain a certain social distance between individuals. You have always held a disdain for Anna. Did you do something to her? The veins on Snape's hands bulged as he contemplated the possibility of administering a truth serum to Kane. Severus, remain calm. Anna is missing. Dumbledore's blue eyes seemed to flicker with a faint light. Old B, Kane cursed inwardly, recognizing Dumbledore's adept use of legilimency against him. Oh, do you require funding? I could arrange for a missing person notice to be published in the Daily Prophet for an extended duration, Kane suggested earnestly. Kane, this is not the time for jest. Did you truly not see Anna yesterday? Dumbledore interjected, halting Snape, who was on the verge of exploding. Headmaster, I was at the Quidditch pitch yesterday and did not encounter Miss Prince. Afterward, I returned to my dormitory, read for a while, and then slept, Kane stated. Meeting Dumbledore's gaze directly. Very well, Kane. If you come across any information regarding Anna, please inform Professor Snape. He is genuinely concerned for her safety. I will, Headmaster. Kane nodded, as if, what does it matter to him? Once Kane exited, Snape urgently inquired, did he lie? He did not, Dumbledore replied, somewhat surprised. What? How is that possible? Snape could no longer remain still. What has happened to Anna? I have contacted Scrimgeour and have instructed him to discreetly search for Anna, Dumbledore said, observing Snape's despondent demeanor. Harry, how are you faring? After leaving Snape's office, Kane brought Draco to the infirmary to visit Harry. Much better, Harry replied. Attempting to sit up. Do not move. Madame Pomfrey said your bones are mending and you must remain still. Draco quickly pressed Harry back down, adjusting the blankets around him. This little display was rather endearing. Kane sat beside Harry's bed and began peeling an orange. He had become quite adept at this task. By the way, where are Hermione and the others? Kane inquired, distributing the peeled orange segments to Harry and Draco while scanning the room with a puzzled expression. They. Harry opened his mouth, struggling to find the words. They are rather inconsiderate. Now do you see clearly who your true friends are? Draco puffed out his still somewhat slender chest with pride. Chapter 48. A true warrior. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment. He did not wish to reveal the whereabouts of Hermione and the others. During this period, they deduced that the heir was certainly concealed within Slytherin. Based on the information they had regarding the chamber, they intended to brew a polyjuice potion, which was currently in the process of being prepared. However, after much deliberation, the trio ultimately decided to keep it a secret from Kane. Kane raised an eyebrow, already aware of the situation. When the two emerged, Kane instructed Draco to return first. As for himself, he promptly made his way to the abandoned girls' restroom where Moaning Myrtle resided, of course, only after employing the disillusionment charm. After all, he did not wish for any peculiar habits to be rumored about him without his knowledge. Upon entering the girls' restroom, Kane spotted a cauldron of unfinished potion in the center of the wash basin area. He glanced around, but Myrtle was nowhere to be found. Allow me to add a little something. Kane's mischievous side emerged. 2 delicate purple leaves were added to the bubbling potion. Life was too dull. What was wrong with finding a bit of amusement? Kane thought defiantly. Fool, who is it? Snape's furious voice echoed throughout the potion's classroom. It turned out that someone had carelessly thrown a firecracker into Goyle's cauldron. The potion within the cauldron exploded, splattering everywhere, causing several affected students to swell up. Snape's expression was as foul as could be. His mood had already been soured by Anna's absence, and now he longed to drag the troublemaker out and deliver them to Filch for a thorough punishment. Snape's gaze immediately fell upon Potter, and he then spotted a fool standing there in a daze. Kane stifled a laugh in his heart. No matter how cunning Snape was, he could never guess that it was Hermione, known for her good behavior, who had orchestrated this chaos. A week later, Kane and his companions saw a parchment pinned to the notice board in the common room. A dueling club? Pansy quickly approached. The first meeting would commence tonight. Draco read aloud. Humph, how klitsch, Draco scoffed. They had been training for over half a year. What could this club possibly offer that compared to their skills? Truly, mischief often breeds more mischief, Theodore remarked dismissively. Why do you say that? Do you already know who will be teaching us? Daphne, sitting quietly beside them, inquired. I hope it's Professor Black. He is so incredibly handsome, Pansy exclaimed, tightly embracing Daphne's shoulders in excitement. Don't get your hopes up. In such a showy occasion, that peacock is sure to be present. Although Theodore refrained from naming names, everyone was well aware of whom he was alluding to. Could it be that we are to learn how to duel with the pixies of Cornwall? Pansy has long forgotten her past affection and now only seeks to belittle Lockhart. This must be what is referred to as a transition from admiration to disdain. Ah, how embarrassing. I do not wish to attend. Daphne furrowed her brow. Fear not, Nini. I shall protect you, Pansy vowed gallantly. You should focus on safeguarding yourself first, Blaise retorted without delay. Kane, will you be attending? Odette inquired, glancing at the heated discussion among the group before turning her gaze to Kane. Of course, while the individual may not be particularly pleasing to the eye, the spectacle is bound to be riveting. Kane's inherent curiosity stirred within him. As the anticipation grew, the clock struck 8. Kane and his companions arrived at the auditorium. The venue had undergone a dramatic transformation. The long tables had vanished, replaced by a grand stage adorned in blue with golden trim against one wall. The ceiling had returned to its velvety blackness, and hundreds of candles floated in the air, illuminating the hall brilliantly. Kane surveyed the throng of attendees. Realizing nearly the entire school was present, he arrived at a rather obvious conclusion. Hogwarts had assigned far too little homework. Kane, who do you think will be our instructor? Harry, accompanied by Hermione and Ron, squeezed his way over to Kane. Look at you, making such a fuss, Draco remarked with an expression that implied Harry was inexperienced. Harry ground his teeth. If he could, he would gladly deliver a punch to that insufferable face. I hope it's Professor Black. He is truly remarkable. Hermione recalled the enchanting lessons with Professor Black. Something seems amiss. Regardless, Professor Black remains the most dashing, and no objections will be entertained. Remarkable. Miss Granger's taste has finally returned to normal. Pansy, unusually, did not regard others with an air of superiority. Hermione turned her gaze towards Pansy. Indeed, it was a shared moment. Both were smitten. Comrades. Hermione and Pansy gazed at each other with tearful eyes, the grudges of the past dissolving into nothingness. Kane and his friends exchanged glances, discreetly distancing themselves from the two witches who appeared somewhat unhinged. Gather around, classmates. Just as the crowd was abuzz with speculation, a beam of light illuminated the stage. So bright, Lockhart, clad in a flamboyant crimson robe, stood beneath the spotlight. Now it was Kane's turn to grind his teeth. Did Lockhart truly understand the theatrics of a muggle entrance? As it happens, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to establish this modest dueling club, disregarding the trivialities. Lockhart's words were laced with self-aggrandizement, all while he casually peddled his books. Those who understand, understand. Lockhart's behavioral patterns are remarkably akin to those of contemporary internet influencers. One might say he has been ahead of his time by centuries. Now, allow me to grandly introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, Lockhart declared with a wide grin. Fear not. I shall not exert my full power, Kane observed as Snape's upper lip curled in irritation. Is he, perhaps, weary of life? Harry nudged Kane beside him. A true warrior dares to confront the grim realities of existence and faces the sanguine consequences with fortitude. Kane did not respond directly. He held deep admiration for Lockhart's audacity. Now, that is a genuine hero. In the midst of their exchanged glances, the two individuals on the field had already taken their positions face to face. Here, we shall once again bypass Lockhart's plethora of vacuous prattle. Lockhart performed a bow, his hands animatedly gesturing. Kane increasingly felt that Lockhart was misplaced in time. Were it the age of the internet, Lockhart would undoubtedly have become a pioneer of online fame, given his flamboyant flair. In contrast, Snape displayed palpable impatience, shaking his head. Let us count down together. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 49, The Dueling Club. Disarmament. A dazzling beam of red light surged forth, causing Lockhart to stagger. Unexpectedly, Lockhart evaded Snape's spell, a protective charm. Not only did Lockhart dodge the attack, but he also enveloped himself in a defensive barrier. Petrificus totalis. Snape's eyebrows twitched in frustration. Stupefied, Lockhart once again evaded, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Snape was genuinely astonished. How had this fool transformed? Expelliarmus. Snape decided to escalate matters. Wait, Professor Snape. Noticing Snape's intent to unleash a formidable spell, Lockhart hastily intervened. The surrounding students require careful protection. Surely, you wouldn't want them caught in such a widespread curse. Would you? Before Snape could utter further words, Lockhart quickly stepped back. Children, did you witness the thrilling duel between myself and Professor Snape? While there exists a certain disparity in our abilities, Lockhart continued, becoming increasingly animated. However, Professor Snape's prowess is indisputable. And I hope you glean something from this evenly matched confrontation. Professor Snape, why not let the students have a go? Lockhart flashed a toothy grin at Snape. Snape turned away, feeling that merely looking at this fool was an affront to his intellect. What is Lockhart up to down there? Ron wore a dreamlike expression, and the people around him exchanged incredulous glances. Has he been secretly indulging in spinach? Harry's eyes widened, reasonably suspecting whether Lockhart had consumed the same spinach as Popeye. Look at the extravagant ruby ring on his hand. Kane urged the others to examine Lockhart's flamboyant accessory. Could that possibly be an alchemical ring? Theodore asked incisively. Indeed. Kane nodded. When Lockhart uttered the incantation, I noticed a faint glimmer emanating from the ring. Lockhart must be incredibly wealthy, Ron expressed with evident longing. So that's it. I thought I had misjudged him. Hermione initially believed she had been mistaken about Lockhart and felt a twinge of guilt. Mr. Slytherin, at that moment. Snape on stage suddenly called out Kane's name. I have heard that Mr. Slytherin possesses remarkable skills in dueling, and Professor Flitwick often praises you. Snape's eyelids drooped. Come now, showcase your talents. I hope your praises are not exaggerated. Ignoring the fact that Lockhart was discussing a friendly competition among students, Snape pointed directly at Kane. What should we do, Kane? Hermione and the others looked at him with concern, fearing Snape might seize the opportunity to embarrass Kane. It's fine. I trust Professor Snape will maintain decorum, Kane replied, his gaze growing cool. What are you all standing around for? Make way for the illustrious Mr. Slytherin. Snape swept his cloak, and the students before Kane parted like the Red Sea. That's Snape. He certainly knows how to stir things up, Kane thought, gritting his teeth, determined to show Snape a thing or two. Calmly, Kane ascended the dueling platform, and the two reluctantly performed the customary dueling salute. The students below fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on the impending clash between the two. Upside-down bell. Snape launched an immediate attack, without holding back. It seemed Snape's disdain for Kane surpassed even that for Lockhart. Upside-down bell. Kane evaded Snape's spell and promptly countered with a newly learned technique. Snape paused, for the first time gaining a tangible understanding of Kane's aptitude for magic. Disarming charm. A sharp sting surged through Kane. Armored protection. Disarming charm. Kane executed a series of combination spells. Snape's expression darkened. It appeared he had become an unwitting instructor. He was eager to see just how much this young man bearing the Slytherin name could absorb. What followed was a curious interplay of teacher and student. A truly delightful tableau, or so one might think. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, practicing, nay, battling, for nearly 20 minutes. Kane surmised that Snape would not reveal his most formidable techniques on this stage. Thus he decided against prolonging the duel. Primarily, he had acquired all the knowledge he sought, and to linger further would be impolite. With a flourish, he cast the thunderclap spell. Several orbs of light, akin to the size of ping-pong balls, materialized in midair and hurtled towards Snape. A resounding explosion echoed, accompanied by the imagined spectacle of a mushroom cloud. Following a tumultuous upheaval, the dispersing smoke unveiled a rather disheveled figure. The students below could hardly contain their laughter. Who could resist the sight of Snape sporting an explosive hairstyle? This spell was of Kane's own invention, favoring widespread area attacks over the conventional single-target spells commonly employed in the magical realm. Drawing inspiration from thunderous explosions, he had fused fire and lightning, significantly amplifying its destructive capacity. The duel platform bore the scars of devastation, a testament to Kane's restraint in wielding his magic. Snape, seething with rage, cast a glance at the boisterous laughter of Harry Potter in the audience and swallowed his indignation. Adhering to the principle of infuriating others without consequence, Kane smiled at Snape and descended from the stage. Clearing his throat, Lockhart emerged from the rubble of the collapsed duel platform, exhaling a cloud of black smoke. The students erupted into laughter once more. Lockhart's garments had been tattered by the explosion, and he too sported an outrageous hairstyle, a sight to behold. Kane noted that Lockhart's ruby ring had cracked. Let us allow the children to engage among themselves, he declared, his face resembling a charcoal visage, awkwardly smiling. Were it not for his prior assurances to Dumbledore, he would have certainly concocted an excuse to make a hasty exit. Kane struggled to suppress his laughter. The sight of Lockhart's darkened face juxtaposed with his gleaming teeth was increasingly amusing. While others laughed at Lockhart, he remained the most comedic figure of all. Neville was paired with Justin, and the Weasley twins teamed up with Finnegan. As for Potter, before Lockhart could finish his sentence, Snape, now presentable, seized the opportunity to interject. Potter shall partner with Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, why do you linger? Let us see what sort of individual you can shape the illustrious Potter into. Snape's tone was frigid, almost murderous. He nearly made it explicit to Malfoy that should he fail to make Potter appear unfavorably, he would personally ensure that Lucius' son faced dire consequences. Chapter 50. The continuation of the duel club. Draco was rather pleased with this arrangement. With a challenging glance at Harry, he strode confidently onto the stage. Meanwhile, the students below began pairing off, though none dared to approach Kane's side. This is indeed a formidable individual, one even Professor Snape would hesitate to confront. Better to tread carefully. I will count to 3, and you shall commence. Remember, it is merely a disarming spell. Lockhart would not dare allow any mishap to occur under his watch, as he would have no explanation to offer to Dumbledore. 1, 2, 3. Lockhart's right hand descended. Disarm. No sooner had Lockhart uttered the command than Draco acted decisively. In the astonished gaze of Harry, Draco deftly sent his wand flying, leaving Harry momentarily speechless. Oh, Harry wished to voice something, yet he found himself at a loss for words to adequately convey his emotions at that moment. Bewildered, perhaps? Draco's face was alight with triumph, his usual reserve entirely forgotten. Kane noticed a flicker of amusement in Snape's eyes, who stood behind them. Malfoy, do you know what it means to engage in a spar? You ought to allow Mr. Potter more time to react, Snape remarked, returning Harry's wand to him. Let us do it again. Harry's face flushed under Snape's mocking gaze. Once more, disarm. After the two exchanged formalities, Harry seized the initiative. A faint red light flashed. Had it not been for Draco's rigorous training over the past 6 months, he might not have evaded it. Kane silently acknowledged that Harry indeed possessed a remarkable talent for dueling. As they exchanged spells back and forth, Snape's impatience grew. Malfoy, focus. I have yet to tire of the spectacle of the Potter brat's folly. Provoked by Snape, Draco shed some of his caution. With a flick of his wand, a long black serpent suddenly emerged. The students below, nearly bewildered into madness, were momentarily shaken into awareness. From Kane's perspective, Hermione spat several times, expelling the remnants of Millicent's hair from her mouth as she stood up. Ron lowered his foot from the neck of Seamus, which was already turning an unflattering shade of blue-gray. Theodore elegantly brushed off the dust from his robes, reverting to his usual stoic demeanor. Pansy, without hesitation, engaged in a fierce struggle with Blaise, demonstrating a formidable presence. As for Odette, she had efficiently dispatched a third-year Ravenclaw student and now stood at Kane's side. Luna and Ginny were a sight to behold, enthusiastically cheering for the Weasley twins as they fought hand in hand. Returning to the matter at hand, confronted by the hissing serpent, Harry found himself momentarily paralyzed. Draco's earlier confidence dimmed. A flicker of regret crossed his features. He certainly did not know the counter-curse. This was a venomous snake. He hoped he wouldn't accidentally cause Potter to meet his demise. Draco cast a desperate glance towards Snape on the platform. However, Snape remained motionless, seemingly savoring Potter's panicked expression. Fear not. Allow me to handle this, Ludo Bagman. Seizing the opportunity to showcase his prowess, could hardly resist. After an elaborate display of flamboyant gestures, Bagman managed to halt the serpent's advance. Though it was an endeavor doomed to failure, he had overreached, causing his wand to tumble to the ground, creating an awkward silence. Oh, it appears my wand has become a tad overzealous, he remarked. Kane watched in bemusement. Given the circumstances, was there any hope of salvaging the situation? Yet, had Bagman forgotten that his alchemical ring had already shattered? One could only wonder about the dubious quality of the ring that Bagman had procured. Begone, foul creature, he muttered, brandishing his wand in an attempt to disperse the serpent. Unfortunately, matters did not unfold as he had envisioned. Unbeknownst to Bagman, the serpent began to swell dramatically, as if inflated by an unseen force. Kane could not suppress a facepalm. Surely, if a certain elder were present, he would deliver a reprimanding series of slaps to Bagman. The serpent, now agitated, hissed menacingly, locking its gaze upon the unfortunate Justin Finch-Fletchley nearby. Hisses, step aside. Harry instinctively hissed in response to the serpent's movements. Only Kane and the serpent, poised to strike, understood the true meaning behind Harry's utterance. Upon receiving the command, the serpent coiled itself around Harry, remaining eerily still at his side. A hush fell over the crowd. Oblivious to his own actions, Harry opened his mouth to inquire about Finch-Fletchley's well-being. What trickery is this? Finch-Fletchley exclaimed, his face flushed as he rushed away. Snape, initially intrigued by the spectacle, now bore an unusually grave expression. Approaching Harry, he waved his wand, and the serpent dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. The audience shifted their gaze between Kane and Harry, their whispers growing conspiratorial. Kane, could it be that you and Harry share a bloodline? Draco pondered, his expression a mixture of confusion and intrigue. What are you thinking? Kane playfully delivered a light smack to Draco's head. Kane, what on earth is happening? Am I really? Harry, having been enlightened by Hermione about Parseltongue, hurried to Kane's side, questioning, could you be my long-lost brother? His imagination soared, tinged with a hint of anticipation. Let us step outside first, Kane suggested, glancing at the crowd of wide-eyed onlookers. Swallowing the words he had nearly uttered. So, you're suggesting that my situation might somehow be linked to Voldemort? Kane discreetly shared with Harry. Perhaps this was the unique bond of adversaries. He veered the conversation towards metaphysical musings. Do you also possess the ability to speak Parseltongue? Harry inquired. His greetings. Kane began to demonstrate on stage. I understood, it means hello. Harry brushed his skin, which had prickled at the sound of the hiss. There's no need for psychological pressure. Consider it as mastering a foreign language. A few centuries ago, wizards were fluent in the languages of mermaids and birds. Kane was not lying. There were indeed wizards capable of cross-species communication in the past, though such occurrences are rare now. Like Dumbledore, he could converse with mermaids. Oh, just the mention of Dumbledore brought a sense of calm to Harry's heart. By the way, the matters we discussed should remain confidential for the time being, as you know. Kane reminded. Rest assured, I shall not speak of it. Harry nodded earnestly. What's wrong? Is there something else? Noticing a hint of hesitation on Harry's face, Kane inquired. No, nothing else. Harry shook his head. Chapter 51. A promise for next year. Early in the morning, as Kane opened his eyes, he glanced outside to see snow gently falling. This was the first snowfall of the year, arriving later than the previous year. He looked over at Draco's empty bed. Its occupant long gone. This is unlike Draco's usual demeanor. Could there be Quidditch practice in such weather? How unfortunate for Draco. Bang! The door swung open from the outside. Draco entered, holding several letters and a large package, the lingering chill following him as he approached Kane. You went to the Ollery this early? Kane waved his hand, making the snow on Draco disappear. It's so cold. Draco shivered, hastily dumping his belongings onto the bed. Mother wrote, saying that she and father will not be home for Christmas, allowing us the option to stay at school. Draco pointed to one of the opened envelopes. Mother has sent us Christmas gifts in advance, and there's a letter for you as well. Did Aunt Narcissa tell you what they plan to do? Kane had already formed a suspicion in his mind. I asked, but Mother wouldn't he say? Draco furrowed his brow, feeling as though he was no longer his mother's favorite little treasure. Come and see what Mother bought for us. Draco mischievously thrust his cold hand into Kane's bed, startling him. Kane gasped and sat up abruptly. 2 pendants? After rummaging through a heap of food and clothing in the package, he discovered a small box at the bottom containing 2 exquisite pendants. These are alchemical pendants, rare treasures of defense. Kane held one adorned with a blue crescent moon, closely examining the intricate runes inscribed upon it. Remember to bring it with you. Kane pointed to another silver-green, serpent-shaped pendant. The chilling touch of the pendant served as a constant reminder to Kane that it encapsulated a mother's boundless love. Narcissa must have encountered Riddle. Her immediate thought was the safety of her 2 children. Kane opened the unopened letter, and the contents confirmed his suspicions. Little Kane, have you missed me? I now reside in the place where you grew up, relishing the sights you once beheld, and I find joy in knowing your past. At the same time, I am envious of the Malfoys, jealous of their companionship during your upbringing. Upon reading this, Kane's heart raced. Yet, it seemed Riddle could intuitively grasp Kane's thoughts. For his next words were, do not worry, I shall not harm them. In a sense, I am grateful they raised you into the person you are today. Furthermore, regarding Anna Prince, I have already traced her connections to the Owl Court. Here, Riddle's words of longing for Kane were condensed into ellipses. I look forward to spending next Christmas with little Kane. Love, your father. Kane read each word slowly. Unbeknownst to him, a smile unconsciously graced his face as he read the letter. Kane, what did your mother say? You seem so happy. Draco leaned in to glimpse the letter's contents. This letter is for me. Children are not allowed to peek. Kane hurriedly concealed the letter, gently pushing Draco's head away. I suppose I am no longer Mother's favorite little darling. Draco puffed his cheeks, casting an accusatory glance at Kane. All right, enough of the theatrics. I will buy you double gifts for Christmas. Kane knew precisely how to placate Draco. This is what you said, no backing out. Draco's face instantly lit up with joy. Kane chuckled and shook his head, pulling out his little telecommunications device behind Draco's back. Riddle had mentioned in the letter to add him as a friend. Opening the chat application adorned with the Ouroboros symbol, Kane immediately spotted a friend request bearing his childhood photo. He couldn't help but cover his face. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, yet an undeniable joy surged from within. Clearing his throat, Kane accepted Riddle's friend request. He intended to have a serious conversation with Riddle regarding the Owl Court. Yes, it was merely a matter of reaching out to Riddle. On the way to transformation class, Kane and his companions seemed to have turned into a freeze frame, silencing all around them. Luna, what has happened? Kane spotted Luna among the crowd. It is Harry Potter. He had just encountered Justin and the nearly absent Nick in the corridor. Both had become as rigid as Lady Loris. Luna succinctly elucidated the events that had transpired. No wonder the crowd had been avoiding the Slytherin cohort. This revelation clarified everything. A heaviness settled in Kane's heart, with Anna absent from school. Could there be other members of the Owl Court present? In the Slytherin chamber, he whispered, Sasha, come here. Under the cover of night, Kane arrived at the chamber, holding a golden collar-shaped ring. After months of meticulous research, he had finally crafted a binding collar effective against the basilisk. The moment he had seen Anna in the chamber, he realized that the secret of the chamber had been compromised. He had gradually removed all remnants left by Salazar, leaving only the basilisk behind. "How beautiful it is, master," hissed Sasha. "Is it for me?" The basilisk's bulbous, amber eyes widened, fixated on the golden collar in Kane's hand. "Yes, it is for you. Come, put it on." Kane tossed the collar onto the basilisk's head. With a clatter, a tiny serpent, no larger than a worm, fell to the ground. "Master, why have you suddenly grown so large?" Sasha's walnut-sized brain struggled to comprehend. "Because you have shrunk," Kane replied, crouching down to flick the basilisk's raised head. Surprisingly, the now diminutive creature exuded an adorably awkward charm. It was true what they said. Even the fiercest beasts are endearing in their youth. "Come with me. I shall treat you well." Kane beckoned, revealing his wrist to invite the basilisk to coil around it. The creature shook off its confusion and quickly entwined itself around Kane's arm. Kane nodded in satisfaction. The innocent basilisk had been unwittingly lured away by Kane without any compensation. Had it possessed even a kindergarten diploma, it would have required at least 3 acromantula to feast upon before it could follow a human. Chapter 52. Two possibilities. By the time Kane returned to the dormitory, Draco was already deep in slumber. As Draco often remarked, he had grown accustomed to Kane's sudden appearances and disappearances. He adhered to a principle of non-inquiry and non-research. "Master, Sasha desires fine delicacies," the basilisk hissed, flicking its tongue, a hint of drool potentially escaping its mouth. Kane, in distaste, lifted the creature onto the table and unhesitatingly changed his bed linens. "I'm hungry," Sasha complained, rolling around on Kane's desk. "If you don't feed me, I'll cause a ruckus." "Enough," Kane admonished, delivering a gentle flick to the basilisk's head, rendering it slightly dazed before stuffing it into his pocket. "Let us go, what else can we do?" Kane cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, then made his way to the kitchen, feeling a pleasant chill enveloping him. On a snowy day, the use of such a charm was simply perfect. The moment Kane stepped into the Hogwarts kitchen, a throng of house elves erupted forth. These were the descendants of Hufflepuff, alive and bustling. It was quiet. Kane suddenly found his breath constricted. "Master, lightning is at your service." Lightning swiftly delivered a kick to a little companion attempting to outpace him. Poor Coco was thus engulfed beneath the feet of the many house elves, trampled mercilessly. Any attempt to vie for the master's affection was futile. A morsel of raw meat and some eggs were offered to this little creature. Kane retrieved a snake monster from his pocket. "Bonbon, off you go." Lightning wielded a chicken feather like a baton, directing the other house elves with authority. The elf named Bonbon seemed utterly unperturbed by the exploitation, merrily cradling Sasha as he descended. "Master, would you care for something to eat? Recently, the students of Hufflepuff have concocted a new dish." Lightning was adamant in preventing any other house elf from encroaching upon Kane's space. The workplace is akin to a battlefield. In this round, Lightning would not relent. "Oh, what is it?" The Hufflepuff students referred to it as hot pot. "Very well, bring it forth, and remember to add plenty of chili." Kane rubbed his hands together in anticipation, yearning for that exhilarating and tantalizing sensation. The house elves, true masters of domestic affairs, swiftly arranged a bubbling hot pot for Kane. Eating hot pot in the depths of winter was simply divine. Kane patted his burgeoning belly, feeling utterly satisfied. Beside him, the snake monster's abdomen was similarly protruding. The master and servant reclined in unison, awaiting the delightful feast to be digested. "Lightning, has there been anything unusual with Lockhart?" Kane fought to suppress his drowsiness. "I was just about to report to you, young master. Professor Lockhart has forbidden us from cleaning his office these past few days," Lightning relayed honestly. "Oh, since when did this begin? Was it when we discovered nearly headless Nick nearly petrified?" Kane's thoughts suddenly sparked as he sat upright. The timing seemed about right. Hearing Lightning's words, Kane formed a conjecture in his mind. Either Annabelle Prince was hiding in Lockhart's office, or Lockhart himself was affiliated with the Owl Court. He personally believed the former to be more plausible. After all, the Owl Court was selective about its members. Regardless, it was imperative that he pay a visit to Lockhart's office to uncover the truth. The following day, in Professor Snape's office. "What brings the illustrious Slytherin to my door?" Snape glanced at Kane with surprise. "Certainly, it is the timely wind." Kane paid no heed to Snape's demeanor and resolutely shut the door. "What does it mean?" "Professor, during our earlier conversation in your office, Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned that if there were any news about Anna." "Do you have news of Anna?" Before Kane could finish his sentence, Snape's expression altered dramatically. "Do not rush, Professor. Allow me to articulate my thoughts." Kane unceremoniously found a chair to sit down. "I once witnessed Anna entering Professor Lockhart's office. Moreover, it has been quite some time since Professor Lockhart permitted students into his office to assist him in responding to fan letters. Do you deem this to be normal?" Kane deliberately omitted the beginning and end, crafting an implication that Anna Prince might have been hidden away by Lockhart. Upon learning of the possibility that Anna might be concealed within Lockhart's office, He contemplated and resolved to approach Snape. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. This adage holds true among Slytherins time and again. Furthermore, he was genuinely curious about what choice Snape would make when confronted with the truth, between legalities and kinship. If all went as expected, this would serve as an opportunity to sow discord between Snape and Dumbledore. You have known all along. Snape grasped the concealed implication within Kane's words. Merely an incidental observation. Who would have imagined that Professor Lockhart could be linked to Anna's disappearance? Kane shrugged nonchalantly. I shall seek an opportunity to divert Lockhart's attention. Snape paused. Yet I will not permit you to harm Anna in any way, regardless of your intentions. Does this imply you are willing to collaborate with me, Professor? Kane inwardly scoffed. It appeared Snape was not entirely tethered to Dumbledore's ship. Otherwise, Snape could have directly approached Dumbledore to search Lockhart's quarters. We are both Slytherins, so spare me the pretense. Snape articulated each word with precision. Very well. May our collaboration be fruitful. Kane rose, a smile gracing his lips. On Christmas Day, as Kane and Draco opened their eyes, they were greeted by a mountain of gift boxes nearly touching the ceiling. This is excessive, isn't it? Draco glanced at Kane's side, where there was scarcely room to step. What can I say? It is a consequence of my good looks. Kane shamelessly shrugged. We are cousins, after all. Draco empathized deeply. It was evident that both individuals exuded confidence in various aspects. What is this? Kane noticed a box adorned with the Ministry of Magic's emblem. Upon opening it, he discovered a golden medal embellished with a green satin ribbon, inscribed with a prominent letter. It is the Order of Merlin. Draco hurriedly leaned closer. Feel free to touch it, Kane generously offered, observing Draco's restrained eagerness. It is pure gold. As Draco grasped the object, he immediately felt its considerable weight. Kane offered a perfunctory HM, then opened the box to reveal the letter inside. You are cordially invited, Mr. Kane Slytherin, to attend the awarding ceremony at the Ministry of Magic in 10 days. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. Kane was at a loss for words. It seemed he would have to return with the medal he had just received. Quite a superfluous affair. Kane, take me with you, Draco exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement at the prospect of attending Kane's ceremony. Rest assured, you won't be left behind. Besides Draco, Kane also intended to invite Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall to join them. He could bring a total of 5 guests. As for the remaining 2 spots, he would ponder further. Chapter 53. Choices. Kane, Draco, and Theodore made their way to the Great Hall together. Aside from their small group, the others had all returned home. The hall had been splendidly decorated, adorned with over a dozen Christmas trees draped in colorful ribbons, while delicate white snowflakes continued to drift down. The ceiling was embellished with thick garlands of mistletoe and holly, creating a lovely spectacle. Due to the small number of students remaining, all 4 houses had gathered together. However, in light of nearly headless Nick and Justin's recent ordeal, others kept a subtle distance from Kane and Harry. Kane, undeterred, approached Harry. Harry, could I borrow your invisibility cloak for a couple of days? What for? Harry inquired in a hushed tone. It's a bit personal. Kane couldn't very well disclose that he wished to borrow Harry's cloak for research purposes. All right, just come with me to Gryffindor later. I'll fetch it for you. Harry nodded, not pressing for further details. Thank you. Kane patted Harry on the shoulder. Would you lot care for a drink? Professor Black waved his wand, and the pumpkin juice in their cups magically transformed into eggnog. Cool, Ron exclaimed, his spirits instantly lifted. Curiously, Kane took a sip of the eggnog. The flavor is rich and creamy, with a hint of sweetness. To borrow the words of a certain internet sensation, the velvety texture and the creamy aroma tantalized his palate. How is it? Delicious, isn't it? Hagrid remarked, raising his glass toward Kane and the others. Ahem. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat twice before casting a disapproving glare at Professor Black. What a ridiculous notion. How can you allow the children to drink eggnog? Professor Black merely shrugged, a carefree expression on his face. Life is short. One must seize the moment. By the way, Professor, did you enjoy the Christmas gift I sent you? Kane had presented his teacher with a complete set of books on modern British revolutions, determined to contribute to his teacher's scholarly endeavors. Over 100 years old, it's truly the age of exploration. Rest assured, I shall delve into it thoroughly. Professor Blake nodded. You rascal, why not gift a pair of woolen socks or something similar, allowing him to experience the warmth of a thoughtful embrace? As long as the teacher is pleased, that's all that matters, he chuckled. Kane grinned, taking another hearty sip of eggnog. What exactly did you give to Professor Blake? Theodore observed their interaction keenly, sensing something was amiss. A priceless treasure, Kane replied evasively. During the banquet, as everyone enjoyed hot pot and sang merrily, the spirit of Christmas enveloped them all. Kane, come with me. Harry remembered that they had other matters to attend to and intended to hand over the invisibility cloak to Kane. Ahem, it was Snape, who cleared his throat heavily. Kane understood instantly, discreetly nodding at Professor Snape. Seizing the moment before the crowd dispersed, this was an opportune time to investigate Gilderoy Lockhart's office. After obtaining the cloak, the 2 boys, each harboring their own secrets, proceeded amicably. Without hesitation, Kane donned the invisibility cloak, preparing for a bold encounter. Who is it? As Kane opened the door to Lockhart's office, a familiar voice resonated from within. Anna Prince was certainly there. Annie, check if there is anyone else around, Anna instructed. And as her words faded, Kane caught sight of wisps of black smoke lingering in the air. It was Anna Prince's shadowy presence. Kane held his breath, pondering how Anna managed to control the shadow. The dark mist swirled at the doorway, lingering momentarily, yet it failed to detect Kane's presence. The smoke suddenly slammed against the door, shutting it once more. Relieved, Kane adjusted the invisibility cloak and cast a subtle spell on himself, enabling him to move as silently as a whisper. Navigating past several large portraits of Lockhart, Kane, in the dim light, spotted Anna, who appeared markedly different from a while ago, now significantly gaunt. Azkaban, Kane murmured. This inspiration stemmed from his insights regarding Azkaban, leading him to develop a spell capable of imprisoning individuals. Once cast, the shadow of Azkaban would manifest, rendering the captive incapable of casting spells or using apparition for a brief period. Who is it? Prince demanded sharply. Long time no see, Miss Prince, Kane responded, gracefully revealing himself from beneath the cloak. It's you. The black smoke enveloping Anna instantly filled the confines of the Azkaban-like prison. In despair, she realized she could not escape this confinement. What do you intend to do? Prince glared menacingly at Kane. What do you think? Should I call you naive or foolish? Surely, you don't believe your actions were discreet. Snape, upon discovering the truth, would surely respond with grave consequence. Kane's voice resembled the whisper of a devil. Prince felt as though he had been grasped by the throat. It was all my doing, entirely unrelated to him. So you admit that the incidents involving Lady Loris, the nearly headless Nick, and Justin were orchestrated by you? Indeed, it was I who did it, Prince confessed without hesitation. Moreover, had it not been for you, Colin Creevey would have certainly faced dire straits. Azkaban. Kane casually cast another spell, bewildered by how readily Prince had confessed. Very well. I have recorded all that you have said. Kane shook the crystal ball in his hand. Anna, why have you chosen this path? After an indeterminate period of listening, Snape slowly pushed open the door. Kane noted that Snape trembled slightly. I merely. Prince stammered, lowering his gaze to avoid Snape's eyes. Release her. For the first time, Snape spoke to Kane in a normal tone. Yet Kane perceived that Snape appeared utterly fragile. What if she escapes? Kane pondered, observing Snape. Do you not intend to hand her over to Professor Dumbledore? I shall personally deliver her to Dumbledore. Snape's gaze grew even more hollow than before. With a wave of his hand, Kane released the bindings on Prince. Disarming charm. Snape flicked his cloak and suddenly surged forward, launching an attack against Kane. It was evident that Snape had no intention of holding back this time. Run. Snape yelled at Anna. Let him bear the weight of it all. He merely wished for his only relative to survive. Uncle. The darkness swirling in Anna's eyes intensified, as if she had resolved to make a fateful decision. You should never have existed. Annie, help me. In the next moment, the dark vortex surged toward Kane with overwhelming force. In the final moments of his consciousness, he heard the rhythmic ticking of a clock. Chapter 54. 12 years ago, Severus. I believe you owe me an explanation. Dumbledore, having arrived at the commotion, surveyed the chaos within Lockhart's office, his expression stern as he fixed his gaze upon Snape. You ought to inquire of Professor Lockhart to understand how he enticed an unsuspecting young lady. Snape preemptively struck, directing his wand at the suddenly pale-faced Lockhart behind Dumbledore. Professor Snape, this has nothing to do with me, Lockhart exclaimed, waving his hands frantically. Enough of this chaos. Dumbledore intervened to halt their mutual accusations, gesturing for the professors to enter the office and discuss the matter further. The conversation diverges. After a disorienting sensation reminiscent of plummeting from 100 stories, Kane crashed onto the unforgiving ground. The pain jolted him into lucidity, and he swiftly surveyed his surroundings. Anna Prince lay beside him, still in slumber. This place starkly contrasted the frigid expanse of Hogwarts. Before him sprawled a summer drenched in searing sunlight. The cicadas, concealed among the leaves, shrieked tirelessly, instilling an inexplicable sense of agitation. Gazing into the distance, Kane was astonished to behold familiar mountains. This was Godric's Hollow. What had Anna Prince done? Just as Kane contemplated dousing Prince with a refreshing stream of water to rouse her, he suddenly confronted a terrifying reality. He was unable to wield his magic. The moment he entertained the thought of channeling his power, a searing pain coursed through his body. System, are you still there? Kane implored, clinging to his last hope. Yon host, you. The system yawned, preparing to jest at the nearly forgotten Kane, only to realize something was amiss. Host, the system has detected that you have arrived in Godric's Hollow 12 years ago. A crackling sound of electricity resonated. 12 years ago. Kane's eyes sharpened. The last ticking sound he heard was most likely from a time turner. How could Anna Prince dare? It was crucial to understand that a time turner and the ethereal butterfly he encountered previously were entirely different entities. The ethereal butterfly possessed anchor points, allowing free traversal between past and future. Yet, even such an exceedingly rare magical creature required centuries of energy accumulation for a single spatial leap. After enveloping Kane in a temporal journey, its energy had been wholly expended, plunging it into a deep slumber, uncertain of when it would awaken. Conversely, a time-turner merely retraced time without interlinking past and future. For instance, in 1899, a witch named Eloise Mintab was trapped in 1402 for 5 days due to a time-turner. And upon returning to the modern era, her body had aged 5 centuries, a deterioration that could not be reversed. Kane was oblivious to how long he would remain here. He certainly did not wish to return as a decrepit old man. System, I cannot utilize my magic. Is there any way to restore it? Kane inquired, his voice laced with anxiety. Host, it has been detected that your bloodline has been severely impacted by a distorted dark energy, compounded by the temporal regression, resulting in an obstruction to your magical flow. For a period, you will be unable to harness your magic. Is there any method to expel this foreign energy? Kane took a deep breath, fearful of his impulses to harm the slumbering prince. He needed to remain calm. Perhaps there were other discoveries to be made regarding Prince. The energy has now intertwined with the host's magical power, rendering them inseparable and can only be purified through the host's own magic. However, the system elongated its voice. However, what? Kane inquired. However, the host can enhance their innate talent through the semester's notable scene system settlement. The stronger the innate talent, the more vibrant the magic becomes. The system responded. Then what are we waiting for? Let's settle this quickly. Understood. The system silently suppressed its retort. Originally, the system's rules dictated updates before dawn each day, or automatic settlements by the host. Yet, this particular host, engrossed in the sea of books, only remembered the existence of the magnificent system in times of peril. Even a magnificent system has its temper. It often chooses to log off, finding solace in gazing at the stars and the sea. Nevertheless, seeing the host in such dire straits this time, it generously decided to forgive him. Ding notable scene system settlement in progress. Record. The host has successfully checked in at one of the new maps of the magical realm, France, earning 1 talent point. Record. The host has successfully checked in with the saint, earning 1 talent point. Record. The host has checked in at the world's first kiss between Malfoy and Potter, earning 1 talent point. Record. The host has checked in at the duel club's notable scene, earning 1 talent point. In order to expedite the restoration of the host's magical power, the system exerted itself as well, granting an additional point to both charms and transfiguration, and 2 points to alchemy. After a moment of contemplation, Kane remarked, Host, Kane Slytherin. Talent points are as follows. Dark Arts, 10, maximum value 10. Charms, 10, Alchemy, 10. Transfiguration, 10, Potions, 5, Herbology, 3, Magical Creatures, 110. As the talent points were credited, Kane felt his magical power surge, alleviating the previous sting. System, can you anchor me to the moment I arrived? Kane yearned to leave this place without delay. Host, the system cannot traverse time and space. However, it can use its energy to shield you from the ravages of time, so you need not worry about aging, the system playfully replied. I understand. Upon hearing the system's reassurance, Kane's heart settled slightly. Given the circumstances, he decided to find a place to rest. Casting a disdainful glance at the unconscious Anna Prince on the ground, Kane roughly dragged her towards Godric's Hollow. Faced with the architect of his current plight, Kane found it difficult to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. Kane's first choice was to visit Slytherin Castle. However, lacking magical power, the towering ginkgo tree refused to open the entrance. With no other options, Kane shifted his direction, heading towards a place that lingered in his memory. The previously clear sky suddenly darkened, transforming into a dense shroud of clouds, heralding an impending torrential downpour. Fortunately, before the rain could descend, Kane spotted a quaint little building adorned with white bricks and red tiles. In front of the building lay a garden abundant with lilies. After adjusting his appearance and setting Prinz aside, Kane gently rapped on the door, which was adorned with a floral wreath. Chapter 55, Visitors from Dragon Island, the Heshidalai Archipelago. The chieftain mournfully noted the stillborn black dragon on the verge of hatching, tears nearly spilling from Henry Will's eyes. The north wind howled and snowflakes danced, yet Henry's heart felt colder than the biting gusts. After a brief silence, Hebus, the patriarch of the Will family, sighed heavily. It seems I must make a journey to Hogwarts. Father, I disagree. A girl clad in a vivid red riding outfit galloped forward through the swirling snow. Sophia, cease your antics, Hebus admonished, a hint of exasperation in his gaze. I am not being troublesome. The Heshidalai Archipelago has been meticulously cultivated by the Will family for millennia. How can we allow an outsider to benefit from it? Sophia retorted, her grip on the riding crop tightening. What if that person bears the surname Slytherin? You do not comprehend, Hebus replied, brushing the snowflakes from Sophia's crimson hair with a heavy heart. If given the choice, who would willingly seek a master? Father, let us consult Master Scamander. He surely can resolve the Black Dragon's reproduction issues on the island, Sophia suggested earnestly. Foolish child, Master Scamander has visited before. The root of the matter lies within the Heshitali archipelago itself. Our ancestors were rescued by Salazar Slytherin, and they voluntarily entered into a covenant, pledging eternal fealty to the true bloodline of Slytherin. For centuries, the descendants of Slytherin have not graced the Heshitali archipelago. The very land beneath our feet possesses a spirit. It mourns daily for its absent master, leading to a gradual depletion of the island's resources, and the progeny of the Black Dragons have dwindled, many perishing stillborn. Hebus explained the fundamental cause of the stillborn Black Dragons to Sophia. Isn't that covenant nearing its expiration? Sophia suddenly recalled, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she looked at her father. Yet, her hope was destined to be dashed as Hebus shook his head. He refrained from disclosing to Sophia a hidden clause within the covenant. When the 1200-year term concluded without a descendant of Slytherin to inherit the Heshitali archipelago, the island would sink eternally beneath the waves. Within the borders of Britain, no other suitable sanctuary for the majestic Black Dragons would remain. This signifies that once the Hysteria Islands submerge, the Black Dragons residing there will scatter, and the foundation of the Wheel family will vanish in an instant. Very well, Henry. You shall accompany me to Hogwarts, Hebus instructed Henry. Father, I wish to join you, Sophia insisted, clinging to Hebus's robe. Sophia, this is not an excursion for amusement. You well know your obstinate nature, Hebus remarked, fully aware of Sophia's proud disposition. Rest assured, Father, I shall not cause any trouble, Sophia promptly assured him. However, the true thoughts swirling in her mind remained unbeknownst to Hebus. Very well, but you must ensure. Hebus, unable to resist his daughter's insistence, sought to reiterate. Oh, I understand. I promise not to stir up any trouble. Sophia stamped her foot in affirmation. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Professor Lockhart, do you have anything to elucidate? Dumbledore gazed sternly at Lockhart. Headmaster, you must believe me. The situation with Prince is truly not my doing, Lockhart exclaimed, perspiration beading on his forehead as he hurriedly explained. If not you, then who? Surely, you must have led Anna astray, causing her to err. Snape relentlessly pressed Lockhart. It was clearly her. Lockhart attempted to interject. Are you implying that the astute Professor Lockhart could be so easily manipulated by a 12-year-old girl? Snape's tone dripped with undeniable mockery. Enough, Severus, let Professor Lockhart speak. Dumbledore interjected, observing Snape's loss of composure, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. It unfolded thus, confronted by the gazes of the assembled professors. Lockhart cast aside his precarious dignity. One day, Miss Prince approached me unexpectedly, inquiring whether I desired to regain the applause of the masses. Lockhart's voice faltered slightly. In truth, Anna had been far more forthright, directly asking him if he wished to cease being so inept. Caught off guard, I succumbed to the persuasion of Miss Prince and struck a bargain with her. She bestowed upon me an alchemical ring capable of casting spells. And what did you promise in return? Dumbledore pressed further. Miss Prince barged into my office one day, threatening me to shelter her. That is all I know. The rest is beyond my concern, Lockhart confessed, eager to disassociate himself from Anna. At this, Snape felt a weight lift from his heart. Lockhart was oblivious to Anna's actions against Justin and the others. And what transpired thereafter? Professor Black cast a discreet glance at Lockhart. At the Christmas banquet, he noticed the subtle exchange of glances between Snape and Kane, and an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Severus, I presume you are aware of the subsequent events. Dumbledore's blue eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, fixed their gaze upon Snape. Mr. Slytherin approached me previously, suggesting he might have discovered Anna's whereabouts. To safeguard her from harm, I requested Mr. Slytherin to investigate on my behalf. Upon hearing this, Lockhart, hiding behind Dumbledore, shot a disdainful look at Snape. It was no wonder that Snape, the old fool, had clung to him during the banquet, thinking it was his own allure that had grown stronger, when in truth it was merely a ruse to divert him. I subsequently found Anna in Lockhart's office, Snape stated evasively. What about the two children? Years of familiarity with Snape had led Dumbledore to discern that he was concealing something. Yet, the immediate concern was the whereabouts of the two children. Snape fell silent, at a loss for words. I might know, Lockhart timidly raised his hand. Please elaborate, Professor McGonagall interjected with irritation. At that time, I saw Anna Prince incessantly fiddling with a time-turner, muttering some peculiar phrases. Lockhart endeavored to recall. Be clear. Professor Black was on the verge of wishing Lockhart would vanish from existence. The mere thought of Kane encountering trouble filled him with a desire to unleash blue flames. Calm yourself. Continue. Dumbledore shifted slightly to shield Black from view. She mentioned wanting to return to 12 years ago. Chapter 56. The Potters on Kane's side. A knock resounded. The door swung open. A handsome man with black, curly hair, a slender face, and glasses appeared at the threshold. Who are you? The charming man regarded the understated yet costly boy before him, pondering which family he belonged to, having never seen him before. Good day, sir. My sister and I are lost. May we seek refuge from the rain in your home? Kane pointed to Anna, who lay on the ground. James, who is it? A gentle voice called from within. Lily, it's 2 children. They have lost their way. Goodness, let them in quickly. It's about to rain. The owner of the gentle voice emerged, her long red hair cascading down, framed by a pair of almond-shaped green eyes. Come in, quickly. Lily hastily scooped up the motionless Anna, urging Kane to enter the room. Kane, maintaining a calm demeanor, followed James inside, while a tempest of emotions surged within him. James. Lily? 12 years ago. Moreover, this is Godric's Hollow, where an answer surged forth in Kane's mind. They are the parents of Harry Potter, James Potter, and Lily Potter. Let us first enjoy a cup of warm tea. Lily enthusiastically poured a cup for Kane. Thank you, madam. Kane expressed his gratitude habitually, unaware of the fleeting arch of James's eyebrow. James, please keep Kane company. Kane Black, madam. Kane instinctively adopted the surname of his mentor. Black? James and Lily exchanged a glance, both harboring a hint of confusion. No wonder they felt a sense of familiarity upon first seeing Kane. This young lad bore a striking resemblance to their dear friend, Sirius. What is the matter? Kane feigned confusion, yet felt a pang of regret for having overlooked the mention of Sirius. No, it's nothing. Lily smiled lightly, instructing James to stay with you while she checked on that girl. With that, Lily turned to attend to Anna, leaving Kane alone with James. How did you and your sister get separated? James pulled out a chair and sat across from Kane. Sigh. Kane began with a sigh. You are a good person, so I shall confide in you. A courteous man does not take offense. Thus, I grant James a good person card. I once had a blissful family, a handsome father, a loving mother, the 4 of us living harmoniously together. But, Kane seemed momentarily possessed by a thespian spirit, his eyes reddening as he spoke. However, fate dealt a cruel hand. My mother fell gravely ill and passed away. Shortly thereafter, my father remarried a widow with 2 daughters. From that point onward, my sister and I became forsaken and unloved. My stepmother often took advantage of my father's absences on business, forcing my sister and me to serve her daughters like servants, depriving us of sufficient food. We could no longer endure this, so we secretly boarded a train to an unknown destination, which serendipitously led us here. Tears stubbornly welled in Kane's eyes, and he quickly gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, thwarting the chance for them to fall. James, seated across, appeared somewhat dazed. He blinked, feeling an eerie familiarity with this boy's tale. James, come here for a moment. Lily's smile had vanished. James glanced at Kane before heading towards the room where Anna was. What is it, Lily? James inquired. Lily responded, James, this child possesses magic within her. Could it be that both children are little wizards? James was astonished. Who would have thought that a mere stranger knocking at the door could lead him to encounter young sorcerers? A probability that was remarkably touching. This girl is undoubtedly magical. However, her powers are quite unusual. Lily's expression turned serious. What do you mean? James did not doubt Lily's judgment. In jest, Lily, a top student at school, particularly excels in potion making and possesses an uncanny ability to diagnose ailments. I sensed an overwhelming and sinister force. I could not heal her. Who exactly are these 2? James's gaze seemed to penetrate the door, attempting to unravel the mystery surrounding Kane. He did not trust Kane's earlier words. What sort of impoverished child adorns themselves in such fine attire, sporting a gemstone ring? If Kane were aware of James's inner turmoil, he would undoubtedly exclaim a monumental blunder. Is this girl in any danger? James inquired. I have administered a calming potion to her, temporarily alleviating the turmoil of her magical energy. Beyond that, we must await her awakening, came the response from the couple, who then quietly exited the room. Who are you really? James directly confronted Kane. With another child at home, he could not allow any unforeseen complications to arise. Lily cautioned James not to be too brusque. As I mentioned earlier, I merely concealed a small truth from you. My father discovered the abnormalities surrounding my sister and me. He regards us as monsters and intends to send us to a research facility. I unleashed my magical power to escape with my sister, Kane confessed, lowering his head. My goodness. Lily gasped, quickly grasping Kane's wrist. Come with me. Sensing the obstruction of Kane's magical energy, Lily hurriedly led him to her potion-making area. Drink this. Kane inhaled the soothing aroma of the potion. While it offered little aid for his current predicament, he graciously accepted Lily's kindness. Thank you, madam. I feel much better, he replied. As long as it helps. You 2 should stay with us for the time being, Lily suggested. Considering the turmoil plaguing the wizarding world in Britain, 2 young children would likely struggle to survive. James wished to voice his concerns. He was reluctant to welcome 2 unknown individuals into his home. His intentions were not heartless. The safety of Lily and young Harry was paramount. Enough, James. Go check on little Harry. He should be waking soon. Lily waved him off, urging him to attend to their child. Kane, come with me and I will show you to your room, Lily said gently, turning to Kane. Don't forget, Sirius and Lupin are coming to see little Harry tonight. James interjected, noticing Lily's focus was solely on Kane. He quickly sought to change the subject, casting a glance at Kane before departing. Since Lily, the mistress of the house, had spoken, he chose to remain silent. Once Dumbledore concluded his affairs with the Order of the Phoenix, he would seize the opportunity to inform him of Kane and his sister's existence. The ages of Kane and his companion are indeed the prime time for diligent study. Is it unreasonable to seek out Dumbledore? Certainly not, as it is eminently sensible. Today, James finds himself once again awed by his own intellect. Chapter 57. Those from memory. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, casting a heavy pall over 1's spirits. Even the most restless cicadas seemed to emit a feeble cry in this oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, a torrential downpour ensued, the rain battering against the windows with a resounding clatter. Goodness, this weather can change in an instant, grumbled a tall, slender, handsome man, brushing off the droplets that had splattered onto him. Enough complaining, come inside quickly, urged another handsome figure behind him. This man appeared somewhat pale, yet his smile radiated warmth. Sirius, Remus, do come in, James greeted enthusiastically, beckoning his two dear friends to enter without delay. Fortunately, the gift for young Harry remained unscathed by the rain. Sirius produced a pink child-sized broomstick from his pocket. Kane could not help but chuckle. This broom was strikingly similar to the one Aunt Narcissa had once gifted to Draco. It seemed the aesthetic sensibilities of the Black family were indeed consistent. Who is this? Sirius inquired upon noticing Kane seated on the sofa, his eyebrows rising in curiosity. The lad on the couch bore a semblance that struck him as familiar. This is Kane Black, a muggle wizard who unexpectedly found himself here, James teased, glancing at Sirius. Black? Sirius echoed, incredulity lacing his tone. Could he possibly be a love child of my father, Orion? Tell me, what is your relation to Orion? Sirius settled beside Kane with a straightforward demeanor. I doubt there is any connection. I do not know him, Kane replied, feigning bewilderment. Well, I thought you might be the old man's illegitimate son. Sirius leaned back comfortably on the sofa, studying Kane with curiosity. He must have overthought it. There was no mention of a Kane in the family tree of the Black lineage. Sirius, Remus interjected, casting a warning glance at his friend, signaling him to refrain from unnecessary antics. Greetings, I am Remus Lupin, and this is Sirius Black. He was merely jesting. Please do not take offense. Remus said with a gentle smile directed at Kane. Not at all. It is a pleasure to meet you both, gentlemen, Kane replied courteously, nodding in acknowledgement. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Sirius rolled his eyes and mockingly mimicked Kane's words in a comical tone. Goodness, you remind me of those insufferable old sticks. The air of aristocracy is simply overwhelming. Indeed, I share that sentiment, Remus agreed. James smiled as he exchanged a high five with Sirius, causing Remus, who observed from the side, to shake his head in exasperation. Kane paused for a moment, taken aback. The intricate dynamics of the aristocracy had long since etched themselves into his very being during his decade in the magical realm, rendering him oblivious to the nuances of his behavior. All right, you lot, do not bully Kane, Lily admonished lightly, cradling the now-awake little Harry as she entered the living room. Come here for a cuddle from your godfather. Upon seeing little Harry, Sirius sprang into action, swiftly gathering the infant into his embrace. From Sirius's familiar way of holding a child, Kane surmised that he had certainly practiced this art often. Oh, look at little Harry. He resembles a delicate doll, Sirius exclaimed, his wide grin dispelling any semblance of the elegant nobleman he typically portrayed. Harry is merely 2 months old. Whether he can truly see you is debatable, Remus commented candidly. Of course, he remembers me, Remus. I see you are simply envious that Harry favors me, Sirius retorted with a chuckle. How old are you all? Lily laughed incredulously, sometimes feeling like a mother burdened with a gaggle of perpetually youthful children. May I hold him? Kane asked, eyeing the adorable bundle of snow-white cuteness that was little Harry with longing. Be careful then, Lily replied with a nod of approval, as Sirius cautiously transferred Harry to Kane. Support his bottom with one hand and his head with the other. Yes, just like that. Be gentle, Sirius advised, watching Kane with the vigilance of a protective hen. As soon as the sweet-smelling bundle was in his arms, Kane felt a surge of tenderness, suddenly hesitant to move. Giggling, little Harry beamed up at Kane, his big, glistening eyes filling Kane's heart with warmth. Harry seems quite fond of you, Kane, Lily observed with a gentle smile as she watched the older boy cradle the infant. Could we take a photograph? I wish to preserve this moment, Kane suggested after holding Harry for a while. Excellent idea. Let us capture a group photo afterward. Sirius chimed in enthusiastically, and the others nodded in agreement, smiling. 1, 2, 3, look this way. Sirius took it upon himself to capture an image of Kane and little Harry. As Kane gazed at the freshly developed photograph, a profound sense of destiny washed over him. In the future, he could proudly tell Harry that he had held him as a child. It's our turn now, James interjected, snatching little Harry from Sirius's arms. This time, victory is mine, James declared triumphantly, flaunting his conquest to Sirius. Just you wait. Next time I shall prevail, Sirius vowed, undeterred. Two immature men stubbornly refused to yield to one another, leaving Lily and Lupin to shake their heads in exasperation. Kid, it's up to you. Remember to capture my irresistible charm. Sirius strikes a dashing pose and admonishes Kane. No problem, Kane replies confidently, for in his previous life, he had taken numerous photographs for his female classmates, all of which garnered unanimous praise. Cheese. Kane utters the quintessential phrase for photography, eternally encapsulating a moment of happiness among the group. Not bad at all, you lad, Sirius remarks, surveying the final result with satisfaction as he pats Kane on the shoulder. The others, upon witnessing the outcome, also express their approval. Dinner is ready. You gentlemen should bring out the dishes. Lily, cradling little Harry, hints to the men to be more perceptive. Kane, you need not go, she adds, prompting Kane to halt his steps towards the kitchen and turn back, pulling a funny face that elicits giggles from little Harry. Beneath the warm orange glow, friends engage in lively conversation, reveling in joy, oblivious to the turmoil outside that fails to penetrate their merriment. Chapter 58. The true intentions of Prince Elsewhere. At Hogwarts, Professor Black's gaze becomes exceptionally frigid, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Professor Lockhart feels the sweat trickle down his back, sensing that Professor Black resembles a volcano on the brink of eruption, ready to incinerate him in an instant. Professor Black, please remain calm, Dumbledore interjects, feeling a headache coming on. The paramount concern is to devise a means for Kane and the others to return safely to their present time. As we all know, Dumbledore, the Time Turner's reversal lacks anchor points. Professor Flitwick expresses his deep concern. Indeed, how can we ensure Kane and the others pinpoint their return to this exact moment? Professor McGonagall's hidden worries are likely evident to those present. Each day spent in the past causes Kane and his companions to age rapidly. Yet who can ascertain how long they might remain there? Let us inform Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy of this matter, Dumbledore sighs, shifting his gaze towards Snape. At Malfoy Manor. What did you say? Riddle's magic surges, causing objects in the room to tremble and sustain varying degrees of damage. Lucius kneels on the ground, struggling to repeat the shocking news he has just learned. My lord, Dumbledore's side reports that the young master has been taken to 12 years in the past by an prince. Upon finishing, Lucius buries his head deeply in submission. What a prince! Riddle's eyes flash with a crimson light, and a murderous intent surges within him. I care not what means you employ. To the Department of Mysteries. I must uncover the means to ensure Kane's safe return. Riddle has issued a deadly command. As you wish, master. Lucius, without a moment's hesitation, descended to make preparations. Although recent days appeared uneventful, with no further brutal rewards being meted out, he dared not take a chance. The consequences of provoking him due to Kane's predicament were too dreadful to contemplate. Meanwhile, in Professor Black's domain, Vita, gather a few individuals and discreetly visit the families of seers. Professor Black, or rather Grindelwald, had ceased to feign. Yes, chief. Within the hearth, green flames formed the visage of Rogier. Compel them to divulge the secrets of temporal regression by any means necessary. Grindelwald's blue eyes glimmered with disdain. Chief, Kane has been ensnared by Prince and thrust into 12 years past. Before Vita, Grindelwald revealed no concealment. What? I understand. I shall ensure they reveal their secrets. Vita's expression turned grave in an instant. Kane was the next heir to their saintly legacy. He was not to be lost. Although officially, the Saint and Kane's alliance were distinct, the chief's demeanor indicated a clear intent to cultivate Kane as his successor. As for those prophetic families, none possessed greater knowledge of temporal secrets. Returning to Kane's side. You are awake. At the break of dawn, Kane had quietly entered Anna Prince's chamber. Where's this? Anna shivered, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. We have arrived 12 years ago. Kane's tone remained neutral, devoid of any mirth. 12 years ago. We truly have arrived 12 years ago. Prince broke into tears of joy. So this was your initial aim. Indeed, Prince readily confessed. Do you realize that time turners lack anchor points? We could be trapped here indefinitely, Kane admonished sharply. Huh, really? I could remain here forever? Prince's demeanor grew somewhat unhinged. You are utterly mad, Kane retorted, incensed. I have been mad since the moment my mother died. So your journey to 12 years past is to see your mother. Upon learning of Prince's intention, Kane's anger transformed into a sardonic smile. How unfortunate he was to be ensnared by a lunatic. I only wish for my mother to live well. Tears streamed down Prince's cheeks, yet they evoked not a shred of compassion from Kane. With your capabilities, do you truly believe you can save your mother? Kane provoked. You wish to return to our time, do you not? Prince forcefully wiped away the tears streaming down his face. Then let us collaborate. If you can save my mother, I shall grant you the time converter. Why not seek assistance from others? Kane scoffed at the remark. At this moment, when the Phoenix Society and the Death Eaters are locked in fierce confrontation, there is no one but me who can aid you. Prince understood the significance of a Slytherin in the current political climate. You certainly play a clever game. What? Are those from the Owl Court refusing to assist you? Kane, unwilling to allow Prince to bask in his own triumph, could not resist a jab. How do you know of the Owl Court? Prince's expression shifted to one of unease. That is of no concern to you, Prince. Now, tell me, how do you want me to assist you? Kane swallowed his irritation with great difficulty. Since you are already aware, I shall not conceal it from you any longer. My father is Doug Taylor, a muggle-born wizard who harbors an obsessive reverence for blood purity. He aspired to join the ranks of the Death Eaters, yet they scorned him. By a twist of fate, he encountered my mother, a prince. Thus began my mother's misfortune. That man understood what Prince meant to the magical world, and the hypocrite relentlessly pursued my mother. Once again, Prince wiped away the tears that had involuntarily fallen down his cheeks. Soon, my mother succumbed to his fervent pursuit, and they united, resulting in my birth. Subsequently, that man sought the Death Eaters once more. He informed them that he sensed the magical potential within me, still in my mother's womb, and claimed I would undoubtedly inherit the Prince legacy. He intended to offer me to the Dark Lord, merely to become his servant. Shortly after my birth, the Death Eaters came to seize me. To protect me, my mother sustained grave injuries, leaving her health in ruins and confined to a sick bed. Kane understood. Prince had also faded into obscurity. Later, the members of the Owl Court sought me out. They promised to provide me with a time converter to return to 12 years ago, on the condition that I eliminate you, a being who should not exist. Prince articulated each word with clarity. Kane felt a surge of horror as he recalled the members of the Owl Court he had encountered in his first year, and considered Prince, who had been instructed to target him. Had the Owl Court truly only begun their pursuit of him in the last 2 years? Could it be that they had acted against him long before, unbeknownst to him? Chapter 59. A Hope for Return on This Day. A group from the Heshidalai Islands finally arrived at Hogwarts. Dumbledore, a group claiming to be visitors from the Heshidalai Islands, wishes to meet with you. Professor McGonagall, upon receiving the news, initially felt a sense of bewilderment. However, recognizing the urgency of the matter, she promptly informed Dumbledore. The Heshidalai Islands? How could they possibly venture out? Dumbledore, too, found himself momentarily perplexed. The Wells family has long been the guardians of the Black Dragon, unless compelled by extremely significant circumstances. They would not contravene ancestral edicts and venture forth without permission. Please, Headmaster Dumbledore, Phoebus said, shaking the frost from his eyebrows as he offered a greeting. What brings the Wells clan to Hogwarts? Dumbledore, currently preoccupied with concerns surrounding Kane, was not inclined to engage in circumlocution. We are here to find Mr. Slytherin, Phoebus stated with a hint of urgency. Looking for Kane? Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall exchanged glances. Indeed, Phoebus replied, noticing the unusual expressions on their faces, which set his heart racing. Is something amiss with Mr. Slytherin? Kane has not been present at the school in recent days, Professor McGonagall explained vaguely, casting a glance at Dumbledore. What? Phoebus's expression darkened. Where could a student possibly go? Sophia, observing her father's troubled demeanor, could no longer contain her anger. Sophia? Phoebus admonished her sharply. Headmaster Dumbledore, when might Mr. Slytherin return? Wells clan. Do you seek Kane for a particular reason? Dumbledore countered with a question. Phoebus and Henry exchanged hesitant glances. Of course, we seek him to inherit Dragon Island, Sophia declared, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. Silence, Sophia, Phoebus glared at her. Headmaster Dumbledore, the situation is as follows. Phoebus, realizing that Sophia had inadvertently revealed their most secretive matter, decided to disclose to Dumbledore that the Heshidalai Islands required Kane's presence. You have come at an inopportune time, Dumbledore remarked after a moment of silence. Professor McGonagall, noticing the gravity of the situation, succinctly recounted the events that had befallen Kane. What shall we do? Henry was the first to lose his composure. The thought of the stillborn dragon hatchlings on Dragon Island brought him to the verge of tears. He had cared for those pregnant black dragons. Having watched those hatchlings grow from infancy, his heart ached for them. Headmaster Dumbledore, if it is merely a matter of confirming the anchor point, I believe I can be of assistance, Phoebus stated, managing to regain his composure. Really? Professor McGonagall asked, her tone filled with hope. Phoebus nodded, expressing a confidence of approximately 80%. Very well, Minerva. Quickly informed the other professors, Dumbledore instructed repeatedly. Meanwhile, Kane was contemplating. I have a question, Kane said, gazing steadily at Prince. Proceed, Prince replied. I am curious to know how your mother, as a muggle, managed to evade the pursuit of the Death Eaters. Upon hearing Prince's account, Kane felt there was still a lingering doubt. The Prince family, despite their reputation, demonstrated a semblance of compassion. Before sending my grandmother away, they bestowed upon her a key, granting her the means to return to the magical realm should she find herself in peril. With a derisive sneer, Prince remarked, to which location does that key grant access to the magical world? Kane pressed further. It leads here, to Godric's Hollow. Anna indicated the ground beneath them. Thus, all we must do is ensure your mother reaches Godric's Hollow safely. No, I require you to find a secure location in the Muggle world to conceal my mother. Anna fixed her gaze intently upon Kane. Both individuals present were acutely aware that a great battle loomed over Godric's Hollow, rendering it an unsafe haven for a muggle. What is the date today? Anna suddenly inquired. September 9th, Kane replied. Tonight, they will come to take me. Prince abruptly seized Kane's arm. Understood. We must devise a pretext to slip away discreetly. Kane forcefully shrugged off Anna's hand. Damn it, you madwoman. Are you intent on taking drastic measures? By the way, can you wield any magic? Prince inquired, attempting to summon his powers. What has become of my magic, Annie? Prince felt a surge of panic wash over him. His complexion paling. It appears you two are powerless, Kane thought to himself, rolling his eyes inwardly. He surmised that Prince had likely sustained significant damage during their temporal journey. What shall we do? Prince's dark pupils trembled, yet he could not summon Annie in that moment. The Potters? Anna, now aware of her surroundings, ventured a tentative question. Not a chance. Do you wish to alter the course of history? Kane's alarm bells rang out. Those who attempt to change history will be obliterated by the torrents of time. A warning from Ravenclaw echoed in his mind, firmly imprinted upon his memory. I will devise a plan, Kane declared after a brief pause. What he did not disclose to Prince was that upon acquiring the invisibility cloak from Potter, the power coursing through his veins began to awaken. It warned him of imminent danger. This sensation first emerged when the resurrection stone and the cloak were placed together. Initially, upon discovering that Slytherin bore the bloodline of Kukulkan, Kane had researched extensively, learning that Kukulkan possessed divine authority over life. However, both the resurrection stone and the cloak originated from the hands of death. Although he had yet to uncover the secrets concealed within the Deathly Hallows, Kane remained vigilant. Yet, life and death stand in stark opposition. Upon encountering a nemesis, the latent power entwined within the Kane lineage begins to unlock further. The subtle force intermingled with magic has already dissipated significantly, affording him the ability to harness a portion of that power. However, this is not something he feels compelled to share with Princely. You are awake, Lily exclaimed joyfully, welcoming the two who had emerged to join her at the dining table. Thank you for your efforts, madam, Kane acknowledged with a nod. Spare me the formalities. Come and have breakfast, Sirius muttered, rolling his eyes discreetly. Internally chiding Kane for his rigidity. Is this your sister? Remus inquired gently, having also stayed over. Indeed, this is my sister, Annabelle Black, Kane introduced. Much more charming than you, Sirius remarked with utmost seriousness. I concur, James winked at Sirius. Let us eat. Lily shot a glare at the two irreverent men, prompting them to comply. Chapter 60. A mother and daughter reunion, madam. There's a matter I wish to discuss with you. Kane feigned shyness after finishing his meal. Young man. What is it? James interjected promptly. Whatever it is, direct it to him. Do not attempt to divert Lily's attention. The thing is, my sister and I are new here and wish to explore the magical world, Kane expressed with anticipation. Princely, standing nearby, nodded vigorously in agreement. Lily hesitated slightly. The escalating conflict between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters made a trip to Diagon Alley seem less than prudent at this time. Not a problem. I will accompany you, Sirius declared confidently, patting his chest and taking the initiative. Rest assured, I shall ensure their safety, he added. I will join as well. Remus expressed concern about Sirius taking the two children alone. Very well, do exercise caution, Lily remarked, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing Remus agreeing to accompany them. I shall pay a visit to Dumbledore, James informed Lily. The couple had already discussed the necessity of informing Dumbledore of Kane and his sister's existence, as lingering at their residence was not a viable long-term solution. All right, we shall take our leave, Sirius stated decisively. With that, Sirius took hold of Kane while Remus grasped Princely, and they all disapparated to the leaky cauldron. Kane gazed at the perpetually dilapidated establishment, shaking his head in disappointment. I had thought that, with time reversing over a decade, the leaky cauldron would exhibit some changes. Why shake your head, lad? Do not be deceived by the dilapidation. Their beverages are truly exceptional, Sirius reminisced, stroking his chin. Old Tom, for butterbeers, please. Sirius called out with an air of extravagance. Sirius cast a sidelong glance at Remus, who disapproved of his suggestion. All right, 2 cups of butterbeer and 2 cups of pumpkin juice, Sirius shrugged and said. After we finish these, I'll take you to Diagon Alley. It's quite lively there. The quartet finished their drinks and headed straight to Diagon Alley, meandering about as time flew by. Mr. Black, what is that place over there? Kane inquired, feigning ignorance as he pointed towards Nocturne Alley. That is Nocturne Alley, a gathering place for many wicked wizards who prey on children. Sirius deliberately frightened Kane with his words. Kane's face turned pale at once. But I just saw 2 hooded wizards leading a child, probably around 5 or 6 years old, towards there. Moreover, it seemed the child had his eyes closed. What? The customary faint smile on Remus's face vanished. It's true. I saw it too, Prince quickly affirmed. Sirius and Remus exchanged glances, both sensing the urgency to investigate. You two stay put at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, all right? Remus instructed them. Yes, remain here without moving. Remus and I will go take a look. Sirius added before he and Remus headed towards Nocturne Alley. Let us follow them, Kane suggested, watching the two walk away. In a hidden corner, he donned an invisibility cloak, quietly leading Prince back. You know how to get to your muggle home, right? Yes, just follow me. Prince nodded and began to lead the way. When they reached the bus station, Kane suddenly realized an important issue. Do you have any muggle money? No, I don't, Prince admitted, unusually hesitant. Kane pressed his temples and made a decision that went against his ancestors' teachings. Fair evasion. The two donned the invisibility cloak once more and blended into the crowd boarding the bus. Fortunately, they were not discovered. Otherwise, Kane would have seriously considered fleeing the planet. After disembarking, Kane followed Prince through several streets, finally arriving at a rather cramped location. Based on his experience, Kane deduced that this must be a slum. Is this the place? Kane asked, stopping in front of a door with peeling paint. Yes, Prince nodded, feeling a pang of nostalgia mixed with trepidation. Are you going to knock or not? Kane remarked, noticing that Prince was hesitating with her hand raised. Time was running short as dusk began to settle. Knock, knock. Kane knocked on the door for her. Who is it? A woman with a waxen complexion and a weary appearance appeared at the door. Mom, Prince exclaimed, rushing into the woman's embrace. Kane felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This was not how it was supposed to go. Wasn't she meant to conceal her identity? You, a woman, found yourself in a state of uncertainty, yearning to push away the unfamiliar girl before you, yet inexplicably unable to bring yourself to do so. Come in, she said, surveying the surroundings and swiftly ushering the two inside. Whose children are you? This place is unsafe. Mom, I am Anna Prince. What? That's the name I chose for my daughter. Heir exclaimed, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon the girl who claimed to be Anna. What on earth is this? Mom, I have returned from 12 years in the future, Prince declared, revealing her identity without hesitation. Kane, utterly bewildered, felt as if he were losing his mind. Anna, my daughter. You must have endured so much suffering, Aya said, embracing her future daughter tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Mom, I am not in pain. I just miss you. Prince replied, her voice trembling. Amidst this poignant scene, Kane felt no stirring of emotion. Instead, he sensed an overwhelming sense of urgency. All right, let us leave swiftly. Night is falling, he urged. Yes, Mom, let us hurry. Anna wiped her tears, recalling the purpose of her visit. Suddenly, just as they were about to exit, the door was shattered to pieces. A colossal dark mark loomed in the sky, casting an eerie green hue across the heavens. Several figures cloaked in black entered with an air of arrogance. Where do you think you are going? A cold male voice echoed. And there are two little ones as well. Tyler, didn't he mention this? Another voice sneered. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. Except for the one in the cradle. Eliminate the rest. The Death Eaters cackled cruelly. Amidst the chaos, Kane conjured a thick fog to obscure their presence. The door key now? He urged. However, the key had been seized by Tyler. What? Kane felt a surge of panic. History was rewriting itself. Well, we have a little wizard here. Let us keep him for Lord Fenrir. Ha! A thunderous explosion erupted. Run. Kane, his face pale, pulled the two girls along amidst the turmoil. Damn it, pursue them. If we fail, none of us will fare well, the Death Eaters roared, hastening after them. Chapter 61. Farewell. Anna, the sound of hurried footsteps drew closer. Kane guided the mother and daughter into a corner, signaling them to huddle together. He retrieved an invisibility cloak from his ring and draped it over them. Fortunately, the cover of night made their occasionally exposed clothing difficult to detect. The footsteps grew louder as the Death Eaters quickly approached their concealed location. Damn it! Where have they gone? A low voice cursed. Not, if you cannot find them, let us see how you will explain this to the master. Another sharp voice interjected. Silence. Gaul, for I am the leader of this operation, Not retorted fiercely. They may hide, but I shall see how long they can evade us. With that, Not chose a direction and cast a spell, followed by a resounding explosion. Well done, Not. Ha ha ha. The accompanying Death Eaters immediately grasped Not's intent and followed suit without hesitation. The continuous explosions startled little Anna, who was still in her cradle, prompting her to wail in fright. Even though Mrs. Prince quickly covered little Anna's mouth, it was too late. Ha ha, I found you, little mouse. The Death Eaters erupted into a cacophony of sinister laughter. Promise me, take my mother and little Anna to a safe place. Anna shoved a cold object into Kane's arms, casting a reluctant glance back at Mrs. Prince before resolutely darting out. Anna. Mrs. Prince attempted to grasp Anna but only managed to catch the edge of her garment. Hurry. A black vortex swept through the street, toppling the unprepared Death Eaters to the ground. Kane's eyes flickered as he forcibly summoned his still-recovering magic, guiding Mrs. Prince and little Anna into a disillusionment charm. With a thud, they landed where the Potters were. James heard the commotion and emerged, wand raised to investigate. Kane, what is this? Upon seeing Kane on the ground alongside a tearful stranger holding a child, James momentarily stood bewildered. Goodness, what has happened? Lily, hearing James, rushed outside. Kane, you must receive treatment immediately. Seeing Kane's pallid visage, Lily spoke earnestly. Anna, my daughter, Mrs. Prince murmured incessantly, tears cascading down her cheeks. What on earth has occurred? James inquired. Sirius and Remus have been searching for you all afternoon. It's nothing. Please, you and Mrs. Potter tend to Mrs. Prince. I have matters to attend to. Remembering Prince still at the scene, Kane planned to return. With your condition, where do you think you're going? You must tell me what has transpired. James grasped Kane's arm tightly. Listen, Mr. Potter, I do not wish to draw you into unforeseen peril. Kane had always sought to prevent innocence from becoming entwined in history. One could never predict the consequences. Kane, I am a Gryffindor, and Gryffindors are no cowards. James fixed his gaze steadily upon Kane. Kane, let James accompany you. Anna must be waiting for you. Lily's gaze seemed to penetrate the depths of reality, prompting her to propose. Very well then. Observing James's determination that Kane would not be permitted to leave without acquiescing, Kane ultimately relented. After all, he could not afford to delay matters. Anna's reunion with her mother had been a long time coming. The transgressions committed 12 years prior remained unresolved, and he could not simply allow himself to perish in the past. Let us proceed. Kane grasped James's arm, leading him once more onto the narrow street. Yet, they had arrived too late. Before them lay a scene of utter devastation, the surrounding structures reduced to mere rubble. The host had become undetectable. Anna Prince's presence was no longer discernible. It appeared she had invoked a surge of magical energy at the cost of her own vitality, resulting in a violent explosion. The system's voice echoed with an ominous tone. Kane found himself at a loss, momentarily engulfed in silence. Unable to resist, he withdrew the item Anna had pressed into his arms before her departure. Bathed in moonlight, he discerned its true nature, a time converter. What place is this? Why have we come here? James inquired, bewildered by their surroundings. You do not recall? Kane ventured cautiously. Should I? James scratched his head, perplexed. Had he not been asleep moments ago? Anna Black. Kane uttered a name, locking eyes with James. Who is that? Your sister? Despite the uncertainty of their circumstances, they needed to depart. Lily would be worried. And you, young man, where did you sneak off to while Sirius and Lupin took you to Diagon Alley? James rambled on. But Kane tuned him out, preoccupied with the unsettling realization that Anna Prince's existence seemed to have been utterly erased. As expected, upon their return to Godric's Hollow, they encountered a bewildered Lily and Mrs. Prince. Kane noted that the swaddled infant in Mrs. Prince's arms had vanished. Who are you? How did I end up here? Mrs. Prince queried anxiously. I brought you here. Kane managed a strained smile. Yes, I remember you. Why did you take me from my home? My apologies. I shall return you at once. Without waiting for further reaction, Kane grasped Mrs. Prince and performed the disapparition spell. My home. How has it come to this? Mrs. Prince gazed in shock at the ruins that had once been her dwelling. All has been forgotten. You must relocate to another place. Leave now, and the farther, the better. As Kane erased Mrs. Prince's memories of him, he also implanted a psychological suggestion. Leave now, and the farther, the better. With vacant eyes, Mrs. Prince mechanically set forth, moving westward. Kane quietly watched as Lady Princess departed. Anna Princess, your mother will be safe now, he murmured. System, do you retain my memories of Anna Princess? Kane inquired softly. Who else could it be? The system's voice resonated with pride. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the moment. Just as Kane conversed with the system, he heard a rapid patter approaching. He quickly concealed himself beneath his invisibility cloak. Damn it, we have arrived too late, remarked a tall man wearing an owl mask as he surveyed the ruins before him. Let us go and eliminate that which should not exist, his companion whispered. No sooner had he spoken than several individuals donned in owl masks vanished from sight. Chapter 62. A part of history Kane felt a sinking sensation. It was the Court of Owls. Were they referring to him as that which should not exist? Contemplating this, Kane mustered his magic and hastened towards the Lestrange manor. At that moment, dark clouds obscured the moon, deepening the night's shadows. The Lestrange manor lay in darkness, enveloped in eerie silence. This is bad. Kane recalled that a few months prior, the Lestrange couple frequently ventured out. This meant the manor was currently deserted. We must seize this rare opportunity. Master Quake has divined that the Lestranges are away tonight. We must act swiftly. A muffled voice emanated from beneath a mask. Indeed, the remaining members echoed in agreement. Drawing upon his familiarity with the Lestrange manor over the past decade, Kane stealthily trailed the members of the Court of Owls who had compromised the security of the front door, making his way to his designated room. Intruders. The house elf's sharp voice pierced the stillness. Dispose of them quickly, a low voice commanded. Just then, a flurry of combat ensued, but the house elves would not endure for long. What should I do? Watching the blissful little Kane in the cradle, blissfully gnawing on his toes, Kane could not help but smile wryly at the peculiarity of his childhood habits. Yet, now was not the time for such musings. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and retrieved the invisibility cloak in the resurrection stone. Next to the resurrection stone lay seeds of resurrection grass, which Kane instinctively took as well. Split up. Upon locating the child, eliminate him without hesitation. The sounds of battle soon subsided, accompanied by heavy footsteps dispersing in various directions. Time was running out. With determination, Kane enveloped little Kane's head with the invisibility cloak. Shoo, he urged, covering the child's mouth. Suddenly, Kane's gaze sharpened. At the moment the resurrection grass seed appeared, the connection between the resurrection stone and the invisibility cloak intensified significantly. An invisible ripple emanated from the two, and beneath the cloak, Kane felt as though he had been transported to a distinct realm. Simultaneously, a warm current enveloped Kane, and he could visibly sense his magical energy replenishing at an astonishing rate. Toys meant for children filled the room, prompting the first person to arrive to hastily summon their companions. Yet, where were the children? The leader's somber voice echoed once more. The others searched the room with roughness, uncovering no sign of any infants. Could they not be here? One inquired. Damn it, the leader exclaimed, unleashing a curse. It fortuitously struck the very spot where Kane was concealed. However, to Kane's astonishment, the curse merely stirred the cloak, creating slight ripples without inflicting any harm upon him. You wretches dare to invade my domain. A familiar voice pierced the air. It was Bella, who had returned with her entourage after receiving a summons. For the first time, Kane found himself appreciating Bella. At least she was swift in her return. A fierce battle erupted anew, prompting Kane to quietly retract the invisibility cloak from little Kane. Retreating into the shadows, the warm currents continued to flow from the resurrection grass seed, granting him the energy to ponder. Logically, he should have memories from his infancy. So why was there no recollection of that fateful night? Before long, the external conflict subsided, as the members of the Owl Court, lacking the will to resist, seized their opportunity to flee. Those damned miscreants. Bella stormed into the room, seething, upon spotting little Kane, seemingly searching for something in his swaddling. The Lestranges instinctively exhaled in relief. Thank goodness the master was unaware of this matter. Hrothulf, shaken by the near miss, stumbled slightly. This must never reach the master's ears. Bella warned, her gaze fixed on Hrothulf. I am well aware. It is fortunate that the young master is unharmed. Hrothulf had been drenched in cold sweat upon receiving news from the house elf. He is not the young master. I refuse to acknowledge him. Bella, seemingly agitated by some unseen provocation, bit out. But there are no buts. Were it not for his bloodline linking him to the master, I would have long since seen him perish. Bella interjected, silencing Hrothulf. Forget this little creature. Observing little Kane, wide-eyed and fixated on a particular spot, Bella raised her wand. What are you doing? Hrothulf's eyes widened in shock. I cannot allow him to remember this. What if he tells the master? Bella forcefully brushed aside Hrothulf's hand, declaring, let all be forgotten. Young Kane was still too young, and the shock of the curse caused him to faint immediately. Thus, the reason for his amnesia was unveiled. How could the saying that a tiger does not eat its own cubs not apply to Bella? Seizing the opportunity while the couple was away, Kane slipped away. Unable to return to the Potter residence, he found a secluded spot in the nearby woods and patiently waited for his magical powers to fully recover. As Kane drifted between sleep and wakefulness, he heard someone calling his name. Was it Professor Black's voice? Suddenly, he became fully alert. Kane, if you can hear me, follow my instructions. Kane silently nodded, although he was still uncertain how he could hear Professor Black's voice. When the morning star appears in the sky, you must activate the time turner once more. We will anchor you from this side. Remember, think of the contract between Slytherin and the Isles of Hershidi. The Isles of Hershidi? Kane murmured to himself. He closed his eyes and contemplated the contract concerning the Isles of Hershidi. Before long, with the enhancement of his bloodline power, he perceived a golden thread extending before him. His intuition told him that the endpoint of the golden line was the anchor point. Looking up at the sky, the morning star shimmered faintly. It was time. Taking one last glance at the distant Lestrange manor, Kane took a deep breath and silently activated the time turner. Do not fear. Host, I am here with you, the system chimed in, eager to assert its presence. The sound of the moving hands echoed, and in the next moment, Kane vanished. At the Potter residence, why haven't they returned yet? James paced anxiously in the living room. At that moment, Sirius and Remus, having received James's message, rushed in. I've already informed Dumbledore, Lily said, cradling baby Harry in her arms. Just as they spoke, Dumbledore appeared at the Potter's home, clad in a white wizarding robe. I hope I'm not too late. James, you mentioned a young wizard whose powers have awakened. What is his name? Dumbledore inquired as he took baby Harry from Lily. Kane. His name is Kane Black. Chapter 63. The Eye of the Stars at Hogwarts, in the headmaster's office. You mean to say you have a way to determine the temporal anchor point? Professor Black rushed to Hebby's after receiving a notification from Professor McGonagall. During this time, although Vita had visited the renowned divination families, no method for determining the anchor point across time and space had been found. Unexpectedly, a breakthrough occurred when someone from the Isles of Hershidi appeared at their doorstep. The other professors gazed intently at Hebby's. Yes, through this. Hebius cautiously retrieved a green gemstone carved in the likeness of an eye from his pocket. This was the heirloom of the wolf family, known as the Eye of the Stars. According to legend, it was transformed from the eye of the first dragon that perished in this world. It possesses the ability to transcend time and space, conveying messages to travelers of the past. Moreover, there exists a contract between Mr. Salazar Slytherin and the Isle of Heshadiri, which we can utilize as an anchor point. Observing the eager gazes of the assembly, Hebius fervently articulated the plan. Is there anything we can assist you with, Elderwill? Dumbledore inquired, stroking his white beard. Activating the Eye of the Stars requires an immense amount of magical energy. I need all the professors to contribute their magic. That poses no issue. Is there anything else? Professor Black continued his questioning. The morning star will illuminate the path home. Therefore, someone must inform Kane to activate the time turner upon the star's illumination, Hebius added. I shall take care of that. You begin your preparations now. Professor Black nodded in agreement. After Hebius recited an extensive incantation, the professors received the directive to collectively channel their magical energy into the Eye of the Stars. Under the influence of their magic, the eye began to glow. With everything in place, they awaited Kane's return. Meanwhile, Kane, after adjusting the time turner, traversed through the temporal tunnel, following the golden thread. After an indeterminate duration, a sphere of white light appeared before him. Kane recognized that it was the portal. He instinctively quickened his pace, rushing toward the light. Kane. Upon his emergence, the professors could not restrain themselves from encircling him. Professor. Kane beheld a haze before him, faintly perceiving the silhouettes of the professors. Child, you must rest. Dumbledore's voice resonated, and Kane's consciousness succumbed to darkness. Immediately take Kane to the infirmary, Dumbledore commanded decisively. He is Kane Slytherin, yet he appears rather unremarkable. Sophia murmured upon witnessing the fainted Kane. Sophia received a sharp glare from Hebius. He regretted for the umpteenth time bringing Sophia along to Hogwarts. Alas, he had spoiled his daughter. How is his condition? Professor Black inquired preemptively after Madame Pomfrey's examination. Do not worry, he is fine, he merely needs some rest. Madame Pomfrey assured, drawing upon her 20 years of experience. There are no signs of aging or similar phenomena. Professor Black persisted. No, I have already stated that he is fine. Madame Pomfrey shot a disapproving look at the skeptical Professor Black. He is rather handsome, albeit with questionable taste. That is good. Professor Blake let out a sigh of relief. Everyone, please leave and allow the patient to rest, Mrs. Pomfrey commanded with a wave of her hand, disregarding anyone's identity. It is evident now who holds the greatest power at Hogwarts. What do the formidable Dark Lord and the White Wizard matter? They dare not display their wings in front of Madame Pomfrey. Shoo, keep it down. Draco glared at the clumsy Weasley, who had inadvertently made a noise. It was impossible to suppress laughter at Weasley's antics. Don't wake Kane. Odette shot a disapproving glance at Draco, who was struggling to stifle his laughter. He silently gave her a thumbs up, impressed by her remarkable ability to restrain her mirth. I'm already awake, Kane grumbled as he opened his eyes. Surely, they did not think their whispers were discreet. Moreover, this scene felt oddly familiar. It dawned on him. Something similar had happened in their first year. Was it necessary for him to endure this scenario of being surrounded by the four of them upon waking every year? Who are you? Kane asked, gazing at the familiar yet foreign faces before him, momentarily lost in thought. Haha, it's Harry and Ron. Draco could no longer contain his laughter. Is it really that amusing? You jerk? The red-haired girl blushed furiously, clenching her fists in a show of defiance toward Draco. A true gentleman does not quarrel with a lady, Draco replied haughtily, lifting his chin with pride. Harry? Ron? Kane tentatively inquired, observing the two who seemed to squirm uncomfortably. The girl with dark hair and green eyes, wearing glasses, looked around nervously, avoiding Kane's gaze. What was happening? Kane was astonished. Had they somehow switched genders? They consumed an unsuccessful polyjuice potion, resulting in their current appearances, Theodore explained, suppressing a chuckle as he spoke. And Hermione? Kane asked. I'm here, Hermione said, pulling back the curtain beside her, appearing rather defeated. It turned out she was not spared either. Her face bore distinct feline whiskers, and an unruly black tail swayed behind her. She resembled a magical version of a cat girl. Kane swiftly pretended to suffer from a headache, pressing his forehead in despair. He could not laugh. He had to maintain his composure. The effort to suppress his amusement contorted his handsome face. Wait, it seemed he had forgotten something. Memories of the past surged forth to assail Kane. Perhaps it was due to the addition of the caterpillar grass he had carelessly included in the polyjuice potion that had caused their transformation. The true culprit was none other than himself. That made it all the more imperative not to laugh. Have you, faced any consequences? Kane ultimately succumbed to laughter, unable to contain himself. The expressions of the Gryffindor trio directed at Kane were filled with deep resentment. You have no idea, Kane, they have not faced a single punishment. Draco appeared somewhat aggrieved. Since you departed over a month ago, Professor Snape has seemingly transformed into an entirely different individual. He no longer nitpicks, does not deduct points, and exhibits an unmistakable favoritism towards Harry. Draco, perplexed, pointed at Harry. Did Professor Snape mention someone named Anna Prince? Kane was astonished that, after more than a month, anyone still remembered Anna Prince. Anna Prince? Who is she? The others exchanged bewildered glances. In the potions master's office, the curtains were drawn, casting the room into shadows. A solitary candle flickered, quietly radiating a faint glow. In the dim light, Professor Snape sat motionless in his chair, his hands eagerly rifling through his notes. Damn it! What have I forgotten? Snape cursed under his breath, an unsettling feeling of forgetfulness gnawing at him. It was not until he reached the last page that he discovered a hand-drawn portrait of a little girl. Who is this? Snape had no recollection of the girl depicted in the notes, yet the portrait was undeniably his handiwork. Who are you? Just then, a droplet of water fell onto the notes, dampening the girl's image. Snape instinctively wiped his eyes, only to realize that, unbeknownst to him, tears were streaming down his face. Chapter 64. Departure to Dragon Island. As soon as Kane regained his composure, he was whisked away to the headmaster's office by Snape. I have brought the person. Now I shall take my leave. Snape, for reasons unknown, was particularly irritable today, apart from Harry, who managed to elicit a semblance of goodwill from him. The others were left feeling utterly dejected, almost questioning their very existence. Those with fragile emotional resilience were likely hiding in the restroom, weeping. I commend your fortitude, Severus, Dumbledore said, offering a smile that was lined with creases. Once he had vented his frustrations on others, he could not afford to direct them at Snape. Humph. Snape snorted dismissively and departed in a huff. In the headmaster's office remained only Kane, Dumbledore, and Professor Black. You reckless young lad. Are you certain you are not a Gryffindor? Professor Black boldly approached Kane, initiating a scolding. Kane desperately signaled to Professor Black, Sir, the person standing behind you is indeed a Gryffindor. What? Have your eyes gone awry? Professor Black retorted sharply. Gale, he is still just a child. Dumbledore interjected with a wry smile. Wait, Gale. Ow, he cannot be measured by the standards expected at his age. Professor Blake, heeding the advice, took a seat. Ow. Kane felt as though he had stepped into a foreign realm. What is your relationship? He inquired, sensing something amiss. He asked. The courageous Kane tilted his head, still voicing his inner confusion. The response came in the form of a loving smack from Grindelwald. Kane silently covered his head, riddled with bumps, and belatedly questioned, So, Headmaster Dumbledore, you have long been aware of Professor Blake's true identity. Kane, I am not yet at an age where I am befuddled. He was personally recruited by me, Dumbledore replied with a meaningful tone. Kane experienced a profound realization. The fool was indeed himself. Then, Kane wished to inquire if Dumbledore was already aware of Professor Blake's true identity. Why allow the first Dark Lord to be brought in? This is a matter for adults. Children should refrain from prying, Grindelwald brusquely interjected, summarizing with bluntness. To Kane, this indicated Grindelwald's impatience. Very well. Kane silently resolved to seek an opportunity to extract information from Nico, all while avoiding Paranol. Remember, above all, preserving your own safety is paramount, Grindelwald reiterated with seriousness, omitting mention of his private assistance to Kane. I understand, Professor. Kane recognized that he had indeed been careless this time. Of course, offering help to others within one's capacity is equally essential, Dumbledore added. Do not heed him. I am your true teacher, Grindelwald scoffed at Dumbledore's stance. Now, let us discuss the events that transpired between you and Anna Prince in the past. Dumbledore shifted the topic. Headmaster, do you remember Anna Prince? Kane asked, puzzled. What is so strange about that? Ow, he always. Grindelwald dismissed the notion. Ahem. Dumbledore interrupted Grindelwald from revealing his true self before the student. In my old age, my memory falters. I must preserve some recollections. Dumbledore, wielding his wand, extracted a silvery thread from his temple. Well, it is as follows. Kane omitted the matter of the Owl Court and recounted the events concerning Anna. Any attempt to alter history will yield unpredictable consequences, Dumbledore remarked with a sense of gravity, his gaze instinctively drifting in a particular direction. Ow. Grindelwald's voice also took on a somber tone. The matter had long loomed between the two, driving them further apart, even to the brink of a fracture. I nearly encountered you over a decade ago, Kane. Dumbledore disregarded Grindelwald's call, focusing solely on Kane. Headmaster, is it truly impossible to alter history? Kane inquired, voicing the question that had lingered in his heart. It is not entirely unfeasible, Dumbledore replied after a brief silence. However, when one attempts to change history, the outcome seldom aligns with one's desires. Sooner or later, dire consequences will manifest. The older the history, the more challenging it becomes to alter. Sometimes, a seemingly insignificant detail can evolve into an unforeseen tempest. Kane, remember to revere history, Dumbledore admonished, each word deliberate. I shall, Kane nodded solemnly. Additionally, there is a matter concerning will from the Isles of Hesiod. They require your presence. Grindelwald interjected, unwilling to remain silent. After bidding farewell to Draco and his companions and sending a message to Riddle, Kane followed Hebus and the others toward the Isles of Hesiod. Mr. Slytherin, the Isles of Hesiod are ensconced in a maze. Thus we must embark on a specially crafted dragon boat to navigate, Hebus said courteously, producing a black dragon boat the size of a walnut from his pocket. A marvelous feat of alchemy, Kane remarked, admiring the exquisite black vessel. This diminutive dragon boat is inscribed with at least dozens of enchantments, including the auspicious retractable array and the storm and rain protection array, among others. You're not pretending to understand, are you? This is a dragon boat personally crafted by Master Nicol LeMay, Sophia said, her expression skeptical. No wonder the enchantment seems so familiar. It turns out it is the work of my teacher, Kane replied nonchalantly. Master LeMay is your instructor? Hebus exclaimed, his eyes suddenly alight. Who can discern the truth? Sophia scoffed defiantly. Sophia, Hebus cast a warning glance at her. For the 10,000th time, I regret bringing her along. Judging by the style of the dragon boat, this should be a work from my teacher's early to mid-career, at least 300 years old now, Kane stated with calm assurance. Absolutely correct. It appears you are indeed a disciple of Master LeMay, Hebus exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Sophia fell silent, conceding her stance. Mr. Slytherin, please, Hebus commanded, casting the dragon boat to the ground, revealing a magnificent black dragon-headed vessel before them. Chapter 65. Perils along the way. As day turned to night, the group traveled tirelessly, finally arriving in proximity to the Isles of Hesiod. As they were about to enter the waters surrounding the Hysteria Isles, a commotion erupted nearby, the sounds of a struggle growing ever closer. Release the dragon egg, you vile thieves, came a commanding voice from afar. It was Uncle Harris. Sophia instantly recognized the owner of the voice. Had something gone awry on Dragon Island? Henry inquired anxiously. We shall investigate this afternoon, Hebus decisively replied. Mr. Slytherin, you should remain here. The dragon boat is inscribed with defensive runes. I shall accompany you, Kane declared, rising to his feet. You needn't complicate matters, Mr. Slytherin, Sophia retorted, stamping her foot in frustration. He was indeed a hindrance. More hands mean more strength, Kane shot back, casting an irritated glance at Sophia, who was clearly out of her depth. Fine, but you must stay close to me, Hebus cautioned, seeing Kane's determination. Come on, let us hurry, Father, Sophia urged, pushing Hebus towards the exit. Just as the four of them disembarked the vessel, they spotted 5 or 6 figures racing towards them, the leader tightly clutching a dragon egg. Halt, you brigands! Sophia charged forward impulsively. Kane shook his head in disbelief, thinking that perhaps this girl should bear the surname Lou rather than Weil, for she was reckless beyond measure. Sophia, Hebus, and Henry hastily followed suit, regretting for the 10,000th time bringing her along. An ambush was afoot. The leading man halted, signaling his companions to prepare for battle. Subdue them, he bellowed, stomping his foot with such force that the ground trembled, cracking like a spider's web beneath him. Except for Kane, the others nearly found themselves in a comical slip. Kane stood firm, surveying the peculiar group, increasingly perplexed by their bizarre appearances. The leader bore a horn reminiscent of a rhinoceros, while 2 others beside him were equally strange. One had hair resembling the feathers of a bird snake, and the other possessed serpentine eyes. The remaining 3 were no less peculiar, each adorned with traits reminiscent of magical creatures. Was this some form of avant-garde performance art from the magical realm? Yet soon, Kane realized they were not merely modeled after fantastical beings. You shall perish, the horned leader snarled, charging towards Hebus and the others. In response, Hebus quickly cast spells to counter the attack. To their astonishment, the spells merely sparked harmlessly against the horned man, causing no real damage whatsoever. With a resounding crash, the horned man barreled into Henry, sending him flying. The latter plummeted to the ground, rendered utterly powerless. Henry's urgent shout pierced the air. Had he not pushed Sophia out of harm's way just in time, she would have been the one sent flying. Sophia, focus, Hebus exclaimed, his face flushed, as he valiantly faced 4 adversaries. The horned man and the bird snake man approached Sophia with a predatory demeanor. You shall not harm her. In a critical moment, Harris rushed in from the distance, unleashing a barrage of spells from behind the enemy. Yet, with a swift turn, the horned man forcefully sent Harris hurtling away. The flicker of hope in Sophia's eyes extinguished in an instant. Simultaneously, Hebus fell pale as he was unexpectedly bitten by the mouse-beard man. The wolf family is nothing but this, the horned man jeered with a triumphant laugh. Run, you must run, Sophia cried out to Kane, her face ashen, her grip on her wand tightening as tremors coursed through her body. Your laughter is a disturbance, Kane declared, stepping forward defiantly to stand protectively in front of Sophia. Sophia was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Kane would shield her. Had Kane known her thoughts, he might have dismissed them as fanciful. The entire Heshadiri Isles belonged to Slytherin. How dare these ruffians pilfer from him in broad daylight? Who do you think you are, aspiring to be a hero? The horned man's anger flared upon seeing Kane's handsome visage. You should flee, Do not overestimate yourself. Though touched, Sophia doubted Kane's chances of victory. You are quite the nuisance, Kane remarked, tapping his forehead lightly, then gesturing with his right hand. The arrogant horn man was sent flying backward in an instant. Sophia's eyes widened further. Astonishment etched across her face. Come at me all at once, Kane beckoned with a flick of his fingers. With the aid of the resurrection stone, the invisibility cloak, and the resurrection herb, Kane's bloodline power surged once more, dramatically amplifying his magical prowess. In other words, his current magical capacity far exceeded that of an average intermediate wizard. Since you seek death, I shall oblige, the horn man sneered, shaking off his subordinates' attempts to assist him, glaring menacingly at Kane. Altogether now, let us reduce this boy to a pulp. The collective of the inhuman squad charged at Kane, each displaying their unique abilities. Kane, wielding his Fusongwood wand, waved it expertly, causing thorny vines to surge forth from all directions towards the inhuman squad. Soon, the six-member team found themselves ensnared by the vines. Thus, it became evident that physical means were indeed effective against those who wielded no magic. Kane observed coolly as the skirmish unfolded, having already discerned that these individuals had not employed magic at any point. From the sight of their desperate struggles while bound tightly, it is evident that the option of refraining from using magic has been eliminated. Thus, only one possibility remains. They are utterly devoid of magical abilities. Who on earth are you? Kane approached the bound individuals. Curious to know? I shan't tell you, haha. The horn man coughed blood, even in his final moments. He could not resist making a dark jest. This is dire. Kane swiftly advanced to the front of the group and pried open their mouths. They had ingested poison. Amidst their teeth, Kane glimpsed white capsules. Elderwill, do you recognize who they are? Kane instinctively turned to Hebus. Hebus, still quite weak, shook his head. I have no knowledge of them. I have heard nothing of their identities. Shortly after you departed, they infiltrated the Heshidalai archipelago. Harris, lying on the ground, added. Are there others aside from them? Kane pressed further. Besides them, there are two more teams. They are likely associated with this group. Harris replied. This is bad. We must hasten back to the island. With Sophia's assistance, Hebus forced himself to his feet. Chapter 66. Arrival. The Heshidalai archipelago lies deep within the North Sea, perpetually shrouded in thick fog, rendering it undetectable from the outside. Kane and his companions were navigating a dragon boat toward the heart of the North Sea. Heel swiftly. On board. Kane administered rudimentary treatment to Hebus and the others. My daughter, thank goodness you are unscathed. As soon as Henry regained mobility, he immediately scooped up the black dragon egg, showering it with affectionate kisses as if it were a beloved pet. From Kane's perspective, Henry indeed exhibited a somewhat obsessive demeanor. Thud. The black egg struck Henry's infatuated face with force, bouncing toward Kane's direction. My precious daughter. Henry, undeterred by the pain on his face, lunged forward to perform a dramatic act of catching the egg with his body. Your precious daughter is now mine. Kane effortlessly caught the black egg, raising an eyebrow in mischievous triumph. Return my precious daughter to me, Henry pleaded, sprawled on the ground. Are you certain? It seems rather reluctant to leave. Kane glanced down at the black egg, which was fervently snuggling against him. This egg appears to be somewhat uncharacteristic of a dragon's nature. How could this be? I personally delivered you. Henry's expression turned to one of shock, as though he had been betrayed. Do not embarrass yourself, Henry, Sophia remarked, her expression dark. No, you do not understand. Henry's heart was shattered. It truly adores you, Sophia said, her tone rife with complexity. Perhaps it is due to my striking appearance, Kane reasoned, stroking his chin with an air of confidence. Indeed, it is rather commendable. To Kane's surprise, Sophia first scrutinized him before nodding slightly. However, Kane thought to himself, what are you blushing for like a teapot? Where had the fiery Sophia, who would readily engage in a verbal duel, gone? As we arrived, even the previously anxious Hebus felt a sense of relief witnessing the interaction between the two young individuals. Hebus then produced the Eye of the Stars, and the dense fog before them parted as if Moses had split the sea, navigating through the scattered reefs and hidden shallows. Kane finally set foot on the ground of the Heshadiri Islands. The moment he stepped onto the island, it felt as though the entire land transformed from a stagnant pool into a vibrant, living entity. A resonant dragon's roar echoed through the air, akin to a flare signaling the onset of chaos. In the next moment, a chorus of roars arose from various directions. Kane could hear the sound of numerous wings flapping vigorously. The latent power within him ignited instantly. His white hair and crimson eyes shone vividly, while his body was partially cloaked in fine scales beneath his wizard's robe. This was troubling. Surely the black dragon was about to erupt. Henry, consumed by a relentless panic, could no longer dwell on his lost daughter. Stay calm, Henry, he reminded himself, as Hebus exuded an unflappable demeanor akin to a mountain standing firm before an avalanche. Truly, the patriarch was dependable. In Henry's eyes, Hebus suddenly appeared more imposing. Yet, in reality, Hebus was merely feigning composure. Neither he nor his forebears had encountered a black dragon uprising. Why did it have to happen to him? Perhaps it was due to his notably dark complexion. Phoebus instinctively touched his sun-kissed bronze face. What is wrong with you? Sophia was the first to notice Kane's peculiar state. Nevertheless, even in this transformed guise, she would never disdain him. Worst case, she could have Kane become her live-in son-in-law. At that moment, Sophia's eyes reflected only Kane's image. How lovely it was. Just as Kane was about to speak, a colossal black dragon, approximately 8 to 9 meters in length, landed, exhaling 2 plumes of sulfurous vapor from its nostrils. Behind it, dozens of adult black dragons descended in a fan-like formation. Adeline, what is happening here? Phoebus stiffly approached the leading black dragon. Under the collective gaze of the dragons, he felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. Adeline made a move, extending her powerful right forepaw and giving Phoebus a gentle push. In the next instant, he soared into the sky like a shooting star, his screams fading into the distance. Dad! Sophia screamed, chasing after Phoebus. The black dragon tilted its head to glance in Phoebus's direction and once more extended its claw. Oh, I feel faint, Kane thought. Henry, in a moment of dramatic flair, collapsed to the ground as if possessed by the spirit of Dayu. Harris, the rugged man, was initially taken aback but then exchanged a knowing glance with Kane, subsequently lying on the ground as well, feigning death. Kane, exasperated, thought to himself that with this group, the Heshidalai Islands were doomed to meet their end sooner or later. Adeline leaned ever closer to Kane, her face drawing nearer and nearer until he halted her approach, stating, "Stop. Any closer would be an intrusion." He sensed no malice in her demeanor. Upon hearing this, Adeline ceased her advance, her large, basin-like eyes filled with curiosity as they scrutinized Kane. In the next moment, she effortlessly hoisted Kane onto her back, roaring with a mighty dragoness cry, and spread her bat-like wings, soaring towards the heart of the archipelago. The winds of the island stirred, becoming tumultuous at that instant. "Where are you taking me?" Kane inquired, as the biting cold air assaulted him from above. He found solace in the only soft, downy spot on the black dragon's neck, burying himself into it. "Oh well, I suppose I shall find out soon enough." Before long, the black dragon began its descent, the destination drawing near. With a resounding roar, Adeline landed gracefully, signaling Kane to disembark. He touched down steadily and began surveying his surroundings. In stark contrast to the climate outside the islands, this place was encircled by active volcanoes, with bubbling, scorching lava and the unmistakable scent of sulfur permeating the air. "If only there were a hot spring, I could indulge in a warm bath," Kane mused, feeling a tinge of disappointment. "Roar. There is indeed a hot spring behind that volcano, dragon speaker," Adeline replied, lowering her massive forehead to gently nuzzle Kane. This time, truly gentle. Kane couldn't help but think of the phrase "a fierce tiger hidden among roses." Goodness, had he become the rose? Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Kane suddenly sensed something amiss. Had he truly understood Adeline's words? "Did you just say behind the volcano?" He questioned tentatively once more. "Roar indeed. The young ones delight in soaking in hot springs," Adeline affirmed, gently nudging Kane to encourage him to follow her around the volcano. Kane trailed behind the black dragon as they navigated the expansive active volcano, arriving at the other side. Before him lay numerous hot spring outlets, with several black eggs bobbing up and down in the warm waters. With a sudden, unannounced shove, Adeline pushed Kane into the largest hot spring pool while he was momentarily distracted. Taken by surprise, he inadvertently swallowed some of the dragon egg broth. "Yuck! What is this taste?" Kane sputtered, quickly expelling the water he had unwittingly ingested. He truly did not wish to partake in the misfortune of dragon egg soup. Chapter 67. The submission of the Will family. It is a well-known fact that children are drawn to play with older ones, and dragons are no exception. As Kane immersed himself in the hot spring, it felt akin to the moment when the monk Tang Sung entered the kingdom of women, with all eyes yearning to take a bite. Within the pool, approximately 10 dragon eggs jostled eagerly towards him. "What are they doing?" Kane inquired, gesturing towards the lively black eggs with a questioning glance at Adeline. "Ah, the little ones adore you. You possess the essence of a protector," Adeline replied, gracefully fluttering her bat-like wings. "A protector?" Kane pondered, wondering if this was yet another epithet for the feathered serpent deity. It is said that the first dragon was forged from the essence of the feathered serpent. Thus we have heeded the call of the feathered serpent and its descendants for generations. Adeline recounted the ancient tales passed down from her grandmother. Kane marveled at how fortunate he was to have such an enchanting ancestor. The fact that he could comprehend Adeline's words was likely due to the awakening of his bloodline power as soon as he set foot on the island. Moreover, he had experienced further enhancement. Due to the resurrection grass and other factors, his bloodline power had been steadily increasing like a gentle stream, and upon reaching Dragon Island, it surged once more. Consequently, he awakened his first innate talent, the ability to summon rain. Extending his bony right hand towards the sky, he pointed, and the clouds above were instantly cloaked in darkness, while thunder roiled amidst the billowing masses. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, unleashing a torrential downpour that blanketed the archipelago. Roar! Adeline emitted a dragon's roar. Roar, roar, roar. The dragons remaining outside joined in a harmonious chorus, welcoming the rebirth. What is happening? Kane wiped the rainwater from his face, comprehending the joy concealed within the jubilant roars of the black dragons. Ah, Protector, your arrival has awakened the dormant volcanoes, and the cold currents have begun to wash over the island, bringing it back to life, Adeline declared. Kane felt a twinge of concern. It seemed that his arrival was not entirely a fortuitous event. Nevertheless, he understood the true meaning behind Adeline's words. The volcanic eruptions and frigid currents had led to the extinction of various life forms that the island's ecosystem depended upon. The apex predators, the black dragons, were particularly deprived of the environment and abundant sustenance necessary for reproduction, resulting in most dragon eggs failing to thrive. Adeline, have you encountered the poachers who intruded upon the archipelago today? Kane inquired. No, those miscreants dare not venture into the heart of the dragon clan. They only have the audacity to raid the residence of the Wild family, stealing the dead eggs, Adeline responded, flapping her wings, a glint of blood-red fury flashing in her large, basin-like eyes. The dignity of the dragon clan is inviolable. Dead eggs? Kane recalled the lively egg nestled in his arms. I am certain that the egg taken by the poachers today was very much alive. A roar escaped, as if it sensed the aura of the protector, and the primal instinct for survival jolted it back from the brink of death. What Adeline did not mention was that dragon eggs with diminished life force would be forsaken, as the priority was to ensure the survival of the robust ones. Why did the black dragons outside refrain from entering? Apart from Adeline, the others stood vigilant at the entrance. A roar resonated. I am their leader, and they dare not intrude without permission. Moreover, this is not the opportune moment for their entry. Adeline spoke, casting a meaningful glance at the dragon egg nestled in the warm pool. Kane immediately grasped her implication. After a cordial exchange with Adeline, Kane once again took flight with her to the encampment of the Wild family at the island's edge. Upon hearing the dragon's roar, Sophia rushed out of the hall in haste. Are you all right? She exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, as she leapt into Kane's arms, who had just landed and was still regaining his balance. I am perfectly fine, Kane assured, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor. This little girl possesses a talent for the dragon tongue. Your judgment is commendable, Adeline murmured from behind. Sophia, clearly understanding the essence of Adeline's words, blushed and withdrew from Kane's embrace. Adeline was not mistaken. Marrying me would grant you dominion over this island. To Kane's surprise, Sophia did not shy away. Her eyes sparkled with a myriad of emotions, as she nervously clutched the hem of her garment while gazing at Kane. According to the contract, this island should rightfully belong to me, Kane stated, unwittingly voicing a truth he thought was subtle. You. Sophia stamped her foot in frustration and fled in disarray. Truly impressive, Kane, Adeline remarked, extending her bat-like wings to gently pat his shoulder. Did I err in any way? Kane queried, perplexed as he scratched his head, which bore a tuft of unruly hair. As long as you are content, Adeline replied with a playful roar, do come visit me when you have the time. With that, she flapped her wings and soared away. Kane paused momentarily before striding directly into the hall, where he found it filled with over 30 wizards clad in black robes, all fixated on his unfamiliar visage. You are the descendant of Slytherin? Inquired a robust witch with short hair, seated at the foremost left position. It seemed the Wild family had indeed secluded themselves for far too long, to the point of forgetting even basic social etiquette. Kane felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the evident skepticism in their gazes. You. Just as the stout woman pointed at Kane, Hebus interjected. What? Chief Hebus. Was it not you who insisted on inviting me? Kane stood confidently amidst their scrutiny, positioning himself beside the foremost chair. Chief Hebus. I believe it is your turn to yield, Kane said with a nod. How dare you? Jien shouted suddenly, his voice laced with fury. This position is reserved for the clan leader. How could you presume to encroach upon it? The others began to echo Jien's sentiments. I thought to myself, perhaps you have misunderstood the situation. Kane turned to face the raucous assembly, projecting his voice with clarity as he spoke. It is this group of dragons that has bestowed upon your Weir family its exalted status. And now, these dragons heed my command. As if sensing Kane's discontent, a resounding chorus of dragon roars erupted once more. The onlookers comprehended the implicit support for Kane within the dragon's cries, their faces paling in response. Do not think that because I have set foot on the Hashidalai Islands, revitalizing this place, you may seize the opportunity to grind me down. Without me and this group of dragons, you are nothing, Kane declared emphatically, taking his rightful place among the stars. Hebus, filled with turmoil, rose to his feet and stepped aside. Kane, I see that Sophia holds you in high regard. Perhaps a union between our families would be prudent? After centuries of careful stewardship, Hebus was reluctant to relinquish his family's legacy so easily. It seems I shall need to recruit another family adept in dragon husbandry within the magical realm. A chill permeated Kane's tone. You have been granted a face-saving measure. Have you not? No, you cannot. Phoebus attempted to interject, but was silenced by Kane's icy glare. The Weir family is prepared to pledge their fealty to you. Phoebus knelt on one knee, leading the other members of the Weir family to follow suit in their declarations of loyalty. Chapter 68. The Black Market. Kane sat atop the highest chair, quietly surveying those members of the Weir family who professed their allegiance to him. Indeed, the view from the summit is the most splendid. It is no wonder the Weir family is reluctant to part with it. Upon signing this contract, I shall accept your fealty. A somewhat yellowed parchment floated before Phoebus. This is an ancient vassal contract, long upheld among the nobility. When a family declares itself a vassal to another, all that belongs to the vassal shall be forfeit to the lord, allowing no room for betrayal. This contract can also be interpreted as a form of semi-slavery. The clan leader, Jian, evidently recognized the vassal contract and was filled with alarm. Are they truly prepared to surrender everything on the Heshidalai Islands to another? What? Is clan leader Phoebus unwilling? Then I shall retract the contract, Kane said, beginning to withdraw the document. No, I am certainly willing. Phoebus grasped the contract tightly in his hands. Considering Kane's remarkable strength at such a young age, the significance of the Slytherin name, the legacy of Nicolaim, and the experiences during his time at Hogwarts, all of these signify that Kane Slytherin is deserving of the Weir family's allegiance. Moreover, as Kane stated, it is the Weir family that cannot afford to be without these dragons, rather than the dragons relying on the Weir family. In a moment of contemplation, Phoebus resolved to bind the Weasley family to the Slytherin lineage. He swiftly inscribed his name upon the contract, which took immediate effect. A judicious decision indeed. Kane offered a faint smile. Phoebus was indeed worthy of his title as clan leader, possessing an exceptional talent for adapting to circumstances. Everyone, please rise. Kane gestured for Phoebus to take the seat to his left. Phoebus, regarding the matter of the dragon egg poaching, is there any new development? Master, it is as follows. Phoebus began to recount the clues he had gathered. Based on the characteristics of the poachers, we surmise they belong to the same faction. They are divided into 3 teams, simultaneously infiltrating Dragon Isle from 3 distinct angles. Phoebus's expression darkened slightly. They have stolen a total of 4 dragon eggs, aside from the one we encountered and reclaimed. James's team has managed to recover 2, yet 1 egg remains in their possession. Phoebus, I am somewhat perplexed. The Heshidalai Islands are concealed deep within the North Sea. Ordinarily, wizards cannot locate the island, let alone the fact that it is ensnared with a maze. How did they gain entry? Kane's fingers gently tapped the back of his chair. He suspected that an insider was likely involved. Yes, it was Destined, James's husband, who facilitated their entry. Phoebus confessed, embarrassment etched upon his face. I have severed all ties with that traitor. James's forehead was marked by prominent veins, clearly incensed. Why would he do such a thing? Kane found it difficult to comprehend what advantage Destined could gain from harming the family's interests. That mudblood, he is not aligned with us. A burly man with a scornful expression interjected. Andy, do not speak of him in such a manner. James's face, already pale, grew even darker. It seems you still harbor sentiments for him, but he is a traitor to Dragon Isle. Andy's neck tensed with indignation, refusing to yield. Silence, Kane commanded sharply. He felt as though he had been drawn into a bizarre melodrama. Phoebus, please continue. Destined, being a muggle, is a son-in-law of the family, Phoebus continued. Subtly glancing at Kane's expression, seeing no sign of anger, Phoebus felt a sense of relief. However, he has always been somewhat reclusive, not closely associated with the island's inhabitants. Yet, who would have anticipated that Destined would turn out to be a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing? He secretly colluded with the poachers, taking advantage of my absence at Hogwarts to infiltrate the island. Furthermore, Destined has absconded with his and James's 2 children. Clearly, this betrayal had been long in the making. Phoebus recounted Destined's nefarious deeds. Kane's elongated fingers continued to tap against the chair's backrest, acutely aware that Phoebus was concealing additional information. In families that are generally more insular, traditional beliefs tend to prevail, which often results in a rather dismal existence. As was the case for Destined on Dragon Island. Consequently, harboring resentment, he conspired with outsiders to abscond with the dragon eggs. How old are his 2 children? Is there any sign of magical awakening? One is 12, the other 10, and there are no indications of magical potential. Phoebus, following Kane's line of thought, evidently recognized something significant. Could it be that this poaching gang simply materialized out of thin air? The Will family has been entrenched here for over a millennium without any trace of their existence. Kane furrowed his brow. There is a saying, while one may steal for 1,000 days, one cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. It is imperative to unearth this gang of poachers swiftly. Until now, such occurrences had indeed been absent in the Heshidalai Islands. Phoebus felt a flush of embarrassment. Neither his father nor his grandfather had ever mentioned such matters. The members of that poaching gang bore characteristics of certain magical creatures. indicating their need to collect a substantial number of these beings. However, the Ministry of Magic rigorously combats the smuggling of magical creatures. Thus, their only means of acquiring sufficient numbers must be through a particular channel. Kane glanced at Hebus. Are you suggesting the black market? Hebus quickly replied, indeed. Is there a black market in this vicinity? Kane pressed on. Approximately 50 kilometers from the North Sea, there exists a substantial black market. Jian, who is responsible for the security of Dragon Island, is well informed about the nearby factions. Understood. We shall conclude our discussion for today. Kane cast a glance at Hebus, signaling him to pause, while allowing the others to depart. Do you have any further instructions, young master? Hebus inquired perceptively. Gather a few nimble individuals. We shall select a time to venture to the black market. Kane contemplated the imposing figures of the wolf family and added, we need a few who can blend in seamlessly with the crowd. Leave this matter to me. It would be safer for you to remain stationed on Dragon Island. Hebus insisted, eager to redeem himself in front of Kane regarding the lost dragon eggs. Spare me, Hebus. It's not always a matter of who protects whom. Kane retorted with irritation. At this, Hebus sheepishly scratched his head, evidently recalling events prior to entering the island. Who is responsible for patrolling the island? Kane was keen to address any security vulnerabilities on Dragon Island. That would be Jian. Hebus became increasingly restless. For the time being, replace her with other reliable individuals. Remember, they must be trustworthy. Kane raised an eyebrow. Jian claims to have severed ties with Dustin, yet her instinctive defense of him suggests lingering feelings. What if he were to return? Additionally, there was a deeper implication in his earlier words. If Hebus were not dim-witted, he should have discerned this nuance. Rest assured, young master, I shall thoroughly investigate the individuals on Dragon Island, and should any issues arise, I will not show leniency. Hebus grasped the unspoken implication in Kane's words and promptly assured him that he would diligently scrutinize the island's members. Chapter 69. An unexpected visitor. Since the incident of the lost dragon egg, Kane had been residing on Dragon Island for 3 days. He did not intend to rush to the black market, lest he alarm the snakes in the grass. For the demand for magical creatures was not something one could simply abandon after a single transaction. During these days, Kane and Hebus had begun to optimize the engraved magical formations on the island, aiming to fortify it as impenetrable as a barrel. The remaining task primarily involved Hebus's investigation of the island's members. Knock, knock. There was a sound at the door. Come in, Kane replied, engrossed in his research of the formations, his head remaining lowered. Young master, please have some tea and snacks. Sophia awkwardly placed the tea tray on the table and swiftly turned to leave. Had it not been for her father's request, she would never have found herself before Kane. How embarrassing. Go fetch the history of the Weir family from your father's study, Kane said, gently pressing his temples. After so much time studying the formations, he was indeed feeling fatigued. Suddenly, a waft of marigold fragrance enveloped him, and a pair of delicate hands appeared atop his head. I have long since memorized the history of the Weir family. If you wish to know something, simply ask me, Sophia said, as she began to massage his temples. With Sophia's adept touch, Kane quietly closed his eyes, marveling at the unexpected attentiveness of this girl who had been avoiding him in recent days. Truly, a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. He could never comprehend their thoughts. There are a total of 35 direct descendants of the Weir family on the island. Besides them, how did the others arrive here? Kane inquired softly. The members of the Weir family, regardless of gender, have historically been forbidden from leaving the island. Aside from direct descendants, others can only reside here through marriage or adoption, Sophia explained. Seeing Kane maintain his usual demeanor, she gradually shed her initial discomfort and grew more at ease. Are there any requirements for the marriage partners? Kane asked again. We have connections, to varying degrees, with other families in the wizarding community, as they have an insatiable demand for all matters concerning dragons. Thus, when a member of the Weir family comes of age, my father relays the news, and they recommend candidates. Naturally, my father conducts a rigorous selection process, Sophia replied with a hint of pride. However, there are also unexpected encounters of love, she suddenly recalled, her voice diminishing significantly. Dustin and Jane belong to the latter category, I suppose. Kane opened his eyes. During this period, he had developed a general understanding of the positioning of Dragon Island in his mind. The Hirsutic Isles, due to the presence of these black dragons, not only represented an untouchable force, but also signified a vast wealth. As Sophia stated, everything related to dragons is in high demand within the wizarding community. Moreover, to some extent, Dragon Island almost monopolizes the British magical community's need for dragon hair, dragon blood, and other resources. Even across the entire European magical realm, the share held by Dragon Island is not to be underestimated. Well, that is merely an exception. While Kane's thoughts raced, Sophia had already begun to blush. He was genuinely curious about how a formidable woman like Jane managed to win over Dustin. Once, during a patrol, Aunt Jane encountered Dustin, who had been injured by a trap, and they fell in love at first sight. Sophia, tilting her head to gaze out at the birds flitting by, spoke softly. All right then. Kane raised an eyebrow, aware that Sophia was concealing something, yet he did not intend to pry, as it might make him appear overly inquisitive. In truth, it was Aunt Jane who had been smitten with Dustin at first sight. Dustin possessed a certain charm, and somehow, they ended up together. Sophia stamped her foot, ultimately confessing. Knock, knock, young master, there are visitors from outside the island seeking you. Phoebus entered upon receiving permission. Seeing his daughter standing behind Kane brought a smile to his face. Oh, nurturing relationships is indeed essential. Who is it? He claims to be your brother. Phoebus's expression turned somewhat peculiar. No one from the wizarding families he usually communicated with had informed him that Kane had a brother. A brother? Kane paused for a moment. Then a thought struck him. I will go out and see. Kane sprang to his feet. Young master, please wait for me. Since signing the contract, Phoebus had increasingly rushed down the path of sycophancy. Sophia, hurry and keep up. Phoebus signaled to the motionless Sophia. This is a splendid opportunity to impress the young masteress family. It must not be missed. Oh. Although Sophia was somewhat perplexed, she quickly followed suit. Before they reached the edge of the North Sea, Kane spotted several figures dressed in black robes standing on the shore. The leader was someone Kane recognized well. It was Riddle, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Little Kane. As soon as Kane landed, Riddle enveloped him in a warm embrace. I am fine now. Feeling the tremor in Riddle's arms, Kane felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Let me see. Riddle released Kane and scrutinized him from head to toe. You really are fine, Kane muttered, turning in a circle under Riddle's unyielding gaze, thoroughly demonstrating that he was utterly unperturbed. He had grown taller. Riddle nodded in satisfaction and said, Shall we proceed to the island? With so many onlookers. Kane felt somewhat embarrassed. Yes, please, everyone, let us advance to the island, Phoebus said warmly. Theodore, why aren't you quickly following the young master? Just as they were about to set off, Old Knot shoved Theodore, who stood behind him, towards Kane's direction. It was then that Kane noticed Theodore. Theodore? What brings you here? Kane inquired, astonished. Compared to school, I believe being by the young master's side offers greater opportunities for growth, Theodore replied, gazing intently at Kane. Old Knot, positioned behind Riddle, was quite pleased with Theodore's words and cast a smug glance at Lucius. Did you see that? It's clear that his son is favored by the young master, he boasted. Lucius, understanding the pride in Old Knot's eyes, scoffed silently. What is there to be proud of? Draco and Kane are still cousins. He has far greater advantages than Theodore. Kane, oblivious to the silent exchange between the two men, merely furrowed his brow as he looked at Theodore. He disapproved of Theodore stepping prematurely into the treacherous adult world. However, upon seeing the determination and pleading in Theodore's eyes, Kane's resolve softened. Then you shall accompany me for now. Theodore, upon hearing this, promptly positioned himself behind Kane. Riddle cast a pleased glance at Old Knot, signaling that he had done well. Old Knot was positively beaming, his smile nearly crooked. Lucius, leaving him with a disdainful back, hastened to catch up with Riddle, realizing that he needed to focus on Draco's training. Poor Draco, still at school, was preoccupied with Harry, blissfully unaware that the weight of paternal love was about to descend upon him. Chapter 70. Born noble seeing that Kane had matters to discuss with his so-called brother, Phoebus took Lucius and the others down to settle in. Before leaving, Phoebus specifically instructed Sophia to remain by Kane's side, ready at a moment's notice. Thank you for your efforts, Sophia. After Sophia served tea and snacks to the two, Kane nodded in acknowledgement. Sophia, perceptive in crucial moments, bowed to the two and exited, granting them privacy for their conversation. It appears the Weasley family intends to arrange a marriage with you? Riddle remarked, sipping his red tea, his expression inscrutable. The Slytherin family has no need for such so-called unions to enhance its stature, Kane replied, arching an eyebrow. Excellent. There is no entity in the magical world more noble than Slytherin, Riddle responded with evident satisfaction. He had seen through the Weasley family's intentions and felt a deep displeasure within. When will the heir of Slytherin also become someone they can manipulate? By the way, how did you arrive here? Kane inquired with curiosity. Please do not say you missed me again. Kane seemed to anticipate what Riddle was about to say, preemptively blocking that avenue of discussion. During your absence, I began to perceive this world in shades of black and white once more, Riddle remarked as he set down his lustrous cup of tea, adopting a serious demeanor. It resembled a stagnant pool, utterly mundane, compelling me to contemplate its destruction. As Riddle spoke, the cup in his hand instantaneously disintegrated into powder. Therefore, Kane, do not leave me alone. I fear losing you. In this world, only Kane shares the Slytherin bloodline with him. They are truly kindred spirits. The others merely serve as trivial diversions in their mundane existence. They amuse themselves when pleased, and when displeased, they simply destroy. Of course, Kane remains unaware of Riddle's frenzied thoughts. After absorbing Riddle's words, he fell into silence, his right hand unconsciously rotating the teacup. This time, I was careless. It shall not happen again. Kane's voice was somewhat hoarse. Could he perhaps entertain the notion of familial bonds this time? Do you wish to be resurrected? For reasons unknown, Kane found himself eager to know Riddle's response. Yes. Riddle answered without hesitation, for he had already begun seeking a means to return. What do you wish to accomplish upon your resurrection? Kane continued his inquiry. I wish to assist you, to help you achieve your aspirations. Riddle could discern Kane's lofty ambitions. However, this revelation was not surprising, as they were Slytherins, inherently detached from the ordinary. Even if I desire to alter this era. For the first time, Kane bared his soul before Riddle. This is quintessentially Slytherin, is it not? A brilliant light suddenly erupted in Riddle's eyes. Kane unexpectedly smiled in relief. Indeed, Slytherin is born noble and destined for greatness. My emotions compel me to trust you. However, my reason advises me to remain vigilant. Though Kane was inclined to believe Riddle, he had to consider those who followed him and ensure their safety. Let us forge a blood pact. Riddle did not perceive Kane's suggestion as an affront. On the contrary, he felt elated. Suspicion is an essential virtue for one in power. Moreover, consider the blood pact. The fusion of their blood would create a gift more unique than any other, bringing Riddle immense joy. Precisely my intention, Kane replied without hesitation. Then, to Slytherin. Riddle raised his right hand, and a crystalline goblet appeared out of thin air. To Slytherin. Kane followed Riddle's example, embodying that damned sense of ritual, deeply ingrained in the very essence of this father-son duo. Let us discuss the Weasley family. Are they still of use? After their conversation, Riddle and Kane visibly shared a moment of joy, though the mention of the Weasley family seemed rather casual. I have already made them sign an ancillary contract. They have submitted, Kane reported candidly. A wise choice, Riddle responded, and it was evident that the two, father and son, shared similar thoughts. By the way, during our return, Kane recounted his encounter with a poaching gang to Riddle. They possessed peculiar traits and abilities reminiscent of magical creatures, despite lacking any magical prowess. Fascinating. A fleeting crimson glimmer crossed Riddle's eyes, prompting thoughts of Salazar's research notes on the application of magical creature bloodlines in wizards. Kane continued Riddle's train of thought, clearly aligned in their reflections. Indeed, I too once delved into such studies, but those wizards ultimately met with gruesome fates. Riddle recalled memories from the fragment of the soul within the goblet, feeling a profound sensory impact. When did the primary soul begin its descent into brutality? Casting aside its inherent elegance, could it be someone once associated with Slytherin? Or perhaps, Kane mused on the possible identity of the unseen puppet master. Who knows? Back then, those experiments were hardly significant, Riddle remarked with a knowing tone. Nevertheless, it matters little, since the unseen antagonist threatens our vested interests. We shall identify and eliminate them. It appeared that this individual only perceived the darkness in others, oblivious to their own, as if disdain for life extended beyond just the primary soul. Yet, this individual remained blissfully unaware, eager to resolve the predicament swiftly. What do you intend to do? Riddle believed Kane had formulated a plan. I plan to visit the black market. Kane confessed without hesitation, laying bare his intentions. I shall accompany you, Riddle stated immediately. In your current condition? Kane scrutinized Riddle, aware that while he appeared normal, only Riddle understood the true state of affairs. Do not worry. Old Knot and the others are not idle, Riddle reassured him. During this time, they have been gathering valuable items for soul nurturing under my directive, all conducted discreetly. The news of your return has not yet spread widely, has it? Kane inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Rest assured, only Lucius and Old Knot are aware. All other matters are handled by them, and the rest remain unaware of my return, Riddle acknowledged, understanding that now was not the opportune moment to re-emerge before the masses. Very well, I shall inform Hebs, while you and I engage in a feigned exploration, with the others concealed in the shadows, ready to assist, Kane declared. Let this be settled. By the way, my current identity is Norman Gant, your long-lost cousin, so do not reveal the truth. Riddle expressed no objections to Kane's arrangement, even playfully insisting that Kane refer to him by his new name. The crux of the matter was that he must absolutely address him as brother. Chapter 71. The investigation commences that evening. Hebs arrived at Kane's study to report on the personnel investigation concerning Dragon Island. It appears that, aside from Dustin, the others are not connected to the poaching gang, Hebs stated. Kane listened intently, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. As it stands, it seems that only Dustin and his two children lack any magical abilities on the island, Hebs insinuated. Let us leave the matter here for now, Kane replied, his gaze darkening for a moment as his fingers ceased their rhythm. Regardless of whether there were others involved, he was unconcerned about Hebs neglecting the safety issues on Dragon Island. In truth, as Kane suspected, Hebs had uncovered that two individuals were directly or indirectly involved in Dustin's rebellion, and he had discreetly executed them. However, Hebs chose to withhold this information from Kane, fearing it might further tarnish Kane's perception of the Weir family. Sir, I have ascertained the time and place of the next black market gathering, Hebs reported respectfully. Pray tell. Kane nodded. The day after tomorrow, in the Wushan Mountains. Entry to the black market requires an invitation. Please take a look. Hebbs presented 2 invitations to Kane, both adorned in black with golden patterns resembling a spider, exuding a unique allure. Fascinating, Kane mused, examining the invitations with a slight smile. He recognized that these invitations were alchemical artifacts, serving as signal identifiers to prevent outsiders from infiltrating the black market. Sir, Jin has been lying in wait for a considerable time to procure these 2 invitations. What do you think? Hebbs subtly suggested that Jin had turned his fortunes around. Let us discuss this further once matters have settled. Kane placed the invitations on the desk, speaking in a measured tone. As you wish, sir. However, there are only 2 invitations. I believe it prudent to send only 2 individuals. Hebbs expressed his concern. The safety of Kane was intrinsically linked to the fate of Dragon Island, and he was reluctant to let Kane take unnecessary risks. No matter, we have a day left. Ample time to produce more invitations. Kane waved his hand dismissively. Are you able to do so? Hebbs was taken aback momentarily before recalling Kane's status as a disciple of LeMay. Yes, I shall arrange for additional personnel immediately. Hebbs promptly withdrew. Understanding the importance of the task at hand, the elderly figure deserved a stern reprimand. A magnificent black robe materialized in Kane's line of sight as Riddle gracefully emerged from the inner chamber, having lingered in the study for quite some time. Were it not for my current inability to appear publicly, he would not dare to act so brazenly, being a cunning fox for a millennium. Phoebus was merely engaging in trivial banter before Riddle, much to Riddle's displeasure. Nevertheless, I shall ensure the placement of my own personnel on Dragon Island, Kane resolved with conviction. Although Phoebus would not threaten his interests, he was quite capable of concealing certain matters from Kane. While it was not a matter of principle, Kane detested deceit. Consequently, he had already relayed a message to Barry Schmidt, who was in Germany, and Schmidt was now en route. Having previously navigated the Ministry of Magic, Schmidt was undoubtedly astute. Moreover, at merely 20 years of age, he was in the prime of his vigor and ambition. As for Leo and the others, they were occupied with recruiting the idle descendants of saints into the alliance and were temporarily unavailable. As long as you have arrangements in place, Riddle nodded, refraining from probing further into Kane's plans. The day of the black market's opening arrived. Kane and Riddle donned dark, flowing robes and masks to conceal their identities. In a sense, this attire had become the unspoken uniform of those who frequented the black market. Besides Kane and Riddle, Lucius and the elderly not also participated in this venture. Additionally, Phoebus personally led a team of 8 adept spellcasters, ready to provide support at any moment. Theodore expressed a desire to join, but Kane firmly declined. Acknowledging the inevitable dangers of this operation, Theodore ultimately remained on Dragon Island. Kane and Riddle, along with the others, split into a group and arrived at a dilapidated garden at the foot of the Wu mountain range. The garden was adorned with a myriad of statues depicting various goddesses, their visages worn and weathered by the passage of time, lending an air of desolation to the place. The ground was carpeted with decaying leaves, rustling softly underfoot. In the center stood a fountain, devoid of fresh water, overrun with algae and aquatic flora. This is the place. Kane pointed to a column beside the fountain, its top adorned with a lotus carving, at the center of which lay a green gemstone. According to Hebus's description, the emerald was the key to the black market. Lucius. Riddle halted Kane's attempt to approach. Lucius, true to his role as Voldemort's devoted servant over the years, adeptly exercised his initiative as a subordinate, reaching out to turn the green gemstone. In the next instant, the 4 vanished from their location. A dilapidated, narrow path appeared before them, at the end of which stood an old male wizard draped in tattered gray robes. He extended his gnarled hand, inspecting each member who had arrived at this place. Kane cast a glance over the old warlock's shoulder, where the black market lay hidden within a thick shroud of mist, only faint sounds discernible. Several invitations. The warlock opened his mouth, revealing a grim smile adorned with yellowed teeth. For invitations, here they are. Old Nate produced the invitations for 4 individuals and handed them to the warlock. The warlock scrutinized the invitations thoroughly, then peered at the group with his murky eyes. You may enter. Thus, the quartet ventured into the fog. In stark contrast to the bustling Diagon Alley, this place exuded an eerie silence. Cloaked wizards and non-wizards alike merely displayed their wares without uttering a word, silently observing the patrons of the black market, awaiting potential buyers to approach. However, the merchandise was quite an eye-opener for Kane. A lamenting horned beast cradling its young, a domesticated house elf, shackled and battered, a blue-skinned, numb-faced woman with pointed ears, and a bleeding dragon head, among other curiosities. Help! Save me! Suddenly, a heavily pregnant centaur woman broke free from her shackles and charged towards Kane in desperation. Lucius and old Nate swiftly positioned themselves between Kane and the approaching figure. Such audacity! The centaur's owner rushed forward, wielding a whip that he struck across the centaur's already bloodied legs, casting a dubious glance at Kane and his companions. It was well known that the centaur had been thoroughly subdued. She never dared to rebel, So what was it about these strangers that incited her defiance? Stop, Kane commanded, his voice raspy. Before entering the black market, he had transformed into an ordinary red-haired youth with a face full of freckles, his voice altered through a spell. Multiple layers of precautions were prudent. Kane prided himself on his meticulousness. Your command? The centaur's owner revealed a glimmer of greed in his narrowed eyes. I will buy this centaur. Chapter 72. Discovery of the Thieves' Den customer. She is not cheap. The centaur's owner rubbed his hands together as he stood by his stall. Name your price. Kane's hoarse voice echoed once more. Her name is Nancy. She is the most beautiful centaur in the tribe, though she is currently heavy with child. She possesses a unique charm. A short, rotund man leered at Kane, his small eyes filled with insinuation, clearly perceiving Kane as a patron with peculiar tastes. Less chatter. Just state your price. Old Nate barked, prompting the rotund man to comply with greater obedience. 3,000 galleons. He held up 3 stout fingers. Nonsense. She is not made of gold. 1,000 galleons. Take it or leave it. Old Nate was well versed in the art of negotiation, adhering to the principle of having the initial offer and then reducing it by at least 200. Dear customer, you are being exceedingly stingy. The tone of the diminutive man was laced with sarcasm. Just as old Nate was about to retort, he hesitated, concerned that he might disrupt Kane's plans, and turned to Kane with a questioning look. 1,000 gold gallons. Sell or not? There are plenty of horse people elsewhere. Kane feigned an intention to leave. Ah, dear guest. Please wait. The diminutive man interjected, positioning himself before the crowd. As Kane had stated, horse people were hardly in short supply. It was essentially a no-cost venture. 1,000 gold gallons was already a substantial amount for the diminutive man. Seeing your earnest desire, I shall incur a loss and let you take her for 1,000 gold gallons. He sighed repeatedly, as if the loss were a painful wound. Administer the antidote to her. Ignoring the diminutive man's theatrical display, Kane calmly instructed. Just a moment, esteemed connoisseur. The diminutive man roughly handed a brown vial to the female horseperson, who visibly regained some strength. Let us depart. After old Nate tossed a bag filled with gold gallons to the diminutive man, Kane cast a subtle glance at the female horseperson, signaling her to follow. Close your ears and listen. The group maneuvered around the collapsed stone house, momentarily evading the gaze of the onlookers. Thank you, friend of the horse people. Nancy knelt upon the ground, gazing up at Kane with profound gratitude. Friend of the horse people? Rydell's dark eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement as they turned to Kane. I have visited the horse people's tribe, Kane replied vaguely, aware of the presence of outsiders, making it imprudent to elaborate with Rydell. The chieftain of the horse people's tribe, Bane, had once gifted Kane a sculpture of horse people's crystal, stating that it symbolized their friendship. Nancy must have sensed the essence emanating from the crystal and instinctively sought Kane's aid. Where do you hail from? Kane inquired. I come from the redwood forest in southern England. One day, while out, I inadvertently fell unconscious and awoke confined in a small room with others of my kind. Recalling the torment she had endured, Nancy felt a wave of nausea. Thank goodness you rescued me. Otherwise, I would have been served as a meal. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Served as a meal? Kane was taken aback by the notion that intelligent magical beings were sought for consumption. Indeed, periodically, individuals seek out that fiend, purchasing magical creatures in large quantities, particularly those that are pregnant. Nancy shuddered violently. Are the horse people not exempt? Also, did that diminutive man come here with a prior agreement? Kane and Rydell exchanged knowing glances, both sensing something amiss. Yes, irrespective of species, priority is given to those that are pregnant. This is what I overheard previously. I remained here only because I was not yet with child. Nancy sorrowfully caressed her swollen belly, her thoughts drifting to her companion confined within the small dark room. It seemed we had finally unearthed the clues we sought. Kane's gaze sharpened suddenly. Among the dark wizards, a principle prevailed. The younger the child, the easier the plunder. Here, plunder referred to everything belonging to the children, including, but not limited to, their souls and flesh. Contemplating the preference for pregnant women, alongside those muggles who mysteriously possessed magical animal abilities, it was difficult not to connect the dots. Indeed, we must return. Riddle nodded in agreement. You stay here. We shall return shortly. Kane reassured the centaur woman, cautioning her to remain still. The group discreetly retraced their steps, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Hastening towards the stall of the short, squat man, timing proved more advantageous than mere early arrival. The four stood a short distance from the stall and immediately spotted a man of medium stature standing before it. The short, squat man eagerly gestured towards the pregnant magical creatures and sentient beings, his eyes slitting into a smile. Before long, the medium-sized man handed the squat man a bulging purse, and his underlings dutifully led away the magical animals. Subsequently, the medium-sized man swept through other stalls, acquiring a plethora of smuggled magical creatures without a hint of haggling. Kane and his companions cast invisibility charms upon themselves and quietly trailed the laden medium-sized man. The medium-sized man and his entourage, numbering over 10, exhibited remarkable caution, repeatedly performing counter-surveillance along their route. Fortunately, Kane and his group maintained a safe distance, remaining undetected. After approximately an hour, they ventured deep into the heart of the Ushan mountain range. A fleeting realization flickered in Kane's eyes, burdened by so many pregnant magical creatures. The thieves could not have ventured far. Yet, none anticipated that the thieves' stronghold would brazenly manifest within the depths of the Ushan mountains. Kane retrieved his communicator, dispatching messages to the incoming Hebus and others, instructing them to remain on standby within the mountain's core. Old Knot and Lucius led the way, with Kane and Riddle bringing up the rear, as the four entered the dim, narrow entrance one after another. Torches flickered on either side of the passage, casting an eerie blue glow that rendered the shadows of the medium-sized man's party monstrous upon the walls. After traversing the passage for about half an hour, a cavern capable of housing hundreds emerged before them, the air filled with the cacophony of anguished screams. Despite having previously taken lives with his own hands, Kane found himself gasping for breath, overwhelmed by the thick stench of blood before him. The scene within the cavern resembled a hellish inferno, with countless corpses of magical creatures and severed human limbs strewn about, blood dripping incessantly and pooling into a small river of crimson upon the ground. Kane beheld the gruesome sight of a centaur with its abdomen cruelly dissected. The milky film coating its eyes indicated that it had long since succumbed to death. Startled by fear, Lucius instinctively took a step back, inadvertently causing a small stone to roll away beneath his foot. An ambush. Chapter 73. Capture. With a sudden stomp upon the ground, a horned man precipitated a cascade of loose rocks from the mountaintop. This horned figure clearly possessed greater prowess than the rhinoceros man Kane had previously encountered. Exchanging a knowing glance with Riddle, they charged forth without hesitation, intent on subduing their adversaries. Whirling blossoms of 10,000 trees, Kane brandished his wand, unleashing a multitude of vines that ensnared and pierced the advancing foes. Riddle, more direct in his approach, unleashed a lethal green light that spared none in its path. Old Knot, resembling a melee mage, brazenly engaged his enemies head-on. Lucius, lacking in individual combat strength, opted for agility, positioning himself behind the trio to strike at opportune moments. Before long, Hebs and his companions arrived, promptly joining the fray. Although the opposing forces lacked magical abilities, the majority of them, having undergone enhancements, inherited the formidable magical resistance of magical creatures. Coupled with the sheer number of non-humans being several times greater than Kane and his allies, the situation descended into chaos. Fortunately, Kane and Riddle, the frontline attackers, proved effective, swiftly turning the tide of battle in their favor. "I'll fight with you," bellowed a man with lizard-like eyes, a crimson glint flashing within his gaze. "Get back." Kane suddenly sensed a turbulent energy. This lizard-eyed man intended to self-destruct. In the next moment, a tremendous explosion erupted, obliterating the lizard-eyed man into a spray of blood. Witnessing this, some of the foes followed suit, resorting to self-detonation. The cavern trembled, the panicked cries of magical creatures drowned beneath the crimson mist of the explosions. As the cacophony subsided, Kane employed a whirlwind to clear the murky remnants within the cave. A significant portion of those lying on makeshift stone beds, awaiting transformation, had been caught in the blast, suffering injuries of varying severity. Of the non-human faction involved in this skirmish, aside from the over 20 who chose self-destruction and the 50 or so directly slain by Riddle and the others, only 30 or more remained alive, bound by Kane's vines. "Is everyone all right?" Kane surveyed Hebs and the others. "Cough, cough. It's not too severe," Hebs replied, wiping the blood from his brow. Although the wizards had managed to shield themselves in time, they were still unable to completely evade the successive waves of explosions. Many had sustained injuries, but all remained within manageable limits. "You all have worked hard this time. Upon our return, each of you shall receive 500 galleons." Kane first reassured his subordinates, and then exchanged a meaningful glance with Hebus. Perceptive to the unspoken cues, Hebus willingly descended to distribute calming potions among the subordinates and others present. Delving into the depths of the mind, Kane chose a man adorned with red feathered eyelashes, invading the recesses of his consciousness. Curiously, despite appearing to be a fully grown man of at least 30 years, the memories within his mind were as disordered and chaotic as those of a mere 3-year-old child. What could be the reason for this? Noticing the unusual expression on Kane's face, Riddle promptly inquired. His thoughts were consumed solely by food, plundering, and play. Kane relayed the contents of his vision to Riddle without embellishment. "Ha ha ha. Do not think you can extract anything from us. It is all in vain." The medium-statured man, filled with animosity from their previous encounter at the black market, glared at Kane and his entourage. It seemed that he had at least achieved the status of a minor leader here. Observing the man's reaction, Kane produced a truth serum without hesitation. It would be remiss not to elicit some information from him, considering he had so willingly presented himself. ignoring the medium-statured man's struggles. Old Knot took the serum from Kane's hand and forcefully administered it to him. Meanwhile, Phoebus, busy tending to his subordinates, shot a discreet glare at Old Knot. "Huh, sycophant," eager to impress the young master. "He is beneath contempt." Lucius shared similar sentiments, feeling his position as Kane's most trusted confidant was in jeopardy. "Your name," Kane said lightly, stepping on some gravel as two elegantly simple chairs materialized before them, and he and Riddle took their seats. "Thompson Brown," the medium-statured man stammered, his face turning crimson, yet the words slipped out nonetheless. "What kind of magical creature has been implanted within you?" Despite lacking any characteristics of a magical creature, Brown appeared to be an ordinary man, an invisible beast. The sparse hair on Brown's head bristled as if rebelling against the truth, yet he could not resist. "Who transformed you into this?" Kane cut to the crux of the matter. "Pah, you pretentious beasts. It is you freaks who captured us and turned us into this monstrosity. You all deserve to rot in hell." Brown screamed hoarsely. It appeared that the true mastermind was undoubtedly a wizard, though he remained oblivious to their actual identity. Upon hearing Brown's vehement words, Kane probed deeper into his mind, revealing only a shadow cloaked in black robes, the figure never having shown its true face. "What is the intention behind transforming you in such a manner?" Riddle asked, furrowing his brow. "To kill and to rob." "Ha ha ha. You already knew that." Although Brown laughed, his eyes were reddened, as if tears were imminent. "Where are the other magical creatures and muggles used for the transformations?" Kane harbored doubts about the notion that what was observed within the cave encompassed the entirety of the truth. Following the narrow path to the right, and turning the candelabra affixed to the wall, they found themselves ensnared. "Hebs, take your men to investigate, but exercise caution," Kane instructed. Having absorbed Brown's words, "Are there other experimental sites akin to this cave?" Kane inquired further. "I do not know," came the response. "Aside from the figure in the black robe, have you communicated with anyone else?" Riddle added. "No, my only contact has been with the person in the black robe." Through a series of inquiries, Kane began to grasp the unfolding events. The figure in the black robe had abducted Brown and his companions from the Muggle realm, subjecting them to transformations in an attempt to manifest certain abilities of magical creatures within ordinary individuals. These transformed beings were then utilized to plunder both Muggles and wizards, amassing wealth in a vicious cycle. However, the likelihood of surviving the transformation was dismally low, with only a fraction managing to endure. Moreover, during their plundering endeavors, they predominantly targeted Muggles. Yet, they remained oblivious to the true identity of their orchestrator and the ultimate destination of the amassed wealth. "Has everything been recorded?" Kane inquired, casting a glance towards Lucius. "The evidence against this group has been meticulously documented, my lord," Lucius replied, presenting the crystal orb with utmost reverence. Chapter 74. The Norman Gant debut plan. Kane accepted the crystal orb and handed it to Riddle. "For me?" Riddle queried, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed. Is this not an excellent opportunity for Norman Gant to emerge before the public?" Kane asserted, locking eyes with Riddle. He had firmly resolved to leverage this incident to grant Riddle a legitimate chance to present himself to the masses. "With this alone, my lord, you could easily earn a third-class Merlin award." Lucius instinctively began to address Riddle as master, but upon detecting Riddle's piercing gaze, quickly altered his tone to flatter. "Yes, indeed." Preempted by Lucius, the elder Knot could only nod along awkwardly. Kane observed with a silent smile. Given the incompetence of the ministry, they would only dare to label this as a case of magical creature smuggling. "Nothing more," he remarked. Riddle clearly shared Kane's sentiments. The ministry was composed of inept individuals who would never dare to disclose the extensive harm inflicted upon Muggles in this affair. Lucius, too, recognized the character of those in the ministry and fell silent, a forced smile on his face. "No matter, this is merely a pretext for your public appearance," Kane stated. "You see things clearly." "Kane," Riddle beamed at him. "Did you notice? His offspring is indeed exceptional." "Lucius, old Nate, why can people be so hypocritical? However, how did they succeed in their transformation?" Kane deliberately prevented Lucius from recording this query. It is worth noting that the notes left by Slytherin contained failed experiments on implanting the bloodline of magical creatures into wizards. From Brown's memories, Kane learned that the man in the black robe regularly supplied Brown with potions while also taking away the stolen wealth. After Brown and his associates performed their alterations, individuals would be immersed in water infused with the potion, significantly increasing the likelihood of successful transformations. "I have a fair idea of what they are using," Riddle remarked, lightly twirling his fingers. "Master, we found it," Riddle announced just as Hebus hurried back, out of breath. "What is it?" Kane observed that Hebus did not appear to be injured. "It's just unbearable," Hebus replied, still shaken. The overwhelming stench from the multitude of people and magical creatures crammed into a cage-like space was suffocating, and he had been holding his breath. "Take us to see." Kane gestured for old Nate and the others to keep an eye on the people in the cave as he and Riddle made their way to the hiding place. True to Hebus's words, the odor was indeed foul. Muggles and magical creatures were huddled together like prisoners, with the ground littered with excrement. Regardless of whether they were human or magical creatures, upon the arrival of Kane and his companions, they could only shrink back. Their expressions numb, having long since resigned themselves to their impending fate. Old Nate, take them to a more open area for supervision, Kane said, struggling to endure the filth. Kane, come here. My suspicion was correct, Riddle declared, having detected a familiar scent, and proceeded down a narrow path deeper into the cave. Coming. Kane signaled for Old Nate and the others to cooperate, and followed Riddle's lead. After about 10 minutes of walking, they encountered a narrow opening and stepped outside. The long-lost sunlight bathed Kane, dispelling much of the chill brought on by the inhumane beings. Look here, Riddle pointed to a patch of plants emanating a blue-purple haze. What is this? Kane realized he had never seen such a plant before. This is bloodvine. Do not approach it too closely. It is highly toxic, Riddle cautioned, preventing Kane from getting too near. Bloodvine. Kane understood that Riddle had his reasons for mentioning it. Bloodvine originally came from Africa, but due to its extreme toxicity, which caused the accidental deaths of numerous cattle and sheep, the African Ministry of Magic organized a concerted effort to eradicate it. Have you observed the pale yellow stamen at the center of the bloodvine? That is its mouth. Once bitten by the bloodvine, one will instantly be ensnared by its venom. However, it possesses another remarkable characteristic. Its toxin serves, to a certain extent, as an exquisite balancing agent, seamlessly merging two disparate substances. Riddle implied as much. Therefore, the potion provided to Brown by the man in the black robe must be the essence of the bloodvine. Kane realized with clarity, it readily dissolves in blood, balancing toxicity with the body's immune functions. No wonder they succeeded in their transformations. Yet, the toxicity of the bloodvine is insurmountable. Over time, it gradually invades the brain, leading to memory loss and even a regression in intelligence. Kane astutely deduced, connecting this to the traits of those who had been subjected to soul extraction in the cave. Indeed, as their lives draw to a close, this toxin has long since permeated their organs, and the bloodvine's venom reveals another facet, rebellion. Two sides of the same coin. A form of balance in its own right, is it not? Riddle spoke matter-of-factly of the fate that befell the transformed individuals. As for the transformations conducted on the wizards, how could the might of a wizard be balanced by such a trivial bloodvine? Riddle also elucidated the reasons behind the failure to infuse magical creature blood into wizards. Upon hearing this, Kane found himself at a loss, unsure whether to express sympathy for Brown's plight or to lament the tragedy of it. Perhaps Brown himself was unaware that the true culprit behind his grotesque transformation was flourishing not far from him. In the end, Brown became the very type of person he despised, turning from victim to perpetrator, assisting the wizards in their modifications of muggles. Notify the Ministry of Magic. It seems our affairs have reached a temporary conclusion, and it is time for them to come and tidy up the mess, Kane declared as he turned. The warm sunlight once again swallowed by the coldness of the cave. Young master, we have made a new discovery. Old Knot eagerly approached, eager to report. Oh, lead us to it, Riddle replied with a nod. Gentlemen, please observe. There is a symbol here, Old Knot said, moving to a corner and pointing at a subtle emblem. Had he not turned around abruptly, he might have overlooked it entirely. Kane and Riddle leaned in closer, and a close-up image of a thunderhorn appeared before them, with the words Heavenly Principle inscribed below. Could it be that their organization is called the Heavenly Principle Society? Lucius was the first to inquire. What else could it be? Surely, we cannot allow the two Slytherins present to pose such an uninspired question, he boasted, firmly believing in his role as Riddle's most loyal acolyte. Perhaps, Kane remarked, glancing at Lucius, who suddenly radiated with a newfound vigor for reasons unknown. He etched the emblem deeply into his memory, the Heavenly Principle sect. He would not forget it. Very well, Hebs, please notify the Ministry of Magic, Kane instructed as he concluded his directives to Hebs, allowing Lucius and Old Knot to depart ahead. Do Norman and Gunter know each other? Naturally, they could not be acquainted. Chapter 75. Arrangements in place the following day, on Dragon Island. The end of February heralded the blossoming of the spring flowers, their delicate forms swaying gracefully in the breeze. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, evoking a myriad of thoughts. Kane and Riddle sat opposite one another, savoring their afternoon tea, relishing a moment of tranquility amid life's bustle. As anticipated, Riddle carelessly tossed aside the letter from Lucius onto the table, sipping absently from his orange-hued brew. Those inept fools at the ministry dare only to declare this a grave case of magical creature smuggling. They have begun to pressure me to attend the ceremony for the Merlin Award. Kane too had received correspondence from the ministry. Oh, may I inquire whom you have invited? Riddle asked nonchalantly. Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Landon. Aunt Narcissa and Draco will accompany Lucius. Initially, Kane had not intended to invite Dumbledore. However, extending an unexpected invitation to Professor Landon seemed equally inappropriate, given the lack of overt association between them. Thus, he decided to include them all. If memory serves, The recipient is entitled to 5 invitations. Riddle's eyes narrowed, the orange tea swirling lightly. Indeed. Then may I request an invitation for myself, Mr. Gunter? Kane had purposely refrained from mentioning Riddle's name earlier. Since there is no other pressing matter, I shall accompany you. Riddle elegantly set down his teacup, epitomizing insincerity. His mood transformed from the shadows of exclusion to the joy of being specifically invited by Kane. Even the spring flowers outside seemed to shine brighter in his eyes. It appears our stay on Dragon Island will not be prolonged, Riddle lamented, realizing that their tranquil life together was drawing to a close. This island belongs to our Slytherin family. We can return whenever we wish, Kane replied candidly. Once I complete the re-engraving of the protective array, we shall set forth back to Hogwarts. Kane solidified their return timeline, yet before departure, he had 2 matters to clarify. 3 days hence, after completing the array's engraving, Kane summoned Hebs and Barry to the study. Hebs, I shall depart for Hogwarts tomorrow, and after I leave, you will oversee affairs on Dragon Island. Kane addressed Hebs first. Rest assured, young master, I shall manage Dragon Island diligently. Such incidents as before shall not recur, Hebs repeatedly affirmed. Excellent. But we must continue to pursue matters regarding destined discreetly. Furthermore, considering the immense burden of managing the entire island alone, it seems rather arduous. This is Barry. Henceforth, let him guide you as your assistant. Kane deftly transitioned the conversation, introducing Barry to her bus. Mr. Will, it is an honor to finally meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Barry extended a hand of friendship towards her bus. Not at all. You are the individual recommended by the young master. We shall assist one another. Her bus, with his seemingly simple demeanor, quickly donned a warm smile. Those present understood that Kane's dissatisfaction with her bus prompted the placement of Barry as a safeguard against any potential concealment. However, everyone was adept at maintaining appearances, so the atmosphere in the study remained harmonious. The following morning, Kane, Riddle, and Theodore were set to embark on their journey home. Roar, roar. The black dragons of Dragon Island resounded in unison, bidding farewell to Kane. The largest among them, Adeline, gracefully descended before Kane, her bat-like wings beating steadily. Roar, protector. Are you leaving already, having just arrived? Adeline nuzzled Kane's palm with her massive head. In the dragon's perception, a fortnight felt merely like a fleeting moment. I promise to visit again when I have the time. Kane assured her of a future encounter. Roar, allow me to accompany you. I assure you, I fly swiftly and steadily. Moreover, my scales have just been polished, exquisite and smooth. Feel for yourself. Adeline raised her head, striking what she deemed the most impressive pose. Roar, come aboard. She insisted, perplexed. Shouldn't humans immediately light up with excitement at the sight of dragons and eagerly climb aboard? Hurry up. I, the noble black dragon queen, have humbled myself. Why the delay? Coming. Kane waved helplessly at her bus. Originally, the plan was for her bus to escort them home, but given Adeline's commanding presence, a change of dragons became unavoidable. Wait, I wish to join as well. Sophia's gaze flickered, primarily concerned for Adeline's safe return. Do not misconstrue her intentions. Her bus silently commended his daughter. The melancholy of parting, a catalyst for deepening emotions, splendidly executed. Kane, oblivious to the nuances, what is she scheming? Is Adeline truly utilizing her protection? Riddle interjected, please refrain from involving my dear son. Thank you. Let us depart. Kane gently patted Adeline's neck, whispering, Roar, take flight. With a sudden leap, Adeline soared towards the heavens. Roar, roar. Upon hearing the calls of the other black dragons on the island, Kane felt a wave of apprehension. Did it not sound as if they were urging him to leave post-haste? Kane's gaze fixated on the soaring Adeline, growing increasingly convinced that the black dragons on Dragon Island had long suffered due to Adeline. As if sensing Kane's lingering resentment, Adeline suddenly tilted her body, her flight becoming erratic, tears falling like rain from her kin. Kane silently scoffed to himself. Look, there's a dragon rider in the sky, exclaimed a freshly released Hufflepuff, pointing excitedly at the heavens, prompting the students of Hogwarts to stretch their necks in curiosity. A resounding roar echoed across the sky. Adeline flapped her wings, deliberately circling several times above Hogwarts to fully display her majestic form. The students enthusiastically applauded, transforming the scene into an idle meet and greet, filled with fervor. All right, Adeline, come down swiftly, Kane interjected, his expression darkening. Understood, understood, Adeline replied somewhat reluctantly as she descended towards Hogwarts. The students, upon seeing Kane dismount from the black dragon, eagerly rushed towards him. Kane intended to graciously extend his hand and say, Thank you for your hard work, comrades. However, in the next moment, he was relieved he had not yet acted, as the students surged past him, flocking around Adeline, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Can I touch you? Cedric, leading the charge, looked at her as if he had encountered an unparalleled beauty. Kane thought to himself, so this is the real Cedric. Go ahead, feel free, Adeline replied, casting a triumphant glance at Kane before nodding at Cedric. Wow, let me touch her too. Me too. Once the first brave soul stepped forward, the crowd erupted like a frenzy, all reaching out towards Adeline. Chapter 76. Collaboration. After sending Riddle away, Kane proactively made his way to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. The professors who were meant to be there had already arrived, evidently waiting for Kane's arrival. Kane, how did things go on Dragon Island? Dumbledore inquired directly, his tone serious. The matters concerning Dragon Island were not merely the affairs of the Weasley family. They pertained to the entirety of the British magical community, as Dragon Island had a direct influence on its overall strength, which left no room for Dumbledore to be nonchalant. The ecology of the Heshidalai Islands has returned to normal. However, we encountered a gang that was poaching dragon eggs, Kane revealed, not concealing any details from Dumbledore. In this matter concerning Dragon Island, Kane and Dumbledore had no conflicting interests. Kane was confident that if Dumbledore were to learn of wizards conducting experiments on muggles, he would be even more anxious, given Dumbledore's long-standing advocacy for the protection of muggles. Furthermore, he could leverage Dumbledore's connections to unearth the culprits more swiftly. The Church of Natural Law. Dumbledore furrowed his brow deeply, and the expressions of the professors surrounding him were equally grim. Unbeknownst to him, a new malevolent force had emerged within the British magical community. Behold, this is their emblem. With a flick of Kane's wand, the insignia of the Heavenly Principles sect materialized before them. The implications were dire. It appeared that the puppeteer behind this was harboring grand ambitions. A chill swept through Dumbledore's blue eyes. Such audacity. Kane, I am grateful for your timely revelation. My dear boy. Dumbledore's gaze softened as he regarded Kane. This child is unlike Tom. He possesses a moral compass and understands compassion. Perhaps there are matters he ought to relinquish. Dumbledore, we must conduct a thorough investigation. This is utterly abhorrent. To Kane's surprise, it was Snape who first spoke up. Professor Snape is correct. We must pursue this matter relentlessly, echoed Professors McGonagall and Flitwick in agreement. Rest assured, I shall look into it, Dumbledore responded solemnly. The consensus among the group was to continue the pursuit of the investigation, and for the time being, this matter was put on hold. The topic of the Ministry of Magic was conspicuously absent from their discussions, as it was widely acknowledged that the Ministry was more of a hindrance than a help. By the way, Headmaster, Professors, the Ministry has invited me to attend the ceremony for the Merlin Medal in 3 days. And I would like to extend the invitation to all of you, Kane mentioned after addressing an important issue. Upon hearing his words, the professor's expressions visibly softened. Indeed, this is not merely a personal honor but also one for Hogwarts, Dumbledore remarked, stroking his beard. I am proud of you. Professor McGonagall's emotions were palpable, radiating a sense of pride akin to that of a parent watching their child grow. Professors Black and Flitwick also smiled in agreement, affirming their intent to attend. Since you have extended the invitation, I shall reluctantly accept, Snape began to say, but Kane interjected. Professor Snape, please do not feel obliged. We have sufficient representation. He nearly voiced his intention not to include Snape at all. Snape's countenance darkened visibly, and he shot a fierce glare at Kane. The other professors, sensing the tension, averted their gazes, avoiding eye contact with Snape. Humph, I still have a precious potion to brew and truly cannot spare the time. You may go, Snape retorted, forcing the words out before sweeping away in a huff. You, my dear, Professor McGonagall remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation as she glanced at Kane. This child holds a grudge too strongly. Look at Snape's sour expression. Why are you following me? After exiting Dumbledore's office, Kane trailed closely behind Professor Black. Is it not my intention to have a heart-to-heart with the teacher? Kane swiftly donned an innocent smile. You've matured and are capable of making your own decisions. So why still seek me out? Grindelwald huffed, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his demeanor. To his astonishment, he had learned of the events on Dragon Island alongside Dumbledore and the others. This position as a teacher felt devoid of any uniqueness. He ought to recognize the caliber of his disciple. Such trivial matters could scarcely perplex him. Realizing Grindelwald was being somewhat petty, Kane hastily sought to mend the situation. In the realm of navigating prideful personalities, Kane was nothing short of a master. After all, he was surrounded by a plethora of such individuals. Come in, he beckoned. Upon hearing this, Grindelwald's expression softened considerably. Professor, there are other matters I wish to discuss with you, but I have not found the opportunity until now. Kane remarked as he settled into his seat. Speak, Grindelwald urged with an impatient gesture. Go on, for you have my support in all endeavors. Are you aware of the Owl Court? Kane ventured, tentatively. What? Have they approached you? Grindelwald paused, his gaze sharpening momentarily. Do you recall our conversation about events from 12 years ago? Dumbledore was present then, and I was uncertain of his connection to the Owl Court, which is why I concealed certain details. Upon witnessing Grindelwald's reaction, Kane discerned that he too had encountered the Owl Court. Your caution was warranted, Dumbledore. Ah, Grindelwald affirmed Kane's approach, only to be reminded of his own entanglements with Dumbledore and the Owl Court, which soured his mood. Please, continue. It transpired that Kane recounted the events from 12 years prior in their entirety. Such audacity, daring to target my disciple, Grindelwald exclaimed, his aura suddenly radiating menace, causing the ground beneath them to fracture. In that instant, Kane felt as though he were a mere muggle, powerless before a ferocious beast poised to strike. Was this the oppressive presence of a high wizard? At that moment, Kane's resolve to surpass Grindelwald intensified. The individuals from the Owl Court were indeed like rats in a sewer, lurking amidst refuse to create mischief. With a wave of his hand, Grindelwald restored the ground to its original state. Professor, what is your connection with the Owl Court? Kane mused, sensing an unsettling link between the two. Chapter 77, Secrets. For additional updates, thank you for your support. Years ago, Grindelwald's thoughts were drawn back to a time long past. It was in Godric's Hollow that I first met Dumbledore. United by our shared ideals, we swiftly became close friends of like mind. In our exuberant youth, we joined the Owl Court, where we acquired a wealth of novel knowledge while tirelessly striving towards our shared ideals. Those were the happiest days of my life. Grindelwald's features softened involuntarily, even the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Soon thereafter, however, I found myself at odds with Dumbledore. I chose the path of the greatest cause, while he began to advocate for Muggles, leading us down divergent and irrevocable paths. Ultimately, we resolved to engage in a final battle to the death. Yet, during this climactic confrontation, the Owl Court allied with Dumbledore and ambushed me, even attempting to take my life. Ironically, Dumbledore ultimately chose to stand before me, insisting that I be spared, the price being my eternal imprisonment in Nurmengard. Upon hearing such a profound revelation, Kane was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the shadow of the Owl Court looming over the first generation of dark wizards. In the solitude of my daily confinement in Nurmengard, I came to understand many truths. Indeed, numerous events between Dumbledore and myself bore the fingerprints of the Owl Court. Even Ariana. Grindelwald hesitated, ultimately refraining from divulging the incident that led to their rift to Kane. Professor Nicholas had once remarked that the Owl Court sought to manipulate the trajectory of the magical world. Kane recalled his previous conversation with Nicholas. Far more than that. Those sewer rats aspired to domesticate the entire wizarding realm. Grindelwald calmly disclosed a revelation that could shatter the very foundations of understanding. Domestication? Kane instinctively furrowed his brow. What exactly did the Owl Court perceive wizards to be? They merely wished to confine themselves to a corner, allowing wizards to live out their mundane lives as mere frogs in a well. The moment they sensed anyone attempting to leap out of the simmering pot of the wizarding world, they would stop at nothing to extinguish that restless frog. Grindelwald pointed to himself and then to Kane. Clearly, in the eyes of the Owl Court, both Kane and Grindelwald were deemed the restless frogs. That International Confederation of Wizard Secrecy Act was undoubtedly concocted by the Owl Court, Kane suddenly realized. Indeed, they orchestrated it from the shadows. Furthermore, the members of the Owl Court are adept at concealing their identities. Perhaps one day, the inconspicuous waiter beside you during a meal may very well be one of them. Grindelwald remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Professor, is it possible that the former grandeur of the saints could not rid us of the Owl Court? Kane inquired further. Well aware that Grindelwald's saints once spanned the entirety of Europe, I had once attempted to challenge the upper echelons of the Owl Court, and they had acquiesced. They dispatched an individual, whose face I could not discern. All I knew was that he was youthful and formidable. I soon found myself vanquished by this person. Grindelwald was momentarily reminded of the humiliation he had endured at that time. Master, could it be that this individual has ascended to the rank of a grand sorcerer? Grindelwald, without a doubt, was a high-ranking wizard, and one who could so easily defeat him must surely be of grand sorcerer caliber, or perhaps even more. Grindelwald spoke with a profound significance. Suddenly, as his words lingered in the air, a thunderous clap echoed, and a bolt of lightning sliced through the sky, swiftly enveloping it in dark clouds. Kane gazed at the sudden lightning and recalled the grim reaper he had once encountered. Perhaps what Grindelwald truly wished to convey was that a deity lurked behind the Owl Court. The fierce wind outside rustled the branches, violently whipping the icy rain against the windows with a cacophony of sound. Both men fell into a contemplative silence, instinctively gazing out at the torrential rain. Once again, Kane felt that the world had transformed from the one he had once known. The future now loomed uncertain, and he would have to make his own choices regarding the path ahead. By the way, Master, do you believe that Headmaster Dumbledore still holds a place within the Owl Court? Kane's voice broke through the oppressive quiet. Grindelwald shook his head. Albus knows no less than I. He has long seen through the true faces of those individuals. Kane understood, realizing why Dumbledore had acquiesced to Grindelwald's presence at Hogwarts. Everything began to make sense. It turned out that Dumbledore had also come to comprehend the actions taken by the Owl Court over the years. After Grindelwald emerged from Nurmengard, he sought out Dumbledore, and the two conversed at length. Yet, some events, once set in motion, could not be undone. Did Dumbledore not discuss any conditions with you? In any case, Grindelwald was a figure of considerable influence, and Kane could not believe that Dumbledore would remain entirely unguarded. "You are quite astute," Grindelwald remarked, playfully giving Kane a light tap on the head. "Master, you are being too rough." Kane feigned injury, exclaiming in mock pain. "Enough of the theatrics." Grindelwald chuckled at Kane's antics. "Now, please continue." With Grindelwald's demeanor brightening, Kane felt a sense of relief. He had sacrificed his dignity for the sake of entertainment. "Dumbledore and I agreed that neither of us could impose our thoughts upon you. Your decisions are solely yours to make." Kane was momentarily taken aback, then felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Given Grindelwald's understanding of Dumbledore, he knew that Dumbledore would be heavily cautious, obstructing any of his intentions. Dumbledore harbored a profound fear regarding Grindelwald's radical ideologies being instilled in Kane. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that Ermengarde could not truly contain Grindelwald. It would be more prudent to keep him within close proximity, thus preventing any potential disturbances. Both men, laden with mutual apprehensions, agreed not to interfere with Kane's affairs. It is evident that this pact was originally proposed by Grindelwald, for who would not cherish their own disciple? "Professor, there is another matter," Kane said, pursing his lips with a hint of hesitation. "Is it about your rather unrefined father?" Grindelwald seemed to possess an uncanny foresight. "You have anticipated correctly," Kane replied awkwardly. "I shall enlighten you on the manner of forming a blood pact, yet I must also convey that even such a bond may one day be severed." Grindelwald spoke with a weighty sincerity. "Rest assured, Professor, regardless of what the future holds, I do not regret my choices at this moment. Should there come a time when the blood pact is indeed compromised, I shall not hesitate to act," Kane declared resolutely. Chapter 78. Sniff Sniff Cheers. In Hagrid's hut, the Slytherin trio and the Gryffindor trio gathered in joyous revelry around the hearth, indulging in a lively hot pot feast. "Harry, Rollo, mind your posture," Hermione coughed lightly, attempting to instill a touch of decorum in her friends. Upon hearing Hermione's admonishment, both Harry and Rollo turned a shade of green. "Here we go again. Is it possible that they were originally boys and need not conform to feminine ideals?" Ha. No matter how many times Draco witnessed this scene, he could not suppress a laugh. Harry and Rollo shot him an indignant glare, which only elicited a louder bout of laughter from him. Kane and Theodore also struggled to contain their amusement. "Harry, hasn't Madame Pomfrey mentioned how long it will take for you two to return to normal?" Kane inquired curiously. Logically, it should not have taken this long. The number of caterpillars he had added to the polyjuice potion was minimal, and the transformation effect should have concluded within a month. Why were they still in this state? Madame Pomfrey initially stated it would take a month for a natural recovery, but then it became 2 months, and eventually, she admitted she was uncertain. Harry expressed his vexation. He was thoroughly weary of this enforced masquerade as a girl and longed for a swift return to his former self. "Well, it's not so bad," Rollo began to say, but upon meeting Harry's mournful gaze, she hastily altered her words. "You see, Kane, during this period, Rollo has received comprehensive care from Mrs. Weasley," Hermione teased. "My mother merely fears I might crumble under the pressure," Rollo replied, somewhat embarrassed. Lately, she had become the center of attention within the Weasley household, with Ginny prioritizing her in all matters. This sensation was one she had never experienced before. While in the infirmary, have you ever encountered Professor Snape? A spark of realization illuminated Kane's mind. Almost every time I accompanied Harry to the infirmary, we would spot Professor Snape. Rollo appeared equally puzzled. Had the old bat ever been so free? Now he seemed even more formidable. Harry nodded in agreement, expressing his lingering trepidation. The gaze of Professor Snape upon Harry mirrored that of a malevolent dragon guarding its treasure. Hermione stifled a laugh, her lips covered. "Harry," she called in a ghostly tone. "Come, eat some white fungus, it's nourishing." Hermione quickly feigned nonchalance, leaving Harry in a state of indecision regarding whether to eat or not. Kane became increasingly convinced that the root cause of Harry's untransformed state was undoubtedly that old coot Snape, though he remained curious about how Snape had persuaded Madame Pomfrey to buy him time. After everyone had their fill, Hagrid entered the small hut, announcing he had a surprise for them. "What do you think this is?" Hagrid emerged with a large wicker basket, lined with a thick cushion, atop which lay 6 fluffy little creatures. They were nifflers. Kane approached with delight, eager to pet them. However, as soon as he reached out, a smaller black niffler immediately seized his finger and climbed up his arm to perch on his shoulder, swinging playfully to reach the blue moon pendant around his neck. "Little one, you can't have this," Kane said, ignoring the niffler's desperate and heartbroken gaze as he tucked the pendant into his clothing. "Stick with me, and you'll have gold galleons every day." With a flourish, Kane produced a galleon before the niffler, and its small, bean-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Squeak! The little creature swiftly stuffed the galleon into its belly pouch, then patted its diminutive chest and pointed at Kane. "All right, since you've agreed, I shall name you." Kane, in high spirits, realized that even nifflers bowed to the allure of wealth. "By the way, Hagrid, is this little one a gentleman or a lady?" Kane inquired. "Oh, Yours is a lady, Hagrid replied with a cheerful grin. What about mine? Draco had chosen a rotund niffler, currently struggling to manage another niffler that was tugging at its hair. There was little that could be done, after all. Draco's hair was so waxed that it shone brilliantly in the sunlight, capturing the niffler's undivided attention. And mine, the others chimed in, each having selected a niffler, surrounding Hagrid with eager questions. Little one, I shall name you Blackie, Kane decided, observing the creature's glossy black fur, bestowing upon it a name of distinct charm. Squeak. Squeak, squeak. The niffler danced with exuberance. It appears you quite enjoy the name I bestowed upon you, Kane said with a sense of satisfaction. The little creature, G, let out a howl towards the heavens, turning its rear end toward Kane, as if exclaiming, I'm tired, let it be destruction. Kane, you can't possibly be serious? Hermione remarked with a peculiar gaze directed at Kane. Isn't this name rather splendid? Kane retorted without a hint of awareness. Well, Hermione interjected, the name-giving is truly lacking. Haven't you noticed that even the niffler seems to be devoid of interest? How about we call it Boppy instead? She suggested tentatively. G. The little creature perched on Kane sprang into action, excitedly pointing at Hermione. It seems it favors this name. Hermione gently stroked Boppy's small head. Very well, then. We shall call it Boppy, Kane said, somewhat regretfully. He still believed that the name Hi-Hay was both striking and grounded, but alas, the little creature lacked discernment. Then my little one shall be named Bambi, Draco declared proudly, raising his small head. Boppy and Bambi sound like two brothers. Hagrid, where did you find these nifflers? Hermione inquired, calming down after her excitement. I discovered them in the Forbidden Forest on a rainy day. They were on the brink of starvation, and their parents were most likely no longer around, Hagrid said, looking fondly at the little creatures who had each found their owners. How tragic, Hermione said, feeling maternal as she gently patted the head of the niffler she had chosen, Star. Harry, come over here. Kane beckoned to Harry while the others were engaged in a contest of whose niffler was cuter. The two moved away in silent understanding. This is for you, Kane said, producing 2 photographs from his ring. This as Harry stared in disbelief at the photographs in his hands. You met my parents 12 years ago. What were they like? Harry's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. They were wonderful. Your mother was very gentle, Kane said, gazing at Harry with kindness as he recounted his previous encounter with the couple, omitting any mention of Anna. How marvelous, Harry mused, as though he could envision his parents himself. They loved you dearly, Kane assured him. Thank you, Kane. This is the most wonderful gift I have ever received. Harry's eyes sparkled with tears. If you truly wish to thank me, might you spare a vial of your blood? Just a small amount will suffice, Kane suggested. Much like a wolf enticing a little rabbit. What? Harry instinctively took a step back. Is it too late to retract my gratitude? Chapter 79, New Discoveries, 8th Floor, Room of Requirement. You rascal, what brings you here uninvited? Speak, what is it this time? Ravenclaw discerned at a glance that Kane had a request of significance. Your insight is remarkable, she remarked. Kane subtly touched the tear mark at the corner of his right eye. Helena, would you mind stepping out for a moment? He suggested, noting Helena's wide-eyed eagerness for gossip. Mother, look at him, Helena cooed. Speak freely. There is nothing Helena cannot know. Ravenclaw unabashedly favored her daughter. Kane tentatively ventured to mention the keyword, the crown. After all, you urged me to bring it up. What? How did you come across the crown? Do you know where it is? Upon hearing the word crown, Helena became animated. She had long felt guilty for losing her mother's crown, and Kane's mention of it stirred her emotions. Calm yourself, my child, Ravenclaw said gently, gazing at Helena. Mother, Helena, the crown shall never hold more importance than you, Ravenclaw reassured, tenderly stroking Helena's cheek. It seems you know its whereabouts, Ravenclaw asserted, fixing her gaze on Kane. I trust you are aware as well. Kane tossed the question back to her. He had been pondering whether Ravenclaw could sense the crown's location, but then he recalled that the entire Room of Requirement was her creation. She could not possibly be unaware. I indeed know, Ravenclaw admitted after glancing at Helena. It lies within the Room of Requirement. What? Helena exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. Kane, since you mentioned the crown, do you wish to acquire it? Ravenclaw gently patted Helena's hand, her demeanor growing serious as she turned to Kane. No, Professor, I merely wish to borrow it temporarily. I assure you it will be returned in perfect condition, Kane declared, meeting Ravenclaw's gaze earnestly. The crown harbors a malevolent and powerful spirit. Have you truly considered this? Ravenclaw reiterated, seeking confirmation. Professor, I have made up my mind, Kane affirmed with a resolute nod. Very well, take it, Ravenclaw finally said, casting a deep, contemplative look at Kane before gesturing for him to proceed with the matter of the crown. On March 1st, under a clear sky, Kane's awarding ceremony commenced. Now, please welcome Minister Fudge to present the award to the youngest recipient of the Merlin Medal, Mr. Kane Slytherin. After Dolores Umbridge, clad in a pink ensemble, delivered an extensive flattery-laden speech in praise of Fudge, it was finally Kane's turn to take the stage. Mr. Slytherin is truly an exceptional talent, with limitless potential for future achievements, Fudge proclaimed, as he draped the Merlin medal around Kane's neck, his smile revealing double chins. Minister Fudge has praised you excessively. Under your leadership, the British magical community is indeed flourishing. With the crowd's admiration surrounding him, Kane ensured that Fudge would not lose face. Amidst the excited clicks of cameras, a group of individuals retreated to the background, ready to indulge in the festivities. You two truly embody the spirit of brotherhood, both exhibiting extraordinary talents, Fudge remarked appreciatively while standing between Norman and Kane. If it weren't for you, I am certain you would have earned a Merlin medal as well. However, fear not, for I shall bestow upon you the unique Order of Merlin from the Ministry of Magic to acknowledge your courageous deeds. Fudge patted Norman's shoulder, his expression conveying a promise of recognition. Thank you, Minister, Riddle responded with a modest smile, raising his glass in acknowledgement. Kane, standing beside Riddle, instantly discerned the impatience hidden beneath that smile. Who is this? Dumbledore, recognizing the familiar figure, could no longer remain seated. This is Norman Gant, who had previously been lost in the Muggle world and has recently returned to the magical realm, apprehending a gang of poachers smuggling magical creatures. Fudge introduced Riddle. This is Professor Dumbledore, whose leadership has kept Hogwarts at the forefront, Fudge added cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to Dumbledore's brief moment of displeasure. Good day, Professor Dumbledore. It is an honor to finally meet you. Riddle gracefully extended his hand in friendship. Kane noticed that Lucius and the Elder Nod, both Death Eaters privy to the truth, suddenly wore peculiar expressions. Good day, Mr. Gant. Dumbledore forcibly suppressed the tumult within and extended his hand with an air of nonchalance. It is indeed warm. It is unmistakably a human hand, Dumbledore silently mused. His senses were accurate. Riddle now stood before him as a genuine human being. After acquiring Harry's blood and demanding his secrecy, Kane swiftly sought permission from Ravenclaw to utilize the diadem, while discreetly observing the Elder Nod's left hand, tightly encased in a black glove. The father's bone, the servant's flesh, the enemy's blood, Riddle was reborn on a moonlit night, his appearance frozen at the age of 18. This was Riddle's personal desire. He wished not to appear significantly older than Kane. Dumbledore, it is my privilege to witness both Slytherin and Gant simultaneously during my tenure, Fudge declared, regardless of his true thoughts. Yet, his facade was impeccably maintained. All of this prosperity in the British magical community is thanks to your exceptional leadership, Minister Fudge. Umbridge chimed in, her voice dripping with insincere flattery. Aside from Fudge, who laughed heartily at the compliments, the expressions of the others were far from pleasant. Mr. Gunter, you bear a striking resemblance to a dear departed friend of mine. Perhaps we might converse over there. Dumbledore, eager to ascertain certain truths, disregarded Fudge's dignity and directly intervened. I have always regretted not having had the opportunity to study at Hogwarts, and it is truly an honor to receive your guidance, Riddle remarked with a slight nod. Dumbledore was also keen on involving Kane, sensing a connection between Kane's presence and that of Gunter. Before Dumbledore could finish his thought, a little creature named Bobby, having secreted itself in Kane's pocket, made its escape. Observing the opulent surroundings of the hall, Bobby could no longer contain its excitement, and, seizing a moment of distraction, darted away with remarkable agility. My apologies, Headmaster, but I must pursue this little rascal, Kane thought, uninterested in witnessing the subtle contest of wits between Dumbledore and Riddle. And taking advantage of Bobby's departure, Bobby wait. After a brief delay, Kane emerged, catching only a fleeting glimpse of Bobby's animated figure. You cannot intrude upon another's office without permission, he called as he chased after Bobby to an office on the 4th floor, sniffing the air. Bobby dropped that. He saw Bobby clutching a ring that had been unearthed from a drawer, attempting to stuff it into its pouch beneath Kane's watchful gaze. Kane ruthlessly reclaimed the ring. Bobby protested with an indignant squeak. We have enough, we do not need this trinket. After soothing Bobby, Kane intended to return the ring to its rightful place when he suddenly noticed a familiar design engraved within it. Mr. Slytherin, what brings you to my office? Just as Kane was about to return the ring, a voice, elongated and resonant, echoed from behind him. Oh, my apologies, Mr. Avery. This little creature inadvertently wandered in, Kane said, discreetly concealing the ring while lifting Bobby, offering an apologetic tone. What a mischievous little fellow. Yet I am surprised that Mr. Slytherin knows someone as insignificant as myself, Avery responded with feigned humility. Kane's eyes darkened momentarily. Although Avery wore a smile, it lacked any warmth. Mr. Avery, the director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, has been mentioned by Minister Fudge on multiple occasions in my presence, Kane replied, maintaining a polite smile. You should return quickly, Mr. Slytherin. A gathering without its main attraction inevitably loses its luster, Avery suggested with seemingly genuine sincerity. Why not accompany me back? We can converse on the way. To be frank, I find magical creatures quite fascinating. Kane warmly invited Avery to join him. Oh, believe me, there is nothing particularly interesting about it. Avery replied with a hint of complaint. I have some official duties to attend to. Regrettably, I cannot accompany you, Mr. Slytherin. Very well. I shall seize the opportunity to converse with Mr. Avery once more. Kane nodded slightly, circumventing Avery as he departed. The instant Kane's silhouette vanished, Avery's countenance darkened. How insufferable, always appearing superior, Avery muttered through clenched teeth. Mr. Scringe, what brings you here? On his way back, Kane spotted Rufus Scringe, who was drinking alone by the railing. Following the recent black market incident, it was he who had taken the lead in cleaning up the aftermath, thus forging a slight camaraderie between them. Ah, Mr. Slytherin, it is you, Scringe said, wiping away the wine that had dribbled from his lips, his words slightly slurred. Isn't this a time for merriment? What troubles you, Mr. Scringe? Kane inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Scringe's demeanor. Do not mention it. There is simply no place for me there, Scringe replied with a hint of self-mockery. Surely not. I have heard tales of your renown at school, Mr. Scringe. You single-handedly battled several vampires and heroically rescued a kidnapped girl. Is that not known by all? Is that so? You are all aware of it. Scringe's expression softened, further affirming Kane's thoughts. Indeed, I have no reason to deceive you, Kane stated earnestly. It seems you are the only one who remembers my past exploits. The higher-ups at the ministry have long since forgotten. Scringe lamented to Kane. Kane thought to himself, since that is the case, he would stoke the flames further. However, Uncle Lucius often speaks of you as an invaluable asset to the Ministry of Magic. He rarely admires anyone, yet you are among the few. Kane invoked Lucius's name, subtly indicating that Scringe had allies. Really? Lucius said that? Scringe was taken aback by the notion that Lucius secretly held him in high regard. The sensation was simply delightful. Absolutely, Kane affirmed with sincerity, finding Scringe's lack of self-confidence rather excessive, needing constant reassurance. Haha, you are all true nobles, I certainly do not doubt it. Scringe regarded Kane as though he had discovered a comrade. Mr. Scringe, Kane hesitated, contemplating his words. Kane, if there is something on your mind, please speak, Scringe urged expansively. Actually, Mr. Scringe, the little creature I was tending to accidentally wandered into an office on the 4th floor. As you know, Sniffles is rather fond of shiny objects. It was my fault for not catching it in time. It pilfered a ring from the office. Kane feigned a sense of shame as he spoke. I was wondering what the matter was. That must be Avery's office. I shall deliver it to him on your behalf. Scringer discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief and then remarked, I am truly grateful to you, Mr. Scringer. Kane's face lit up with the expression of one who has found a savior, promptly handing the ring to Scringer. This is the very ring that Scringer had indeed seen in the possession of Avery. However, in the next moment, his gaze suddenly sharpened, his inebriation dissipating. Kane, have you noticed? Scringer tentatively inquired. What? This ring is quite beautiful, Kane replied with an innocent air before Scringer could finish his question. It's nothing. You should hurry back. This place is unsafe. Scringer suppressed his excitement and urged Kane. Unsafe? What has happened? Kane asked, puzzled. Don't inquire, just return swiftly. Without waiting for Kane to react, Scringer hurried towards the Auror office on the 2nd floor. A smirk of triumph crept onto Kane's lips. Scringer had taken the bait. He had been contemplating how to expose Anthony Avery when Scringer appeared. An opportune moment indeed. Kane intended to escalate matters concerning the Church of Truth. Ever since he had listened to Grindelwald's revelations about the true nature of the Owl Court, a sense of paranoia had taken root in his heart. Yet, while Kane operated in the light, the Owl Court remained shrouded in darkness, rendering him somewhat reactive in his endeavors. Did the Owl Court not pride itself on controlling the wizarding community? Then, he would ensure that the affairs of the Church of Truth became widely known. He wagered that the Owl Court would not remain passive while the wizarding world was exposed to muggles. Once the Owl Court could no longer sit idly by, Kane would be poised to take advantage of the ensuing chaos. As for why he chose Scringer, it was because Lucius had previously compiled relevant information about the Ministry of Magic personnel, allowing Kane to be well informed. Kane understood that Scringer had faced subtle discrimination from certain individuals within the ministry due to his mixed heritage. Otherwise, given his merits, ascending to the position of director would not have been a formidable challenge. As someone privy to the Church of Truth scandal, Scringer was bound to be tempted by this readily attainable acclaim. Although Fudge had previously suppressed the Church of Truth incident, the current gathering of prominent figures provided the perfect opportunity. Once unveiled, Fudge would find it impossible to contain the situation. Moreover, given Scringer's obstinate nature, even if complications arose later, he would choose to confront Fudge head-on, leaving Kane unscathed. After all, what fault lay with Kane? He was merely entangled due to the Niffler. Everything else was merely Scringer's unilateral decision. Reflecting on this, Kane smoothed out his crumpled clothing, which had been snagged by the Niffler, and walked back to the banquet hall at a measured pace. Chapter 81. The lead interrupted Kane. Come here, just as I was mentioning you, Riddle exclaimed, spotting Kane as he returned to the living room. Principal, cousin, what are you discussing about me? Kane inquired as he approached the two. The principal remarked that you are exceptionally talented, surpassing even a certain unnamed student he had taught. Riddle's lips curved into a smug smile. Completely disregarding the momentary stiffness that crossed Dumbledore's expression, Kane quickly understood. It seemed their conversation inevitably revolved around Tom Riddle. Yet even Dumbledore could not fathom why the tactic of undermining Riddle to elevate Kane had failed to produce the desired effect. Cousin, allow me to introduce you to my professors, who provided me with immense support during my studies. Kane, sensing Riddle's growing annoyance with Dumbledore's probing, deftly shifted the topic. This is Professor Black. Kane observed with interest as the first and second Dark Lords extended their hands in a gesture of friendship. He genuinely wished to capture this moment on film. However, the two parties involved were far from as relaxed as Kane, each concealing a scrutinizing gaze beneath their polite exteriors. Professor Black, I trust Kane excels in the subject of history of magic, Riddle initiated, although the statement bore an air of boasting. Without a doubt, Kane, as my disciple, is exceptional, Grindelwald emphasized, strengthening his tone. Of course, as my brother, I am most aware of his talents, Riddle retorted, unwilling to yield, repeatedly underscoring Kane's fraternal connection. In the next moment, both men turned their eyes toward Kane, their gazes clearly imploring him to choose. Must this truly be a matter of choice? Kane exclaimed, Gentlemen, why not take a photograph together? A well-fed journalist, observing the trio's conversation, felt a compelling urge to ensure they captured a moment together. Splendid. Kane readily agreed. Thus, Riddle positioned himself to Kane's left, while Grindelwald took his place on the right, both men instinctively draping their arms over Kane's shoulders. Kane could only muster a smile reminiscent of an eggplant, attempting to navigate the situation. A puff of white smoke enveloped them, forever immortalizing this moment. Years later, a journalist named Alexander Davis ascended to prominence in the media realm based on this very photograph. When asked why he chose to capture that moment, Alexander replied, seeing the three of them together was utterly intimidating. But that is a tale for another time. At that moment, amidst the revelry, Scrimgeour barged into the banquet hall accompanied by several aurors. Scrimgeour, what is the meaning of this? Fudge, basking in flattery, furrowed his brow in discontent. You know about the matters concerning the Church of Truth. Scrimgeour raised his voice without restraint. What are you talking about? Hurry outside. Do not disturb the elegant ambience of the gathering. Fudge's face suddenly turned pale. How dare Scrimgeour? Minister Fudge, I believe Mr. Scrimgeour must have significant matters to discuss. Perhaps we should allow him to speak. A woman adorned in green, resembling a mantis, and wearing jewel-encrusted spectacles stepped forward. The journalist's instincts informed her that something monumental was about to unfold. Minister Fudge, you may not yet be aware, but there are members of the Death Eaters within the ministry itself. I have apprehended one. Upon seeing Rita Skeeter, Scrimgeour recognized that Fudge could no longer conceal the existence of the Death Eaters. Silence. How dare you? Fudge roared, his anger a mere fade for his inner trepidation. In the next moment, numerous flashes illuminated the room, capturing Fudge's exasperated expression. What exactly are the Death Eaters, Mr. Scrimgeour? Please, do elaborate. Skeeter's shorthand quill was eager to record every word. Journalists surged toward Scrimgeour, while Fudge's flustered demeanor provided ample material for their stories. Dumbledore exchanged a discreet glance with the equally astonished Kane, pondering whether he had misjudged the situation. Was this merely Scrimgeour's own initiative? The Death Eaters are, Scrimgeour, disregarding Fudge's disapproving glare, continued unabated. Having captured the mastermind behind the Death Eaters, he felt assured that nothing Fudge could do would diminish his accomplishments. This time, he was determined to ascend to the upper echelons of the ministry. To be fair, Kane was genuinely intrigued by the developments concerning Anthony Eversley. However, as Fudge was the head of the department, the attendees wisely withdrew, leaving the space for the ministry's personnel. Tomorrow's Daily Prophet, they were certain, would be sensational. The following day, within the halls of Hogwarts, Anthony Eversley, the Jack the Ripper of the magical world. Exclusive interview. Could the Death Eaters breach the ministry's confidentiality laws? The Death Eaters' heinous actions, fantastic beasts suffering in their clutches. Rufus Scrimgeour reveals that the mastermind behind the Death Eaters is none other than himself. Kane Slytherin witnesses the dawn of a new legend in the magical realm. Early in the morning, the papers were saturated with reports about the Death Eaters, with the Daily Prophet devoting an entire 4 pages, commencing with Eversley's nefarious origins. Reports regarding Kane's distinction as the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin were relegated to the 2nd page. Nevertheless, Kane was unconcerned. He was solely interested in uncovering the truth behind Eversley. Regrettably, the paper merely stated that Eversley had exploited his position to conceal magical creatures and periodically abduct individuals from the Muggle world, subjecting them to inhumane transformations. Furthermore, the report indicated that Eversley had confessed, admitting to being the instigator of the Death Eaters, asserting that he was responsible for it all. Kane furrowed his brow as he set down the newspaper. It was evident that Avery alone could not orchestrate such a large-scale transformation. He seemed more like a scapegoat thrust into the limelight. Ding dong. Kane's communicator flickered to life with a message from Riddle. Avery was discovered dead in the monitoring room at 3 o'clock yesterday morning, with a confession letter by his side detailing his experiences in transforming muggles. Avery claimed that his motivations stemmed from his status as a half-blood. He could not abide the superiority of pure-blood aristocrats, and thus sought to become a modern-day Merlin by altering muggles. Riddle's tone was laced with derision. After reading Riddle's message, Kane felt an overwhelming urge to curse out the incompetent officials at the Ministry of Magic. How could they fail to keep track of such individuals? Their flimsy excuses were typical of the Ministry's desire to sweep matters under the rug. And those journalists, most likely they had also been summoned by the Ministry, for their criticisms seemed far too superficial. Once again, the leads on the Church of the Heavenly Principle had come to a standstill. Would the Owl Court ever make a reappearance?